New German Desiring Production. On the New Behemoth. A Letter to Joseph Gaismair, July 8, 2026. By Lüneburg, Heath Sword.
Johann Gottlieb Fichte's work, The Closed Commercial State, published in 1800, is one of the most important sources of political inspiration for National Socialism and shares with it a characteristic misunderstanding of history. It is still widely regarded today as evidence of a typically German, narrow-minded nationalism. In fact, as is made blatantly clear by its enthusiasm for the absence of any foreign element, it is in a certain sense the opposite. A plea for a megalomaniacal, boundless antinationalism that completely absorbs any non-self, as Fichte terms the non-identical, whether external or internal, territorial, historical, natural historical, or intrapsychic. In this delusional antinationalism, Fichte's treatise is indeed German in the worst sense of the word. The cohesion of the total welfare regime, organized along estates and corporations lines and controlled by a planned economy, which he outlines there in the tradition of philosophical utopian states, is explicitly directed against the schools of thought of classical political economy, early bourgeois liberalism, free trade, and the free market, as Fichte had encountered them in Adam Smith's 1776 magnum opus, An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, which was written from an anti-mercantilist stance. At the same time, however, he conceives of such unity as the very opposite of self-sufficient autarky. What is constitutive of the unity of Fichte's ideal state is not the tolerance, arising from rational insight, of antagonistic interests among bourgeois nation-states that exist side by side, in cooperation, and in opposition to one another, that is, not the recognition of the necessity to limit nation-state sovereignty for the purpose of preserving the civil liberties it guarantees, but rather the voluntaristic, barbarically enforced designation of any foreign as merely a particle of a total interior. The land called foreign, and which, in the geopolitical reality of states as well as in the inner psychological reality of their citizens, makes it possible in the first place to speak of the respective domestic in a manner adequate to reality, which, in turn, is foreign to other domestic citizens. This foreign exists no more for Fichte than it does for his heirs, the National Socialists, and for their contemporary reincarnations, the left-wing Islamists. What is called foreign or domestic is merely designated as such and possesses no objectivity whatsoever, just as the bourgeois subject and its psychogenetic counterpart, the I that constitutes itself in engagement with the objective world, are merely words and do not denote a reality that always opposes and eludes the subject. The only things that are real are the barbarically unbounded, unenlightened drive and the self-destructive manifestations through which it imprints itself upon the objective world, a world reduced to the crude material of collective subjectivist conditioning. Everything that resists such a blind process or even passively stands in its way is unreal, a mere designation for particulars, mere imagination, construction, or discursive effect of power, and therefore fundamentally not true at all. This is the first and only maxim of Fichte's proto-Nazi nominalism. National Socialism, as in a different way the Islamic Ummah, can be interpreted as an attempt to resolve, through murderous practice, the obvious self-contradiction of Fichte's ideal state. Namely, the contradiction that, strictly speaking, there cannot be multiple states but only a single one, and therefore no nationally sovereign, closed commercial state, because this state, as a total interior, which tolerates no foreign territory and thus nothing like itself outside itself, can never, by its very nature, assume the form of nation-state sovereignty. It can never truly become a state, because statehood exists only as a contradictory multiplicity of states, and is therefore the exemplary non-state. In the post-Nazi era, there are various ways, all of which present themselves as peaceful, humane, humanitarian, and progressive, of reconnecting with such a non-state entity. In addition to the idea of a global sovereign guaranteeing international law and human rights, these include the phantasm of a global climate that transcends national interests as well as generational, economic, and historical influences, and the delusional notion, institutionalized within the WHO, of global health to be protected by humanity as a whole. More and more supporters of enlightened environmental and health protection are now recognizing that the boundaries between global climate protection and collective suicide are, in truth, just as fluid as those between global health protection and euthanasia. Environmental protection, as the Greens certainly still knew in the 1980s and 1990s, is a genuinely anthropocentric endeavor. It does not protect the world, but rather that part of it which surrounds human beings, in order to make it a more livable place. And, provided it is pursued with a sense of proportion, it is an indispensable component of citizen-friendly infrastructure, housing, local government, and family policies. Global climate protection, on the other hand, actually aims to protect the world and, in doing so, not only accepts brutal environmental destruction but also regards the people living here and now on Earth, whether explicitly or implicitly, as a cancer of the Earth Charon, whose rampant spread must be kept in check by means of global ecological chemotherapy. Rather than freeing the particular, which has been objectified through tradition and convention, that is, through the mediation of the particular with the universal, from its narrow-mindedness by compelling it to distance itself from itself, it seeks to denigrate its particularity in the name of the total homeland, which knows no boundaries between the universal and the particular, and to presume the right to dismantle any particularity whose existence promises a rational universality, first and foremost Israel but also bourgeois nation-statehood as a whole, in the name of human solidarity, peace, and global justice. This exercise in self-sufficient megalomania constitutes the specifically German anti-civilizational variant of universalism. If its globalist manifestation is the climate hysteria that transcends national and local interests, then during the COVID-19 pandemic it took concrete form in domestic politics as the systematic destruction of the bourgeois community. Protect yourself and others. We're staying home. The virus doesn't take holidays. Keep your distance, elbow bumps, constant disinfection, and compulsive hand-washing as imperatives with no alternative in the war against an enemy as invisible as it is omnipresent. An enemy that could always be oneself. All of this was not a pragmatic reaction to a real health threat that went awry due to a lack of experience, but rather expressions of a collectively experienced hallucination, the delusion of a global hygiene regimen that concerns every single individual and for which, therefore, every single individual is responsible, a regimen that is supposed to serve as the standard for the most mundane actions, from visits to swimming pools and coffee houses to the use of local and long-distance transportation, right down to private socializing and sexual intercourse. For everything to get better, we must all, through voluntary cooperation, harm ourselves and one another. To preserve society, its institutions must be destroyed. Negative socialization in its purest form. The fact that people, through voluntary, albeit state-moderated cooperation, can take pleasure in destroying every possibility of social association, this historical lesson from National Socialism must have been thoroughly repressed so that the same maxim under the Corona regime, garnished with heartfelt sentiment and fueled by sadistic compassion, could advance as the only true form of lived charity, becoming a collective imperative for action. The elements of this new love for the no-alternative narrative had been lying in wait since 2015, initially in the realm of migration policy. The self-congratulation of heartless stuffed animal donors as a reformed nation of anti-nationalists, as a diverse people of peace-loving terrorist sympathizers, anti-Nazi promoters of Islamic left-wing Nazism, as a people of humane sympathizers with inhuman beings and anti-Semitism critical Jew haters. It is therefore hardly surprising that, since 2015, any rational understanding of citizenship in this country has been dismantled first in foreign and immigration policy, then in domestic and security policy, in favor of the ideal of a morally fortified global domestic policy that wants nothing to do with national or individual self-interest. What was also striking was the lack of resistance with which the denigration of any nation-state-based demarcation of borders, on the one hand, and any criticism of the arbitrary restriction of civil liberties, on the other, could be rammed through. The common point of reference for both tendencies, the increasingly rigid restriction of civil liberties and the denigration of nation-state sovereignty in the name of a hatred for territorial and psychodynamic boundaries, that is, differentiations, is the suicidal adoration of Islam, which, just like National Socialism and Fichte's absolute ego, knows no drive dynamic or spatial self-containment whatsoever. The lust for destruction it unleashes, which is directed against the very possibility of experiencing objectivity, against any form of resistant concreteness, can succeed only because it corresponds to deep libidinal needs of the residual subjects remaining in the rest of the West. It is such destructive desires for fusion that find expression in Baerbock's statement, "I come more from the realm of international law." Contrary to what Baerbock's detractors claim, who trivialize it as evidence of arrogant incompetence, this statement testifies to an intimate libidinal connection with its subject, which she claims with casual ostentation. Baerbock had uttered it on November 23, 2020, on NDR, in an attempt to distance herself from Robert Habeck in a sycophantic, ingratiating manner as she stammered, turning toward him. "He comes from a background, I don't know, what do you have? Chickens, pigs, milking cows. I'm more from the world of international law." Her intention was not, as some have suggested, to distinguish herself, as a self-appointed top academic, from her farm-raised intra-party rival, who became her partner in the traffic light coalition a year later. Rather, she emphasized that her home, her barn, was precisely international law, from which she comes just as the farmer comes from the farm, and whose stigma clings to her just as naturally as the smell of manure. International law, therefore, and in this she spoke the truth, is not something she has appropriated, internalized, and learned to apply, but rather the scent that lives on in her from her origins and that she spreads uninvited. She exudes international law just as a farmer exudes the scent of the countryside. For a foreign minister who brings such an emotional, down-to-earth relationship to a rather abstract subject into office, borders, and distinctions, whether between foreigners and nationals, terms that are hardly used anymore, between citizens, asylum seekers, migrants, and refugees, or between an ID card, travel documents, and vaccination certificates, all of which are interchangeable, literally don't matter, they're all equally valid, just as Habeck, by his own admission, could never make sense of Germany, the very country he swore an oath as federal minister for economic affairs and climate action to protect from harm. Even this inability to do anything with Germany was not a boastful admission of dilettanteism, but rather summed up the core competence of the hypertrophic New Left's self-confidence, the inability to relate to objects, which is perceived and promoted not as a deficiency but as a capacity for innovation. Nation-states, national interests, and their respective antagonisms, whether played out diplomatically, through trade agreements or in foreign policy disputes, are too petty, too narrow-minded, too selfish for such self-confidence. It strives for something higher, it thinks globally, in terms of the global climate, global health, the world's population, worldwide CO2 emissions and human migration flows, and thus, ultimately, the ever-looming apocalypse, and is therefore, even before it unleashes its realpolitik devastation, elevated above all that is particular, individual, subjective needs, random opinions, and local dissonances. Just as with Fichte's closed commercial state and just as with the National Socialists, who have long since become a thing of the past, there is, a priori, nothing extraterritorial or incommensurable for this consciousness. Whatever is still on the outside for the time being will sooner or later be incorporated, made the same, and thus placed on an equal footing. This necessarily endless process of self-expansion and the devouring of the other is then called, in libertarian and foreigner-friendly terms, inclusion, recognition, or cultural sensitivity. Whatever or whoever reacts to this total need for recognition with resistance or even mere hesitation is, in Habeck's own terminology, vomited out as an indigestible residue of stubbornness, refusal, and inflexibility of being on the right. The emphasis on overcoming boundaries and diffusion, and the enthusiasm for national, cultural, ethnic, sexual intermediate stages thus in no way correspond to greater responsiveness and a more casual openness to the world on the part of the subjects propagating them, but rather, almost to the contrary, to an intolerant and, increasingly, murderous need for nervous demarcation against everything that stands in the way of one's own hypertrophied self. A self that an I neither wants to be nor can be. This is matched by a rhetoric of diffuse differentiation that constantly identifies new distinctions without ever arriving at a specific nuance, and thus at any concept adequate to the subject matter, and that constantly draws boundaries that are as fictitious as they are absolute in order to supposedly overcome existing, repressive boundaries. Thinking and action that seek in this way to incorporate the entire external and internal world of phenomena inevitably produce, time and again, in Habeck's sense, scapegoats who must be expelled as non-systemically relevant, potentially right-wing, definitively right-wing extremist, or relevant to the office for the protection of the Constitution, and thus delegitimizing to the state. This same mixture of incorporative inclusion and a panicked aversion to any external reality asserting itself through its objectivity was already evident in the much-quoted words of then-Chancellor Angela Merkel on the occasion of the ceremony marking the 30th anniversary of the Office of the Commissioner for Foreigners and Integration on December 17, 2008, as contempt for everything that has become historical and can therefore only be concretized as something that has come to be, in institutionalized forms of state sovereignty and civil law, including immigration law. It requires the openness of those who can look back on centuries-old German roots to understand that immigration is an enrichment. But of course, it also requires the openness of those who have come to us to contribute to this country, and who are just as interested in the well-being of this country as those who have been here longer. If we achieve this fundamental sentiment, and if it becomes a collective sentiment, we will have already accomplished quite a lot. These words are anything but an objection to the evil right-wingers, who want to tie citizenship to ethnic homogeneity. Rather, the differences and connections between demos and ethnos, citizenship and ethnic affiliation, people and population, indeed even between nation, state, and country, seem to be just as unfamiliar to Merkel as they are to her left-wing, liberal, or ethnopluralist right cheerleaders. What they all call openness refers to an inability to perceive and identify differences, whether welcome or worthy of criticism. According to this hermetically sealed self-conception, Open-minded is anyone who, in an etymological short-circuit, misinterprets every difference and every distinction between objects of reality as discrimination. Those who do not wish to discriminate, and therefore do not wish to distinguish, reduce everything capable of expressing differences to a single vegetative conception of fate and coercion. Those who, as Merkel put it in her slip of the tongue into Nazi-era German, can look back on centuries-old German ancestral roots, differ from those who have come to us, and those who have been here longer. They do not simply differ in their respective legal statuses as asylum seekers, migrant workers, war refugees, and immigrants, but they do not differ at all. They are all, without distinction, them. Even the mere attempt to differentiate them into citizens, non-citizens, and those to be naturalized would tend toward racism. For, according to Merkel, ethnic Germans, new Germans, and non-Germans are as alike as plants sprouting from one and the same soil and should therefore, instead of being naturalized or stripped of citizenship, simply be repotted from Syria or Afghanistan to Europe in a manner sensitive to their culture and environment. This is her Folkgardner brand of humanism. She therefore speaks of foreign people, no differently than of domestic ones, throughout as if they were not people at all, but merely living beings. The Enlightenment impulse toward universalism, that all people are connected to one another in their diversity, is thus inverted into its inhuman opposite, the lie that we are all just people and that the differences between us therefore do not matter. Merkel's description of Germany as a cultural nation at the heart of Europe, which she claims has always experienced immigration and change through the Huguenots, for example, who enriched Prussia with their silkworms, which is why this country has had fine, soft fabrics and much more ever since, also follows this anti-humanist universalism. In the same vein, she praises, without making it clear whether she is referring to the period after World War II, the German Empire, or the GDR, the willingness of refugees and displaced persons to take their fate into their own hands and to have felt a conscious commitment to this community. It is the same infusion of history into a blood and ecological cycle that Wolfgang Schäuble also employed in the year following Merkel's opening of the border, when he justified the supposed necessity of accepting Muslim migrants by citing Europe's need for a blood transfusion, a Europe threatened by incestuous degeneration. Ultimately the same pathos-laden projection that Merkel's estate administrator, Friedrich Merz, employs when he announces that Germany must and will participate in the reconstruction of the Gaza Strip because of its historical responsibility, rather than refraining from doing so precisely because of that responsibility. All of these are infamies of domestic and international politics, forgetting both history and the present, that are only possible because history is reduced to nature, migration to gardening, the world to the earth to the soil, the environment to the climate, and humanity to a pack mentality. Hated by the preachers of this anti-humanist universalism are all those who, whether with communist, bourgeois, or conservative intentions, remind us that history has existed since the emergence of humankind, and that whatever deserves to be called human is necessarily constituted historically. Not only are the concrete forms of citizenship, refugee status, and the right, or lack thereof, to asylum melted down by the universal discourse of the refugees, whose supposed or actual flight clings to them, so to speak, as an ever-present past. Not only is the historical genesis of German pride in the prospective 6 million asylum seekers, who, in civil society's hallucination, correspond to the 6 million Jews murdered by Germany, brushed aside, not only is the historical substance of the euphemistic drivel about gold, which the predominantly Muslim and quite certainly anti-Semitic migrants are supposed to represent for the comatose, cosmopolitan host society, ignored, let alone examined for its metaphorical connotations, gold as a supposedly concrete complement to the sphere of circulation. At the same time, it is forgotten that National Socialism, especially in its early stages, was characterized neither by inward-directed xenophobia nor by an aggressively outward-directed policy of conquest, but was decidedly directed against German Jews, that is, against its own citizens who were disenfranchised, expelled, and murdered with the aim of ethnic homogenization, albeit conceived in transnational terms. In this sense, National Socialism was not xenophobic but rather hostile toward its own citizens, all the more so because it hallucinated the entire world as a prospective homeland. It was directed first and foremost, and even before its expansion through wars of extermination, which promised to realize the delusion that all foreign lands were part of one and the same homeland. It was directed not only against German Jews but also against German patriots who sought to surpass the German nationalists in their identification with their own nation-state and thereby prove their German identity under the omnipresent pressure of anti-Semitic fear. National Socialist anti-Semitism, precisely because it was total, was always also autochthonophobic. It sought to eradicate from its own citizenry, which was treated not as such but as part of an all-encompassing greater region, precisely those who aspired to exemplarily embody that citizenry, even though they were deemed unassimilable foreign elements. The period of emergency measures, initiated across national borders but in different ways in each case, to combat the COVID-19 virus, which were euphemistically referred to in this country as Corona rules, proves, in retrospect, to be an era in which, at least in Germany, citizens' self-identification with their civic identity, which had long functioned as a normative form of socialization and served as the foundation for civil liberty, and thus also for transcending the constraints of identity, was overshadowed by self-identifications that were as unstable as they were repressive, taking all manner of contradictory and, in some cases, blatantly delusional forms of imaginary belonging. This by no means applies only to the requirement, introduced without prior public discussion, to present proof of vaccination or testing in order to participate in public life. It also applies, in a complementary way, to the transformation of citizens critical of the measures into self-proclaimed outlaw dissidents who excommunicated themselves by declaring themselves outcasts, which, according to the wishes of the totalitarian faction among the defenders of the measures, is precisely what they should have been. While law-abiding citizens, converted into vaccinated citizens of the hygiene state, renounced their guaranteed civic rights as they took a defensive-aggressive stance against their skeptical fellow citizens, no less law-abiding but measure and often medically skeptical vaccine refusers behaved like desperados, as members of a counter-citizenship for whom the civic state had become an enemy almost overnight. Even though the former group came across as unsympathetic and far more authoritarian in their communicative style than the latter, whose reservations have proven to be justified, both groups were manifestations of a rapidly carried-out voluntary abdication by not only German citizens. Something better than an ID card can be found everywhere. Namely, a vaccination card, proof of a negative test, dissident group pride, or, in the worst case, the logo of an unvaccinated emblazoned on a Star of David, with which one could hallucinatorily anticipate one's own impending deportation. Only a few skeptics of the measures, and almost none of their apologists, recognized that such collective self-expatriation, driven by preemptive obedience, had already had its prelude in another political arena, immigration policy. Almost exactly 9 years after Angela Merkel, in a sort of anti-national reenactment of the fall of the Berlin Wall in 2015, had declared not only Germany's but the EU's borders open to migration, which, in plain language, meant open to Islam. The borders were opened on June 27, 2024. The Act on the Modernization of Citizenship Law abolished the obligation for dual citizens, previously known by the strange term Optionspflicht, to choose one citizenship by the age of 23 at the latest. This legally and practically sealed what Merkel had paved the way for through her underterminological terminology for migrants, and what the ideological left as a whole had prepared by inventing various new grounds for flight. Climate refugee citizenship has no normative or binding force beyond that of a mere passport document. It contains no inherent contradictions or conflicts within the concept itself. One does not commit oneself to it or exclude anything through it. It is, just like pedagogy, gender and generational justice, undistorted communication and social participation, inclusive rather than exclusive and diverse rather than distinct. In other words, it no longer follows its own concept, which, ideally, it was once meant to realize despite its aporias, but rather deconstructs and dissolves it, and thereby itself. It now denotes only the process of its own deconstruction. In a certain sense, therefore, Merkel's decision to open the borders in 2015, announced largely on her own initiative and without prior consultation, was an inversion of the border opening of 1989. If, after reunification, there was a fear, not only among anti-nationalist leftists but also among German Jews, of a new greater German nationalism that might once again turn outward against the European community of states, and in some cases against current friends, France, Poland, who had previously been declared enemies on multiple occasions, and internally against German Jews, the opening of the borders in 2015 brought about the no less terrifying mirror image of the opposite. A boundless German anti-nationalism that drags neighbors, who still partially adhere to the principles of citizenship, national sovereignty and territoriality, into its own frenzy of external and internal deterritorialization, and targets any nation-state that seeks to secure its borders, national control of migration flows, and the political capacity for judgment and selection in deciding on the origin and number of immigrants, is accused of isolationism, national egoism, betrayal of European solidarity, and, indeed, inhumanity and coldness. Meanwhile, the citizens of reunified Germany and their successive governments, from whom not only Antifa but also many liberals had expected xenophobia, national chauvinism and anti-Semitism, have been outdoing one another since 2015, and increasingly so in recent times, with marches against the right, self-initiated denunciations of citizens sympathetic to the right, stuffed animal-wielding refugee euphoria, and hatred of borders between states, genders, ethnic groups. And while solidarity with Israel and criticism of antisemitism have become the moral and political raison d'etat, Muslim antisemites who advocate for the annihilation of Jews, whether newly admitted or already present, and their protégés are either acclaimed and pampered by the welfare state or, in cases of proven violent acts, transferred to psychiatric facilities at best. The old Antifa slogan, "Never Again Germany," which was already ambiguous in its time, even though it possessed legitimacy as a protest against perennial post-Nazism, finds its true form in such unbounded antinationalism as Islamophile humanistic antisemitism and xenophile hostility towards citizens, which atones for National Socialism by embracing Muslim Jew-haters and for the war of plunder and annihilation through voluntary self-colonization by the vanguard of the Ummah, a group that recognizes national borders just as little as the Third Reich once did and our democracy does today. In this democracy, which, since the increasingly brazen self-dismantling of its institutions and separation of powers during the COVID-19 era, has been hollowly and emphatically referred to as ours, as if to refute the phrase often used by defenders of the old Federal Republic that democracy was given to us by the Western Allies. Despite proclaimed hostility toward borders and multicultural openness, there has been a wall again since 2024, whose imaginary course corresponds quite precisely to that of the protective barrier concretized in 1961 by the construction of the Berlin Wall and already materialized prior to that through the territorial and cartographic separation of the GDR as an anti-fascist German state from the capitalist post-fascist FRG, the firewall, which, according to yet another form of national community propaganda, is also supposed to be built by all of us. It has inherited the legacy of the incompatibility resolutions, which were based on different grounds and remained in effect for varying lengths of time, that the, at that time still, major parties initially adopted against the Left Party as the successor to the PDS and SED, respectively, and later against the AFD. Nevertheless, the firewall is much more, and something different, than a resolution of incompatibility adopted independently by the CDU, SPD, Greens, and Left Party against federal or state-level cooperation with the AFD. It does not serve to forge intra-party identity or to distinguish oneself from the competition. That is, it is not about political competition, but rather, on the contrary, to suspend such competition in the name of a cross-party, people's community bloc for the purpose of neutralizing the parliamentary opposition. Since the voters of this opposition, at least so far, are still predominantly located on the territory of our former brothers and sisters, the firewall appears, cartographically speaking, as a rebirth of the anti-fascist protective wall, which the firewall itself is also meant to represent. Not, of course, as a physically and geographically identifiable barrier, but as an ideological and moral bulwark, one that this time is not being erected to protect those enclosed within it from the more persuasive political competitors surrounding them, but ostensibly the other way around, to isolate the democracy-eroding competitors from the climate-neutral vanguard of global humanity. Nevertheless, the firewall shares something with the historically real anti-fascist protective wall, something that, for the time being, distinguishes both from the National Socialist mass mobilization of the people's community. It does not have the absolute majority of those in whose name and for whose protection it was ostensibly erected on its side, and the longer it stands, the more support it loses. It exacerbates the enemy required to overcome it and thereby, in a manner objectively similar to the GDR regime, accelerates its own erosion. What was temporarily achieved between 2020 and 2022 under the imperative of a mass psychological panic generated by public health policies, forcing the majority of the population to submit to measures under which everyone suffered and whose reality was not only incomprehensible but, in large part, followed a delusional logic, is so far only being achieved under the imperative. Our democracy has so far succeeded only among the, admittedly not small mass of Antifa activists, street protest enthusiasts, and those who revel in knife murders, who treat every non-leftist expression of opinion as a virus hotspot. The fact that the disparate segments of the population, whose members, for various reasons, are faring increasingly worse economically, in their everyday lives and psychologically, have not yet been united against a common enemy, corona deniers, vaccine hesitants, under the banner of public health policy does not, however, mean that it is impossible. The sympathy that the Palestinian cause, and by this indirect route that of global Islam elicits, not only among large segments of the woke green neo-bourgeoisie, but also among former COVID skeptics, self-proclaimed liberals, and AFD voters, suggests that it could once again be anti-Zionist hatred, this time directed against Israeli nationalism, colonialism, and chauvinism, as well as against Zionist corruption and warmongering, that could achieve the synthesis that has so far eluded us. In any case, it is likely the government's hope for such a synthesis, which has so far been expressed in a roundabout way, that finds expression in the stammering of a chancellor who is fond of invoking solidarity with Israel as a matter of German national interest in order to prevent Israel from becoming morally corrupt, and to whom the self-destruction of bourgeois statehood in Germany, evident everywhere due to everyday Islam, seems to be addressable only as a cosmetic phenomenon, street scene. In both cases, the aim is to avoid taking sides at all costs, that is, to wait it out and make this waiting palatable to the citizens as well, until there is nothing left to wait for because the worst has already happened. Yet the dissociated segments of the sovereign do not simply wait it out. Rather, they identify themselves with increasing fanaticism, and thus, time and again to no avail, with particular or even merely imagined placebo collectives that can only ever partially replace the state sovereign, with whom individuals in a reasonably functioning bourgeois republic do not have to fully identify and who gives them space to develop a self-identity that eludes identity constraints, thereby undermining it. In the long run, for citizens who consider themselves libertarian, the sovereigns of other, seemingly happier nations such as Argentina, Milei, or Italy Maloney function as such placebo collectives, regardless of their strikingly divergent histories and economic situations. Unfortunately, this also includes the current pro-Americanism, which is mostly just Trumpism, a movement that unashamedly fetishizes the likable traits in which Donald Trump differs from other heads of government in the rest of the Western world, that does not care how Trump differs from his Republican predecessors, and which has no concept of how present-day America differs from the one struck by the 9/11 attacks, which could still see itself as the leading power in the fight against the axis of evil. The fact that such defenders of the rest of the West, who act consistently as groupies of their respective idols, still appear, in comparison with their opponents, as the embodiment of reason is due less to themselves than to those against whom they are turning. For these megalomaniacs, who see themselves as representatives of greater multicolored land, are no longer treated, as they were a few decades ago, by state institutions and representatives, the courts and administrative bodies, the media and public relations professionals as curious eccentrics to be left alone as long as they do not cause immediate harm. Rather, they are bestowed with academic and political accolades, they are awarded cultural prizes, and, despite their universal idiocy, they are paraded around as experts on propaganda matters until the absurdity they regard as revealed truth, as incarnations of Deleuze and Guattari's liberated stream of psychotic desire machines, comes to be regarded as an inescapable behavioral imperative to which even critics must submit. In this immediate establishment of delusion as a principle of reality, of the collectively shared hallucination as a matter of state policy, lies the only form of social synthesis that our democracy offers its citizens as a means of self-preservation. One does not even have to believe the lies. One need only parrot them without believing them. Indeed, they are not even lies, because a lie presupposes that the liar is aware of the difference between lies and truth. They are components of a delusional and substitute reality that mocks facts, experience, and knowledge. All institutions and forms of mediation in civil society are co-opted by this substitute reality, hollowed out and dragged along in their hollowed-out state. Thus, the gender designation on an ID card is not, as some rational arguments suggest, abolished outright, but is hallucinatorily differentiated and redefined until it seems to align without resistance with the unbounded subjective arbitrariness of each individual. Thus, existing legal concepts such as sexual harassment or sexualized violence, formerly known as sexual violence, are broken down atomistically until not only can any form of lewdness be dismissed as aggression, which now exists only as a cluster of microaggressions of varying intensity, can be dismissed, but the very concept of violence is completely severed from its connection to the injured body, so that it continues to exist as a phantom in the form of symbolic violence, structural violence, institutional violence, and so on, forms that, while no longer having any substantive basis, can precisely for that reason be mobilized against anyone one wishes to eliminate from the public sphere. It is no coincidence that the apologists for this hollowing out of the concept of violence, who believe they recognize violence everywhere except where emissaries of Islam are killing others, gather behind imaginary flags that replace national flags, which they abhor as bearers of symbolic violence. They exist in two complementary forms, as it were, as a Pippi Longstocking flag and a guerrilla flag, namely the rainbow flag and the Palestinian flag. Both are imaginary flags because they were originally merely banners and were only later elevated to the status of flags, emblems of a sovereign. In the eyes of those who rally behind them, both express a minority-driven, bustling heterogeneity that is oppressed and colonized by the sovereign represented in the national flag. That is why the queer nation, idolized by the followers of the rainbow flag, is just as little an embodiment of any kind of homonationalism as the longed-for state of Palestine, which its anti-Semitic supporters admire in their fictional national flag, is simply an expression of Palestinian nationalism. For neither the queer collective nor the Palestinian collective seriously strives for the emergence of a nation of any kind. Their sole and ultimate purpose is the eradication of bourgeois nation-states, along with their institutions of emancipation and protection. Here, the erosion of the bourgeois state and its offer of emancipation for homosexuals through an anarcho-fascist plurality that seeks to cast it aside as a constraint on its own queer diversity. There, the destruction of Israel and thus the fulfillment of the National Socialist quest to wipe the Jews off the face of the earth forever. In this respect, it can only be understood as a farce in the Marxist sense when the same state authority, which sees nothing wrong with a party considered capable of forming a coalition, the Left Party, adorns itself with Palestinian flags, Palestinian scarves, and other symbols of active exterminationist antisemitism, and uses its speaking time for anti-constitutional propaganda, on the other hand prosecutes individuals who hoist not the Reich flag but the German flag in their own gardens. Even if, in such cases, the perpetrators were indeed deranged Reich citizens, they nonetheless adorn themselves with an emblem that is considered an official insignia of the Federal Republic, while those who brand them as enemies of the Constitution chase after symbols that embody nothing other than a political thing, unleashed as a mass movement. There is no doubt, every national flag evokes, sometimes exaggerated, imaginings and desires, yet at the same time it represents the containment and banishment of those very imaginings and desires, to which even those who hoist it must submit. A civil state that interprets it as a sign of hostility toward the state thereby proves that it has long since abandoned its own claims. Last November, ZDF host Jan Bomerman, ZDF Magazine Royale, gave an interview to the Süddeutsche Zeitung in which, as with many of his statements, it was initially unclear to an outside observer whether he was engaging in bad satire or describing a distasteful reality. When asked whether he considered proceedings to ban the AfD to be sensible, he replied in the manner of a left-wing democratic civil society tough guy, "We're not wimps, after all. We shouldn't view these urgently needed ban proceedings solely from a cowardly perspective. Will it work or not? We should stand our ground and say, we, the resilient, courageous Democrats, will of course succeed." In order to bolster the resolve of the already shameless Antifa, anti-imp, and anti-Zionist mob, which also enjoys listening to its tirades against Netanyahu, Trump, and Orban, he added, like a TUV-certified Steinmeier talking head, "We may be divided by this or that, but together we don't want Nazis in parliament. That's the bottom line." He failed to mention that it is rather the anti-Republican bloc parties of our democracy whose behavior resembles that of the National Socialists of the late Weimar Republic, in that they no longer recognize political parties, but only anti-right-wing groups, and under the slogan "Never Again Germany," they are promoting the transnational Better Germany, infiltration of Western civilization through selfless love of Islam and multiculturalist extermination antisemitism. He did not mention this. Instead, with the frantic air of a persecuted innocent, he made a preemptive threat to emigrate with his family in the event of an AfD government. He wouldn't reveal where to. "I don't want to be found," he said, but insisted that his emigration plans were no joke. After all, he and his colleagues in the brown hole, as he hallucinates the right-wing populist media landscape to be must, as public figures in the fight against the impending seizure of power, lead the way with our faces day in and day out, which is why he, in heroic forbearance, no complaints, regularly takes symbolic blows. His promise to emigrate, which may even have led conservatives wary of extremism to briefly consider voting for the AfD next time around, was, in its blend of audacity and historical amnesia, symptomatic of the amoral moralistic master race clique that, since at least 2020 and onward, has been blackmailing, rather than governing, the citizens of this country across party lines and ideological spectrums. Essentially, this is a criminal gang elevated to the status of regular and irregular heads of government, comprising not only ordinary government staff and civil servant henchmen but also various economically superfluous media figures, artists, and cultural workers, as well as volunteer firewall courtiers, or, to put it more charitably, it is a parastatal elite that has sunk into habitual criminality, held together not by reason, practical constraints, or particular interests, but solely by the panic-stricken fear that the illegitimacy of their usurped claim to power, which is an open secret anyway, will be spilled by someone from within their own ranks. Nothing unites people as deeply as the knowledge of misdeeds committed together, for which they have not been held accountable and therefore do not wish to be held accountable in the future. 2. This empirical fact, which any special research unit could attest to just as readily as the mafia, was already the reason for the lack of a corona reckoning lamented by so-called alternative media. Those who continue to demand it speak of it as if it were a self-evident duty in parliamentary democracies and therefore as if all politicians from the established parties were derelict in their duty. In fact, in Germany, not just since the establishment of the firewall, but already since the COVID-19 years, there has been a distinction, not de jure but de facto, not between the population and its representatives, the rulers and the ruled, the government and the state, the legislative, executive, and judicial branches, as well as between the ruling parties and the opposition parties that oversee them, but only between good collaborators and evil troublemakers, unconditional yes men and recalcitrant no-sayers, lawfully submissive citizens and insolent non-citizens, and therefore not at all between citizens and the mob. The mob is not the same as the rabble. The rabble, as a social sediment produced by the bourgeoisie and paradoxically setting itself apart from it, much like the bohemian class, the educated bourgeoisie, and the cultural bourgeoisie, is a genuinely bourgeois phenomenon, being a part of the totality of society that parasitizes it. Herein lies the mirror-image relationship between the dregs and the crème de la crème. The mob, on the other hand, refers to the bonds of a popular community freed from both the dregs and any elites, a community into which citizens, upper-class citizens, workers, artists, politicians, professors, and bohemians are always drawn whenever a crime committed collectively unites them all. It is in the mob, not in a classless global society or among the cosmopolitan global bourgeoisie, that social contradictions are truly resolved, because within it, the future-oriented cover-up of collective guilt transcends all individual economic and intellectual interests. The atomized individuals, freed from their burdensome shells of individuality, find themselves in the mob. This is the only way to explain why, ever since the Corona years, which helped bring about the legal and extra-legal phenomenon of state delegitimization relevant to the Office for the Protection of the Constitution, and increasingly since the construction of the firewall, both tax-funded and freelance satirists have, without any need whatsoever, rushed to the aid of government politicians, opposition politicians to the chancellor to cultural figures, and artists from the left party when the CDU, still bound by its ties to the West, demands a bolder commitment to the imminent abolition of the State of Israel. They are now only formally distinct groups whose economic interests and political views are at odds with one another. In reality, the contradictions, which continue to be dragged along rhetorically, no longer give rise to any antagonism. No dispute, no conflict, no struggle with winners and losers, no compromise, and no development. Only watchful mutual surveillance and a viciously intolerant denunciation the moment an insider who has turned right breaks away from the mandated consensus. The threat to go into exile should the right-wing opponent, declared to be the embodiment of moral evil, ever be granted an absolute majority by the voting population, which is regarded solely as a manipulable mass of sheep-brained individuals, is an expression of such a persecution-obsessed delusion of persecution. It is voiced, regardless of interests or profession, by people who, since 2020 and onward, have formed the mob of deniers and informers, which first submitted to Christian Drossen's pandemic imperative, conceived from the outset not as a medical but always as a public health measure, and today to the anti-democratic imperative of the firewall. The mob does not necessarily always consist of the same figures. Like all character masks, they are interchangeable as needed. Sometimes one shifts from hygiene enforcer to virus spreader, from mask wearer to constitutional delegitimizer, or vice versa. The main thing is that the power dynamic between the hounding mob and the hounded, between the mob and the designated public pests, remains intact. That is why it comes as no surprise that the AfD, as was evident not only in the party's anti-Israel hate tirades on the occasion of the war against Iran, naturally includes plenty of people whose rise to power should make not only German Jews but all freedom-loving citizens alike consider emigration. Yet even that part of the AfD, especially the intellectually deficient hawk wing, that actually gives rise to legitimate constitutional concerns would not be viewed by moral Democrats as a potential reason for emigration for rational reasons, but rather out of tactical motivation, to exploit the verifiably far-right minority within the party for the purpose of defaming the majority, which is verifiably rooted in normal bourgeois life with all its unpleasant and pleasant facets. Only this demagogic sleight of hand makes it possible that, under the banner of protecting democracy, an anti-liberal, anti-democratic, and, to use the French term, Islamo-leftist broad left has now entrenched itself in government offices. A left that, in this respect, Germany is once again ahead of France, and which even absolute anti-left majorities will not be able to easily dislodge. In such a constellation, it is only logical that the protagonists of the coup d'etat from above, for that is precisely what it is, in light of the AfD's electoral successes, would portray themselves as radical democratic exiles in waiting with their suitcases packed, indeed, essentially as the true Jews of today, and likely feel that way in reality as well. The clown that Friedrich Merz makes of himself when he publicly laments having to endure hostility as widespread and intense as none of his predecessors have, is merely the complementary mirror image of the ruthless ruler who does not present himself as Prussian and commanding or as a boisterous, buddy-like bar table type, but rather presents his cause in the whiny, accusatory tone of the misunderstood humanitarian who is always on the verge of burnout. Such boundless lust for power, which is always accompanied by unscrupulous cowardice, succeeds in portraying the disasters it leaves in its wake as acts of God, its own lies as truths misunderstood by the ignorant masses, and the attempt to evade the political and legal consequences of its own actions as an act of self-defense in the name of protecting democracy. That is why, in the country that built a Holocaust memorial to make people forget that it itself, as Edgar Hilsenrath puts it in his novel Berlin Endstation, is a Holocaust memorial in and of itself, it is not considered embarrassing to camouflage the stubborn clinging to the seat of power as a heroic gesture of resistance, and the hasty flight after the damage has been done as an unfortunately necessary emigration. Of course, it makes a difference whether the media-savvy declaration of intent to emigrate is made by someone like Michel Friedman, who does not label everything he dislikes and who, at best, could be accused of underestimating the tactical dimension of warnings about the AfD, or by figures like Bomerman and Armin Muellerstahl, who, as the son of an East Prussian and a Baltic German, daydreams of witnessing a return of the Third Reich. Nevertheless, those better Germans who threaten to emigrate are similar in that they do not care one bit about the tendencies toward a transformation of parliamentary democracy into a morally totalitarian, left-wing German state of conscience, and that they show just as much indifference toward the erosion of political institutions in this country as they do toward the threats faced by Jews living in Germany from everyday Islam and its left-wing German advocates. In the history of ideas, the concept of internal emigration, contrary to what left-wing critics usually imply, does not simply refer to that group of German intellectuals and artists who were essentially sympathetic to National Socialism and who, after 1933, preferred to remain in the Third Reich rather than emigrate, reinterpreting this decision to stay as standing firm in the eye of the storm. Inner emigration included not only conformists but also devout Christians, idealistic humanists, and the marginalized remnants of the former expressionist and impressionist avant-garde, including figures unjustly forgotten for a long time, such as Theodor Hacker, Ricarda Hutch, Ernst Wiechert, and Ernst Barlach. What united them all, regardless of their political views, religious denomination, or personal history, and was deeply despised by Thomas Mann, was a cult of structurally Protestant inwardness. An empty pride in the purely intellectual capacity to carry within oneself, even in the midst of barbarism, crime, and corruption, that other Germany, which, in the eyes of the internal emigrants, had been betrayed just as much by the National Socialists and their followers as by those who, like Thomas Mann or Bertolt Brecht, had simply fled. This illusion of indestructible inner purity and morality, this fetishistic clinging to the lie that the terrible things happening around one might, at most, affect one's own thinking, feeling, and judgment, but could not annul them, is the reason for the barrenness, epigonal nature, and aesthetic inferiority of all the writings of the internal emigration. In place of soundness, appropriateness, and commitment in the treatment of the material, something emerged in both their literary and discursive works that also characterizes the undemocratic resistors, who threatened to emigrate should an AfD government come to power, namely, the hollow yet all the more insistently invoked cult of stance. Not only in their invocation of their own principled stance, but also in substance, these model Democrats, who stylize themselves as prospective victims of a newly looming National Socialist purge, are closer to the internal emigrants of 1933 and beyond than to the Germans who actually emigrated, bourgeois, communist, liberal, or even to the German Jews who fled into exile. In substance, they resemble one another in their unconditional determination to either deny the real changes in bourgeois everyday life, changes that are obvious to anyone with even a shred of perception of reality, or to downplay them as superficial phenomena that people with a moral compass can easily overlook. Islamic stabbings, sexual assaults, gang rapes, and physical attacks on Jews, as well as on anyone identifiable as Western, dismissed as trivialities, neighborhoods of supposed or actual Jews marked by anti-Semitic graffiti, and the arrogant land-grabbing gestures of Muslim German citizens and non-citizens who now openly proclaim, not only in schools and universities, that the Quran, and not the civil constitution, is the source of law. Right-wing populists are not to blame for any of these changes. Changes that should indeed frighten everyone and that are driving not only German but also many Western European Jews to emigrate ever more frequently to Eastern Europe or the United States. Rather, the blame lies with an alliance, acting as if it were the rulers of the land, composed of Muslims, Muslim-sensitive leftists and radical left-wing groups who increasingly see themselves as the people's democratic stormtroopers of Islam. Threatening to emigrate in the event of further gains in support for the right therefore effectively means acquiescing to the transformation of civil society into an Islamo-leftist mob by denying or downplaying the existence of such changes. The melodramatic threat of emigration serves as blackmail to maintain conditions that are likely to make life in Germany and Western Europe unbearable in the medium term, not only for Jews but also for all rational people. This Islamophile and thus anti-Semitic cartel of silence, camouflaged as an anti-Nazi emigration movement, produces two unpleasant side effects. On the one hand, it enables the AfD, whose supporters, while not all, likely include many who agree with Alexander Gallen's bird-droppings remark regarding Germany's past, to present itself contra factum as an upright resistance force against the daily Islamization of the West and to make the question of whether there might be other forms of Republican defense of civilization appear illusory. On the other hand, this conspiracy of silence places German Jews who identify with the so-called bourgeois center in a deeply uncomfortable and ambiguous position. No one better than intellectually independent individuals such as Michel Friedman, Michael Wolfson, or even Henry M. Broder, who, despite their differing political positions, are likely to have some inkling of the blackmail being exerted on them by our democracy. This ambiguity can best be studied in the case of a Christian Democrat who must act in close alignment with the state because she has chosen to do so herself. Karen Prien, the Federal Minister of Education, Family, Women, Seniors, and Youth, born Karen Kraus in the Netherlands, who, on her mother's side, descends from a Jewish merchant family from Dusseldorf that fled there in the early 1930s to escape the rising Nazi regime, and whose great-grandmother was murdered by the Nazis in a concentration camp. It is true that Stefan J. Kramer, who has been president of the Office for the Protection of the Constitution in Thuringia since 2015, has been a member of the CDU, SPD, and FDP at various points in his life, and served as Secretary General of the Central Council of Jews in Germany between 2004 and 2014, also announced his intention to emigrate should the AfD join the government. Nevertheless, his case differs from that of Prien, who has always refrained from such self-proclamation as a dissident loyal to the state, a role to which she, given her biography, would have a greater claim than Kramer. Kramer, who, among many other things, is a member of the Board of Trustees of the Amadou Antonio Foundation of the German-Israeli Society, a reserve lieutenant commander and a trained social pedagogue, hails from Altenburg in Thuringia. He has no Jewish family history, attended the Protestant high school in Siegen, became a first lieutenant in the Navy, dropped out of law school, worked for CDU and FDP members of the Bundestag, and converted to Judaism as an adult. Many aspects of his demeanor suggest an over-identification with a faith that, while the object of his admiration, is not part of his life experience. His excessive polemic against Thilo Sarrazin, whose ideas, he claims, pay great homage to Göring, Goebbels, and Hitler. His beard, reminiscent of Jewish reformers from the turn of the century. The prayer book he publicly carried with him to synagogue services, for which he was attacked by a passerby in Berlin in 2012. And his participation in debates within Jewish communities regarding male circumcision. In his role at the Thuringian Office for the Protection of the Constitution, he was largely responsible for the AfD's classification, now suspended, as a case under review, and in April 2020 he withdrew his candidacy as a direct candidate for the SPD in the 2021 federal elections to counter the impression of a conflict of interest between party politics and the Office for the Protection of the Constitution. If Kramer is, in this sense, the very prototype of a philosemitic, yet, despite his criticism of Jews, an anti-racist and anti-populist cross-party guardian of public sentiment, then Prien's concerns must be taken more seriously. Many of her decisions and assessments have so far been anything but woke. Her reorientation of the Demokratie Leben funding program is an affront to civil society NGOs, which, among other things, severely curtails funding for Kramer's beloved foundation, her statements on gender-neutral language, which she wants to ban from official use, and on the Self-Determination Act are comparatively reasonable by the standards of Germany's obsession with normality. Her announcement that she would leave Germany in the event of an AfD government came during the Funk podcast in response to the question of what had been the hardest decision of her life. She described her public declaration of her Jewish identity as such. She also explained, without specifying the exact reasons for the danger, that she was increasingly hiding her Star of David in public and talking more and more often with Jews who had been spat on or attacked on the street, discussing with them the possibility of emigrating. The German state is no longer able to truly and effectively protect Jewish men and women from attacks on the street. Although everyday Islamic antisemitism is not identified here as the main source of danger for Jews in Germany, nor is it claimed that the AfD bears responsibility for the cited attacks. The specific nature of the antisemitism in question and its perpetrators is left ambiguously unresolved. However, this concession to the conformism of the firewall parties leads Preen into a vague rhetoric that ultimately renders the issue completely unrecognizable when she says, Jews who are identified as Jews, that is, who are recognizable by their kippah or by wearing a Star of David, are discriminated against on the open street. Now, there is a world of difference between people having to fear for their lives because they are recognizable as Jews, that is, simply because they are Jews and do not hide their identity, and people who are merely perceived as Jews, that is, whose Jewishness is attributed to them by anti-Semites. In both cases, violent attacks must be prosecuted and punished. However, the latter phrasing suggests that Jews can reduce this risk by not being perceived as Jews. That is, that for the time being, Jews in Germany are better off living their Jewish identity privately at most and concealing it in public. As is always the case when the phrase is used, that someone is perceived as a Jew, a woman, a Muslim, a white person, etc. pages, a constructivist nominalist reinterpretation of concrete violence directed against very specific people is in the making. A reinterpretation that ultimately always plays into the hands of Islam, whose adherents do not perceive people as Jews but rather persecute and murder the Jews, and whenever they are prevented from doing so, complain that they are perceived as Muslim. The botched German translation of the slogan "Never Again is Now," coined by Israelis and Jews worldwide immediately after the pogrom of October 7th, into the anti-Semitism critical catchphrase, "Nie wieder ist jetzt," a slogan to which even the notoriously Israel-critical faction of the firewall parties would swear allegiance, and which the AfD views with derision for the wrong reasons, would be immediately cited by every so-called model Democrat threatening to emigrate as the moral and political justification for their planned emigration, because the AfD is hallucinated to be the reincarnation of the NSDAP, and because, as civil society defenders of the FRG's constitution, people, interpret the lessons of the Holocaust. Emigration becomes, so to speak, a democratic imperative in the event that the German state shifts to the right. That is why, in the Germanized appropriation and reduction of the slogan to a mere catchphrase, precisely what the original slogan urgently but unsuccessfully points to must be rendered invisible, namely that October 7th is not a mere repetition of history, but, if anything, its recurring actualization in the here and now in a transformed form, not as something stuck in the past, but as something new and, precisely because of that, eerily familiar. Furthermore, the slogan is ahistorical and hollow in Germany because the now it urgently invokes already lies in the past and, precisely for that reason, persists. Merkel's opening of the borders, which was nothing other than a humanitarian invitation, grounded in the lesson of German guilt, to non-native haters of Jews, women, and Israel to come to the country whose anti-Semitic kinship with the Ummah they are aware of, at least through their parents and grandparents, was already the now that the slogan "Never Again is Now" belatedly invokes, and it was the consequence of a self-image of Germany, nurtured for decades, as the world champion of coming to terms with the past, the guardian of international law, and the world's moral leader, without which Merkel's decision, in turn, would have been unthinkable. It is of no use, then, to yearn for times when Germany, as it once did under Adenauer, strictly refrained from acting as the schoolmaster of nations, committed itself to the West not only rhetorically but substantively, and left the other Western nations in peace. Because what "never again is now" claims to prevent from returning has already happened once and irrevocably, it lives on in every now, in which it is to be prevented. The more strongly, the more blindly the model democratic we resists the realization that it is itself driving the eerie return of the past. The idea that Germans are a nation of unimaginative bureaucrats who need to push their boundaries through encounters with the unfamiliar in order to finally let loose has never been true. On the contrary, letting loose and seeing the wider world has always been such a burning need for them that, at least since World War I, they have known, at most, only fluid transitions between mass tourism, recreational fun, and military service. The multicultural young Germans who today, as part of various adventure internships and volunteer programs, ideally before reaching the age of majority, send themselves off for a few months at a time to Central Africa, Latin America, India, or Lebanon, only to hinder the work of local development aid workers with their chubby-cheeked zeal, have learned from history only to continue it. After the master race failed to achieve victory, They engaged in some soul-searching and recognized the hubris involved in placing their own people at the top of the admittedly already fragile at the time hierarchy of races, and in failing to take seriously enough the possibility that other peoples might also serve as vanguards in the mobilization against the sole opposing race. Ever since they grasped this, the Germans have practiced cosmopolitanism toward the most barbaric tribes on the globe, most readily toward members of the Ummah, in which they recognize the contemporary manifestation of the people's community, which, in retrospect, seems to them almost like an invention of the narrow-minded, which is why today the loudest enemies of Philistinism and conventionality are pursuing particularly unrestrained appeasement toward Islam, whose adherents are not only less effeminate than typical German pubgoers but also operate transnationally from the outset and disregard the boundaries of bourgeois statehood. Belonging to a bourgeois state means accepting borders, something the Germans were never capable of doing, which is why the borders had to be dictated by the victors. When multiculturalists today mock monocultures in the face of neighborhoods that are not yet 50% Islamized, their remarks echo a hatred of this dictate, that is, a hatred of the at least superficially successful westernization of everyday life. That said, even this westernization could only succeed because there were institutional and practical points of reference in Germany for turning away from the self-image as a cultured people in favor of the Anglo-American model of civilization, though these, of course, always remained exceptions. Anything that reminds us of such remnants of society and could tie in with the Allied policy of re-education after 1945 is today derided as monoculture, yet the community that must be protected from monoculturalization is, in fact, multicultural. When an Islamic father, having been denied custody, executes his wife and beheads his baby, those in Germany who document the cruelty of the act and make it public are visited by the police. People are on a first-name basis with brutality. It is humanly understandable, while gestures of humanity that denounce it are considered indecent. Because Germans maintain a more intimate relationship with bestiality than with their own sexual partners, torture under National Socialism differed from torture in other political systems. It shed all instrumental purpose and no longer served to achieve a specific goal, such as extracting information through coercion, but became an end in itself. As a result, it took on a directly sexual character. It is true that all torture has a sexual component, insofar as it allows the drive-dynamic connection between pleasure and domination to be acted out on the powerless individual declared a victim. Yet it was only in Nazi torture to which outlaws, degraded not as declared victims but as specimens of an opposite race, were subjected that this connection came to stand entirely on its own. Precisely because of this, torture under National Socialism no longer followed any rule that would have set limits on the barbaric transgressions committed within it. Rather, it became a field of free improvisation. Because the victims were no longer tortured for a specific purpose, they could be treated however one pleased. There were no limits to the perpetrator's imagination, and one of the reasons that the victims in the camps long underestimated the hopelessness of their situation lay, as has been described many times, quite simply in the fact that hardly anyone could imagine what the Germans were collectively not merely dreaming of, but actually doing, and doing so joyfully, capriciously, and with a zealous enthusiasm for fulfilling a duty that had shattered every concept of duty, even that of a soldier. National Socialism was not a giant machine in which people functioned like cogs and even mass murder was measured against criteria of efficiency, but rather a mobilization of nothing but barbarized, narcissistic inventors, improvisers, and self-actualizers, each of whom was convinced of their own irreplaceability. The people's community into which they coalesced no longer simply followed the logic of homogenization and formation, a logic by which the mass mobilization of World War I can still, with some effort, be understood, but rather a total unleashing of unrestrained gang-like individuals who fulfilled the evil childhood fantasy of to be allowed to kill everything that still stands in the way as a remnant of reality and experience of their own arbitrariness. That the subjects who carried out such improvisational sadism against those abandoned as Jews were not of the type of order-loving civil servant who kowtows to those above and kicks those below, and who always carries out what, but also only what, is commanded of him, and that their dissociated subjectivity, patched together only provisionally into a self, is today most closely inherited by the social type of the young Islamic man. Klaus Theweleit hinted at this when he identified his book Das Lachender Täter, The Laughter of the Perpetrators, on the sociopathology of deregulated terror as the follow-up to Männerfantasien, Male Fantasies, published in 1977-78. Yet just as Das Lachender Täter blurs the line between Islamist terror and rampages, the very subject that the book brought to light in Männerfantasien was simultaneously and systematically obscured. The fact that Theweleit's study, in which antisemitism is absent and the extermination of European Jews is reduced to a byproduct of chauvinistic masculinity, unexpectedly became a bestseller was due to the mixture of insight and denial it contained. On the one hand, the book broke with the notion of the Nazi as a mere follower of orders and bureaucrat, because it focused on the murderer's pleasure in inflicting torment and the intimate relationship that bound them to their victims. By classifying the perpetrators as the social type of the man not fully born, who, in the destruction of the bodily boundaries of the humiliated, hallucinates the longed-for dissolution of his own body and the formation of the self through separation from the maternal body. He asserted that, in terms of drive dynamics, National Socialism aimed not at the creation of boundaries but at barbaric boundarylessness. However, because the unacknowledged model for his typology of the National Socialist man remained the soldier of the German Empire, and because, in his hasty pandering to the women's movement, he disregarded the anti-Semitic constitution of women's subjectivity under National Socialism in favor of equating masculinity with fascism, Thuelite's book ultimately promoted the denial of what it had brought to light in its engagement with the material. Moishe Postwan was the first to recognize this. In a lengthy footnote to his essay Antisemitism and National Socialism, he noted that Manor Fantasien was so unspecific that the problem of National Socialist success in Germany is dissolved into a problem of men in general, and who, referring to photographic evidence of young Nazis, smiling sadistically while tearing out the beards of older Jewish men, as well as to Nazi family policy, which had been by no means traditionalist, expressed the hypothesis that what had actually gained ground under Nazism was hatred of patriarchy. The seemingly paradoxical connection between revolt and the desire for discipline and order can be understood as a revolt against a father who is too weak, that is, as a movement that expresses the decline of patriarchy, which, of course, is very different from its overcoming. Contrary to the interpretation of National Socialism as a product of the patriarchal bourgeois nuclear family, an interpretation that Thuelite's book helped to establish and which has since become a completely hollow cliché, the realignment of the relationship between discipline and the dissolution of boundaries under National Socialism was anti-bourgeois. In bourgeois society, sublimation and self-discipline, the drawing and respecting of boundaries, especially those between the public and the private spheres, provide the framework that enables separate individuals to draw close to one another without getting too close for comfort. In the National Socialist People's State, discipline and order shrank into an alibi for disinhibition that even the mob no longer believed in, one that was invoked merely to unleash the fury of boundary dissolution. In his analysis of German shamelessness in Das Ausland Heist, Thuelite recognized something of this. The simplest forms of restraint, to use the political term, non-interference in the lives of those around one, are still not reliably present in Germany. Parents, teachers, friends, lovers, children, neighbors, etc. have so few inhibitions against unhesitating intervention, against encroaching on others' lives with rules, restrictions, expressions of opinion, and advice that it's rampant. People have not grown apart properly. They are so entangled in the tangles of family, siblings, friendship, and romance, in the tangles of clubs, regulars' tables, and shared living spaces, that they know as little about their own boundaries as they do about where another person begins. They do not perceive this as something real. They live, for the most part, in a sense of constant unreality. But because Thuelite bases this analysis of the German addiction to transgression more on the model of the bowling club than on that of a shared apartment, more on neighborly help than on the left-wing ideological mob, he fails to recognize that the latter have long since supplanted the former as the more open, more flexible variant of German shamelessness. He certainly does not see that he himself speaks like the ventriloquist of this new shamelessness when, as a form of body therapy against his own potato-like nature, he recommends the following. One must have become a bit African through the ears, through the eyes, through knowledge, in order to have something real to counter all the colonialism within one's own body. A body agent from Angola, from Namibia, a bit of a Native American Sandinista, a bit of a Pole, a bit of a Russian, an American from Hollywood, which one is anyway, from New York, a bit of a gypsy. One must not only know and condemn the murders of the Jews, one must bring the position of the murdered Jew to life within one's own body, have seen oneself in the place of those killed, give them back a piece of one's own existence so that something of them can live on and continue to have an effect on this contaminated German soil. Otherwise, one will not be able to speak, otherwise no reality will emerge here. End of quote. That the Jews should not simply be left in peace by the Germans, while their state must be defended without any ifs or buts, but rather must accept that the descendants of the murderers bring the position of the murdered Jew to life within their own bodies in order to allow a new reality to emerge on this contaminated German soil. This mixture of sadistic empathy, moral kitsch and reconstructionist pathos, written in 1989, anticipates a form of anti-German sentiment within civil society that has recently drawn its legitimacy from the self-satisfied self-accusation of being inhabitants of contaminated soil, thereby idolizing a foreign minister who, by his own admission, entered politics because of Auschwitz. Thewelite's obsession with the struggle against colonialism within one's own body, of which the symbolic reanimation of dead Jews is only one part, seems like a multi-ethnically reoriented response to Hitler's statement, "But we must first become a race, at least in the conscious sense." This dictum no longer defined race, as Gobineau's racism still did, as the cultural destiny of those supposedly belonging to it, but rather as a project, as the telos of a virtually endless self-transformation, the completion of which, in oneself and in other members of the community, is what qualifies one as an embodiment of race. If it were up to Thewelite, the Germans of all people, in response to their history, would have to awaken the African, the Jew, the American, and the Native American within themselves in a sort of Reichian variation of invasion of the body snatchers, as if this hallucinated mutancy were not the best proof that the left in this country has grown apart at least as badly as the right. Thewelite has more in common with Wolfgang Schäuble, who has so far been the most candid in stating that mass Muslim immigration is intended to save Germans from the consequences of their inbreeding, than he realizes. Both dream of the self-purification of the communal body, of culturally and socially combating the legacy of their own provincialism under the banner of a multicultural civil society. Psychodynamically speaking, for many of its exponents, the National Socialist movement was less the fulfillment of an imagined duty or the heroic execution of a fate determined by racial biology than it was creative work on the project of the master race. Hitler, too, harbored the desire to become a Native American. His youthful enthusiasm for Karl May was shared by members of the Viennese, Munich, and Berlin Bohemian circles. In 1910, when May was sued for falsely claiming a doctoral degree, artists of the aesthetic avant-garde, including Herworth Walden and Oskar Kokoschka, signed a letter of solidarity, and May's admirers included not only German nationalist authors associated with naturalism, such as Julius and Heinrich Hart, but also Jewish writers like Else Lasker-Schuler and Ernst Bloch, who connected with May's fascination with the Orient because they believed they saw in it a reflection of their own extraterritoriality. Hitler emulated May by posing as an art student for 5 years starting in 1908, after his mother's death, in order to fraudulently obtain an orphan's pension. In any case, his youth, with its numerous moves between apartments and towns, abandoned studies, failed attempts at work as an apprentice or artist, his charlatanism fueled by an arrogant aversion to a bread-and-butter profession. His routine dilettanteism, among other things, he earned his living by copying Viennese cityscapes, and his proximity to the lumpen proletarian milieu resembled less the biographies of staunch German nationalists than those of vagabond eccentrics like the lower Austrian Rudolf Steiner, who, in his youth, rented rooms as a permanent lodger with better-off families and regarded his academic failure as the ultimate proof of a higher calling, which he henceforth carried into esoteric and life-reform circles as a tireless lecturer. In Steiner's case, the animistic transfusion of talentlessness into genius, of the inability and unwillingness to acquire economically useful skills into a creativity that confidently disregarded all competition, mediated through a trivializing appropriation of the writings of Herder and Schelling, received the name it still bears in Germany today, creativity. A creative streak also characterized the careers of those leading Nazis who, unlike Hitler, did not cultivate close ties with the bohemian scene or lumpen proletarian vagrancy. Only a few of them could boast of having lives shaped by class and military discipline, like the later members of the Kreisau Circle, whose acts of resistance against the Third Reich were fueled not least by the accurate perception that National Socialism was not fascist enough, too plebeian, and infiltrated by dissociated antisocial elements. Goebbels, who also came from the petty bourgeoisie and was mocked as Humpelstiltskin because of his clubfoot, a talented overachiever in his youth whose dream of a military career could not be realized due to a disability caused by a bone marrow disease, found in the Catholic student fraternity Unitas and later in the atheistic pagan circle around Oswald Spengler, institutional guarantors of that sense of grandeur which, for other Nazis, was held together through membership in dueling fraternities or the Freikorps, held together, however, only to fall apart again immediately and find anchor points in reality that were ideologically grounded differently but equally served this narcissistic barbaric self-unrestraint, a reality that, in turn, could only be considered as material for voluntaristic molding. This creative, self-generating trait of the National Socialist character type explains the inconsistency of the worldview it claimed, which can no longer even be adequately described as an ideology, as well as the arbitrariness in dealing with the objects of identification for its own megalomania, which mocks every bourgeois notion of loyalty. while political economy, along with its critique, is oriented toward the paradigm of labor and production, that is, a transformation of the object through the mediation of active subjectivity. The creative social character fundamentally recognizes neither the concept of the object nor that of labor, production, or exchange. For this character, creativity does not simply denote natural production as opposed to artificial or alienated production. More recent variants of creativity propaganda specifically emphasize that it is something that must first be taught to subjects through coaching, but rather it turns the unwillingness and inability to work, to engage in reflective mediation between subject and object, and the contempt for civilized forms of interaction into a seal of quality that is meant to elude comparison and judgmental reason. When it becomes emphatic, talk of creativity never merely expresses the idea that rules, standards, and routines must be set aside in certain situations. Rather, it suggests that breaches of the law, violations of moral law, and inhumanity are not only tolerated but relished whenever the subject's arbitrariness encounters the limits of the external world. In this way, it heralds the self-transformation of the subversive citizen into a creative citizen of civil society, who perceives laws, institutions, and bureaucratic procedures, along with their forms of internalization, such as conscience, remorse, and so on, solely as shackles on the all-crushing urge for self-creation. When people in today's working world speak of the need for creative solutions, there is always an underlying threat of lawbreaking, virtually amounting to murder and manslaughter, implicit in such talk. The threat of a disruptive renunciation of bourgeois conditions in favor of unmediated competition, free from any institutional constraints and suspended in the name of the law of the strongest. That the professionalization of the concept of creativity in the service of deregulated labor relations, which reduce individuals to the law of the horde, is not only a postmodern but above all a pre-Nazi phenomenon, and that its virulence today marks the return of something historically older, is evident in the case of Steiner, whose cryptic terminology seems bizarre only as long as one disregards the entirely practical contexts, communitarianism, psychotechnology, mass propaganda, that turned Steiner into an idol as a sort of anti-Semitic one-man Inc. Parallel to his career and in tandem with Germany's rise to become an aggressive World War power, countless mystagogues of the Steiner type sprang up between the late 19th century and World War I. As members of a creative lumpen intelligentsia, they formed the counterpart to the lumpen proletarian milieu of pre-Nazism, including, alongside Spengler, who published the first volume of The Decline of the West in 1918, Ludwig Klages, whose Principles of Characterology appeared in 1910 and whose Study on Graphology, Handwriting and Character in 1917, and the Protestant theologian Rudolf Otto, from whose 1917 work Das Heilige Walter Benjamin derived his concept of the aura, a concept that reinforced Theodore W. Adorno's skepticism toward this category. However, attempting to prove, through intellectual historical gymnastics, that the thinking of such figures influenced National Socialism or was appropriated by it is of little value. They are interesting as representatives of a type of artist-thinker who derives his unique selling point from his own economic uselessness, from the uselessness of all thinkers and artists, which became apparent after the dismantling of the educated middle class's hocus-pocus. Because he is good for nothing, has learned nothing of any importance for the present, yet also refuses to compare himself to anyone or measure himself against anyone, he makes what he is in and of himself, the purely human, that is, simply himself, just as he is, the foundation of his business plan. Character, aura, charisma, or, more recently, cuteness are umbrella terms for such superfluity transformed into brazen pride. To perceive manifestations of this character type in various postmodern political figures, and thereby to identify Trump, Putin, and Sloterdijk alike as symptoms of a newly emerging need for charisma, is to overlook the creative social character's affiliation with German pre-Nazism, the period between the collapse of the German Empire and the formation of the National Socialist mass movement. The triumphant resentment of the creative class, directed both against unproductivity and production, against unemployment and wage labor, against instrumental reason and the generosity and freedom from purpose that transcend it, is the defining characteristic of a nation that is not merely late in coming, but one that, in this very lateness, is moving forward, a nation that has learned to live regression as progress, and atavism as creative potential. Precisely because their political actions lie beyond anything debatable, Germans must have a say in everything. Precisely because they are literally untouched by civil law and its inner psychological sediment, the moral code, and can conceive of it, at best, as a norm imposed by philosophers or clergy, they justify each of their contributions to the socialization of civilization with highly moral rather than political arguments. Because for them, the normal state of human coexistence is either to berate one another or to offer an empowering pat on the back. They dismiss any criticism as an assault and excuse any defamation as criticism. Because there has never been any common sense among them, because, unlike citizens of Anglo-American nations, the sociable coexistence of diverse individuals has never become for them an individual experience whose conditions one wishes to preserve. Coexistence is something that must be constantly negotiated, especially with partners who, as the sole outcome of such negotiations, accept only the subjugation of the other to their own arbitrariness. For it is only in them, and today that means only in the apologists for Islam and not in its critics, does one recognize what drives oneself, what weighs on one's shoulders as a historical legacy, and what one wishes to shed as a burden while at the same time affirming it, by seeking dialogue precisely with those who do not want to converse with anyone in the world, because the world, and any objectivity, is seen by them as an affront to their honor. The post-Nazi legacy of the creative social character differs from its pre-Nazi predecessor through a process of learning in which historical amnesia finds expression. What was forgotten was the improvisational, transgressive moment of National Socialism, which, as Thuleit has so emphatically traced, was experienced by those who lived it not as all-encompassing repression, not as a dictatorship, but as a liberating high, as collective promiscuity, as a transgression of boundaries sanctioned by the sovereign who suspended himself within it. In the 1960s, as historian Dagmar Herzog demonstrated in her book Sex After Fascism by examining the shift in sexual politics, a reinterpretation of the past, based on a double confusion, took place, stemming from a thoroughly sincere effort to learn from National Socialism. The post-Nazi reality of the 1950s, with its conventionality and prudishness, its hostility toward youth culture, its cult of the nuclear family, its cumbersome bureaucratic apparatus, and its hypersensitivity to spontaneity and improvisation, appeared to the youth rebelling against their parents as a relic of National Socialism, which was thus interpreted as ossification rigidity, a static social system that lived on in the stale atmosphere, in the bureaucratic institutions and their representatives. The better future, of which the 68 heirs believed they were a harbinger, was interpreted, by contrast, as a liberating break with the past. Both notions, as Herzog shows, were based on misjudgment and projection. The narrow-mindedness of the early Federal Republic, its fetishization of family and paternal authority, were contradictory but consistent reactions to the experience that National Socialism had destroyed the institutions of the bourgeois state and annihilated the dual character of the family as a private public institution protected by the state and from the state. Above all, however, the perceived uptight attitude toward sexuality was a response to the experience of the libido-suppressing dimension of the Nazi movement, which was not a restorative movement of old people afraid of change, but a revolutionary movement of young people who had had enough of the status quo. Only against the backdrop of this misjudgment, which lives on in the now biologically accurate but all the more false talk of old Nazis, can one explain why the 68 movement remained largely impervious to recognizing the similarities between itself and pre-Nazi youth, the similarities between members of the Commune and the Lebensreform movement, the enthusiasm of both generations for youth association collectives, the glorification of nature and the environment and so on, right up to the convergence of esoteric anti-Semitism and peace-oriented anti-Zionism. The struggle against the ossification of the Adenauer Republic, which believed itself to be anti-fascist, was thus also, and behind the backs of its protagonists, a struggle for the contemporary unleashing of those impulses that were supposed to have been banished by the very forces being fought. The mechanism of progress through misrecognition, brought into focus by Herzog, continues to this day to determine the pathology of the German social character. Because the corporatist welfare state, geared toward neutralizing class antagonism, was quite rightly regarded as the heir to the Nazi state, those who defended it against enemies of the Constitution in doing so were somehow always also defending the non-state that had preceded it, which is why the opponents of emergency laws and anti-extremism provisions in the Federal Republic were, objectively speaking, always in the right, even if they were advocating for the wrong cause. But because that state was not simply the Nazi zombie that its enemies denounced it as, but rather, by neutralizing class antagonism, cushioning market competition through the welfare state, and mobilizing against subversive elements, responded to the fact that the National Socialist Revolution was the German Revolution. Not only enemies of the state but also critics of the state in the Federal Republic have, from the very beginning and often without any such intention, mutated into left-wing German reincarnations of Nazism, with the same enthusiasm for dismantling encrusted structures and cleaning out old stables, for reinventing oneself and experimenting, for aesthetic experiments lacking talent and taste, for political experiments that show no respect for law and order. When, after reunification under Gerhard Schroeder, such a clean-out suddenly became quite uncomfortably practical, His drive for reform was once again criticized solely with the empty phrase neoliberalism, as if there had ever been such a thing as liberalism in Germany. In other words, it was framed as American-style financial capitalist subversion rather than as the unleashing of that creative force that had been stifled by the old welfare state. The German left has never really recovered from seeing its own slogans take shape in Schroeder and his successors, which is why, for example, in Jungle World, the very same people who defend the welfare state against the flexibilization of labor relations now arrogantly cast themselves as globalists. There is not even a contradiction here, for the demand for social security, in terms of its creative social character, does not mean defending the individual against the state and cliques, but rather the alliance of the individual with the cliques against the state. This is why the social ideal of the globalists is embodied not in Western metropolises, but in the new megacities divided among criminal gangs and ethnicized hordes, not in New York, London, or Paris, but in Singapore, Rio, or Cape Town. Globalism is anti-cosmopolitanism. Within such anti-cosmopolitanism, an attitude revitalized by civil society persists that mistakes the obtrusive self-actualization and creative harassment of one's fellow human beings for individualism, even though it paves the way for antisocial behavior, lawlessness, and clique rule. When Konrad Adenauer entered the 1957 election campaign with the slogan "No Experiments," this expressed not only a partisan stance in the Cold War but also, implicitly, the realization that National Socialism had been the German experiment sui generis, that within it, Germans were able to live out their lives as never before, and that, therefore, bourgeois statehood in Germany can only mean doing everything possible to prevent the population from living it out. The poor reputation that the Adenauer Republic still bears today is not least the collective response of the population to this attempt at civilization, perceived as paternalism, and the humanization of the Germans, which, depending on taste and era, is countered by genuine conversation, the courage to imagine, talk of world peace, or the mindless joy over the fact that our country is changing. The steps toward liberation from this paternalism were always accompanied by the emblematic image of the fallen border, which Thuleit interpreted in Das Ausland Heist as a cipher for a collective release of drives, in which the libidinal mass experience of National Socialism, denied in the name of democratic capacity, returned, while civilization in Germany was always accompanied by the drawing of boundaries, state and sectoral borders, the state's self-limitation, and the restriction of personal arbitrariness. Thuleit has deciphered the desire for borders to fall, for there to be nothing left that reminds one where one's own self ends and the other begins, as the driving force behind German mass psychology. At the same time, however, he perpetuated the very behavioral pattern he criticized by interpreting the loosening exercises of the 68 heirs as forms of successful Americanization, just as denazification, in his view, seems to be the result of physical loosening anyway. Simply because this perspective is now shared by civil society, including its anti-German advocacy groups, and because the realization that civility in Germany has always been preserved more in its ossified structures than in exercises in relaxation has fallen into oblivion, hardly anyone in such circles finds it even the least bit suspicious when boundaries are broken down with particular enthusiasm in Germany of all places, and toward, of all people, the predominantly male representatives of a youth that is even less fully formed than the men Thuleit wrote about. While anyone who refuses to participate in this mobilization of civil society is branded a diehard and left at the mercy of the mob, the new creatives, who, in their enthusiasm for organizing chaos, resemble their predecessors, are no longer merely forming networks but institutions that aggressively offer to take over the state's work in a genuine area of state planning. At Dortmund University of Applied Sciences and Arts, where a bachelor's program in refugee aid has been offered since the 2014-15 winter semester, the curriculum features, instead of non-accepting social work, clinical psychology, criminology, and law, disciplines that could actually provide assistance in dealing with the influx of young Muslims. The focus is instead on the majority society's culture of welcome, raising awareness of one's own prejudices, and theories and solutions to social discrimination. Psychologist Bianca Wurr, who teaches seminars on social information processing in Dortmund, laments that most people still see themselves as the measure of all things, and student Sibyl Turhan, who works at the Multicultural Forum in Hamm, views balancing between cultures as a core competency for refugee aid workers. In such discourse-sensitive drivel, which serves as the theoretical complement to the shrugging acceptance of child marriages and Sharia divorces, honor killings, and rapes, and paves the way for the exculpation of anti-Semitic pogroms as expressions of cultural difference. hints at what the non-state might look like into which that bourgeois state is dissolving, the establishment of which was once the West's very practical response to National Socialism. The slogan, "Everyone talks about the weather we don't," is known to most people, if at all, only from its appearance on a 1968 poster by the Socialist German Students' Union (SDS), where it was arranged to great effect alongside portraits of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. What is likely less well known today is that the slogan did not spring from the mind of a creative socialist student, but was merely a clever plagiarism of a large-scale advertising campaign by Deutsche Bahn from 1966, with which the company at the time promoted its high reliability, functionality, and punctuality, which defied all weather conditions, which, in a certain sense, also symbolized the spirit of optimism in the country shaped by the so-called economic miracle. 60 years later, not much remains of that once optimistic mood. Digitalization, international competition, climate policy, and the resulting deindustrialization, as well as general economic structural change, are constantly reminding more and more workers of their own potential redundancy. Economic growth has been sluggish for years. Industry, exports, and the construction sector are under pressure from steadily rising energy prices, international conflicts, and declining competitiveness, while the German export model, which relies on Russian gas imports, has been severely and lasting affected by the war in Ukraine. Roads, bridges, rail lines, schools, and digital networks, in particular, are widely considered to be dilapidated or at least in need of renovation. The government's failure in infrastructure policy, which is now virtually impossible to ignore in everyday life, along with other multiplying government crises, is leading to a steady decline in trust in political parties and institutions. In political circles, however, the signs of the times have long been recognized, and preparations are underway to take a tougher stance in the medium term. Discussions about extending the working life, reducing elevated sick leave rates, abolishing the right to part-time work, and complaints about lack of productivity bear striking witness to this. Meanwhile, conditions in everyday life are becoming increasingly dire. Daily life is now significantly more uncertain and is perceived as correspondingly more stressful than it was just a few years ago. The nightly walk home or a ride on public transportation is, not without reason, viewed in certain parts of the country as potentially dangerous to life and limb. For the time being, one can still rely on social coexistence proceeding along reasonably orderly lines, and the use of direct violence remains the exception. However, the more social conditions in crisis situations come to resemble a primal struggle of everyone against everyone, the more the longing for the original grows. The attack on the power grid in southwest Berlin shortly after the turn of the year is instructive in several respects, both in terms of its motives and the subsequent reactions. On the morning of January 3rd, unknown perpetrators set fire to several power lines on a cable bridge in the Berlin neighborhood of Lichterfeld, near the local combined heat and power plant. The affected cables were so severely damaged that they had to be shut down, leaving tens of thousands of households and businesses without electricity, and often without heat, in wintry temperatures. About 100,000 people were affected, including not only daycare centers and schools, but also nursing homes, hospitals, and doctors' offices. Many, especially seniors, had to rely on emergency shelters. Among other measures, a logistics battalion of the German armed forces provided hot meals after a major disaster situation was declared. The outage lasted until the afternoon of January 7th, when the last households were reconnected to the power grid. In addition to the discussion to be expected in such a situation regarding the city's political crisis management, the question of who was responsible quickly took center stage. A letter of claim published shortly after the attack by a so-called volcano group contributed significantly to this. Initially, a rumor circulated that the perpetrators had been directed from Russia, as the letter of claim contained linguistic elements suggestive of a translation from Cyrillic. For this reason, member of the Bundestag Roderich Kieswetter, CDU, demanded, even while the power outage was still ongoing, that the country become more resilient against acts of Russian sabotage. However, this theory was contradicted by a second letter, also signed by a Volkengruppe, which confirmed the group's responsibility for the attack but denied Russian involvement. In the meantime, a third letter was published by yet another such group from 2011, in which it distanced itself entirely from the attack on Berlin's power grid. The context of such actions has fundamentally shifted with Russia's 2014 invasion of Ukraine. The letter states, "A world in which old and new authoritarian states openly shift borders, destroy cities, and bomb civilian populations is no longer a stage for symbolic acts that can be easily and falsely exploited. Since the authorship of the letters remains unclear, it is impossible to say with certainty exactly who is communicating here and who has distanced themselves from whom. The State Security Division of the Berlin State Criminal Police Office, which is in charge of the investigation, considers at least the original claim of responsibility letter to be authentic based on the specific information it contains regarding the course of events. If one rules out an act of sabotage by foreign powers due to the almost complete lack of evidence and considers the fact that no one else has claimed responsibility for the attack so far, it is very likely that the authors of the first letter are indeed the perpetrators. The text, titled "Cutting Off the Power to the Rulers," is characterized by the rhetoric of the more radical factions of the climate movement and aims to highlight the connections between wealth, the imperial way of life, and the destruction of our livelihoods. Power outages were not the goal of the action, but rather the fossil fuel industry. Through this industry, the earth is being depleted, drained, burned, ravaged, razed, raped, and destroyed, which is why entire regions would be rendered uninhabitable by flooding or would simply burn. The attack was therefore an act of self-defense and international solidarity. At the same time, the action was directed against smart city metropolises, such as Berlin is intended to become. In addition to climate apocalypticism, a paranoid hostility toward technology is also striking. Time and again, the claim of responsibility letter, referring to the digitization of the energy infrastructure, takes a stance against artificial intelligence in a way that makes any rational criticism of the current fetishization of AI language models impossible. According to the letter, the development of AI is being driven by tech fascists in order to breed a human species that applauds when people drown, die of thirst, starve, or perish in other ways, and to use this as a basis for creating a digital network for monitoring people. The so-called energy transition as a whole is also criticized, as it is viewed as a technological attack on human relationships. Furthermore, the movement opposes an imperial way of life, patriarchal structures, capitalism, closed borders, the super-rich, the arms industry, Bitcoin, powerful men, the establishment of the tech industry in Berlin, as well as wars and the plundering of resources. It calls for an international of refusal of progress based solely on destruction, murder, and plunder. It states that fossil fuel infrastructure, power grids, the overexploitation of the earth, data centers, and the chip industry must be sabotaged, with the group's own action considered exemplary in this regard. In summary, the orientation of the claim of responsibility can be described as anarcho-primitivist, a variant of eco-anarchism that strives for a return to pre-industrial models of production and social organization. In this case, the looming climate apocalypse is explicitly cited as the motivator for their actions. The letter is characterized by a jumble of references and contrived connections and is reminiscent of the writings of the Swedish human ecologist Andreas Malm, who sees a link between global warming and the Zionist movement and regards the Capitalocene as the root cause of the impending climate apocalypse. Through the concept of fossil capital, he establishes direct causal links between colonialism, racism, the shift to the right, imperialism, and climate change, with the fossil fuel industry at the center of it all. This industry must be brought to a standstill by any means necessary, including acts of sabotage, as the programmatic title of his 2020 book, How to Blow Up a Pipeline, already suggests. However, while Malm, aside from his virulent anti-Semitism, at times also argues in a strictly authoritarian manner and cites the state's COVID-19 measures as well as war communism in the Soviet Union as models for state action against the climate crisis, the state is viewed rather indirectly in the Volkengrup's claim of responsibility, and as an ally of the actual culprits, namely fossil fuel producers and the tech industry. Furthermore, the text contains echoes of the pamphlet The Coming Insurrection by the French Invisible Committee. There, too, in a post-structuralist vein, calls were made for the sabotage of rail transport and power grids, but not to cut off the power to those in power, as the Volcano Group puts it, but rather as an act of resistance against decentralized power. In other respects as well, the theoretical level of the French is significantly higher. However, both converge again in their anti-modern recourse to the uprooting of subjects and in their indictment of a technological assault on the soul, even if the love of nature as the rationale for antisocial revolt traditionally remains the preserve of the German counterpart. The lamentation of a widespread soullessness, contrasted with genuine relationships between people and a real community, also permeates large parts of anarchist theory, which, after the desired rejection of state-organized social forms perceived as artificial, places a natural development of people's interests and feelings at the center. The justified outrage over smartphone zombies, and the evident decline of civilized forms of interaction as a result of the digitization of everyday life culminates here in a resentment toward modernity as such, whose interpersonal coldness people seek to replace with communal kitsch. In this regard, the motivation aligns with the idea of propaganda by deed prevalent in anarchist circles and, more recently, among the so-called urban guerrillas, which aims to stir up sympathy among the population in order to bring about social change. Here, too, sabotage and direct action are intended not only as means of resistance but as political messages in and of themselves. Attacks on critical infrastructure, as in the present case in Berlin, are intertwined with a way of thinking that once drew the ridicule of enlightened Germans, primarily as a hobby of at least somewhat right-leaning Americans. We are referring to the so-called preppers, that is, people who make various preparations for their survival following the anticipated societal collapse. By now, however, the former ridicule has faded, and even official government statements sound as if they came directly from the prepper scene. For example, in a Hessischer Rundfunk podcast, a representative of the Federal Office for Civil Protection and Disaster Assistance responded to the programmatic question, "What if the preppers are right?" by stating that it is entirely reasonable to make individual preparations for an emergency. This attitude only becomes problematic when it leads to radicalization and calls to arm oneself. The fact that arming oneself could also be a perfectly logical conclusion based on the fundamental assumption that societal collapse is possible is not yet considered here. Nevertheless, government agencies now view the trend, in which their citizens want to organize their own survival in an emergency, favorably and are even actively promoting it. For example, the aforementioned federal office prominently offers a guide titled Preparing for Crises and Disasters for download on its website. It summarizes recommendations for preparation and action in various emergency situations. These range from tips on how to build food reserves, to instructions on cooking without electricity, to protection against explosions. In addition to extreme weather events, cyber attacks, disinformation, and sabotage are primarily viewed as potential sources of danger to infrastructure, public opinion, and the social cohesion that is indispensable in this country. The government has thus long assumed that incidents such as the Berlin power grid outage could become more frequent in the future. In this context, a trend can be observed in which ideological currents, though diverse yet always closely related, have been seeping into the social mainstream for some time. Everywhere, the idea is gaining ground that everyone must make their own provisions because the state can no longer be relied upon. To the same extent, the need to replace it with more primal forms of social organization is growing. The anti-civilizational element inherent in such ideas manifests itself in overt hostility toward the state coupled with a fetishization of the individual. Underlying this is the assumption, common in libertarian circles, that the state hinders the free development of individuals and that the organization of life must be taken over by autonomous communities. Accordingly, one could speak of two variants of anarchism. On the one hand, a radical left-wing variant that aims to dismantle the existing order through sabotage and hostility toward the state. On the other hand, a libertarian prepper-like variant that fetishizes the individual and community-oriented survival. Both are united by a deep distrust of the state as a mediating authority, a distrust that the state itself seems to confirm through its increasing dysfunctionality. Particularly in the context of current social crises, this convergence between the state and radical left and right-wing milieus appears to be an expression of a deeper erosion of political and social order. In doing so, left-wing saboteurs and right-wing preppers are, in effect, acting as accomplices to a state that is increasingly unable or unwilling to fulfill its basic functions. When acts of left-wing sabotage target critical infrastructure, for example, they paradoxically confirm the assumptions of right libertarian preppers that the state order is fragile and its collapse is foreseeable. While state institutions themselves are increasingly warning of further impending crises and states of emergency, segments of the radical left are actively and violently attempting to bring about such conditions or welcome them as moments of destabilization. The origin of this kinship between radical left-wing apocalyptics and their right libertarian counterparts is rooted in particular in motifs already laid out by Max Stirner in his treatise The Ego and Its Own. There, Stirner articulates a radical rejection of any overarching order. The state, society, morality, the nation, religion, or humanity appear to him as mere specters, that is, abstract forms of domination that subjugate the individual. In their place, he posits the unique one, who is bound only to himself and organizes his relationships solely according to utility, power, or voluntary association. The individual should not sacrifice himself for higher purposes, but should make only himself the standard. The point of reference is not a shared political order, but the individual conceived as absolutely sovereign. Thus, the unique one appears even more sharply defined as the owner, as a subject radically self-referential, for whom the external world ultimately has meaning only within the horizon of his own appropriation and self-assertion. For him, the state and morality are mere instruments of domination, serving only to discipline and standardize the individual. This results in a consistently antisocial and antimoral conception, in which every superindividual bond appears as a restriction on individuality. The radical form of subjective self-assertion continues to have an impact to this day, and references to Stirner can be found in various currents of libertarian and anarchist thought, each in its own distinct form, in which both sides emerge as original representatives of German ideology. Noteworthy, however, is the relative composure with which both government agencies and the general public now react to the power outage and similar disruptions and malfunctions in everyday life. Awareness of the importance of public infrastructure seems to be in decline to the same extent as that of civic-mindedness in general. An initial clear sign of this was the collective acceptance of the lockdowns during the COVID-19 years, during which the demand for a functioning public sphere was sidelined in favor of community-building moral appeals. Such appeals can also be found in the Volkengruppe's claim of responsibility, such as the request made in the tone of civil society to affected households, which is reminiscent of the federal president's addresses during the pandemic. Knock on your neighbor's doors. Make sure to help care for older people or those in need in the event of a power outage. Look out for yourselves and others by offering support in solidarity. Keep each other informed. None of this is perceived by the general public as particularly outrageous. Rather, it tends to be welcomed as a welcome change from the dreary routine of work and social life. The tacit acceptance of the temporary breakdown, or the deliberate shutdown, of a functioning public sphere and the material conditions upon which it relies seems to be becoming increasingly widespread. Whether people wish for it in the name of a higher morality, find meaning in stocking their basements with radios and canned goods, or have simply forgotten that it wasn't all that long ago that they could simply rely on certain things to function, the leisurely reactions to exceptional situations are shared by the state and its citizens alike. Wolfgang Port noted in his essay on the survivalists, already in reference to the looming nuclear war between the Soviet Union and the United States, that the fear of societal collapse and the longing for it are closely intertwined. In the misanthropic dream of a simple, unbound, yet nature-centered life, which, according to Port, united such seemingly contradictory political positions as those of Ronald Reagan and the Green Party in Germany, left-wing resentment converges with the prepper survivalist mindset in right-wing libertarian circles. This longing for a post-apocalyptic sense of community found its paradigmatic expression in the culture industry in the 2015 song, Hurra, Die Welt geht unter, Hurrah, The World is Ending, by the German hip-hop group KIZ. In the accompanying music video, the band members, clad in the poly scarf, the unifying symbol of all enemies of civilized forms of transportation, paddle toward the sunset on a homemade raft and sing of the virtues of life after a societal collapse triggered by nuclear war. Money, prisons, and all forms of social mediation perceived as artificial, be it the state, the church, the family, or other socially mediated institutions, have perished in the purifying fire of the bomb. Hurrah! This world is coming to an end. Paradise on the ruins, goes the chorus from the fallout shelter. After the US and Israel began bombing the most dangerous anti-Semitic criminal state since the Nazi era, Germany decided, without further ado, to collectively lose touch with reality. In this country, the people's autistic preoccupation with themselves has always taken precedence over questions of the sovereign state power they constitute and its relationship to the outside world, a world that, for those chronically lost in their own soliloquies, serves merely as raw material for their own projections. That is why Steinmeier's redemptive declaration that we call the war to prevent the nuclear armament of the Mullah regime in Iran a violation of international law said everything Germany could come up with on the matter, even though the federal president's self-righteousness neither saves Iranian lives nor even lowers gas prices in Germany. This snobbish arrogance in the face of realistic state action corresponds to a tendency to fetishize the pre-political organic. This past spring, it was a marine mammal that was chosen as the object of a solemn seriousness that, in the end, is always self-referential. Yet there is another way as a look at the history of popular culture shows. When the film Orca, the Killer Whale, produced by Dino De Laurentiis, hit theaters in 1977, it was a catastrophic failure despite its star-studded cast, with Charlotte Rampling and Richard Harris in the lead roles, and despite Ennio Morricone's magnificent score, which took the verse-like whale chants. A catastrophic flop and, over the years, became a popular laughingstock among trash fans, especially in Germany. The reason for the film's ridiculousness, which was further amplified by the German title, was, in addition to the poor special effects, the fact that whales, due to their apparent sluggishness, are not dramaturgically suited for horror films, even though they can indeed be dangerous to humans. Nevertheless, Orca had more in common with Steven Spielberg's still compelling Jaws, which premiered 2 years earlier and to which Orca was intended to serve as an animal empathic counterpart, than is apparent at first glance. Peter Benchley, who wrote the novel on which Jaws was based and collaborated on the screenplay, was an animal rights activist and, after the film's completion, complained that, contrary to his intentions, it showed no compassion whatsoever for the killer shark and, overall, demonized the underwater world. Nevertheless, both films are similar in that it is not the brutally aggressive adversaries of the horror beast who survive, but rather those who fight for their lives while also seeking to understand what it is they are surviving. In Orca, it is not the attention-seeking whaling Captain Nolan, but the level-headed marine biologist Bedford. In Jaws, not the hot-tempered, macho shark hunter Quint, Robert Shaw, but the gentle marine biologist Hooper, Richard Dreyfuss, and the down-to-earth police, Chief Brody, Roy Scheider. In this respect, both films are also, to some extent, a defense of the social character of the modern American man. A figure who, even in this country as early as the 1920s, was viewed as overly compromising, accommodating, and somehow feminized. A man who, even when pitted against primal nature, prefers to cooperate rather than strike back, and who embarks on adventures only when they are necessary for a return to middle-class normality. The real-life farce surrounding Timmy, the humpback whale that has beached itself multiple times on the Baltic Sea coast, which has preoccupied the media and the public here, the two are now virtually indistinguishable. More in recent weeks than the wars in Iran and Ukraine combined, highlights the lack of Hoopers, Brodus, and Bedfords that notoriously characterizes Germany. Back in 1966, when a white whale strayed into the Rhine and swam hundreds of kilometers upstream to Bonn, a Duisburg zoo director with the telling name Wolfgang Gewalt stubbornly attempted to capture Moby Dick, as the animal was called, using a tranquilizer gun that is life-threatening to whales, which led to disruptive actions by animal rights activists and widespread public outrage that culminated in the Bild headline, "Arrest Wolfgang Gewalt." Today, not even a sheet of paper can fit between the environmentally conscious state and the animal-loving public. With their incompetent, yet all the more morally self-assured sensitivity toward wildlife and their aggressive anthropomorphization of animals, the German whale experts and volunteers striving to transport the whale to the North Sea got in the way of their Danish colleagues as annoyingly as only German experts in international law usually do when it comes to Israeli self-defense. To talk about an animal that could easily devour half a dozen babies for breakfast as if it were the toddler you'd most like to drop off at the transgender-inclusive daycare center the moment it lets out its first morning wail. To ramble on about tragedy, drama, fate, sharing in the excitement, and sympathy, where identification can only be either poetically imagined, as in Benchley and Melville, Moby Dick, or pseudo-scientifically contrived a la Donna Haraway, and taking oneself seriously throughout it all as if one were the avant-garde surveying all species, instead of at least occasionally laughing at one's own hubris. Only idealistic all-Germans can pull that off, and, as always, no one wants to be counted among them afterward. Since the humpback whale's death was confirmed, critical assessments have been piling up alongside offended silence. There can be no talk of disappointment or even grief as the logical flip side of the hope that was once so fervently invoked. But even the whale skeptics from the very beginning, who had still constituted a statistical minority during the ongoing rescue efforts, failed to develop a realistic relationship with Timmy, one that took both the object of interest and themselves seriously. The marine scientists among them used the story as an opportunity to distinguish themselves as experts against the emotions of a mob, which, as relevant publications were quick to report, had been infiltrated by right-wingers and conspiracy theorists. The Cicero-Tigno's faction, which presents itself as the heir to bourgeois reason, whose readers would likely defend Spielberg's Quint as a relic of white masculinity worthy of protection against the essentially already somewhat woke Hooper, managed, on the other hand, little more than an anti-leftist whale hermeneutics. Timmy is being co-opted by all political camps, Nyos, and mocked the population for regressing to a childish circle of chairs in the face of a puny animal. Yet it generally speaks more for than against the civility of a society when the life or death of animals matters to it rather than passing it by completely. But because Germans tend to laugh off everything they cannot mindlessly endorse, and to never take seriously anything they cannot mindlessly laugh at, even the generally more sympathetic critics of the problem whale issue have hardly ever raised the question of why, of all things, the German heart for animals exhibits such a strong streak of bestiality, just as German humanism under international law, in concrete cases, always pits peoples against the law and thus against humanity. This trait likely has to do with a socio-historically acquired and entrenched conception of violence, which is similar to, albeit for different reasons, that found in Islam. In Germany, politically mediated and legally constrained violence is traditionally perceived as evil and despicable. When it does occur in a blatant and questionable manner, it is interpreted as a symptom of the self-fascistization of the respective bourgeois state, which, of course, is never called Germany. By contrast, violence exercised in the name of direct self-empowerment, voluntaristic land grabs, and predatory economics is considered potentially extra-legal but legitimate, for, unlike state-monopolized and institutionally limited violence, it is boundless and therefore authentic. That is why the enforcement agents of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, whose actions against undocumented migrants are open to well-founded criticism, have been referred to by Germans, since the killing of Rene Good on January 7th, as either Trump's SA or SS, while the massacres of the Iranian population committed at the same time by the mullah's henchmen received hardly any press coverage beyond sober, impassive news agency reports. That is why even Islamic knife-wielding murderers are, at best, a case for clinical psychiatry, while genuinely mentally deviant Reich citizens receive visits from the Office for the Protection of the Constitution. And that is why, for weeks on end, people engage in deep hermeneutic musings about what a whale, which may have been treated inappropriately by the authorities, wants, and how it can be treated in a manner as appropriate for a whale as possible, while attempts to neutralize wolves resettling in major cities are denounced as cruel to animals and, fundamentally, to humans as well. Karl Kraus once noted, in a phrase that also says something about how people treat animals. When someone behaves like an animal, he says, "But I'm only human after all." But when he is treated like an animal, he says, "But I'm a human being too." Following Russia's attack on Ukraine in February 2022, Western governments declared their unwavering solidarity with the Ukrainian government. This was accompanied by the view that it was up to Ukraine alone to decide how to act militarily and when to enter into ceasefire negotiations with the Russian government. The situation is quite different when it comes to Israel, whose war in Gaza, waged since October 2023, is regarded as a regional conflict that must be viewed in a nuanced manner and contained as much as possible through diplomatic efforts. The morally grounded advice and humanitarian exhortations from the European Union, the Biden administration, and the German government, which officially count themselves among Israel's supporters, come on a weekly basis and are ultimately intended to persuade the Israeli government to end the fight against Hamas. While Russia's attack on Ukraine is said to represent a turning point in the history of our continent, Olaf Scholz, as well as a civilizational rupture, Ursula von der Leyen, to left-wing liberals, Hamas's anti-Semitic pogrom of October 7, 2023, unprecedented since the Holocaust, appears not necessarily justifiable, but, against the backdrop of the Israeli occupation, an expected reaction from an oppressed population. Once the purely moral shock, triggered solely by the extremely brutal nature of the attack, over the Hamas pogrom had subsided, empathy was once again called for, but this time toward Israel's victims. The unconditional struggle of the Palestinians in Gaza, who are defending their national rights, which they regard as legitimate, and are joining forces to militarily resist the nominally stronger party, which stops at nothing to achieve its political goals, commands understanding and sympathy, particularly in left-wing circles. In light of this, it is not surprising that anti-Israel commentators accuse Western governments, which formally stand with Israel, of hypocrisy, since they apply double standards when it comes to Ukraine and Gaza. The Lausanne historian Joseph Daher, speaking on behalf of many, criticized, although the war in Gaza claimed far more civilian casualties than the war in Ukraine, Swiss universities have not yet explicitly condemned this war and continue to collaborate with Israeli universities. End of quote. Compared to the pogrom perpetrated by the terrorist group Hamas carried out in the de facto administered territory, the military attack by the sovereign government of Russia on Ukraine falls within the traditional conception of war, despite the Russian military's extremely harsh and brutal conduct of warfare already observed in previous wars, the deployment of mercenary groups, and the labeling of the war as a special operation. As an act of violence to compel the adversary to comply with our will, does war, by definition, aim to render the adversary defenseless, a goal to be achieved through the destruction of its armed forces and the conquest of its provinces? Is there at least a political purpose to be identified in Russia's actions? The neutralization of Ukraine under international law alongside the annexation of eastern Ukrainian territories. It seems that on October 7th, The main aim was to provoke an expectedly harsh Israeli reaction in order to force the global public to take sides through moral blackmail and to place the Palestinian cause at the center of global attention, thereby causing the political purpose and the military objective to largely coincide. The success is certainly impressive. Not only has the Saudi government, for example, felt compelled to suspend its rapprochement with Israel for the time being. Above all, Muslim populations, including and especially those in the West, identify with the struggle of their Islamic brothers and sisters and vehemently oppose any pro-Israeli stance taken by their respective governments, no matter how superficial. Since October 7th, it has become clear that, even if the will were present, unrestricted solidarity with Israel would be achievable for Western governments only at the cost of considerable political effort, given the influx of millions of Muslims. An adequate response to the Islamization observable in the wake of solidarity with Palestine, self-ethnicization, and disintegration of large segments of the Muslim population would amount to once again emphasizing the ideological and everyday differences, which are already evident from experience, between Islamic immigrant communities and the non-Muslim majority. This would run counter to the fundamental goal of the ruling political circles to systematically, for example, through corresponding naturalization laws and language regulations, the political and ideological mobilization taking place in the West among large segments of supposedly highly integrated Muslims and their left-wing allies in the name of an anti-Israel declaration of hostility, as well as the seemingly endless propensity for violence expressed in the course of demonstrations, university occupations, and attacks on Jews, points to the high political intensity of the Gaza war. This war stands out from most other wars, whose regional and political ideological limitations, if not entirely prevent spillover effects onto populations not directly involved, generally keep them within bounds. For these reasons, the effects of the Gaza war resemble a state of civil war, whose characteristics include the tendency for foreign and domestic policy to become indistinguishable, as well as the citizens' unconditional obligation to take a political stand. While there were hardly any noteworthy pro-Russian protests and state-sponsored pro-Ukrainian campaigns, such as at sporting events, did not provoke violent resistance, a similar high-profile show of support for Israel would be unthinkable in Israel simply due to the sentiment among the local Muslim population. The widely displayed solidarity with Ukraine was, in this respect, easily achieved. Even right-wing and left-wing populist critics of support for Ukraine showed a certain degree of sympathy for Russia, but only in very rare cases did they take Putin's side or even call for financial or military support for Russia, as they were, and still are, primarily concerned with rising energy prices, inflation, and the threat of a nuclear war. Their protests were correspondingly short-lived and limited. In any case, unlike during the pro-Palestine protests, there were no occupations, violent demonstrations, or terrorist attacks to report, let alone any instances of Ukrainians in this country becoming victims of attacks by Russians or Germans of Russian descent. Apart from the fact that the alleged Putin supporters based their skepticism primarily on material criteria related to self-interest and self-preservation. As a party not directly involved in the war, maintaining an outside perspective against the backdrop of a radical narrowing of political and media discourse, which undoubtedly occurred and was already evident during the COVID-19 pandemic, albeit to an even more drastic extent here, is a prerequisite for being able to assess the positive and negative consequences of Western foreign policy. A foreign policy stance, such as that which prevailed during the Cold War, characterized by moderation, objective deliberation, and anticipation of adverse circumstances, and the pursuit of long-term goals, is countered by a generalized internal compulsion for civic democratic engagement from below, rooted in values or in indignation, anger, and quasi-personal hurt. Hardly any Western government can escape this conformist mass pressure anymore, even if it wanted to. On the one hand, this means that a rational, long-term strategy, one oriented toward geographical and power political conditions as well as material realities, is becoming increasingly impossible. On the other hand, armed conflicts generally only become the focus of political and media attention when their moral clarity does not fall below a certain threshold. For example, Azerbaijan's conquest of the Nagorno-Karabakh region in 2020 and 2023, and the associated starvation of the Christian Armenian inhabitants who were nominally under Russian protection were, for those whose conception of foreign policy is synonymous with the enforcement of human rights, barely worth mentioning, let alone taking sides. There is little interest in a reasonable, that is, realpolitik, assessment based on long-term geostrategic considerations, since moral considerations are apparently decisive in justifying political action, which applies just as much to the war in Ukraine as it does to the war in Gaza. Since morality and law are increasingly equated, and thus what is deemed morally good is supposed to be immediately lawful, the partisan question of the political advantage the West can realistically gain from these events is either not raised at all or only as an afterthought. In his turning point speech to the German Bundestag on February 27, 2022, Olaf Scholz summarized the crucial issue of Russia's attack on Ukraine as follows. At its core, the question is whether might can override right, whether we will allow Putin to turn the clock back to the era of the 19th century great powers, or whether we will muster the strength to set limits on warmongers like Putin. End of quote. The negative reference to the 19th century, which was also invoked by others following Scholz's speech, is noteworthy in that it confirms that, despite all caveats, the war in Ukraine can be described as a conventional war between states. In contrast to the intermediate and hybrid forms, such as civil wars and non-state wars, that have become prevalent in the 20th and 21st centuries, the war in Ukraine corresponds to the traditional concept of war as it prevailed in classical European international law. Classical European international law, droit public de l'Europe, jus publicum Europaeum, which became established following the Peace of Münster and Osnabrück and whose principles regarding war remained in force until World War I, emerged as a reaction to a phase of confessional civil war that lasted 1.5 centuries. This period saw a series of internal and external wars whose brutality and cruelty far exceeded those of the preceding medieval conflicts. What the Middle Ages had known only in the exceptional and extreme form of the war against heretics became a general characteristic of the confessional civil war, the ruthless unleashing of violence, the contempt for the enemy as an outlaw, and the tendency toward his annihilation. In particular, the 30 Years' War, 1618 to 1648, which reduced Europe's total population by about one-third, resulted in a legal order being established on a new secular foundation, the principle of state sovereignty. Although its scope initially encompassed only Christian states, a situation that changed with the Congress of Vienna in 1815, when the term civilized states came into use. The Jus Publicum Europaeum created a homogeneous system of international law based on the formal definition of the sovereign state, on the basis of which communities recognized one another as just enemies, justus hostis, in the event of war. This led to a historically unique containment of war. The primacy of form is decisive here. The scholastic theory of just war, which had always required a just cause, justa causa, as a prerequisite, had been reduced to absurdity during the religious wars. Since all parties subjectively invoked the justice of their own cause, the wars were fought with ever greater ferocity. Material legal content was therefore replaced by formal criteria, whereby the concept of the enemy became capable of legal definition. The entire problem of the justice of war is formalized most clearly by the concept of the justus hostis and shifted to the level of bilateral war waged between sovereign states. War thus became an expression of politics. Its conduct is measured by the standards of political prudence and expediency. The achievement of international legal thought at that time, which, in retrospect, is astonishing, lies in the fact that it neither suppressed nor bellicose glorified the state of sheer violence in which states outwardly find themselves. Since the concept of sovereignty as supreme power logically and factually encompasses the consent-free, unilateral, and independent exercise of this power, the right to wage war was expressly recognized in light of the fact that several states stand opposed to one another. The right to wage war and make peace with other nations and states, as well as the judgment of when this serves the public good, can, according to Hobbes, be regarded as the very essence of sovereignty. The restriction of the right to wage war to a small number of predefined decision-makers represented a rational limitation on political power, since this made it at least somewhat predictable and calculable. A prohibition on the use of force between states was out of the question for the simple reason that, within the state's de facto monopoly on physical force, the internal exercise of power naturally corresponds to the possibility of using force externally. In this regard, the antagonistic states, the domestic civil state and the interstate state of nature, are complementary to one another insofar as they are mutually dependent. The state's border separates a realm of peace and security from a realm of war and insecurity. Although, or rather, precisely because, the European community of states in the 18th century understood war as a breach of peace but not as a breach of law, the number of treaties concluded between states increased, with the condition for the validity of the principle of pacta sunt servanda. Treaties must be honored. From the perspective of the contracting parties lay in their mutual recognition as sovereigns with equal legal standing. At the same time, the number of war casualties declined during this period. Since classical interstate warfare took place as a war in form, in a sense as a duel, attacks on non-combatants, as well as large-scale devastation, were the exception. Against the backdrop of a purely interstate conflict, the sphere of civil society, including the economy and trade, was normally left untouched. The idea of agonistic struggle between kings, that is, their armed forces, in which the civilian population was affected as little as possible, was based on the assurance of the principle of the equality of states and mutual recognition. This meant neither a disregard for the material inequality among different states nor a disadvantage for states that were actually weak. On the contrary, the newly emerging system, with its mutual guarantees and variable alliances, ensured the survival of both the strong and the weak through the means of war. The Jus Europaeum thus created a compromise between the reality of actual power and the functionality of the international system through the simultaneous inclusion of all state entities. This, incidentally, is the essence of the rationalization that took the form of international law. The so-called cabinet war of the absolutist states was not a relationship between human beings, but a relationship between states. End of quote. The desire to abstract from the civilian subject or citizen as a real individual gave rise to the analogy found in Hobbes, Pufendorf, Kant, and Hegel, namely that sovereigns behaved in their dealings like persons who were subject to no authority and no law. The 18th century European balance of power, which was based on classical international law, came to an abrupt, provisional end with the declaration of war by the National Assembly of the French Republic on April 20, 1792, in which the war of aggression against Austria was expressly not declared a war from nation to nation, but rather, in dramatic terms, as the just defense of a free people. This was preceded by the so-called Pillnitz Declaration, 1791, by the Prussian King Frederick William III and the Austrian Emperor Leopold II. In it, Prussia and the Empire declared that they would refrain from intervening in the events in France as long as the French king and his family remained unharmed. The revolutionary government interpreted this declaration, which was subject to a general agreement among European monarchies, as an act of intervention and declared total war on Europe in the name of humanity. Total because foreign and domestic policy could no longer be clearly separated, the war had no clearly definable objective, and the entire French people were drawn into the war, whether in reality or through propaganda, as every citizen was required to identify with the revolutionary causa belli. As a result of this democratization of war through enthusiasm and national sentiment, the tangible expression of which was the levy en masse, or the introduction of universal conscription, the resources that could be employed and the efforts that could be mobilized no longer had any definite limit. The energy with which the war itself could be waged no longer had any counterbalance, and consequently the danger to the enemy was the utmost. End of quote. This also applies to Napoleonic warfare. As an ideological, emotionally unbridled war of all against all, Karl von Clausewitz. The coalition wars gave rise to phenomena such as guerrilla warfare, Spain, partisan warfare, Russia, and people's war, Prussia, which were unknown or only limitedly known in the preceding era. The international order established at the Congress of Vienna in 1815 drew on the legal concepts of order prevailing before 1789. In opposition to national movements invoking popular sovereignty, it restored the traditional legitimacy of the pre-revolutionary period and established a system of political equilibrium in which the use of military force was permissible. Realist diplomacy was based on the principle of European consensus, that is, on joint decision-making power, if not collective decision-making. The participants no longer derived the binding force of the law established at the Congress of Vienna primarily from natural law, as in the 18th century, but increasingly from the consensus of the states, that is, the will of the states. In other words, the order of states, partly restored, partly newly established, was the result of political will. While the contemporary national revolutionary critics of this order relied on the organic power of the people and had nothing but contempt for the artificial political machine, the French sociologist and political scientist Raymond Aron saw, in retrospect, in the multipolar system of equilibrium as it functioned toward the end of the 19th century, historical compromise between the state of nature and the rule of law. A state of nature because the strongest remains the enemy as long as he is the strongest, and because every actor is ultimately the sole judge of his own conduct and reserves the right to decide between peace and war. But this state of nature is no longer the lawless and unrestrained struggle of all against all. States mutually recognize each other's right to exist. They seek to maintain a balance, indeed, a certain solidarity, toward the outside world, and they know that this is what they want. End of quote. As the socialist economic and social historian Karl Polanyi emphasized in his book The Great Transformation, published in 1944, 6 years before Carl Schmitt's Nomos of the Earth, 1950. The 19th century witnessed a phenomenon unprecedented in the annals of Western civilization. A century of peace that lasted from 1815 to 1914. Apart from the Crimean War, a more or less colonial episode, England, France, Prussia, Austria, Italy, and Russia were engaged in wars with one another for a total of only 18 months. But even the fiercest conflict of the 19th century, the Franco-Prussian War of 1870–71, ended after less than a year. End of quote. Starting from fundamentally different political and conceptual premises, but in substance quite similar to Schmidt, Polanyi emphasized, with regard to the multipolar balance of power politics following the Congress of Vienna, that this led more to peace than to war, since conflicts within and outside Europe could be localized and resolved by the great powers either through joint action or through compromise. While Schmidt, who, unlike Polanyi, referred not only to the 19th century but to the entire era of classical European international law since 1648, analyzed the past active peace policy exclusively in terms of the development of legal thought and attributed the reasons for its decline to its own missteps, Polanyi incorporated economic realities into his analysis. For him, the relative stability of the 19th century rested on four institutions. In addition to the system of balance of power, which for a century prevented the outbreak of protracted and devastating wars between the great powers, Polanyi cites the liberal state, the international gold standard, and the self-regulating market. The latter two factors, in particular, were decisive in ensuring that, against the backdrop of the existing national economies, an international monetary system was established that required general peace and, unlike in the 20th century, necessitated refraining from attacks on the enemy's economic system in the event of war. The objection that the 19th century balance of power system was, to use a modern German term, Eurocentric order, is justified insofar as both Polanyi and Schmidt by no means dispute the fact that the concept of general peace referred exclusively to Europe. The pacified internal European order was based on a homogeneity inherited from the medieval Respublica Christiana and defined during the Age of Restoration as the family of civilized nations. The principle articulated by constitutional law scholar George Jelinek, that the community of states must be civilized, neighboring, and united by tasks to be solved jointly, as well as maintaining constant, close contact, led, in the period before 1914, to the inclusion of Japan, Siam, Thailand, Persia, Ethiopia, and Liberia in the circle of sovereign states. Excluded were those communities that could not, or only with difficulty, be designated as states, and which therefore did not meet the prerequisites of state territory, people, and government were not met. The minimum degree of internal, predictable organization, and external resilience required by this concept of a state were the essential conditions for waging war, since only independent states can decide whether to wage war or remain neutral. War, in the sense of war between states, was thus the relationship between order, and not, for example, between order and disorder, the latter being defined as civil war, colonial war, or armed insurrection. The terms and legal concepts mentioned not only shaped the thinking of conservative statesmen and ideologues of the great powers, but also that of the European peace movement, which had been dedicated to the prevention and regulation of war since the 1870s. The laws and customs of war on land, which can be regarded as a major success of that movement, and whose resolutions came about under the direct influence and participation of members of the peace movement, ultimately defined, entirely in the spirit of the Jus Publicum Europaeum, defined lawful or legal war exclusively as war between states. Only against the backdrop of this restriction to state-organized warfare does the serious hope become apparent that was placed on the binding effect of the resolutions signed by the European powers regarding the law of war, jus in bello. The international legal order, whose fundamental principles had been in force in Europe for over 2.5 centuries, collapsed with the First World War. This war began, also and especially in the view of the belligerent powers, as a classic war between states that was expected to be concluded quickly, but ended as a 4-year conflict characterized by protracted battles of attrition and massive casualties among soldiers. The League of Nations, established in response, 1920, was founded explicitly in opposition to the traditional concept of the balance of power, which U.S. President Woodrow Wilson, 1913 to 1921, regarded as the main cause of the World War. The League of Nations was intended to limit the ability of sovereign states to decide matters of war and peace. In opposition to the secret diplomacy practiced up to that point, Wilson demanded that intergovernmental treaties be made public, thereby responding to the demands of Lenin, who had already done so to the detriment of his wartime opponents in the wake of the October Revolution. Given the turning point rooted in the changed perception of war as a means of politics, it seems appropriate to speak of post-classical international law from 1914 to 18 onward. While no state was prohibited from waging war before 1914, the end of World War I marked the beginning of a process of ostracizing war, in which the pejorative term war of aggression played a central role. The conception of war just outlined as a relationship between states and not between individuals or groups implied that wars are waged not by private individuals, nor even by the head of state personally, but by the state as such. Articles 227, criminal indictment against Kaiser Wilhelm II, and 231, sole war guilt of the German Empire and its allies of the Treaty of Versailles, whose positive treaty provisions date exclusively to the period from 1914 to 1918, already broke with this principle. In this respect, it is telling that neither of these intentions could be implemented. The Dutch government refused to extradite Wilhelm II, deeming it impermissible under international law, while the Reich government, composed of the SPD, the Centre Party, and the left-liberal DDP, refused to extradite the 854 alleged German war criminals to an international court. Instead, they were to be tried before German courts. Just as it is true that in the period following World War I the idea of equating a just war with a war of defense and an unjust war with a war of aggression gained acceptance, it is striking that neither outside nor within the League of Nations, which the United States did not join, an unambiguous, binding, and enforceable ban on wars of aggression was ever introduced. The Covenant of the League of Nations merely obligated its members to observe certain procedural rules, and the 1924 Geneva Protocol for the Peaceful Settlement of International Disputes never entered into force. The Bryant-Kellogg Pact of 1928, which permitted only wars of defense or wars involving sanctions, decided upon by the international community, did condemn wars of aggression but did not expressly declare them punishable. Consequently, no legal procedural or sanction provisions were specified in the event of a breach of the treaty. In addition to the failure to criminalize wars of aggression, the Bryant-Kellogg Pact failed due to its inability to clearly define the central concepts of aggression and defense. Given the resulting necessity that every sovereign state, as always, decide independently on its right to self-defense, the American diplomat Henry L. Stimson noted that, in the absence of other means of punishment, the Bryant-Kellogg Pact would be sanctioned solely by public opinion. To this day, the fundamental problem with attempts to define war of aggression as a crime lies in the fact that such attempts seek to impose a single normative interpretation on events that, depending on the situation, inherently possess a certain normative ambiguity. Attack and defense, as basic forms of combat, are often dictated by external conditions and the opponent's actions, while at the same time the following applies. Tactical attack and tactical defense take place within the framework of strategic attack as well as strategic defense. A war of defense is therefore, by its very nature, no less warlike. Indeed, according to Clausewitz, it is even the stronger form of war in order to defeat the enemy all the more surely. So-called preventive wars, such as Israel's Six-Day War of 1967, which are waged offensively against an enemy deemed a threat in order to preempt it, can thus be considered just without any logical contradiction. In this vein, Raymond Aron, in light of a possible occupation of Germany by French troops immediately prior to the German invasion of the demilitarized Rhineland, March 1936, spoke of the impossibility of relying solely on the criterion of initiative to determine responsibility. Furthermore, he argued that this was precisely the reason for the legalization of war in classical international law. The shift away from the principle of sovereignty resulted not only from the unclear intermingling of central conceptual definitions but also from the expansion of subject status within international law, so that its scope now extends to individuals, population groups, multinational corporations, non-governmental international organizations, and regional, supranational, or quasi-state entities. Whereas, according to classical doctrine, only states were subjects of international law, today not only the European Union and all manner of NGOs, but also the so-called Palestinian Liberation Organization, PLO, participate in international conferences, with the latter having been granted membership in the UN General Assembly and the right to speak at the UN. The norms of international law thus lost their formerly purely intergovernmental, coordinating character and were superseded by the dissolution of the separation between state and society, a trend that is also gaining ground in the international arena and the associated expansion of private international law. In this way, international law became a diffuse field of law governing international relations among various legal entities and their activities, which, moreover, can no longer be clearly distinguished at its edges from other categories of norms. That international law, as the common saying goes, lacks the monopoly on the use of force for enforcement, and that its binding effect is therefore limited compared to domestic law, is as obvious as it is trivial. Resolutions or draft resolutions under international law that address, for example, an international right to development and a healthy environment or a right to peace, as proposed by Cuba in the Human Rights Council in 2008, undoubtedly suggests that international law should be denied any legal character whatsoever. However, the one-sided emphasis on the empirical condition that namely that law, to be law, must be enforced by force or sanctioned, generally fails to recognize not only the distinction between the validity of law and its enforcement, but also that one can meaningfully speak of law even when it does not stem from state laws. Fundamentally, the term law I use denotes a claim. Only in this way can it be reasonably distinguished from statute as the law of the state, which nevertheless imposes an obligation on the individual citizen. Customary law and contract law as sources of international law, as well as divine and natural law, are no less law simply because they elude a legalistic perspective that positivistically suspends any dialectic between law and justice and can conceive of compliance with the law solely as a consequence of the threat of force and coercive enforcement. In fact, state sanctioning is not a sufficient criterion for legal character for this reason alone. Although measures, orders, and commands may be sanctioned and obeyed, they cannot be considered either law or statute based on their content. Unlike perhaps 15 years ago, very few people today seriously believe that judgments by the International Criminal Court, ICC, against government officials or military personnel of the vast majority of sovereign states are enforceable. As evidenced by the rather muted reactions to the arrest warrants recently requested by the ICC, apparently based on newspaper articles and NGO reports, against members of the Russian and Israeli governments, it is certainly difficult to speak of any general trust in a global sovereign. The reference to the ICC and to international criminal law as a whole serves primarily to generate public and media support in order to build political pressure to enforce one's own position. The arrest of legitimate government officials would most likely be avoided if one did not wish to go to war with the state in question. The delusion currently manifesting itself also lies, though not primarily, in the notion that international law is primarily a catalogue of criminal norms. It consists above all in the general assumption that a values-based policy, grounded in universal moral standards, will automatically give rise to an intergovernmental rules-based order, thereby securing peace. The underlying left-liberal ethics of conviction insists on the correctness of its own position and rejects any reflection on the consequences. This likely explains the doggedness and defiant arrogance that left-liberal, and especially Green EU politicians regularly display, with their dealings with unpopular states such as Hungary in particular, characterized by gestures designed to attract media attention and quick-witted retorts. Underlying this faith in gestures and mere words is the principle that one should no longer speak with those who hold differing political views and that all contact with them should be suspended. This encroachment of practices, which were once reserved for private circles of friends, where participants can actually choose whom they wish to associate with, affects both international and national politics, from relations with Viktor Orban to those with AfD lawmakers. The refusal to communicate in the political sphere relies on moral finger-wagging and allows for no pragmatic middle ground. This does not mean that an open dialogue must be maintained with every government at all times, nor that the internal constitution of a foreign state should play no role. It simply means that a sense of proportion should be maintained, so that not every state whose constitution deviates from one's own left-liberal democratic ideal, which is constantly being undermined in the West itself, cannot automatically be declared a non-state with which only a ban on contact would be appropriate, and whose claims, whatever their nature, would have to be disregarded for ethical reasons alone. By taking National Socialism as a starting point, generalizing it as a template, and drawing the convenient conclusion that there is nothing to discuss with fascists, the historical and ideological specifics of National Socialism are diluted, relativized, and deliberately misinterpreted as an exaggerated expression of the exercise of state power. This is why terms such as war of extermination and genocide, whose use outside the historical context of Nazi war and extermination policies must always be identified and justified in relation to the subject matter, have become omnipresent in public media discourse. In a direct reversal of the actual historical course of events, National Socialism thus does not appear as a radical break with the traditional principles of interstate relations and international law of the 18th and 19th centuries, a break that would have been scarcely conceivable without the upheaval of the international order following 1914-18, but is regarded as the direct consequence of these principles. Such a reinterpretation of history has the effect of obscuring the fact that the Nazis abhorred the idea of state sovereignty. Hitler and his followers countered the dog-like worship of so-called state authority, along with its formal mechanisms, with the organic dynamism of the people, i.e., movement and mass mobilization. At the same time, it can be overlooked that, according to this National Socialist view, there is no distinction between morality and law. In much the same way, today's critics of the state, often with reference to international law, no longer regard state sovereignty as an inescapable condition, but rather as the main obstacle to peace. This is consistent insofar as the sovereignty of states does indeed constitute the actual obstacle to penalizing war in a genuine criminal law sense. The moralization or legalization of political thought is an expression of the unrelenting denial of real power. It thus also rejects the recognition that international law, just like constitutional law, is political law, which is why the distinction between law and politics cannot be consistently applied here. Since apolitical wars are inconceivable, the concept of war in particular, as a political concept par excellence, stands in contrast to the concept of law. This may well be why the term war does not appear at all in the 1945 Charter of the United Nations. Instead, it speaks of armed force. Political action based on a perspective that seeks to legalize everything must, in a reality that eludes such legalization, fail time and again, yet it remains undeterred by this. As a permanent skirmish against tradition or the status quo, perceived as authoritarian, it is in the nature of postmodern revolt to remain negatively entangled with what it combats, in a sort of eternal compulsion to repeat. Despite condemnation by Western civil society and the efforts of left-wing pacifist politicians to finally cast off this traditional baggage, the concepts, just like the things they denote, persist to this day, often in far worse forms. Progress in theory, regression in actual behavior. This assessment, made by the international law expert and diplomat Wilhelm Grew regarding the period from 1919 to 1945, can also be applied to the decades that followed. In the period from 1945 to 1992 alone, at least 184 wars took place, including irregular conflicts and civil wars. Furthermore, in the 20th and 21st centuries, just as in previous centuries, major political powers such as the United States and China enter into treaties only to the extent that they do not significantly restrict their sovereign freedom of action in foreign policy, which includes the conduct of war. A sober look at the UN makes it clear that, despite all the universalist rhetoric, the establishment of the Security Council created a body that institutes a great power oligarchy, for the first time legally enshrined, and is based on principles that are demonized not only by Olaf Scholz but by nearly all members of the left liberal center. Regarding the UN Security Council, the German-British international law expert George Schwarzenberg concluded in 1955, when the permanent members of the Council are in agreement, the common goals of the United Nations take precedence over the principle of sovereignty. Otherwise, the natural limits of all confederations of states also apply to the United Nations. In this respect, nothing significant has changed compared to the era of the European concert. As long as the international oligarchy of the great powers maintains its unity, its supremacy is assured. End of quote. The external enemy of power politics, who defies the ban, which is not supported by anything and wages war, necessarily appears as evil and absurdity incarnate, which does not conflict with the ideological framing in line with the current political trend. Quote, what reared its head like an undead monster in 2022 is petromodernism as a whole, an ancient geostrategic specter and false historical policies, instead of a new eco-geohistorical and cooperative consciousness. End of quote. No wonder, then, that Vladimir Putin is currently viewed in much the same way George W. Bush was viewed a few years earlier, as a deranged reincarnation of Adolf Hitler who, driven by a mad ideology or out of sheer malice, arbitrarily annexes the world. While this is absurd when applied to the former U.S. president, one must also question whether such a view of Russia is appropriate when it comes to Putin. Calls such as those by Klaus Legowi for regime change from the outside, to be followed by the major transformation of the Russian economy required from an environmental policy perspective, may find support in progressive circles. However, in their moralistic tone, they overlook the fact that Russia, however much one may regret it, has historically never conformed to Western political, social, and cultural standards, a fact that applies equally to the Tsarist era and the Soviet era. That this is clearly still the case today was evident to the discerning observer long before the start of the war in Ukraine. Thus, the current Western European, and especially German, view of Russia cannot be understood without taking into account that, until immediately before the invasion of Ukraine, with the exception of Eastern European states, Putin was perceived in Europe as a partner whose power political ambitions could be safely ignored. Although political power has, since World War II, is no longer even remotely proportional to economic wealth, foreign policy, especially in Germany, was reduced to trade and economic integration in order to avoid geo-political rivalries. Hence the shock that gripped the political and media establishment when Russia attacked Ukraine. The U.S. Democrats are a different story. For some time now, A clearly anti-Russian stance has shaped the Democratic Party's foreign policy agenda, and, to some extent, its domestic policy agenda as well. Compared to Russia, the primary enemy on which attention had been focused in recent years, the rise of China, Iranian imperialism, and the global spread of political Islam seemed rather secondary in the eyes of the Democrats. The tendency, which persists to this day, to view Putin on the one hand as the ridiculous leader of a weak and washed-up regional power, and on the other as the all-powerful global puppet master, consequently led to accusations against the Trump administration that it had collaborated with Russia as Putin's puppet. Admittedly, as the so-called Mueller report would show, there was no substance to these allegations, some of which were simply delusional, others tactically and politically motivated, though this did nothing to alter the unanimous rejection of Trump's foreign policy by left-liberal Europeans and Americans. In doing so, the Trump doctrine broke with the self-suggestion that foreign policy, or world domestic policy, Jürgen Habermas, is a kind of automatically unfolding process coupled with human rights rhetoric by reactivating political action in the true sense of the word. The emphasis on bilateral deal-making and the priority given to familiar, personal conversations between heads of state, such as the one-on-one meeting with Putin in 2018, were not based on denial, but quite the opposite, on the constant awareness of the possibility of war. The friendly demeanor, which was often misinterpreted as sympathy for tyrants. He smiles alongside them, showers them with compliments, and speaks of cooperation, did not preclude simultaneous military support for allies, including, and especially, against Russia. Rather, it presupposed it. The foreign policy approach of Trump, who describes himself, particularly on the subject of Israel, as a candidate of those who want to defend Western civilization, is thus entirely in line with Theodore Roosevelt's dictum from 1901, speak softly and carry a big stick, whereas the situation is exactly the opposite when it comes to values-driven foreign policy. Empty rhetoric here is usually accompanied by a lack of consideration for military strength and political enforceability. The question of whether to engage in diplomatic talks with Putin was, for the Trump administration, given its anti-Islamist and pro-Israel orientation, not a moral one, but a pragmatic one. Russia's presence in Syria alone, and its role in the fight against Sunni murderous gangs, meant that both the American and Israeli governments were compelled, willy-nilly, to engage in talks with Putin. Those who today declare the isolation of Russia to be the strategic guiding principle of Western foreign policy, by which every decision must be guided, until recently viewed the United States, and specifically Trump's presidency, as the greatest threat to world peace, just as they now accuse not only Putin's Russia but also Israel's right-wing government of anachronistic power politics. It is not surprising that people rooted in anti-colonialist thought instinctively prefer irregular warfare and insurrection to classical interstate war, which they view as a relapse into dark and lawless centuries. This is precisely why the Palestinian cause stands for renewal and liberation, while Russia, as an old and decaying military superpower, is to be consigned to the dustbin of history. The fact that the pro-Palestinian rebellion has been able to gain such momentum within Western societies is due in no small part to the almost exclusively moral criteria and standards that underlie the dominant discourse and are generally invoked even by those who sincerely stand with Israel. The tallying of the dead, especially children, the mutual one-upmanship over victim status, and the reliance on gruesome images are aimed primarily at stirring emotional outrage, thereby themselves playing into the moral narrative. The view that one could overthrow the nuclear-armed, legitimate government of Russia, a major power undoubtedly hostile to the West, but not the partisan group Hamas, which operates in the name of global jihad and is therefore far more hostile, highlights the confusion surrounding the terms currently in use. In contrast, it must be noted that, depending on the military situation and political interests, a peace agreement with Russia, given the alternative of an endless war, must eventually become a possibility, whereas, as it currently appears, such an agreement with Hamas will remain out of the question for good reasons. We must therefore prioritize peace with Russia and the destruction of Hamas, not the other way around. In his book If Russia Wins, a Scenario, published in March 2025, political scientist Carlo Masala, a regular guest on German political talk shows, warns of the consequences of the West being overly willing to compromise with Russia in the war in Ukraine. In his fictional scenario, a compromise peace is reached at the urging of Western governments, allowing Russia to retain parts of the occupied territories. Relations between Moscow and the West temporarily ease. Europe breathes a sigh of relief and abandons the consistent pursuit of the originally intended turning point, while the U.S. continues its foreign policy withdrawal from Europe. While hope for a stable peace order grows in the West, Russia quietly continues to build up its military and eventually attacks Estonia in 2028. When Tallinn invokes Article 5, NATO reacts indecisively and remains inactive out of fear of a nuclear escalation, which ultimately amounts to the collapse of the alliance. If member states come to believe more strongly that Article 5, the collective defense pledge, is valid, then NATO is finished, since it would no longer fulfill its actual purpose. Regardless of the fact that, based on experience, Russia is to be mistrusted as a negotiating partner, and that a successful foreign policy naturally requires a necessary degree of military deterrence, what is truly remarkable about Masala's thought experiment, which the Estonian ambassador describes as unlikely, lies not in the scenario itself but in the cause the author attributes to it. For Masala, the trigger for a Russian attack on the Baltic states lies in a Russian victory in the war in Ukraine, which he explicitly sees as having already occurred with Ukraine's territorial concessions. Such a victory, he concludes, would encourage Moscow to continue rearming and ultimately to attack NATO. Since the alliance would remain inactive in this case out of fear of escalation, it would face the threat of collapse. According to this logic, the root cause of the alliance's collapse does not lie in a structural weakness of NATO, but in a possible compromise peace between Russia and Ukraine. In doing so, Masala makes a complete Ukrainian victory, even though Ukraine is not a NATO member, the litmus test for the credibility of the alliance itself. The distinction between members and non-members is effectively eliminated. Anyone who does not defend Ukraine down to the last square meter is allegedly undermining the very purpose of NATO as a whole. A treaty-based alliance of sovereign states is thus replaced by a boundless, values-based overarching construct. Accordingly, it is not merely the survival and sovereignty of the Ukrainian nation-state that is at stake, but European security and our entire liberal world order. Furthermore, a compromise peace would contribute to a false sense of security among Europeans, which would prevent the necessary mobilization and rearmament measures from being taken. According to this logic, NATO's strength and morale are directly linked to a Ukrainian victory, an idealistic short-circuit that comes across as a moral appeal and is intended to keep people in a constant state of alert. What usually goes unspoken is that a Ukrainian victory would require the West to either arm Ukraine in a way that would consume immense resources and result in a war lasting years with enormous Ukrainian casualties, or to intervene itself, which would put Masala's theoretical treatment of Ukraine as a NATO member into practice. The popularity of Masala's thought experiments is symptomatic of new geopolitical sensibilities. After years of brusquely rejecting any criticism of Germany's own negligent policy toward Russia, one need only recall Heiko Maas's smug laughter at Trump's speech to the UN General Assembly in September 2018. Germany now portrays itself, alternately in the arts and culture pages or in the Bundestag, as the guardian of the West, while the US is counterfactually declared to be its betrayer. In keeping with this, the equally active military historian Sönke Neitzel states in an interview with Bild that the summer of 2025 may already have been our last summer in peace. There is therefore no alternative to reinstating the draft. A volunteer system simply won't work. In foreign policy, the heads of government of Germany, France, and Great Britain, in particular, are making media-friendly appearances before the cameras and posing as the spearhead of what remains of Western reason. While the Neue Zürcher Zeitung is already speculating about a coalition of the willing, the Mersenne-Kronstamer axis remains vague and elusive, for the common denominator among these countries is by no means the resurgence of nation-state sovereignty or a return to Western values. The countries involved are heavily affected by mass Muslim immigration, an issue that is addressed only in a rudimentary way, and primarily during election campaigns by the political center. It seems almost bizarre that, of all countries, precisely those that have for some time now appeared to accept their own Islamization as an inevitable fate now suddenly claim to have discovered a spirit of resistance and a willingness to defend themselves. For instead of at least acknowledging Islamization as a demographic reality, there is now a shift toward criminalizing criticism of it. In the United Kingdom, laws against hate speech are already significantly restricting freedom of speech. Here in Germany, while the local courts' rulings on so-called offenses of opinion, which border on perversion of justice, are still regularly overturned by higher courts, the government and civil society opinion-shaping agencies are already working to create a fait accompli through strategic appointments to the courts and to interpret the basic law in such a way that opposition to government policy could in the future be deemed anti-constitutional and a threat to democracy. The nomination of Frank Brosius Gersdorf and the now-elected Katrin Kaufhold as justices on the Federal Constitutional Court ultimately pursued the goal of extracting arguments from the highest court to ban the AfD and securing the political hegemony of the left-wing cartel through judicial precedent for many years to come. Further attempts of this kind will follow. One cannot help but get the impression that the so-called turning point is not a break with the self-destructive tendencies of past decades, but rather their consistent continuation. For it does not seem primarily aimed at a renaissance of the nation-state's capacity to act in times of global crises, but rather at encouraging collective participation. The rhetoric of resilience, which follows seamlessly from the appeals of recent years, stay at home, serves once again, in times of constant mobilization, to urge people to close ranks in defense of our democracy. Based on the notion of a world divided into liberal democracies and right-wing autocracies, Ukraine's legitimate war of defense is interpreted as a foreign policy continuation of the internal German struggle against the right, which is why Ukraine is also supposedly fighting for our freedom. Cannot be ruled out that the current enthusiasm for war and the military will ultimately lead to a new militarism. At present, however, there are many indications that this turning point is primarily a program designed to toughen up the atomized individual, who is expected to passively endure whatever impositions may yet come in the face of alleged or real foreign policy threats. The real Zeitenwende is the resilience of the population, Masala stated during his book presentation at the Baltic Security Insights event. It is worth taking a closer look at the buzzword resilience, which has become established over the past 2 decades and is linked to the rhetoric of military readiness in more than just a semantic sense. It stands alongside ideals such as creativity, communication, authenticity, and self-actualization, which, since the collapse of Fordist mass society, have replaced values now perceived as outdated, such as discipline and obedience. As a result of the saturation of markets with standardized mass-produced goods and the accompanying economic stagnation, the previously prevailing ideal of the subject had, by the 1970s at the latest, become a straitjacket that had to be gradually shed. The decline of military virtues, which had taken the bourgeois nation-state as their point of reference, corresponded to the rise of the so-called post-heroic subject. The loss of significance of the old order could be compensated for by governing subjects no longer directly through discipline, but rather through self-regulation. Particularly in the wake of the economic reforms known as neoliberalism, it became necessary for subjects to invest greater psychological energy in social activities and their own entrepreneurial selves in order to distinguish themselves from others in the competition for authenticity and self-realization. This increased level of socially available libido, which had to be withdrawn from private life through social liberation, is evident today, for example, in the now normalized display of hysterical affections, the ubiquity of staged sexuality, or the idealization of emotional values such as mindfulness. The resilient subject of our time does not simply endure societal impositions, but smiles, remains libidinally invested constructively, and is utterly convinced of the moral necessity of one's own actions. A return to psychoanalysis can shed light on how this new resilience is intertwined with this hyper-individualistic, resilient form of subjectivation. In Civilization and Its Discontents, Sigmund Freud argued that social coexistence is based on the regulation of drives. Sexual and aggressive impulses must be sublimated and may only manifest themselves in socially acceptable forms. This restriction of individual freedom, which also contributes to the psychological deformation of the subjects, is, according to Freud, the cause of a fundamental hostility toward social order, which he terms hostility toward culture. To contain the underlying aggressive tendency in subjects fueled by this, Freud argues that at least 2 processes are required. First, it is not enough to bind individuals together merely through the division of labor and reason. Rather, an emotional identification with society, its institutions, and its members is also necessary. This is achieved through a libido redirected from the sexual drive and cultivated for social purposes. Second, the remaining tendency toward aggression must be channeled, which occurs primarily through the formation of the superego during the socialization process. The child identifies with the parent's ideals and learns to direct its own aggression inward in the form of guilt. Overall, cultural development, according to Freud, thus primarily involves the mediating reversal of aggressive tendencies from the outside to the inside. With the establishment of the superego, considerable amounts of the aggressive drive are fixed within the ego, where they have a self-destructive effect. This is one of the hygienic risks that humans take on their path toward cultural development. The suppression of aggression is fundamentally unhealthy and has a pathogenic effect, psychological distress. It is easy to see that the fundamental psychological conflict between the individual and society, as described by Freud in 1930, has by no means been defused with the transition to postmodernity despite, or perhaps precisely because of societal liberalization. Not only have the economic demands imposed by the new model of entrepreneurial self-management placed the individual under greater pressure, but the libidinal identifications demanded by society have also increased massively, particularly in educated circles. For the nation, regarded as anachronistic, has not been replaced by smaller, less alienated social units, but rather by the vision of a completely borderless global community, which, ideally, is to materialize in a world state that no longer recognizes any outside. The slogan, "No border, no nation," is ultimately nothing other than a demand for the libidinal occupation of the entire world and the eradication of every particular interest. To dispel the accusation that some group might still have been overlooked in this all-encompassing community, the rainbow flag, which in the West tends to supplant national symbols, must constantly be expanded to include newly invented symbols of identity. Such a motley society, which knows nothing but boundless solidarity, is difficult for most individuals to endure. The demand for universal equality comes at the expense of aggressive instincts, which must now be channeled in some way. In mass society, under the banner of militarism, ethnic nationalist ideas could still fulfill the function of directing the aggression pent up among individuals toward hostile nations, thereby stabilizing society. The advantage of a smaller cultural circle, that it allows the instinct an outlet through hostility toward outsiders, should not be underestimated. It is always possible to bind a larger group of people together in love, provided that others remain to serve as the target of aggression. In the idealized global community, this outlet is largely blocked. Under the auspices of the specifically European manifestation of globalization, subjects are therefore increasingly directing their aggression toward their own cultural identity. It is, in a sense, a redirection of aggression from the outside to the inside, as Freud observed for the process of civilization as a whole, but on a collective level. The accompanying ideology, institutionalized in the form of post-colonialism and critical whiteness studies, declares the entire Christian Western civilization to be a fall from grace and asserts that its economic and social progress is based exclusively on the exploitation and racist oppression of the so-called Global South. The white person, above all the white man, along with his history and culture, becomes the very embodiment of sin. He is the bearer of all reprehensible attitudes, and his symbolic humiliation is linked to the hope for a global catharsis. Contrary to the left's self-perception, this anti-Western mobilization is not an outward-directed aggression aimed, as social criticism, at improving subjective living conditions. Rather, it corresponds to masochistic tendencies in private life. The progressive murmuring about social injustices or high rents serves merely to reaffirm one's own moral self-assurance. In fact, the subject, along with all his or her claims, is regarded as a disruptive factor to be eliminated. Particular interests, whether national or individual in nature, are disparaged as either selfish or lacking in solidarity. Virtually all areas of private life, be it language, gender, consumption, or health, are today overburdened with normative expectations. For each of these topics, there exists a hodgepodge of irrational rules of behavior and speech that compel the individual to constantly suppress critical thoughts, and compliance with these rules is made a prerequisite for social acceptance. Anyone who deviates from them risks contempt, the end of their career, and, increasingly, home raids. Customer data from unpopular media platforms is hacked to expose who is reading the wrong media. In the shadow of the omnipresent climate crisis, the material demands of the individual are viewed as a threat to the planet's survival. The swan song of the West is also a swan song for the individual. In this constellation, Russia has long assumed an ideological function and, in a state of constant political mobilization, serves as the archetypal villain. The basis for this projection is not merely the systematic misjudgment of Russia as an omnipotent world power, which, in growing paranoia, is suspected of being the mastermind behind nearly every unwelcome phenomenon of the present. What is also crucial is that Russia's border violations painfully remind Europeans of what they themselves would most like to repress: that in international politics there is no legal order secured by a monopoly on the use of force, but only interests and interdependencies that cannot be erased by colorful flags and Sunday speeches. Apparently, there is a dream of restoring a binding international legal order, one that has never actually existed, through Russia's complete defeat in the war in Ukraine. It is no coincidence that the new enthusiasm for conscription goes hand in hand with the ideological glorification of supranational institutions, which are imagined as a countermodel to Russian kleptocracy, and which the government is desperately trying to make palatable to its own population. Pointing out these problematic aspects of the foreign policy fixation on Russia is neither a justification of Russia's war of aggression nor an endorsement of Kremlin propaganda, which claims that NATO's eastward expansion allegedly left Russia with no choice but to strike preemptively. It is necessary to criticize the West's overestimation of Russia's military potential. As a regional power whose economic strength does not even reach Italy's level, Russia is certainly capable of terrorizing parts of the former Soviet space. However, it does not pose a substantial threat to NATO, including its Eastern European member states. Yet apparently, an externalized threat is needed to divert attention from internal decay. The Süddeutsche Zeitung's assessment, which, without a hint of irony, praises Masala's book as an educational measure, unwittingly exposes the populist, didactic nature of the entire discourse on military preparedness. Admittedly, it cannot be ruled out that Russia might, in the near future, also target a NATO state from the former Soviet sphere of influence, thereby forcing Germany as a NATO member to take action. However, such a scenario does not necessarily follow from a possible compromise solution in Ukraine, and would certainly not be a quasi-moral punishment for the West's allegedly half-hearted support of Ukraine, as Masala and his ilk suggest. Moreover, even without American backing, and equipped with a minimum of strategic realism and self-respect, Europe should be able to effortlessly withstand Russia in the long term, even without universal conscription. It is to be feared, however, that a large portion of the funds made available through extensive new borrowing will be squandered rather than used to restructure the Bundeswehr into a functional professional army. The countless task forces, projects, and committees now being launched serve primarily as a job creation program for sociologists and other windbags of the professional managerial class, who have suddenly discovered military readiness and its supposedly progressive implementation as a new paradigm for themselves. Against this backdrop, the notion of a Russian conquest of Western Europe comes across as a wish-fulfillment fantasy tinged with fear-mongering. The rhetoric of military readiness appears to be its unconscious compensation. In this regard, Russia is not merely a foreign policy adversary with conflicting interests, but a symbol of backward and brutal particularism, and thus of evil itself. The aggression rooted in Western self-hatred is, in part, transferred here back onto an external object. The progressive attempt to mold the subject into a higher, resilient being who can smilingly withstand any social demand produces new enemy stereotypes. Russia as the global superenemy and the AfD as the enemy within. The fact that there are personal affinities between the two makes the matter all the more convenient. From an ideology-critical perspective, it should be possible to question the excessive zeal of the so-called turning point, while at the same time welcoming military support for Ukraine and a necessary degree of firmness in foreign policy toward Russia. Regrettably, a considerable portion of the self-appointed guardians of the West tend, in the context of the war in Ukraine, to adopt a one-sidedly affirmative stance toward the increasingly tense domestic situation and to view any opposition as a conspiratorial influence by the Kremlin. The goal of social criticism worthy of the name, however, should be to reflectively process the aggression provoked by the impositions of capitalist socialization and to focus on those aspects of society that cause harm to the individual. Freud, too, fundamentally sees the possibility of a critique that aims to eliminate the harmful influences of society without falling into abstract hostility toward culture or self-destructive delusion. When we rightly object to our current cultural state, how inadequately it meets our demands for a fulfilling way of life, how much suffering it permits that could likely be avoided, and strive to uncover the roots of its imperfection through relentless criticism, we are certainly exercising our right and do not reveal ourselves to be enemies of culture. We may expect to gradually bring about changes in our culture that better satisfy our needs and escape such criticism. Given that politics today has been reduced to waves of outrage from the woke and anti-woke camps, it seems unrealistic for the foreseeable future that there could still be any significant we capable of working toward the implementation of such a program. The Military Service Modernization Act has been in effect since January 1st of this year. Its core objective is to increase the number of active-duty soldiers to between 255,000 and 270,000 by 2035. To this end, the new regulation stipulates that young men born in 2008 or later are required to complete a questionnaire in which, in addition to providing personal and health information, they must indicate whether they would be willing to serve in the Bundeswehr. Mandatory physical examinations will also be reintroduced. Military service itself will continue to be based on the principle of voluntariness. If the target personnel strength cannot be reached despite financial and other incentives, the Federal Ministry of Defense's plans include a provision for conscription based on need, which would allow for compulsory enlistment. However, this would require a resolution by the Bundestag. While the governing coalition can count on a majority in parliament, such a proposal has met with a mixed response among the general public. According to a 2025 survey by the German Center for Integration and Migration Research, DZIMEV, a majority of respondents, 58%, do support the reintroduction of compulsory military service. However, support is significantly lower in the 18 to 28-year-old age group, 30%. The study's co-author and director of the Research Data Center at the DZIM Institute, Dr. Jörg Dahlmann, interpreted the results as follows. Our data reveal a clear divide. Many people support conscription in general, but only a few are willing to serve themselves, especially among younger people. This is understandable because for this group, a defense scenario does not involve an abstract debate, but rather the real danger of personal injury. DZIM-Institute.de. The concerns of those primarily affected are evidently not alleviated by the option of alternative service enshrined in the basic law, such as the former civilian service. On closer inspection, therefore, nothing would change compared to the conscription that was suspended in 2011 but not abolished. However, there is great unrest among those who will be subject to conscription in the future. Consequently, on December 5, 2025, parallel to the vote on the proposed legislation in the Bundestag, the first nationwide school strike against military service took place, in which, according to the strike coalition, over 55,000 students and supporters participated in numerous cities. Even though the number of participants seems rather modest compared to the Friday climate strikes, in which some of the organizers have already gained experience, speculation, by no means limited to Der Spiegel, was rife ahead of the second day of action, which took place on March 5th, as to whether a new, major youth movement was emerging. If this is indeed the beginning of a new youth peace movement, and not merely the wishful thinking of some journalists, the question arises as to what drives the strikers, whether they are building on historical precedents, and how the students' arguments, along with those of their spokespeople, relate to Ukraine's war of defense. The organizers of the strikes fear that with the introduction of military service, initially voluntary, it will soon become mandatory for everyone in order to be able to wage war for Germany. They do not want to be locked up in barracks for half a year of their lives, where they would be trained in drill and obedience and ultimately learn to kill. Instead, they demand the right to live in peace and to decide for ourselves how we want to live our lives, which also serves as the basis for their rejection of any form of alternative service. Speaking on behalf of the majority of young people, the strikers call for investment in education, better apprenticeships, the climate, and our future instead of pouring billions into weapons. Such phrasing refers not only to the proclaimed turning point, but especially to Defense Minister Pistorius' statement that Germany must be combat-ready by 2029. It is inferred from his words that government circles have long been engaged in planning for an offensive war by the Bundeswehr. The fact that Pistorius did not speak of this at all, but rather meant by war-ready a deterrent that has become necessary to prevent matters from escalating to the extreme, is apparently ignored by the strikers just as much as the reality is denied. For at the very latest with Russia's war in Ukraine, an expression of its imperial ambitions, the threatening posturing with which the Kremlin seeks to intimidate its European supporters, and the hybrid activities against targets in Europe that fall below the threshold of an armed attack, the case for increasing the Bundeswehr's personnel strength has an undeniable plausibility. According to Sönke Neitzel, professor of military history and cultural history of violence at the Institute of History at the University of Potsdam, the situation is more serious than it was during the Cold War, when the Soviet Union was, at least in Europe, a status quo power. That is different today, and the likelihood of a conventional conflict breaking out is significantly higher. It therefore cannot be ruled out that the Bundeswehr may have to fight on NATO's eastern flank in a few years. Against this backdrop, Germany and Europe must be in a position to repel a Russian attack on NATO territory. And such an attack would no longer be a low-intensity conflict, but an interstate war. The challenge would then be that the Federal Republic of Germany should not only be able to wage this potentially imminent battle, but also to win it. Military readiness is therefore not an expression of excessive self-confidence in using force as a means of politics, but rather a benchmark for one's own defensive capability, so that there is at least the hope of deterring Russia from an attack. And if that fails, then this country should not bow to violence, but should be able to defend itself successfully. One might grant striking students some extenuating circumstances for their denial of reality if, as a matter of principle, they refuse to parrot what their parents think. However, when a self-proclaimed ideology-critical magazine, whose editors take every opportunity to rail against the backwardness of unspecified anti-Germans, resorts to anti-nationalist shelf-warmers that sound as if they're trying to curry favor with striking students, one should sit up and take notice and take their credo, producing texts at the wrong time, literally. According to this, a considerable portion of the self-proclaimed guardians of the West tend, in the context of the war in Ukraine, to assume a one-sided, affirmative stance toward the escalating domestic situation here. Instead of acknowledging that Russia is merely a foreign policy adversary with conflicting interests, the Putin state has long served an ideological function for Ukrainian solidarity and, in a mode of constant political mobilization, functions as the archetypal villain. The basis for this projection is the misjudgment of Russia as an omnipotent world power, which, in a state of growing paranoia, is suspected of being the mastermind behind nearly every unwelcome phenomenon of the present. Anyone who finds this combination of mobilization, the archvillain, and an omnipotent world power coupled with projection familiar is not mistaken, for until now it has been common practice to attribute such rhetoric to anti-Semites, and thus to the enemies of Israel. Perhaps, therefore, it is only a matter of time before someone, courageously speaking out against rampant Russophobia, proclaims that Putin's empire is the Russian among nations. Yet no one has ever claimed that the Kremlin embodies an omnipotent world power, certainly not economically. Russia is, above all, a rentier state reliant on oil and gas, which thereby possesses enough firepower and manpower to assert its imperial interests, particularly against the former Soviet republics on NATO's outer border, as long as no one resists, that is, credibly conveys the will to fight back and mobilizes the necessary means of defense. While during the Cold War such a policy of deterrence was widely perceived as peace-promoting, this approach is now denigrated as current enthusiasm for war and the military, in which it cannot be ruled out that this will ultimately lead to a new militarism, so that, to make matters worse, Prussian-style conditions now loom alongside corona-fascism. There is something truly tragic about the fact that they sound almost indistinguishable from the typical German peace activists against whom Wolfgang Port always warned. The school strike activists, too, are concerned about a militarism lying in wait. That is why they oppose Bundeswehr advertising in schools and instead call for peace education. One activist and member of International Youth Freiburg, who gained some fame under the name Bentik, does not view peace education merely as an opportunity to rant in class about the genocide in Palestine, which the teacher in charge, much to his chagrin, interrupted. Rather, he took the demand, "Get the Bundeswehr out of schools," particularly seriously and launched a campaign that resulted in legal consequences, including a juvenile sentence. Before the Freiburg District Court, the former student of the local Angel Gymnasium admitted to having shared 2 doctored photos on Instagram of a youth officer who had appeared at the school as an expert on international conflicts as part of a Democracy Project Day. The 2 memes, which have since been removed from the internet, show the Bundeswehr officer at the school event. The following 2 sentences were added to one of the images after the fact. But how do they burn through young people on the front lines? So, kids, who among you would like to die on the Eastern Front? In addition, in the edited version of the image, the youth officer is holding an assault rifle. However, the second image is likely to be the decisive factor in the public prosecutor's indictment. In this image, the officer's name is visible. Furthermore, a screen behind him displays an incoming call from SS Siggi. SS Siggi, Siegfried Borchardt, died in 2021. He was a nationally known neo-Nazi. The image was added to the photo after the fact. Below it is the officer's fictional statement, "Oh, I have to take this call for a moment." According to his own statement, Bentik's intention was not to personally link the youth officer to Nazis. He merely wanted to draw attention to the fact that there are also fascist structures within the Bundeswehr. This has been proven, and it is reported on time and again. Equating the Bundeswehr with a Nazi organization is a peace movement cliché that becomes all the more distasteful the more it proves to be untrue. No one will dispute that far-right extremist incidents occur within the Bundeswehr. These range from serious criminal offenses, such as those committed by Franco A., to listening to far-right music in barracks, possessing propaganda material, and making extremist statements in chat rooms or on social media, the latter of which account for the vast majority of suspected cases. To use this as evidence for the existence of fascist structures within the armed forces would, in itself, be a gross exaggeration. The idea that the Bundeswehr was, at least for a time, an organization with fascist leanings can already be refuted by looking at its founding. Since, in the 1950s, the overwhelming majority of the population agreed on the slogan "Never Again War," "Never Again Barras," "Never Again Wehrmacht," it was essential to avoid giving the impression that this was a revival of the Wehrmacht. Nor did this contradict the collectively cherished myth of the Wehrmacht as an inherently clean institution. The Bundeswehr was conceived as a parliamentary army, ensuring that the officer corps could not become a separate entity and that the Minister of Defense, who is accountable to Parliament, exercises supreme command. Furthermore, the new soldier was to be a citizen in uniform, entitled to all civil rights. With the concept of inner leadership, Innere Führung, a new spirit took hold, one that requires individual soldiers to be capable of leading themselves. This means they must be well-informed historically, politically, and ethically. Only then can they make decisions and lead others. The introduction of universal conscription was ultimately linked to the goal of creating the foundation for the social integration and civilizing of armed power within the new constitutional state. To underscore all of this, the Army's scope of duties is not limited solely to the defense of Germany's state sovereignty and territorial integrity. At the same time, the Bundeswehr's commitment to Germany's legal and political order is enshrined in the Soldiers' Act. In accordance with the Central Service Regulation on Internal Leadership, Self-Conception, and Leadership Culture, soldiers are obligated to actively advocate, out of inner conviction, for human dignity, freedom, peace, justice, equality, solidarity, and democracy as the guiding values of our state. Should there be indications, contrary to these guidelines, of extremist views or membership in a corresponding party among members of the Bundeswehr, this would result in investigations by the Federal Office for Military Counterintelligence, Behemoth. If offenses are actually proven, disciplinary measures, up to and including dismissal from service, are provided for, although the number of suspected cases investigated by Behemoth has been declining over the past few years, and many of these cases have also proven to be unfounded. Nevertheless, such cases do occur, and there is debate in the academic literature as to whether the Bundeswehr is increasingly attracting people with far-right views or whether such views are the result of service in the armed forces and are thus, in a sense, homegrown. Older studies from the 1990s and early 2000s were at least able to demonstrate that young people with right-wing political views are more likely to want to perform military service, while young men with left-wing orientations tend to opt for civilian service. With regard to the political attitudes of officer cadets, a comparative empirical study from 2007 concludes that support for positions of the new right is higher among civilian adolescents and young adults than among officer cadets at Bundeswehr universities. Furthermore, there is compelling evidence supporting the effectiveness of the inner leadership concept. A 1976 study concluded that military service does not lead to the development of authoritarian attitudes, but rather strengthens democratic orientations and convictions. This finding is confirmed by a 2019 study. According to this study, both former and active duty soldiers are more politically engaged and demonstrate a higher level of political interest, as well as a greater sense of political competence than individuals without experience in the Bundeswehr. Based on this data, the blanket assertion that radical or extremist attitudes are more widespread in the armed forces than in society as a whole is, at the very least, disingenuous. In the DZIM Institute's survey on the Military Service Modernization Act, the by far most common reason cited for refusing military service was a fundamental rejection of violence. A representative example of this position is high school student Selma Coleman-Costa, who is a member of the Berlin Organizing Committee for the school strikes. In a video report by Der Spiegel, she politely explains that she learned in school that violence is not a solution. The fact that she then, wearing a blood-soaked Palestinian scarf around her neck, vigorously fired up the participants in the student demonstration on March 5, 2026, with the slogan, "More armaments, more weapons will not bring peace," does not seem to bother her as a contradiction, not least because one must assume that, if not at school, then at least from ARD's Israel correspondent Sophie von der Tann, she learned that Israeli violence does indeed generate counterviolence, to which the inherently nonviolent Palestinians are forced in their greatest distress. Even though there was no Kirchentag-style strumming from street musicians in Rubiesel or Garden Gnome outfits to be heard, but rather the hard-hitting hip-hop lyrics of German rapper MC Bomber blaring from the speakers. The Spiegel reporter covering the second round of school strikes was rightly reminded, with a touch of nostalgia, of his protest days in the peace movement of the early 1980s. The slogan "Create Peace Without Weapons," already popular at the time in opposition to NATO's double-track decision, had been taken up by then Federal Minister for Family Affairs Heiner Gaismair, CDU, in a Bundestag debate, and he pointed out that the deployment of Pershing II missiles in the Federal Republic served the goal of enabling the country to defend its freedoms and fundamental rights. To those who pointed to the Soviet Union's legitimate security interests, he retorted, "The Soviet leadership does not feel threatened by the Bundeswehr or by NATO, but rather by the existence of liberal social orders, by the existence of free people on the fringes of its empire," a statement that can easily be applied to today's Russia. Heated exchanges in Parliament eventually ensued as a result of Gaisler's remarks directed at the peace movement. The pacifism of the 1930s, which, in its ethical justification, differs little from what we observe in the justification of today's pacifism. This pacifism of the 1930s is what made Auschwitz possible in the first place. Even if one might interpret this statement to mean that Gaisler was at least implicitly addressing the lack of resistance to Nazism, this sweeping attribution of blame is inaccurate simply because it assumes a false continuity of German pacifism before and after Nazism. While the peace movement after 1945, as a definitive social mass movement, reached its peak in the 1980s, the various German peace associations, both before and during the Weimar era, never succeeded in mobilizing the masses or embedding themselves in a broader protest movement. For before World War I, with Wilhelm II's succession to the throne, the militaristic climate of public life intensified. Germany was to secure a place in the sun on a globe already divided among the old colonial powers. The naval expansion program in support of imperialist policy met with broad approval, which found eloquent expression in the founding of mass organizations such as the Pan-German League and the Naval Association. The peace movement, therefore, had to be imported, primarily from the US and England. After Germany's defeat, this peace movement did experience a brief surge in popularity and gained the sympathy of left-wing intellectuals such as Tucholsky and Karl von Ossietzky. However, the German Peace Cartel at that time, an umbrella organization for numerous peace and pacifist associations, never had more than 50,000 members. Ossietzky attributed this circumstance to a social mood fueled by two highly questionable assertions that nevertheless made a powerful impression on simple-minded people. 1. The German leaders of 1914 were entirely innocent of the outbreak of the war. 2. The war had not been lost by October 1918. The dissolution of the army was attributable to disastrous influences from the homeland. However, he was not entirely free of German victim myths himself and described the Treaty of Versailles as a sad peace document, which led him to accuse the Entente of pursuing a policy of crude threats and blackmail toward us, which was evident in tendencies toward annihilation among the victors, notably the French. Therefore, it would not be advisable to abhor German militarism as if it were the only one in the world. Despite his rejection of the stab-in-the-back myth, Ossietzky insisted on the crucial difference between Western Europe and Germany. He correctly recognized that in countries with a strong democratic tradition, the struggle between military and civilian authority had already become a matter of history and had been decided in favor of the civilian element, whereas in the Weimar Republic, the military superiority persisted due to the absence of a liberal tradition and a genuine civic consciousness. In a society in which the military was regarded as the pinnacle of human virtue, pacifist associations could only eke out a modest existence and had little social impact. This was further compounded by the fact that fierce disputes arose within pacifist circles, since a large part of the peace movement stemmed from a socially conservative and nationalistic pre-war pacifism, which was now confronted with social democratic, and in some cases communist or anarchist currents and had to grapple with idealistic public educators. Thus, only an abstract anti-militarism proved to be a common point of reference, which led to extensive media campaigns against Germany's covert rearmament by the Reichswehr. Nevertheless, the dispute over Germany's responsibility for the war and the consequences to be drawn from it remained intense and accelerated the disintegration of Germany's largest peace organization, the German Peace Society. Within this organization, it was only the West German Regional Association, shaped by Fritz Kuster and his publication Das Andere Deutschland, that accepted the Treaty of Versailles, explicitly opposed German militarism, and identified the Reichswehr and its covert rearmament as the primary threat. People like Kuster and Ossietzky therefore deserve credit for the fact that, beginning in 1929, they no longer saw their primary task as working for international peace, but rather as combating the rising tide of fascism. It must be noted that the few pacifists who had dedicated themselves to this struggle in Germany ultimately had neither the means nor the social base to oppose the National Socialist regime, including Auschwitz and World War II, which was desired by a majority of Germans and tolerated with goodwill by almost all Germans. This also applies to the intellectuals who went into exile. Disappointed that the Germans were apparently unwilling to resist, they turned instead to appealing to the governments of the countries that had taken them in. When Heiner Gaisler, in the course of his speech, finally clarified his criticism of pacifism by stating that National Socialism would not have been able to start the war in 1939 if the Western powers had taken a clear stance in their defense. He was not only correct on the matter but also reflected the position of those segments of the exile community who had committed themselves to a militant humanism. For by the end of the 1930s, it had become a commonplace in commentary from the exile community that a global coalition against Hitler should have been formed at the very beginning of the Third Reich, and had not been. The exiles rejected the policy of appeasement as an unsuitable instrument for securing peace. This was not because they were opposed to pacifism, quite the contrary, but because they believed they could see that ignorance, isolationism, and even sympathy for the Nazis were hidden behind the policy of appeasement and concession toward the Third Reich. Thus, Kurt Tucholsky considered a boycott, a blockade, and internal intervention against this barbarism in order to prevent a German war. At least some of the former pacifists had recognized Germany as a real threat and valued the Western democracies as guarantors of freedom and as a bulwark against barbarism. It is therefore not inaccurate to call them anti-German in the best sense of the term. In the West German peace movement of the 1980s, however, the former liberators, and thus, above all, the U.S., were perceived as occupiers against whom people rebelled in an anti-Western and pro-German manner. This orientation was consistent insofar as the Federal Republic's peace movement brought together the environmental, alternative, and women's movements, as well as anti-imperialism. It built on the successful fight against nuclear death mobilization of 1958, as well as the Easter March movement of the 1950s and 1960s, both of which had not only opposed the remilitarization of the Federal Republic of Germany and its integration into Western military alliances but also fundamentally rejected alignment with the West. By the early 1950s, it had already been forgotten that it was primarily the United States that, through its waiver of reparations, the Marshall Plan, and by providing security guarantees, that had laid the foundation for the freedom and prosperity of post-war West German society. This sentiment intensified among the 68 left, which was, on the one hand, shaped by the American cultural industry and, at the same time, embodied an anti-imperialist anti-Americanism that found expression in the Vietnam demonstrations through popular chants such as USASASS and Ami Go Home. The peace movement not only aligned itself with this sentiment but was also able to mobilize the masses by invoking national revivalist fervor and fears of doom, apparently credibly spreading the legend among the people that practically the entire world had conspired against Germany, that the country was once again completely encircled, surrounded, and besieged, and that its destruction, if not explicitly planned, was at least tacitly factored into strategic considerations. Thus, the peace camp ranted about an impending nuclear holocaust, and expressed this hundreds and thousands of times through corresponding visualizations and symbolic acts, demonstrating in prison garb, with slogans written on posters such as "Pershing mocked free," symbolic mass deaths in pedestrian zones. Theologian Dorothy Soul rose to a linguistic feat when she claimed to see flying crematoria in the Pershing II missiles. The prominent spokesperson for the peace movement and voice of the left, theologian Helmut Gallwitzer, in a letter to the editor of Der Spiegel, which Wolfgang Port aptly characterized as a call for general mobilization for the national liberation struggle, expressed his displeasure with NATO's double-track decision and accused the federal government, on the grounds of Marshall Plan bribery, of pursuing the self-colonization of our state. The maneuver is unique and first-rate. No German can accept this unconditional subjugation of our people's interests to foreign interests, this surrender of control over our people's very existence to a foreign government. Since this anti-Americanism could not exist without simultaneously downplaying Soviet, and at its core, Russian imperialism, it was only logical that the peace movement managed to mobilize against the planned deployment of Pershing II missiles, but at the same time tacitly accepted the Soviet Union's biological weapons, the SS-20, the torture in Czechoslovakia, and the Warsaw Putsch. This was further reflected in the fact that the policy of détente, promoted in particular by the SPD under the slogan "Change through Trade," was fixated on government contacts with authoritarian Communist Party regimes and ignored the struggle of opposition movements in the largely overlooked states of East Central Europe, movements that acted in the name of Western freedom against a form of socialism that had little to offer people beyond forced collectivization and repression. Today, this constellation is being replayed in the form of blindness toward the great Russian chauvinist Vladimir Putin, which forms the basis of an informal alliance stretching from the Left Party to the AfD, from Sarah Wagenknecht and Alice Schwarzer to Saxony's CDU Minister-President Kretschmer, and which includes the striking students opposed to compulsory military service. In a DZIM Institute survey on the reintroduction of military service, the most common reason cited for opposition was a fundamental aversion to violence. The second most common was that respondents did not want to risk their lives for Germany. On this point, too, Heiner Geisler's 1980 speech remains relevant. He countered critics of the NATO double-track decision by arguing that we should fundamentally discuss whether this state, whether this community, whether this constitutional order is worth defending. Because if it isn't, then we don't need weapons either. For today's striking opponents of military service, this question is answered with a counter-question. When 17-year-old Elia Hedinga, speaking on their behalf, retorts, "What kind of freedom is this that I'm being forced to defend?" he appears, at first glance, to be no different from Thuringia's AfD frontman Björn Höcke. For Höcke, too, his campaign against conscription is based on the idea that there is nothing to defend in Germany and that the war in Ukraine is a foreign war in which German soldiers should not be sent to fight. Unlike the 17-year-old, however, the Thuringian AfD member is not a general opponent of conscription, but rather its advocate. Our position is, conscription, yes, but not now. So, in principle, I'm in favor of conscription in a functioning state that also prioritizes the interests of its own population above all else. That's not the case in Germany. While Höcke envisions a transformed Germany in which conscription becomes a patriotic duty, left-leaning students like Hedinga lament a spreading wave of jingoistic patriotism in today's Germany, something Höcke sorely misses in the country. This difference in perspective also explains why, during the school strikes against conscription, which were almost entirely dominated by the left, there were no attempts by the AfD youth wing to participate in the protests, even though AfD politician Till Schneider from Saxony-Anhalt, for a change, called it a reasonable cause. The FAZ is likely correct in its assessment that such AfD overtures are a transparent maneuver to prevent the emerging movement among young people from falling into the hands of the left and the BSW. Unsurprisingly, podcaster and author Ole Nijmoen also identifies as a member of the left. The 32-year-old serves as a mouthpiece for the striking students and expressed his resentment in an article for Die Zeit with the headline "Me, Fight for Germany? Never." He followed that up with the book Why I Would Never Fight for Germany, Against the Culture of War, which had already gone through 7 printings by the time this text was written. In addition to lamenting the militarization of society and the associated ideological mobilization, which he claims is setting in motion Germany's return to power, Nijmoen answers the question of why there is nothing worth defending. Young people like him ask themselves why they should risk their lives for a state that offers nothing but low growth rates, even lower wage agreements, high rents, and even greater inequality, and whose politicians would, without hesitation, stick them in low-paying, unsatisfying jobs to promote German growth. That is why he is fighting for his project of modern socialism. The fear of the future expressed by Nijmoen is, according to the so-called Youth in Germany 2026 trend study, representative. It is not climate anxiety. Among 14 to 29-year-olds, it is shaped by a crisis mode that has persisted for years, marked by war, inflation, rising housing costs, and, more recently, U.S. President Trump. This is overwhelming more and more young people. Stress, exhaustion, and a growing sense of hopelessness are the consequences. 21% seek to escape these by making concrete plans to leave Germany, while 41% entertain the general idea of emigrating. Something is brewing, according to the study's authors, as evidenced by a significant shift toward the political fringes. Against this backdrop, Nijmoen's preferences for a modern socialism cannot be understood as a direct result of his experiences, but rather as an escape from them. It is no coincidence, then, that his remarks on the general nature of the state sound like boilerplate from the Marxist group that today calls itself Gegenpunkt. All states, without exception, are nothing more than apparatuses of violence. For, in their totalitarian claim that the life of the individual counts for less than the political sovereignty of those in power, democratic and dictatorial states are completely alike, if only because they turn their citizens into instruments of their own interests when necessary. This is also evident in the example of Ukraine, where it is suggested that state self-defense is synonymous with the protection of citizens. In doing so, Nijmoen does not even shy away from equating the defensive war against Russia and the associated struggle for Ukraine's integration into the West with fascism. If one conceives of the state and its leadership as a symbiosis in which all differences of interest and public points of contention are set aside in favor of the common state objective, how far, then, is one actually removed from the idea of a people's community and the authoritarianism one purports to be fighting? What Nijmoen demonstrates has little to do with criticism of the state, but a great deal to do with the left's hostility toward the state. This is true simply because, for him, Ukraine is merely an unsubstantiated example used to illustrate his grand theory. Nijmoen's arguments have nothing to do with the method outlined by Marx in the Grundrisse, the ascent from the abstract to the concrete, which is the way of thinking that appropriates the concrete and reproduces it as a mentally concrete entity, and is therefore by no means the process of the concrete's own emergence. Nijmoen's flight into abstraction is nothing other than a denial of reality. Thus, it is hardly surprising that the Ukrainians struggle to preserve their state, and thereby their freedom from Russia, is incomprehensible to him. It follows logically that Nijmoen would rather live in bondage than die for that freedom. Remaining true to his lack of conceptual clarity, he then unerringly laments that freedom in Germany is limited anyway, as can be seen in the unlawful treatment of Palestine solidarity expressed too loudly. Such a situation, he argues, constitutes a lack of freedom without state terror. As a concrete example, he cites in a video podcast a Berlinale press conference where a panelist, completely terrified, took care not to say a wrong word about Gaza because free expression on the topic was being suppressed. Consequently, the film festival representative would have had to fear that, if he had violated this rule, State Minister of Culture Wolfram Weimer would have shot him in the head. Because of such censorship, he argues the lack of freedom that everyone is always warning about is less severe elsewhere. How do they actually imagine life in a dictatorship? Do they think that in Russia no one is allowed to meet up with friends, go to a nightclub, get drunk, and have fun? They really think everything there is black and white, and that everyone just stares sadly into space all the time, afraid to say the wrong thing. That's really so ridiculous and so stupid. End of quote. Because of this kind of relativism, a weariness with civilization that seems to stem naturally from Naimon's hostility toward the state. He concludes in his book that, under certain circumstances, the population of an attacked state would be better off if it were taken over by the enemy army without major combat operations and subsequently placed under the administration of the attacking state, rather than having to watch for years as the men of their country fall in battle against the enemy, and their own way of life is destroyed day after day. In Naimon's view, which one might call spoiled by prosperity, the Ukrainians fighting against the Russian invaders can only be considered recalcitrant, since the prospect of fun and drinking binges under Russian control is not motivation enough for them to surrender. Naimon's position was met with a detailed rebuttal in book form. I Would Fight for You is explicitly intended as such. My Break with Pacifism by Artur Wiegand, who was born in Kazakhstan in 1994 and moved to Germany with his parents a year later. Wiegand used to be part of the left-wing scene which views all conflicts through the same ideological lens, namely that the system, capitalism, and ultimately the West are to blame. That's why he, too, long believed that pacifism was the answer to the barbarism of the world, painted posters, shouted slogans, and was convinced that words could save the world. Ukraine, however, taught him better. Today, he says, the peace movement is his greatest enemy, since it has become an accomplice to Russia's fantasies of great power dominance. Wiegand worked for some time as a translator for the training mission of Ukrainian soldiers and later visited some of his protégés on the front lines. Unlike Naimon, Wiegand knows this about Ukraine. Surrender does not mean survival. It means to consent to arbitrariness, to violence, to the complete devaluation of one's own life. Occupation brings no peace. It brings order without justice, movement without freedom, speech without truth. Wiegand may romanticize the Ukrainian struggle at times, but the fact that the Ukrainian struggle is a struggle for freedom, for a rule of law, and for freedom of movement, is a truth he certainly has over a pioneer of school strikes against conscription, who, like the ultimate anti-national anarchist from the left-wing Voku just around the corner, sees nothing in any state but indiscriminately identical apparatuses of violence. Before the publication of the National Security Strategy, NSS, in November 2025, there was broad consensus in Germany that Trump was not a follower of Carl Schmitt. To be absolutely certain, Der Spiegel, for example, consulted a Schmitt expert specifically to clarify whether the president might have come into contact with Schmittian ideas through his inner circle, without having read a single line or even heard the name. Although the expert noted that Schmitt would likely have sympathized with the president's approach, he then emphasized that, unlike Schmitt, Trump does not play the anti-Semitic card and, domestically, does not declare black people, Latinos, and Asians, due to the size of these minorities, for electoral tactical reasons. Furthermore, Trump is taking a chainsaw to all institutions, whereas Schmitt was a fervent statist. Rather, the 47th president of the United States is a sort of second Trotsky. After all, Trump stands for a permanent revolution and wants to smash the old elites and the bureaucracy. Someone like that could not even be a secret Schmittian. After the NSS was published, Hamburg's other quality newspaper, Die Zeit, was certain that Trump's national security strategy seemed to have been conceived by the German thinker and Nazi jurist and was written entirely in his spirit. Schmitt has arrived in Washington with full force, and in general, Trump's political existence seems, in many ways, like an incarnation of Schmitt's thinking. At Die Zeit, they are certain that the new U.S. security policy guidelines follow, In their reasoning, Carl Schmitt's influential treatise International Law and the Organization of the World Order with a prohibition on intervention by extraterritorial powers. Yet, following the spectacular arrest of Venezuelan President Maduro on Venezuelan soil, Trump emphasized to the New York Times that he had no need for international law whatsoever, a position that is incompatible with Schmitt's theories on regional order, as Schmitt sought not the abolition but a reformulation of international law. There is therefore a need for clarification, and not just regarding the Hamburg differences. The new NSS explicitly invokes the Monroe Doctrine, promulgated in 1832 by the U.S. president of the same name, which was anti-colonial, anti-imperialist, and anti-monarchist in orientation and emphasized the autonomy of the New World, often referred to as the Western Hemisphere, from the Old World, continental Europe. Monroe rejected the notion that the United States should be regarded as objects of future colonization by European powers, and declared any attempt on their part to extend their system to any part of this American continent to be a hostile act. At the same time, he emphasized that the United States would avoid any interference in the internal affairs of the European powers. The Monroe Doctrine was of central importance to Carl Schmitt's idea of a spatial order intended to replace the historically outdated liberal concept of freedom in Western democracy. In his 1941 essay Völkerrechtliche Großraumordnung, International Law and the Organization of Larger Regions *, he praised the doctrine as the first and, to date, most successful example of a principle of international law governing larger regions in the recent history of international law. Schmitt did not intend to celebrate the United States' self-image. He sought to identify a core idea of the Monroe Doctrine beyond all the additions made since 1832, namely, the idea that, under international law, interventions by powers from outside a given region into a larger region governed by a principle of order are impermissible. He wanted to make this core idea visible and thereby applicable to other spheres of influence and other historical situations. He considered the core of the Monroe Doctrine to be incompatible because different from the situation that guaranteed the security of the British Empire's trade routes, and thus the counterpart to the gunboat diplomacy used as a means of enforcing foreign power interests. He regarded the guarantee of this security as an expression of an outdated Western concept of freedom, which should be rejected because behind the liberal, humanitarian, and universal formulation the peculiar context was always discernible, which drove the specific interests of a geographically disjointed empire into legal concepts that were too universalistically generalized. Against this universalism, Schmitt advocated a ban on intervention by non-regional powers, which was to form the basis of a new post-colonial world order. For this reason, Schmitt particularly welcomed the fact that the Monroe Doctrine is the first enclosure of a vast area of European colonization. Fully imbued with the National Socialist idea of the folk state, he demanded that the great power defining the spatial context at any given time must, under both constitutional and international law, make the Reich the defining concept of our legal thinking. In this way, he argued, a world order could be replaced in which the colony had been the fundamental fact of European international law up to that point. Precisely because of its German-centric orientation, Schmitt's anti-colonial thinking serves as evidence for many theorists, or rather post-colonial activists, that the Nazi rhetoric of the people without space was merely an expression of conventional Western colonialism. They are unwilling and unable to see what lay at its root. The place in the sun allegedly denied to the Germans is not affirmed by Schmitt, but serves merely as a backdrop for a far more insidious line of thought that takes its place as a substitute and a response. In Carl Schmitt's vitriolic anti-colonial words at the height of the Nazi era in 1941, he first states, Germany's exclusion from non-European colonial possessions was the actual defamation and disqualification of Germany as a European power, and then adds in a radical reversal, today the Western powers, England and France, are paying for their debt not only with the collapse of their former world power, but also with the collapse of a system of international law. Carl Schmitt consistently emphasizes that, for him, the Monroe Doctrine is significant only in its genuine and original form, that is, in its content not yet distorted by imperialism. Its reinterpretation into a general, universalistically conceived world principle, intended to apply to the entire globe and claiming ubiquity, must therefore be regarded as linked to the universalism of the British Empire. Schmitt saw this reinterpretation particularly in the additions that President Theodore Roosevelt appended to the doctrine in 1904, the Roosevelt Corollary, and in Woodrow Wilson's 14-point program of 1918. Roosevelt had, against significant resistance, added to the doctrine a right of U.S. intervention in intra-American conflicts, thereby cementing U.S. hegemony on the American continent, also known as the Big Stick policy. Wilson had already seriously violated the principle of non-intervention in European affairs by entering the war in 1917 on the side of the Entente powers as part of his 14-point program. The 14 points intended to end World War I, which called for the right to self-determination for all peoples, including Poland and Turkey, unrestricted freedom of navigation, the removal of all global economic barriers, and, not least, the creation of a League of Nations, were also a counterproposal to Lenin's decree on peace issued immediately after the Bolsheviks seized power, which raised the specter of a separate peace between Soviet Russia and the Central Powers. The League of Nations was founded in 1920 on the initiative of the United States, which nevertheless never became a member because isolationist majorities prevented it. The United States' consistently distant stance toward the later United Nations, the successor to the League of Nations, which was also established at its instigation, demonstrates the persistence of these isolationist tendencies. Donald Trump's distance from international institutions and his efforts to replace them, for example, with a peace council in the case of Gaza, are therefore not a break with traditional U.S. policy. It is not known whether Carl Schmitt wrote his essay on the Greater Region while under the influence of the Atlantic Charter, which was also adopted in 1941 by Franklin D. Roosevelt and Winston Churchill. For Schmitt, the Charter was likely merely further evidence of a Monroe Doctrine that had been stripped of its healthy core, a principle of non-intervention under international law. What Schmitt observed regarding the realpolitik treatment of the doctrine is accurate, even if it comes from the chief legal advisor of National Socialism. People have sought to use the doctrine both for a policy of strict isolation and neutrality on the part of the United States and for a policy of global and world war interventionism. Americans debate whether it should be regarded as the foundation or, on the contrary, as the main obstacle to solidarity encompassing the American continents. Such a multitude of diverse and contradictory possibilities for application and interpretation give the doctrine such elasticity in the face of changing political situations that it often appears as though, depending on the circumstances, anything and nothing can be read into or out of it. In any case, the invocation of the Monroe Doctrine in the new national security strategy does not signify a return to its original purity, as praised by Carl Schmitt. This also dispels the claim made by Die Zeit, which, contrary to all evidence, alleges that the new security strategy is modeled on Schmitt's influential work, The Organization of the International Legal Order with a Prohibition on Intervention by Powers Outside the Region, and identifies Schmitt as its most important source of inspiration. Only Vice President J.D. Vance, who is said to be the most well-read among the leading members of the Trump administration, has publicly referred to Schmitt, though, according to the New York Times, not in an affirmative but in a critical manner, by accusing liberals of being fascinated by Schmitt's concept of power. The national security strategy, which, in a nod to Monroe and Trump, is sometimes referred to as the Monroe Doctrine, states, after years of neglect, the United States will revive and enforce the Monroe Doctrine to restore American dominance in the Western Hemisphere and prevent competitors outside the hemisphere from stationing military forces or other threatening assets in our hemisphere or from possessing or controlling strategically important goods. It is not this attempt to revive the Monroe Doctrine that marks a turning point in America's self-image, but rather the break with it that was officially carried out during Barack Obama's presidency. To the cheers of Europeans, Obama's Secretary of State John Kerry announced in 2013 that the era of the Monroe Doctrine was over and that it had been left behind once and for all, while the anti-communist Truman Doctrine of 1947, for which the term containment policy has become established, remained in effect until the collapse of the Warsaw Pact and was regarded as a complement to the Monroe Doctrine. The latter's significance declined abruptly beginning in 1990. Even after September 11th, the Monroe Doctrine did not experience a revival because the Bush administration focused on intervention and nation-building in the Islamic world. That is, it acted in an internationalist manner according to the neoconservative interpretation. The Bush Doctrine widened the gap with existing international law, which, under Article 51 of the UN, permits the right to self-defense only in response to an attack by one state on the territory of another. Bush's preemptive doctrine brought the United States into a conflict with the UN similar to the one Israel has faced since at least the Six-Day War of 1967, when it launched a preemptive attack on Egypt. For the U.S., the estrangement occurred because so-called preemption, preemptive self-defense. That is, preventive action in times of increasing proliferation risks due to the transfer of weapons technology in state, or non-state-sponsored asymmetric warfare, was branded as a violation of international law. If Israel were to submit to an unrealistic definition, according to which self-defense is legitimate only in response to a concrete attack, it would have perished decades ago. But the United States, too, would be largely powerless in the face of enemies whose activities are covered by international law. This is likely what prompted Donald Trump, following the Maduro coup, to declare that he had no need for international law. While Carl Schmitt had criticized international law as early as 1941 for its universalistic, all-encompassing general concepts, which are the typical weapons of interventionism, the present has long since overtaken him. In the era of the International Criminal Court, founded in 2002, the universalist general concepts he viewed with suspicion have long since become the weapons of those who are only interested in the right to self-defense or even just wars when Israel or the United States, which do not or cannot recognize this court, are targeted. It was Barack Obama who broke with the unilateralism of the Bush Doctrine and, to the applause of Europeans, proclaimed the definitive end of the Monroe Doctrine and ushered in the era of multilateralism. The ugliest products of Obama's new approach were the nuclear agreement with Iran, which immensely strengthened the axis of resistance against Israel and also against the Arab Sunni states, and the Minsk Agreement, which sanctioned Russia's annexation of Crimea at Ukraine's expense and prevented the United States from adequately arming Ukraine. Obama's multilateralism is rejected in the new security strategy with the assertion that a network of international institutions, some of which are driven by blatant anti-Americanism and many by a transnationalism that explicitly seeks to dissolve the sovereignty of individual states, must be brought to an end. Multilateralism, it argues, pursues a fundamentally undesirable goal that undermines the character of our nation, upon which its power, wealth, and decency are based. When, against this backdrop, a leading role is postulated for the Western Hemisphere, the American double continent, this does not merely constitute a further elaboration of the Monroe Doctrine. It is a return to Roosevelt's 1904 Colliery, the addendum to the Monroe Doctrine, which enshrined America's claim to hegemony in the Western Hemisphere. This addendum is recognized in the National Defense Strategy of January 2026, published by the Department of Defense, which is now officially called the Department of War again as a lost wisdom. In particular, the National Defense Strategy designates the Panama Canal, the Gulf of America, and Greenland as key areas for the United States, where targeted and decisive measures will be taken if U.S. interests are threatened or violated. The military operation against Venezuelan President Maduro, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, is cited as an example of such measures. In the case of Greenland, this means that the United States will oppose China's self-empowerment as a major polar power. This distinctly Trumpian addition to the Monroe Doctrine is not a reformulation of the claim to hegemony in the Western Hemisphere. What is new are the points relating to mass migration and drugs. Mass migration overburdens national resources worldwide, increases crime rates, weakens social cohesion, distorts labor markets, and undermines national security. The Department of Defense now classifies the major drug cartels of Central and South America as foreign terrorist organizations. The defense strategy states, at the same time as a flood of illegal immigrants, drugs poured across our borders and poisoned hundreds of thousands of Americans. Not only the Maduro coup, but also the military alliance Shield of the Americas, founded in early March 2026 by 17 American states and referred to by Trump as the America's Counter-Cartel Coalition, does more than simply continue the war on drugs declared in 1972 under President Nixon, for which the Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA, but it also gives it an entirely new dimension. The establishment of Shield of the Americas is justified in the security strategy as follows. We want a hemisphere whose governments cooperate with us against drug cartels, terrorists, and other transnational criminal organizations. To this end, it is necessary to ensure that the Western Hemisphere remains sufficiently stable and well-governed to prevent and curb mass migration into the United States. This conflation of mass migration and drug trafficking also shapes ICE's operations within the United States. Unlike Obama's and Biden's deportation policies, under Trump, undocumented immigrants are deported not only from the border and from prisons, but also those who have already managed to gain a foothold in everyday American life despite their undocumented status. While characterizing the new national defense strategy as a product of the MAGA or America First ideology is usually meant pejoratively, it is nonetheless accurate. The strategy states that our elites have failed to pursue core national interests since the end of the Cold War. Their strategies are nothing more than long lists of wishes or desired end states. They have often misjudged what we should want. The consequences, it says, have been completely misguided and destructive strategies in the areas of globalism and so-called free trade, which have hollowed out the middle class and the industrial base upon which American economic and military supremacy rests. The foreign policy elites are accused of having clung to the false idea after the Cold War that permanent American world domination is in the country's best interest. The notion of making America great again is based only seemingly paradoxically on the idea of the United States withdrawing from anything that, in the MAGA understanding, could amount to the role of a global policeman. Renouncing global hegemony is the guiding principle of the security strategy. The affairs of other countries are our concern only when their activities directly threaten our interests. Therefore, it is also in the vital interest of the U.S. to negotiate a swift end to hostilities in Ukraine in order to stabilize European economies, prevent an unintended escalation or spread of the war, restore strategic stability with Russia, and enable Ukraine's reconstruction so that it can survive as a viable state. This can only mean that, in the worst-case scenario, what is now eastern Ukraine, and certainly the Crimea, will become part of Russia forever. Although Trump's acceptance of the cession of Ukrainian territories to Russia must certainly be rejected as a betrayal of freedom, he does have an argument on his side when addressing the Europeans by pointing out the discrepancy between European anti-Russian agitation and the lack of military support for Ukraine. At the same time, however, Washington seems to believe that the Europeans could provide Ukraine with sufficient military support against Russia. The European allies have a significant military advantage over Russia in almost every respect, with the exception of nuclear weapons, the security strategy states. The defense strategy even claims that the Europeans, our NATO allies, are best positioned to take the lead in supporting Ukraine's defense. We will make it clear how urgently their involvement is needed, and that will mean a different tone and style than before. In Europe, particularly in Germany, many are convinced that Vice President J.D. Vance missed the point in his speech at the Munich Security Conference and did not address security issues at all when he described Europe's retreat from some of its most fundamental values as the threat to Europe and mass migration as the most pressing challenge facing the continent. The speech triggered a collective shock among Europeans primarily because it demonstrated that the American concept of security is no longer their own. What Vance merely touched upon in his speech is fully articulated in the security strategy. It states that the U.S. does not intend to abandon Europe, but rather to preserve it as a friend and partner due to its crucial importance, and therefore to help it correct its current course. In Europe, this was rightly understood as a declaration of war. An entire chapter of the security strategy is devoted to promoting European greatness, which explicitly includes supporting resistance within European nations. Europe is said to be in economic decline with the very grim prospect of a loss of civilization, which is attributed to migration policies and the activities of the EU and other transnational organizations that undermine political freedom and sovereignty. Furthermore, the document cites censorship of freedom of expression and suppression of political opposition, declining birth rates, and the loss of national identities and self-confidence, culminating in a warning of doom. If current trends continue, the continent will be unrecognizable in 20 years or less. The defense doctrine points out that the military shift away from Europe is rooted in a policy of deterring China, which is identified as a priority. Since the Indo-Pacific is already, and will be even more so in the future, one of the most important economic and geopolitical battlegrounds of the next century, the security strategy states, a strong and continuous focus on deterrence will be maintained to prevent a war in the Indo-Pacific, while simultaneously laying the foundation for a truly mutually beneficial economic relationship with Beijing. The goal is a military balance that is favorable to the U.S. and our allies in the region in order to establish a new balance in global trade relations. This indicates that while the U.S. has long since come to terms with China's strength, it has not come to terms with China's business practices that are harmful to others. The United States' deterrence strategy toward China is intended to prevent a kind of Chinese Monroe Doctrine in the Indo-Pacific, one that strongly resembles the Brezhnev Doctrine, under which the Soviet Union, beginning in 1968, assumed the right to intervene at will in uncooperative Eastern Bloc countries. Against this backdrop, it becomes clear how significant deterring a conflict over Taiwan, which is given priority, is in the security strategy. The U.S. interest in Taiwan is not primarily about preserving democratic freedoms, but about preventing China from growing even stronger. Our goal is not to dominate China, nor to strangle or humiliate it. Rather, our goal is simply this: to prevent anyone, including China, from dominating us or our allies. In addition to expecting India to increase its contribution to security in the Indo-Pacific region, the U.S. urges, much as it does with the Europeans, its allies Japan and South Korea in particular to engage in greater burden sharing. especially with regard to North Korea, with the difference being that the U.S. intends to largely withdraw militarily from Europe, while in the Indo-Pacific, the U.S. presence is to be increased in the coming years due to China. In the security strategy, this line of thinking is termed flexible realism, which rules out imposing democratic or other societal changes on other nations that differ significantly from their traditions and history. This realism is not intended as a new form of isolationism, although so-called democracy export, carried out under the banner of the self-denying cultural relativism prevalent in Europe, is rejected. Instead, it is made clear, the fundamental political unit of the world is and remains the nation-state. Accordingly, the primary focus is not on nation-building, which, after September 11th, came to be equated with regime change, but rather on nation-keeping, especially in Europe. Regime changes are not ruled out in principle elsewhere, but they should no longer be aimed at democratizing other countries. Rather, they should end or prevent dangerous hostilities toward the United States and its allies. We want to maintain good relations with countries whose systems of government and societies differ from ours, while at the same time urging like-minded friends to uphold our shared norms and thereby promote our interests. The security strategy cites the right to free speech and the right to elect and govern our common government as shared inviolable norms. This is followed by two sentences that are sharply rejected in this country as interference in internal affairs. With regard to countries that share these principles or claim to share them, we will work vigorously to ensure that they are upheld in word and deed. We will oppose elite-driven, anti-democratic restrictions on fundamental freedoms in Europe, the Anglosphere, and the rest of the democratic world, particularly among our allies. In this regard, Washington is sometimes less harsh in its judgment of enemies of open society than of its declared friends, from which Israel, as an exemplary ally, is exempt according to the defense strategy simply because it was able and willing to defend itself following the barbaric attacks of October 7th. Regarding the situation in the Near and Middle East, there is broad agreement, not only with Israel, which is under threat, but also with the ruling houses in the Gulf, that Iran is preventing the region from striving for a peaceful and prosperous future. The security strategy expresses a clear interest in expanding the Abraham Accords. This is justified by the assertion that the days when the Middle East dominated American foreign policy are, fortunately, over, because it is no longer the constant disruptive factor and potential source of impending catastrophe that it once was. Rather, the Middle East is evolving into a place of partnership, friendship, and investment. These whitewashed lines, which downplay the tensions between Israel and Qatar, for example, reflect the desire of the Arab Sunni ruling houses to live in peace with Israel and the U.S. in their own interest. For this reason alone, the joint attack on Iran carried out by the U.S. and Israel on February 28, 2026, does not contradict the prospect of a largely pacified Middle East in the future. The optimistic view of the region in the U.S. security strategy, in which Syria, following Assad's overthrow, is referred to merely as a potential problem, is based on the assessment that the Gulf monarchies, in particular, are part of the solution in the fight against radicalism. Are part of the solution. This flexible realism is very much in line with the policies of the Obama and Biden administrations, without, however, descending into praise of Islam, as Barack Obama did with his dreadful Cairo speech to the Islamic world in 2009. Despite all this restraint, the need for social change in the Arab rentier states is not glossed over. The recognition of their commitment to the fight against radicalism leads to a promise. America's failed experiment of pressuring these nations to abandon their traditions and historical forms of government is being abandoned. However, one condition for the upholders of these historical forms of government appears to remain. It must be ensured that Israel remains secure, and that the region does not become a breeding ground or exporter of terror against American interests or the American homeland. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict is described only as delicate, but thanks to Trump's Gaza policy, it is seen as being on the path to a lasting peace. Not a word is said about a Palestinian state, let alone its recognition. Instead, the focus is on strengthening the Abraham Accords and permanently eliminating Hamas, among other things through Trump's Peace Council. The U.S. views the African Sahel region more than ever as a hotbed of disaster, a region that has suffered for years from the ever-intensifying jihadist campaign against Christianity. Yet this is of only marginal concern to the U.S. Rather, the growing support for Islamists and their improved military capabilities are seen as an increasing threat to the U.S. In Europe, reports are emerging with concern about attempts at rapprochement between the U.S. and the Sahel states. FAZ democracy is always valued, says Trump's Africa advisor Masad Boulos. But our policy is not to interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. Everyone is free to choose the system that suits them best. The priorities are peace, partnership, and prosperity. Such statements are in line with the concept of flexible realism and do not rule out measures against Islamist terrorist activities in parts of Africa. While the goal is to avoid a long-term American presence or commitments, the U.S. is certainly prepared to bomb ISIS positions, as it did in Nigeria in late 2025. A new Africa policy is intended to initiate the transition from a relationship focused on development aid to one focused on trade and investment, which is to preferentially foster partnerships with capable, reliable states that commit to opening their markets to U.S. goods and services. This approach amounts to an adaptation, driven by rivalry, of China's highly successful policy in Africa, which has already led numerous African states into deep economic dependence. It is a Chinese model that Washington apparently envies and therefore intends to profitably replicate under the slogans peace, partnership, prosperity. This aligns with a guiding principle of the security strategy that claims universal applicability for all countries outside the Western Hemisphere, that is, beyond the scope of the old Monroe Doctrine, and codifies a break with neoconservative nation-building and the export of democracy. All countries should decide whether they want to live in a U.S.-led world of sovereign states and free market economies, or in a parallel world in which they are influenced by countries on the other side of the globe. It is no coincidence that this sounds like a revival of the Cold War-era Truman Doctrine, which runs counter to the European dream of a multipolar world order. In the U.S., it seems people have long been thinking and acting in terms of a bipolar world order with Chinese hegemony parallel world on one side and U.S. hegemony on the other. Against this backdrop, the interpretation that Trump's leniency toward Putin may also represent an attempt to halt Russia's Sinicization, a process that has rapidly gained momentum following the invasion of Ukraine and Russia's resulting isolation from the West, turning Russia into an increasingly dependent junior partner of China, becomes quite plausible. Although the U.S. has moved on from the 9/11 era and thus from the Bush Doctrine, the idea of preemption has not been shelved. The term does not appear even once in the security strategy, presumably to avoid arousing suspicion of a covert continuation of neoconservative ideas and being accused of betraying the MAGA ideology. Yet the following phrasing in the security strategy invites an interpretation that, at least in the subtext, upholds the idea of preemption. Preventing regional conflicts before they escalate into global wars is a priority for this administration. It is pointless to argue whether the attack on Iran on February 28, 2026, was even a classic preemptive strike. Under international law, it was one simply because it is not covered by Article 51 of the UN Charter. This speaks not for, but against international law, which protects rogue states and deprives liberal states of the ability to defend themselves preemptively, and thus appropriately, against aggressors. Not only in MAGA circles, but across broad swaths of U.S. society, people care little about international law and often, and rightly so, criticize it, a stance that in Europe is increasingly met with accusations of fascism. In the U.S., however, the debate centers on the relationship between interventionism and isolationism, a dispute nearly as old as the United States itself. The security strategy takes the following position. For a country whose interests are as numerous and diverse as ours, strict adherence to the principle of non-intervention is not possible. Nevertheless, this principle should set high standards for what constitutes a justified intervention. Those who interpret American isolationism as a variation on Fichte's concept of a closed commercial state are merely demonstrating their ignorance. For discussions of isolationism have never revolved around self-sufficiency outside the realm of global trade. Instead, at least since the two wars against the Islamic pirate and slave-hunting states of North Africa in the early 19th century, known as the Barbary Wars, which turned the U.S. into a global naval power, the focus has been on defining the conditions and limits of military intervention. Contrary to what the FAZ, speaking for many Europeans, claims, Trump did not definitively transform himself into an interventionist with the Iran War, nor do U.S. defense doctrines herald a new interventionism. If one were to label Trump a neo-isolationist, a term Christian Hack introduces in his seminal work on U.S. foreign policy, aptly titled Cursed to be a World Power, one would be conceptually mistaken, but not in the substance of what Hack means by it. For with the onset of the Iran War, Trump is by no means a traitor to MAGA ideals who has renounced isolationist beliefs. Neo-isolationists no longer completely question the U.S.'s role as a world power, but in principle advocate only selective engagement and, in the event of military action, prefer the deployment of naval and air forces while opposing the use of American ground troops. They view the U.S. primarily as a naval and economic power with global obligations and are skeptical of multilateral commitments. The preference for a unilateral foreign policy with a free hand forms the link between classical and neo-isolationism. The security strategy also includes those MAGA principles to which Trump is committed in domestic policy: reindustrialization with a focus on critical and emerging technology sectors, so as never again to be dependent on a current or potential adversary for critical products or components, as well as the rejection of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion ideology, and other discriminatory and anti-competitive practices that weaken our institutions and hold us back. NATO, on the other hand, is mentioned in only 2 passages in this paper, which is entirely committed to MAGA thinking. In one, the document boasts that it has successfully pressured NATO allies to significantly increase their military spending. In the other, it states that certain NATO members, due to their demographic trends, in a few decades will be predominantly non-European, and that it is therefore questionable whether they will continue to view their role in the world or their alliance with the United States in the same way as the signatories of the NATO Charter. The principle that paper is patient also applies to the new security strategy. However, there are many indications that Washington intends to implement, or has already implemented, what it has put in writing. Since we do not live in revolutionary times, nor are such times to be expected, it should hold true that serious resistance to social injustice necessarily requires the preservation of the liberal features of civil order, as Max Horkheimer put it in his note against left-wing radicalism. Donald Trump will never play such a role, nor is he suited to serve as a figurehead for disillusioned leftists who now want to pin their hopes on a savior of the world. Disillusionment will set in, for the American president is not the uncompromising champion of the West's salvation, let alone the liberation of humanity. Thus, in the case of both Iran and Venezuela, it is primarily a matter of shared interests with the suffering population, while liberation from the mullahs or from Chavism is of secondary importance, as evidenced by Washington's distant treatment of the Shah's son, Reza Pahlavi, and of the opposition leader and Nobel Peace Prize laureate Machado. The fact that Trump's opponents falsely portray him as a monster stems, in the case of prominent neocons like Robert Kagan, from bitterness over their own failure after September 11th. Kagan, who saw fascism coming to America as early as Trump's first term, is at the same time a more radical critic of the Europeans than Trump ever was. Other Trump opponents, such as Yale professors Marcy Shore, Timothy Snyder, and Jason Stanley, who make a point of claiming they fled to a Canadian university to escape fascist Trumpism, act as pro-European sympathizers. And in Germany, when it comes to Trump, people, quite involuntarily and without intending to draw false comparisons, are reminded of all things of the scene from Charlie Chaplin's film The Great Dictator, in which an enthusiastic, completely detached leader dances with a globe. The comparison comes from Reinhard Mohr, who rose from being one of the earliest spontaneous protesters to becoming a writer for the Zeitung für Deutschland, and can thus look back on 50 years of active anti-Americanism. This anti-Americanism also forms the basis for the murmurs about the tech fascism of the Peter Thiels and Elon Musks, for whom Donald Trump and his MAGA ideology are said to serve as a stepping stone. To shed light on this tech fascistization, experts on fascism have concocted a theoretical mix of the rehashed Dimitrov thesis, which posits the existence of a highly reactionary form of digital capital, and a remake of an evergreen work with the working title The Algorithms of the Wise Men of Silicon Valley. Trump's Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who raised the question, "What are we defending?" as a shared fundamental issue at the Munich Security Conference this spring, was fobbed off by Friedrich Merz with a completely nonsensical, yet all the more melodramatic response. The major goals of German foreign and security policy stem from our basic law, our history, and our geography. Above all else stands our freedom. Only one person in the mainstream media received even more applause for his no less meaningless response to Rubio. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, in his own words, "We no longer rely solely on the strength of our values, but also on the value of our strength. We are building this strength within our own country." The very same people who constantly mock Trump's sound bites are putting on an absurd show from which the educated audience can discern some deeper meaning. May the Germans cling to the bestseller *das Erwachsene Land. Deutschland ohne Amerika ein historisch Chance *, the mature nation. Germany without America, a historic opportunity *, by Die Zeitung Deputy Editor-in-Chief Holger Stark, who is partly responsible for the insinuation that Donald Trump is the incarnation of Carl Schmitt's thinking. Such people can't help but spout nonsense, calling the MAGA movement, for example, a counter-revolution, or even a 68 from the right, and accusing U.S. President Trump of unbridled exceptionalism. Stark's writing belongs to the genre of German perseverance literature, whose proponents almost compulsively resort to a rather murky narrative of Nazi sympathies whenever they dream of European hegemony, while simultaneously seeking a way out of the European impasse for their own publication. In a Taz article, for example, an author, speaking on behalf of the entire guild, seems to be reasoning about Carl Schmitt, but is in reality thinking about Donald Trump and hoping for some kind of purifying charade. What finds little room in his world, however, is the idea that outrage over naked power politics can itself become a power. End of quote. There will be no European counterforce for the foreseeable future. The indignant call by wounded souls for the violence of nonviolence, or the ironically presented superiority toward a proletarian in the White House. In all these expressions of German fantasies of great power, which must remain confined to the arts and culture section, reveals a sense of helplessness and fear of the consequences of European anti-Americanism, which a representative of political realism, who is also the U.S. Secretary of State, summed up in Munich in the following succinct words, which serve as a threat to enemies. We in America have no interest in being polite and orderly stewards of the controlled decline of the West. We know that our world is far more complicated than simple-minded people are willing to admit, people who demand simple answers to complex challenges. We know that without a calm and measured presentation of the facts by proven experts, no one can make a responsible decision. Anyone who opposes this principle will first be rebuked in the relevant public broadcasting forums, which include audience participation, by the invited coaches from the worlds of politics and academia, and, if they remain recalcitrant, will be cut off. Even though the recalcitrant individuals are almost always unpleasant crackpots, it is not so much their opinion that triggers indignant resistance, but rather the apodictic and intolerant tone in which it is presented. This must not set a precedent, warn the mediators, who always caution against social division and call for a thought police whenever someone is not constructive. But when a complainer and troublemaker is powerful, and no one can silence him, whose words carry more weight than the stammering of German mavericks, then his voice is suppressed and replaced with an official interpretation. When Donald Trump addressed the UN General Assembly on September 23 and delivered a long speech, during which, purely by chance, the teleprompter failed, this not only caused gasps in German newsrooms but also prompted a new narrative that, speaking for the entire press corps, reads as follows. The United Nations is funding large-scale attacks on the West. Climate change is a massive hoax. Ukraine is a Nazi construct. Germany is returning to nuclear power. Sharia law reigns in London. Palestine never existed. The war between Cambodia and Armenia is over. All of these statements have been made recently by powerful politicians. Not all of them come from U.S. President Donald Trump's speech to the UN General Assembly on Tuesday. Vladimir Putin and Benjamin Netanyahu are also among them, but they are all lies, uttered to justify their own wrongdoing and to discredit foreign policy opponents. Taz journalist Dominic Johnson, who authored this imaginative retelling, is one of those opinion makers who regularly accuse their opponents of clinging not to the real truth, but to a perceived post-factual truth. In the following, to clarify the facts, readers are instead presented primarily with Donald Trump's own words. The question, answered in advance, of who is the rightful arbiter of truth, notorious liars and genocidal murderers from the US and Israel, Putin is mentioned only for the sake of balance or European experts, now plays a secondary role. For the fact is that one man told the world's government representatives before the forum that they had long since ceased to matter, and that the delegates to the UN General Assembly, who met in New York from September 23 to 29, 2025, under the chairmanship of Annalena Baerbock, might as well go home right away. Those accustomed to praising this body as the guarantor of a more just world quite rightly perceive Trump's speech as a warning. But it is not only the professional futures of UN staff members that are at risk. There is also cause for concern among their smooth-talking pundits, who are facing shrinking sales of their print publications and a steady decline in viewership ratings. Until now, U.S. presidents, who are regarded as fascists and warmongers by European politicians and the intellectuals responsible for shaping public opinion, have, on such occasions, sung the praises of shared democratic values in order to convince the world of the United States' noble and democratic intentions. Trump chose a completely different approach and went on the offensive from the outset, and not just because there was nothing to gain for American Republicans, who are already regarded as the number one enemy by delegates at UN assemblies and the NGO representatives sitting around them. Trump is in all seriousness committed to the abolition of this caliphate of the peoples, and, in his indeed intolerant and apodictic speech, reaffirmed precisely this intention by citing numerous facts. The current U.S. president's greatest strength lies in the fact that he doesn't spout the kind of rhetoric that political advisors and journalists want to hear, but instead speaks past this perpetually indignant class directly to the voters, who understand the message very well despite the distortions created by the opinion-making industry. He began his speech by pointing out that the previous administration had driven up debt and inflation, while his focus is on lowering interest rates and energy prices, bringing investment to America, rolling back regulations, and thereby generating economic growth. What still sounds like something straight out of Bill Clinton's playbook, "It's the economy, stupid," is, in the era of the energy transition, the Green New Deal, and the alleged necessity of constantly raising energy prices through scarcity, a call for radical change, not just in the U.S., that Bill Clinton certainly would not have wanted. By the time he reached the next point in his speech, at the very latest, the staff members in the UN offices responsible for legalizing unchecked migration under the guise of asylum must have dropped their reusable coffee cups in shock. Trump praised his administration for reducing illegal immigration to zero and thanked El Salvador for taking in numerous members of criminal gangs. This self-praise was also an urgent recommendation to Western countries to follow his example. We have no choice, and other countries have no choice either, because they find themselves in exactly the same situation with immigration. It's destroying your country, and you must do something about it. On the world stage, America is once again respected as never before. Remember that just 2, 3, 4, or even 1 year ago, we were still being mocked around the world. At the NATO summit in June, virtually all NATO members officially committed, at my request, to increasing their defense spending from 2% to 5% of GDP, making our alliance far stronger and more powerful than ever before. When it comes to resolving global crises and conflicts, the United Nations is of no help to the U.S. In fact, all he had ever received from the UN had been broken escalators and teleprompters, quipped Trump, who still vividly remembered a congressional hearing concerning fraud in the renovation of the UN building, a project for which he, as a so-called real estate mogul at the time, had not been awarded the contract. The costs had skyrocketed back then, and the building still remains unfinished to this day. Trump cited this example to show how quickly $5 billion can be squandered in a corrupt system like the UN, as happens in many other projects as well, though on a far larger scale. Such blunt words were uncharacteristic of U.S. presidents, who are normally expected to emphasize international understanding and finance corrupt ideologues who line their own pockets within the UN system. The grand rhetoric of figures like Presidents Carter, Obama, and Biden was always accompanied by the same officials subsidizing anti-American propaganda and undermining American law in the name of the global community. Trump commented, "Not only does the UN fail to solve the problems it is supposed to solve, but it often even creates new problems for us that we have to solve. The best example of this is the most important political issue of our time, the crisis of uncontrolled migration. The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries and their borders. In 2024, the UN budgeted $372 million in cash assistance to support an estimated 624,000 migrants on their way to the United States. Think about it. The UN is supporting people who enter the United States illegally, and then we have to get them out again. The UN has also provided illegal immigrants with food, shelter, transportation, and debit cards so they can cross our southern border. Contrary to what ideologues like Dominic Johnson suggest, Trump did not, by any means, make a factually incorrect claim that the UN is financing large-scale attacks on the West. Rather, he used a specific example to clarify that funds provided primarily by the US and the EU are used to finance organizations that help people immigrate illegally to the United States or the EU. In the EU, where the border agency Frontex is operated while at the same time supporting the misdeeds of NGOs that smuggle people into Europe and prevent the deportation of asylum seekers who entered the country unlawfully, no one seems to notice this anymore. That Trump should presume to warn the Europeans, who consider themselves smarter, more cultured, and more moral than the selfish Americans, about their immigration policy is simply going too far. Europe's opinion leaders and politicians were left speechless by a description of the situation that they know to be true. You are destroying your own countries. Europe is in serious trouble. It is being overwhelmed by a flood of illegal immigrants unlike anything seen before. Illegal immigrants are pouring into Europe, and no one is doing anything to change that or to get rid of them. This is unacceptable. And because they've chosen to be politically correct, they're doing absolutely nothing about it. And I must say, I look at London, where you have a terrible mayor, and it has changed a great deal. Now they want to introduce Sharia law, but they're in a foreign country. They can't do that. Both immigration and your suicidal energy policy will spell the death of Western Europe if something isn't done immediately. This is not sustainable. What makes the world so beautiful is that every country is unique. But to remain so, every sovereign nation must have the right to control its own borders. You have the right to control your borders, just as we do now, and to limit the sheer number of migrants entering your countries, migrants who are supported by the people of that nation who were there and built that particular nation at that time. If migrants violate laws, have filed false asylum claims, or have applied for refugee status for unlawful reasons, they should in many cases be immediately returned to their home countries. We must solve this problem, and we must solve it in their countries, rather than creating new problems in our own. According to the Council of Europe, in 2024, nearly 50% of inmates in German prisons were foreigners or migrants. In Austria, 53% of prison inmates came from countries other than their current country of residence. If your prisons are full of so-called asylum seekers who have repaid the kindness shown to them with crime, then it is time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You must end it now. As can be seen from the transcript of the speech, unlike Dominic Johnson in the Taz, Trump had not falsely claimed that Sharia law prevailed in London. Rather, he emphasized that there were people there who wanted to introduce it, which is unquestionably true. Many critics fail to grasp the Trump phenomenon because they take him literally and try to prove that he is lying, even though it is precisely his stylistic device to exaggerate and sometimes make free associations, which leads to many meticulous and often misguided fact-checks, but never to an engagement with the real issue. The fact is that there are at least 30 Sharia councils in the United Kingdom that operate alongside the law applicable to everyone by issuing Islamic divorce certificates and offering advice on other aspects of religious law. They are rightly the subject of public criticism, particularly because of their treatment of women seeking a religious divorce, who make up their core clientele. It has thus been known for years how women are degraded and harassed there. While men need only say, "I divorce you" 3 times, women must obtain the consent of clerics to avoid being labeled adulteresses, persecuted, and barred from remarrying as a result. The fact that institutions exist and are able to persist right in the heart of Great Britain that do not treat women as human beings and thus trample on all human and fundamental rights is not considered a scandal in Germany, but the fact that Trump addresses the issue certainly is. Significantly, the Taz commentator did not include in his list of Donald Trump's lies the figures the president had taken from a Council of Europe report on migrants in German and Austrian prisons. They are likely accurate and must therefore be swept under the rug. Trump also described the misery caused by human traffickers and criminal gangs, criticizing Europeans for financing Russia's war against Ukraine by continuing to buy Russian gas. And he made it clear that the UN and the international community have not played a helpful role in addressing the threat posed by Iran's nuclear program or in the Gaza war. My position is quite simple. The world's largest sponsor of terror must never be allowed to acquire the most dangerous weapon. That is why, shortly after taking office, I sent a letter to the so-called Supreme Leader with a generous offer. I assured him of my full cooperation in exchange for the suspension of Iran's nuclear program. The regime's response was to continue its constant threats against its neighbors and U.S. interests throughout the region, as well as against several countries in its immediate vicinity. Today, many of the former Iranian military commanders, indeed almost all of them, are no longer with us. They are dead. And 3 months ago, as part of Operation Midnight Hammer, 7 American B-2 bombers dropped 14 H-bombs, each weighing 30,000 pounds, on Iran's most important nuclear facility, completely destroying everything. Once Iran's uranium enrichment capabilities had been destroyed, I immediately brokered an end to the so-called 12-day war between Israel and Iran, with both sides agreeing to cease fighting. These are indisputable facts that also make it clear that a robust military option can achieve more in a very short time than the many years of nuclear negotiations and critical dialogue. This becomes even clearer in the context of Israel's war against Hamas, which the UN condemns and, through its front organizations, has been internationally labeled as genocide. When Benjamin Netanyahu addressed the General Assembly a few days after Trump, most delegations walked out of the hall in protest. Several European and Western nations, led by France, the United Kingdom, Canada, and Australia, have recognized a Palestinian state as a reward for Hamas's massacre, without ever having exerted any real pressure on the Palestinians and their sponsors, while Trump had apparently even authorized Israel to launch an attack on the Hamas leadership in Qatar. The assumption that Israel could have carried out this operation without the knowledge of the U.S. is implausible given the close cooperation with Qatar, where there is a U.S. military base. The military pressure exerted by Israel on Qatar and Hamas, which included the attack on Gaza City, was accompanied by diplomatic pressure from the U.S. during the negotiations. Trump said, "As everyone knows, I have also worked intensively to secure a ceasefire in Gaza. We must achieve this, we must achieve it. Unfortunately, Hamas has repeatedly rejected reasonable peace offers, and we cannot forget October 7th, can we? Well, as if to further fuel the conflict, some members of this body are seeking the unilateral recognition of a Palestinian state. The reward for the atrocities committed by Hamas terrorists would be too great. This would be a reward for these terrible atrocities, including those of October 7th, even though they refused to release the hostages or accept a ceasefire. But instead of giving in to Hamas's ransom demands, those who want peace should be united by one message: free the hostages now. Just free the hostages now. We must negotiate immediately. We must negotiate for peace. We must bring the hostages home. We want all 20 back. We don't want 2 or 4. And we also want the 38 bodies returned. The parents have come to me and want them back, very quickly and without fail, as if they were still alive. U.S. support for Israel in the war against Hamas, and also against Hamas's allies, made an end to the war, or at least a longer-term ceasefire possible. In contrast, everything the international community mustered, from fabricating a genocide to recognizing Palestine, was completely useless and ineffective. In left-liberal Europe, this capitulation to left-wing and Islamic anti-Semites both at home and worldwide has become systematic, as Donald Trump emphasized in his speech. Whether it's energy or migration policy, the war in Ukraine, or Islamization, one always encounters the same pattern, which amounts to the dismantling of a functioning state. The more clearly Trump identifies and confronts this, the more forcefully he speaks out against the United Nations, the louder the voices of people like Dominic Johnson, Dunja Hayali, or Elmar Thevessen become here in Germany, as they defame him and his supporters as right-wing extremists and fascists. Following the murder of Trump supporter Charlie Kirk, who was shot in the neck in front of his children, Hayali introduced the segment on ZDF as follows: "The fact that there are now groups celebrating his death cannot be justified by anything, not even by his often abhorrent, racist, sexist, and misanthropic statements," said her colleague Elmar Thevessen, ZDF's correspondent in the U.S. In his report, he had to adhere to the framework set by the network and give this propaganda of lies a semblance of reality. So, on Marcus Lanz's show, he claimed that Kirk had said homosexuals should be stoned and that people should be afraid when a black pilot is flying. These claims are demonstrably false. When ZDF received protests against the reporting, the network explained that it had not been properly contextualized that Kirk had referred to the Bible and quoted from it in relation to homosexuals. But even this half-hearted retraction was a lie, because Kirk had spoken out against a literal interpretation of the Bible, using an example from the book of Genesis in which the stoning of homosexuals is condoned. Instead, he insisted on the biblical principle that all people were created equal by God, and had therefore said the exact opposite of what Thevessen accused him of. Kirk's statement about black pilots referred to the fact that selecting people based on skin color rather than qualifications leads many people to believe that black pilots are not hired because of their competence. That is why he advocates for people to be judged without regard to their physical characteristics. Yet, in the fevered imaginations of German journalists and fact-checkers, Kirk's statements prove that he must be a racist, a sexist, and a misanthrope, for whom the only remaining adjective is abominable. Everything said in the relevant German media about right-wing conservative politicians from the US and Israel is false or, at the very least, misrepresented. While candidates and lawmakers can spread the worst kind of anti-Semitism, and the anti-Semitic nature of such statements, provided they come from Muslims, is immediately downplayed or denied altogether, Israelis and Americans who unequivocally speak out against anti-Semitism and in favor of Israeli sovereignty are, in the eyes of this type of journalist, the Nazis of today. This demonization is not due to the fact that right-wing or conservative opponents of left-liberal anti-Semitism often hold positions that are open to criticism. Rather, it is part of a war against the West waged in the name of anti-Americanism and anti-Semitism. The furious reactions to Trump's and Netanyahu's addresses to the United Nations reflect above all the fact that they have won the war against Iran and its allies in Gaza, despite the outcry from the international community and the German media. Even more troubling from the perspective of politicians in the international community is that every success of Trump's policies highlights their powerlessness to their own citizens. Trump, on the other hand, raised the question before the United Nations that is crucial for Europe's future. Why don't European countries follow the American example and immediately stop illegal immigration, particularly of Muslims? When the U.S. State Department announced an entry ban in December 2025 against the two managing directors of Heath GmbH, Annalena von Hodenberg and Josephine Ballon, there was widespread outrage among large segments of the German public and among political officials. After all, the entry ban targeted two individuals who, according to their organization's own description, were committed to strengthening democracy in the digital sphere and fostering a network in which freedom of expression is safeguarded and participation is enabled. Their commitment to strengthening fundamental democratic values online and to a safe and democratic internet was also the reason why Annalena von Hodenberg was awarded the Federal Cross of Merit by the federal president as recently as October 2025. This award was seen, at least among her peers, as an important signal for freedom of expression online, said the executive director of Campact EV, one of Heath's founding organizations. However, the view in the U.S. was somewhat different. Instead of being hailed as a champion of freedom of expression and democracy, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio described Heath as a representative of the global censorship industrial complex. Explaining the rationale, U.S. State Department Under Secretary Sarah B. Rogers wrote on the platform X that Heath had been founded to counter conservative groups and that von Hodenberg had used the threat of far-right disinformation as a pretext to push for stricter European platform regulations. The reactions against the U.S. government were correspondingly alarmist. Campact EV stated, "The U.S. government's action is brimming with cynicism. The Trump administration is sanctioning Heath, a recognized organization that helps victims of digital violence, and branding it as radical activists. This is an attack on our European values, our rule of law, and our democracy." The petition #WeAreHateAid, supported by the usual suspects such as Corrective, the Neue Deutsche Medienmacher Asterskinnen, Katja Kipping, and Luisa Neubauer, which had gathered over 190,000 signatures by April of this year, states, "This is an attack on all of us. The Trump administration and U.S. tech billionaires, led by Elon Musk, have been attacking our democracy and digital laws for months. A few weeks ago, the Trump administration published its security strategy. Its goal, to officially bring about political change in Europe, essentially a kind of regime change. Chancellor Friedrich Merz must intervene. Nothing less than the protection of our European digital policy, our rule of law, and our democratic values as a whole is at stake." Support from the government came promptly. In response to the U.S. entry ban, the SPD parliamentary group in the Bundestag issued a press statement urging the federal government and the European Commission to do everything possible to protect those affected and uphold their constitutionally guaranteed rights. Federal Minister of Justice Stephanie Hubig rejected the U.S. allegations as unacceptable. Heath supports victims of unlawful digital hate speech. The organization makes an important contribution to ensuring that personal rights are protected in the digital sphere as well. Anyone who calls this censorship is misrepresenting our system of the rule of law. Foreign Minister Johann Wadephul also criticized the entry bans. U.S. Secretary of State Rubio had criticized the Digital Services Act, DSA, the central EU regulation governing online platforms, social networks, online marketplaces, and internet search engines worldwide, insofar as their content is also accessible within the European Union, as an attack on all American tech platforms and the American people by foreign governments. Wadephul countered that the DSA does not have extraterritorial effect. He said it was democratically adopted by the European Union for the EU to ensure that everything that is illegal offline is also illegal online. It does not apply to the United States. French Foreign Minister Barrot made a similar argument. The peoples of Europe are free and sovereign and will not allow others to impose rules on their digital space. Rubio's entry ban targets not only the two executive directors of Heath, but also Frenchman Thierry Breton, the former vice president of the European Commission and EU Commissioner for the Internal Market from 2019 to 2024, as well as the British Claire Melford, chair of the Global Disinformation Index, and Imran Ahmed, chair of the Center for Countering Digital Hate, both organizations that claim to combat hate speech and disinformation on the internet. EU Commissioner Breton has distinguished himself in particular as a champion against X and its parent company, Meta. He is considered a key driving force and the architect of the DSA. Not only has Breton repeatedly threatened Facebook with fines of up to €5 billion, But during his tenure, he also initiated proceedings against X, which were concluded in December 2015, concluded after his term ended and resulted in a fine of €120 million for various violations of the DSA. In addition, another proceeding has been underway against X since 2023, examining whether the platform is taking sufficient action against the spread of illegal content, hate speech, and disinformation. While still serving as EU Commissioner, Breton went to extraordinary lengths when, in August 2024, ahead of a campaign debate between Elon Musk and Donald Trump on X, he reminded Musk to comply with the DSA's regulations in order to warn against the spread of disinformation, hate, and incitement. Since the debate with Trump could also be viewed in the EU, including any potentially harmful content it contained that could have adverse effects on social discourse and public safety, Musk was explicitly reminded of his obligations under the DSA. Breton called on Musk to immediately ensure the effectiveness of his systems for complying with the DSA and to promptly report to him and the EU authorities the measures taken against content deemed illegal under national and/or EU law. In conclusion, he warned that the EU would not hesitate to make full use of its entire range of tools should this be necessary to protect EU citizens from serious harm. See letter from the European Commission to Elon Musk dated August 12, 2024. An EU commissioner attempted to subject a conversation between a U.S. entrepreneur and a U.S. presidential candidate, held on a platform operated by a U.S. company, to the regulatory mechanisms of European digital laws, which allegedly do not apply outside the EU. This amounts to demanding that Americans subordinate their conception of freedom of speech to the Europeans' digital broadcasting conditions. While self-proclaimed free and sovereign nations refuse to have rules imposed on their own digital space, they have no qualms about forcing those same rules, with a brazen air of innocence and a gesture of moral superiority, upon the U.S. on its own territory as a sort of terms and conditions. The claim that the entry bans, according to the #WeAreHateAid petition, are an attack on all of us. This phrase was bandied about with great indignation precisely because it affected not only a former EU commissioner but also a representative of so-called civil society. Although HateAid describes itself as an independent initiative, in reality, it is a state-affiliated front organization, heavily funded by government resources, whose goal is to enforce European social media regulations worldwide, primarily against U.S. tech companies, which are under general suspicion of being dangerous threats to democracy. HateAid sees itself as an organization dedicated to enforcing fundamental rights and, in this capacity, advises victims of digital violence, where even simple insults are classified as hate speech and thus as digital violence, assists those affected in having illegal content removed, and funds lawsuits both against social media platforms to have content removed and against the perpetrators of the legal violations. For example, HateAid supported Renate Künast, a longtime member of the Bundestag and former minister who serves on HateAid's advisory board, as well as former Green Party Minister of Economic Affairs Robert Habeck, in pursuing legal action against online insults. In addition to its role as an advisory center and litigation funder, HateAid operates a reporting center for illegal online content, with a focus on combating anything perceived as hate speech or incitement. In addition to personal threats and insults, this naturally includes the fight against racism and Islamophobia. To support its work, HateAid receives government grants totaling over €1 million annually, of which approximately 600,000 come from the Federal Ministry of Justice and approximately 420,000 from the Federal Ministry for Family Affairs, representing 25% of the annually available funds. From 2019 to 2024, grants from the federal budget totaled approximately €4.7 million. In November 2024, Co-Executive Director Josephine Ballon was appointed to the Advisory Board of the Digital Services Coordinator, DSC, at the Federal Network Agency by the relevant federal ministries, following a recommendation by the Bundestag. According to its own statement, the Federal Network Agency, in its capacity as the DSC, monitors whether online services comply with the new rules of the DSA and ensures that users can navigate the internet safely and freely. It also maintains a complaints office for cases where online platforms have no or insufficient complaint management systems in place. HateAid, in turn, is certified by the Federal Network Agency as a so-called trusted flagger. Online platforms are required to give priority treatment to reports and complaints from trusted flaggers, as these organizations are deemed to possess special expertise and competence in detecting and identifying illegal content. The Federal Network Agency's decision dated June 2, 2025, granting certification as a trusted flagger demonstrates how closely HateAid collaborates with various government agencies. The applicant was founded in 2018 as Germany's first counseling center dedicated exclusively to victims of digital violence. As part of its activities, the applicant regularly reports illegal content to online platforms. It reports both content that violates the platform's terms of service and content that is illegal under German and European law. Since 2019, the applicant has been a member of the Macht dem Hess, Power to Hate, cooperation network initiated by the Hessian Ministry of Justice. The cooperation network is a partner of the Central Reporting Office for Criminal Content on the Internet, ZMI, at the Federal Criminal Police Office, BKA. The petitioner also regularly conducts training sessions and workshops for law enforcement and the judiciary on addressing hate crimes on the Internet. As part of this work, she is a regular contributor to continuing education programs offered by the BKA, the police academies in Hamburg, Saxony-Anhalt, and Bavaria, the Judicial Academy of North Rhine-Westphalia, and the Berlin School of Economics and Law. The applicant is regularly invited as an expert witness to the Legal Affairs Committee of the German Bundestag, as well as to the Digital Affairs Committee, the Interior Committee, and hearings of various state parliaments. There, she provides expert testimony on issues of civil and criminal law, procedural law, reporting requirements, and national and European regulation of online platforms. Heath's activities as an advisory and reporting center alone are unlikely to have led to the two managing directors being barred from entering the U.S. Rather, their lobbying work for the DSA and their support for the EU's fight to enforce its vision of a regulated internet worldwide against U.S. tech giants are likely to have been the decisive factors. Britain's attempt to require Platform X to moderate and, if necessary, regulate the conversation with Donald Trump in accordance with EU guidelines was not a slip-up by an overzealous EU commissioner, but is consistent with both the legal framework under the DSA and the case law of the European Court of Justice. As early as 2019, the European Court of Justice ruled in Case C-18/18, the European Court of Justice had already ruled that European regulations are not subject to any restrictions in terms of geographical scope or the scope of their measures, and that European courts can not only require internet platforms to remove reported illegal content from access in Europe. The platforms can also be required to independently search for the same or similar content in order to then remove it worldwide. The DSA, which came into effect in phases between 2022 and 2024, aligns with this case law of the European Court of Justice. Given that the platform's content can be accessed in Europe, the EU requires compliance with its regulatory provisions and, pursuant to Article 43 of the DSA, bills tech companies for the costs of monitoring, totaling €58 million in 2024, as supervisory fees. With the DSA, the EU not only requires tech companies to provide reporting procedures for legal content and to give priority to reports from certified reporting centers such as Heath, but also obligates platforms to remove illegal content. The DSA itself does not define what constitutes illegal content. In this regard, it refers to the respective national laws of EU member states. Illegal content includes not only terrorist propaganda, child pornography, or copyright infringements, but also violations of personal rights such as insults and defamation, as well as incitement to hatred and hate speech. The determination of whether content is illegal does not rest solely with the courts. The obligation to review and, if necessary, remove content therefore applies not only when a court has ruled that content is illegal, but also when the reporting centers or an individual user deems content to be illegal, Article 16 of the DSA. Upon receiving such a report, the platform operator must determine whether the content is illegal under EU regulations or the laws of member states. Its legality under US law, however, is irrelevant. In the event of violations of the removal obligation, networks face a fine of up to 6% of their global annual revenue. It is the unanimous opinion that so-called geo-blocking, that is, measures that restrict access to certain content to specific countries, does not provide sufficient protection, as it is technically possible to circumvent these restrictions without significant difficulty. To avoid the risk of substantial fines, platform operators must therefore remove such content entirely. In addition to the obligation to remove illegal content, the DSA requires very large platform operators and very large search engine operators, platforms and search engines with over 45 million monthly users in the EU, to review harmful content and assess the systemic risks it poses. What matters here is not the accuracy of the content, but the risks identifiable in it, Article 34 of the DSA, which could, among other things, have adverse effects on the exercise of fundamental rights, the fundamental right to non-discrimination, the protection of public health, as well as public debate and public safety. Platforms are not only required to report annually on their risk analyses, they are also obligated to counteract risks and implement mitigation measures. This includes collaborating with organizations such as hate aid or fact-checkers, flagging harmful content, or limiting the reach of such content, Article 35 of the DSA. In the event of a violation of the regulations on risk assessment and the associated mitigation measures, the EU once again threatens companies with fines of up to 6% of their global annual revenue. With the DSA, the EU has created a tool to enforce its vision of democracy against US tech giants. The recitals of the DSA also clearly state that social media platforms are to be used as a tool to drive social transformation, or, at the very least, that they should not stand in the way of the EU's agenda. The way in which very large online platforms and very large online search engines can be used has a major impact on online safety, the formation of public opinion, public discourse, and online commerce. Accordingly, the assessed risks also include the impact of content in terms of actual or foreseeable negative effects on democratic processes, social debate, electoral processes, and public safety. The democratic process should take place in a clean and controlled online environment. Providers should therefore also focus on information that, while not illegal, contributes to the systemic risks identified in this regulation. Such providers should therefore pay particular attention to how their services are used to disseminate or amplify misleading or deceptive content, including disinformation. Accordingly, very large providers must evaluate the design of their recommendation systems and, where necessary, adapt them, for example, by taking measures to prevent or minimize biases that lead to discrimination against vulnerable individuals. While platform operators had long moderated their social networks in line with the interests of the EU and its member states, the takeover of Twitter by Elon Musk in 2022, which was subsequently renamed X, and the re-election of Donald Trump as US president led to a growing rift between the EU and US social media platforms. Not only Elon Musk, but also Mark Zuckerberg's Meta, including Instagram, WhatsApp, and Facebook, Google, including the search engine of the same name, and YouTube, and Jeff Bezos's Amazon sought to align themselves with the new US administration. They put DEI policies, diversity, equity, inclusion, were put to the test. Diversity-related hiring targets were scrapped, and, like Zuckerberg, companies ceased cooperation with fact-checkers and announced the end of censorship. Even during the COVID-19 pandemic, Facebook and Twitter had been removing posts about the virus's laboratory origin, which is now considered the likely cause of the emergence of COVID-19, as harmful disinformation. Criticism of Islam was treated similarly. Both Facebook and Twitter repeatedly blocked posts critical of Islam as violations of community guidelines, affecting even prominent critics of Islam such as Hamed Abdulsamad and Ahmad Karim, whose accounts were suspended or even deleted, merely confirming the statement by then-Interior Minister Horst Seehofer that Islam does not belong in Germany, earned church historian Michael Heathman a 30-day suspension because he dared to point out the historical role of Islam. Throughout the 1,700-year history of the Christian West, Islam has always played only one role, that of the sword of Damocles hanging over us, the threat of barbarism against which we had to unite and defend ourselves. In this respect, it is not Islam that is part of German history, but rather the defensive struggle against Islam. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance made it clear in his 2025 speech at the Munich Security Conference, which came as a shock to Europeans, that times have changed in the United States. For Vance, restrictions on free speech and internet censorship represent not only a departure from shared values but also a serious threat to democracy in Europe. The threat that concerns me most with regard to Europe, however, is not Russia, not China, not any other external actor. What concerns me is the threat from within. Europe's retreat from some of its most fundamental values, values it shares with the United States of America. Unfortunately, when I look at Europe today, it is sometimes not so clear what has happened to some of the victors of the Cold War. I look to Brussels, where EU commissioners are warning citizens that they intend to shut down social media during times of civil unrest, as soon as they detect what they classify as hateful content. To many of us on the other side of the Atlantic, it increasingly looks as though old, established interests are hiding behind ugly Soviet-sounding terms like misinformation and disinformation, because they simply cannot bear the thought of anyone with an alternative perspective expressing a different opinion, let alone voting differently or, God forbid, winning an election. Vance also spoke plainly on the issues of migration and the fight against the far right. No voter on this continent went to the polls to vote for opening the floodgates to millions of uncontrolled immigrants. But do you know what they did vote for? In England, they voted for Brexit. Whether you agree with it or not, they voted for it. And all across Europe, more and more people are electing political leaders who promise to end uncontrolled migration. Contrary to what you might hear a few mountains away in Davos, the citizens of all our nations do not see themselves as mere educated animals or as interchangeable cogs in a global economy. And it's hardly surprising that they don't want to be pushed around or callously ignored by their leaders. It is the role of democracy to resolve these major issues at the ballot box. I believe that dismissing people, ignoring their concerns, or even worse, excluding the media, elections, or the people themselves from the political process achieves nothing. In fact, that is the surest way to destroy democracy. In doing so, Vance not only reveals a different understanding of democracy, he declares the values championed by the upholders of our democracy to be the greatest threat to Europe and democracy. The EU, and with it, the representatives of many of its member states, see the fight against the far right, against racism, especially anti-Muslim racism, and for greater diversity as the central challenge. This fight is directed both against citizens and political parties who view mass Muslim immigration as a threat, and against EU governments that wish to refuse the mass admission of Muslim refugees and the associated Islamic encroachment. While the Trump administration seeks to limit and regulate migration in principle and is attempting to essentially halt immigration from Islamic countries, Germany and the EU, with their agenda, hold the view that immigration is fundamentally to be welcomed and that society should adapt to migrant communities. This is entirely in line with the UN Migration Pact, which, although it does not establish legally binding norms under international law, has been endorsed by the Federal Republic of Germany and is also supported by the EU. According to the UN Secretary-General's report, Shaping Migration for the Benefit of All, which was prepared in 2017 in advance of the UN Migration Pact, there is clear evidence that, despite many real problems, migration brings economic and social benefits to both migrants and host societies. Linked to this observation is the task of portraying migration in a positive light. The report states, "Unfortunately, it must be noted that the current political discourse on this topic is all too often marked by xenophobia. We must not allow this to distort our agenda. To make progress in solving the real problems associated with migration, we must, among other things, correct the alarmist misrepresentations of its effects. Political leaders must take responsibility for steering the discourse on this issue in their respective countries in a different direction and for reforming related policies. In the Global Compact for Migration, adopted by the UN General Assembly in 2019, which Poland, the Czech Republic, and Hungary, in addition to the United States and Israel, explicitly did not endorse, states are obligated to strengthen the well-being of all members of society by reducing inequalities as much as possible, avoiding polarization, and strengthening public trust in migration policy and the institutions dealing with migration. States commit to promoting mutual respect for the culture, traditions, and customs of both the host society and migrants. To this end, they are to exchange and implement best practices in the area of integration policies, programs, and activities, including ways to promote acceptance of diversity and to facilitate social cohesion and inclusion. Furthermore, there is an obligation to promote, in partnership with all sectors of society, an open and evidence-based public discourse that leads to a more realistic, humane, and constructive perception of migration and migrants. In addition, states should enact, implement, or maintain legislation that criminalizes hate crimes and serious hate crimes directed against migrants, promote independent, objective, and high-quality media coverage, and finally promote information online, including by raising awareness and educating media professionals on migration issues and terminology, by investing in ethical standards for reporting and advertising, and by ceasing public funding or material support for media outlets that systematically promote intolerance, xenophobia, racism, and other forms of discrimination against migrants. The struggle to enforce the DSA against U.S. media platforms is also, in essence, a struggle over the interpretation of migration and thus for a specific model of democracy, often referred to as liberal democracy. Liberal democracy is not only contrasted with the avowedly illiberal democracy of a Viktor Orban. It is also regarded as a countermodel to the United States, which, at least since Trump, has been understood not as a liberal democracy but as an electoral democracy, in which, according to the Federal Agency for Civic Education, elections are free and fair, but the separation of powers is not fully developed, so that, for example, the head of state is subject to only weak or no oversight by the judiciary or parliament. What Mano observes in his definition of liberal democracy and its proponents is also reflected in the implementation of the Digital Services Act. The concept of liberal democracy opens up the possibility of conceiving of democracy solely as a functioning legal order that is no longer affected by the necessarily contentious question of its political exclusion. Instead of resolving major issues at the ballot box, the concept enables a shift toward the most comprehensive institutional restrictions possible on the will of the majority, that is, the disempowerment of the demos in democracy. The EU, and specifically some key member states, does not view mass immigration, primarily from Islamic countries, as the main problem, but rather sees an allegedly ever-growing Islamophobia as the primary threat to social peace. In doing so, they have at least correctly recognized that criticism of Islam and mass immigration is inseparable from the question of the political structure of society, and therefore, for the sake of defending liberal democracy against its enemies, must be largely suppressed or publicly discredited. The Demokratie Leben project, which is also supported by Germany, as well as the EU project CERV, Citizens, Equality, Rights and Values, views the fight against opposition to legal and illegal immigration from Islamic countries, and the accompanying Islamization and the formation of counter-societies consisting primarily of Arabs, but also Turks or people of Turkish descent, as a struggle against the right. With U.S. tech companies turning toward the ideas of MAGA and America First, the EU and its political leaders have lost key allies in the fight against hate and incitement. The EU is attempting to counter a debate on Islamic immigration, which cannot be controlled on social media, by tightening enforcement of the DSA. Furthermore, there are discussions both within the EU and in Germany about to impose a democracy tax on social media companies to support so-called quality journalism, so that its practitioners can fulfill their intended social function even in the digital age. Such a democracy tax would be in addition to the 35 million already flowing annually, with which the EU supports media outlets and journalists that align with its agenda. Through the DSA, the EU has given a specifically German censorship industry complex the legal means to enforce its vision of a regulated internet. The term censorship industry complex was coined by journalists and researchers who, following Elon Musk's takeover of Twitter, set out to determine, based on internal emails and memos released by Musk, the extent to which Twitter had collaborated with various governments and intelligence agencies to remove objectionable content from the internet or limit its reach. In 2014, at the time of the annexation of Crimea, Twitter blacklisted pro-Ukrainian accounts at the request of the Russian government, so that their content could not be found by other users. The same thing happened to user accounts that reported on corruption scandals involving Turkish President Erdogan or that had criticized the Indian ruling party. Domestically as well, content moderators had posts blocked that they deemed harmful or dangerous. For example, references to Hunter Biden's illegal business dealings in Ukraine, which were not Russian disinformation but simply true. The Twitter files also revealed the influence of the U.S. government during the COVID-19 pandemic. For example, renowned scientists such as Jay Bhattacharya, a professor at Stanford University School of Medicine, were blacklisted on Twitter. He and many others who had spoken out against school closures in the Great Barrington Declaration were thus unwittingly excluded from shaping public opinion. Tweets by Martin Kulldorff, an epidemiologist at Harvard Medical School, were classified as misleading because he questioned whether vaccinations were necessary for all age groups. The suspension of Donald Trump on Twitter was also brought to light. It was not, as claimed, his glorification of the violence committed by the Capitol rioters that triggered the action, but rather Twitter employees had already been considering and weighing how they could ban Trump from the platform beforehand. Australian researcher Andrew Lowenthal, co-founder of LibreNet and a contributor to the Twitter Files project, defines the censorship industry complex as a network of NGOs, university centers, and fact-checking programs, think tanks, foundations, and government agencies that collectively remove online content, typically under the pretext of combating disinformation or hate speech. It is a system that is both organic and state-supported. Some NGOs operate independently to purge the internet of wrong thinking, while others work closely with governments and political actors to do exactly the same thing. After initially researching the networks of NGOs, intelligence agencies, government agencies, and tech platforms in the US, Lowenthal wanted to expand his investigation to the EU, but then decided to limit it to Germany. We originally wanted to map the entire EU, but in Germany alone, we identified over 330 organizations. At that point, it was clear, this is a system unto itself, and it's bigger than I had expected. Germany has built up a censorship complex that is larger than anything we found in the US. Lowenthal concluded that cooperation between the state and civil society is closer than in the US and that there are fewer attempts to conceal this. In LibreNet's investigation into the censorship complex, a total of 425 different funding sources are listed as financing it, most of them from the German federal government. According to the report, between 2016 and 2025, a total of over 105 million euros from federal and state funds was made available for regulation and censorship on the internet. In addition, there is funding from the EU and at the local level. For example, according to the EU Access Funding Database, the EU allocated 6.8 million in 2025 alone for projects aimed at combating anti-Muslim hate. Lowenthal's conclusion, drawn from his investigation of the German censorship industrial complex, confirms once again what only those refuse to see who, for decades now, have claimed the concept of civil society exclusively for themselves and instrumentalized it to legitimize their endeavors. The system produces exactly what it seeks to prevent: polarization, radicalization, and social division. Hate aid, which Lowenthal identifies as an integral part of the censorship industry complex, and which he describes as operating as an extension of the government, has made it its mission to combat digital violence on the internet. What is understood here as violence is often far from being actionable in any way. It's not just about threats of rape and murder, incitement to hatred, or videos glorifying violence. In an online fact sheet titled "Attacked and Left Alone," Hate Aid writes, "The umbrella term digital violence refers to a wide range of different technology-based phenomena directed at individuals or specific groups of people that are disparaging, degrading, intended to intimidate, or incite hatred. These manifestations can be very diverse and, in some cases, may also be relevant under criminal law. However, the term goes beyond criminal legal assessment. This takes into account the fact that violence is determined not only by legal definitions but also by its impact on those affected. In accordance with this definition of violence, the fact sheet also lists patronizing comments or negative comments on political positions as forms of digital violence. As an expression of such violence, a local politician is quoted as saying, "Unfortunately, there is little appreciation for my work, even though I am so deeply committed." Other reporting hotlines, such as the Amadou Antonio Foundation's Hotline for Anti-Feminism, also explicitly do not limit their work to criminal content. For example, this hotline documents anti-feminist incidents and supports those affected. Criticism of gender-neutral language is already classified as an anti-feminist incident, as is asking questions in an interview that aim to portray Muslim women who wear headscarves as oppressed and fail to recognize the Islamic headscarf as an expression of women's self-determination. The latter then falls under the category of anti-Muslim, racially motivated attacks on women's self-determination. Government agencies have also joined the fight against digital violence, and their staff are sometimes trained by Hate Aid on hate crimes. The Hessen Reporting Center Against Hate Speech, located within the Hessian Ministry of the Interior, since December 2025, a contact and counseling center for online hate and incitement, for example, which was responsible for reporting the moron insult directed at Robert Habeck, interprets hate and incitement very broadly in practice, contrary to its own working definition. In the introduction to a brochure marking its second anniversary, Hessen Against Hate Speech defines hate speech as all forms of expression that denigrate, disparage, insult, stigmatize, threaten, or attack individuals or groups based on supposed group-related characteristics and status traits attributed to them. In its own words, the organization follows the definition of the European Commission Against Racism and Intolerance, ECRI. ECRI's definition of hate speech essentially corresponds to the German criminal offense of incitement to hatred, which occurs when individuals are incited to hate against segments of the population or against individuals based on their membership in that group, or when such individuals are insulted or treated with contempt. In practice, however, Hessen gegen Hetze already classifies any insult directed at individual politicians or virologists during the COVID-19 pandemic as hate speech. The reporting centers are supported by judges and prosecutors, who do not view themselves as a constitutional check on the political reporting centers, but rather as the vanguard in the fight against hate and incitement on the internet. While the Federal Constitutional Court has so far, in its rulings, provided very broad protection for freedom of expression in balance with personality, requiring an examination of meaning and the necessary context-specific balancing for a conviction, and, in cases of doubt where there is a factual basis, ruling against criminal defamation or abusive criticism and in favor of freedom of expression, quite a few judges and prosecutors are very quick to view derogatory language as criminal. defamation, or something similar. The conviction for insulting a government official by calling him obviously personally malicious, underhanded, abusive of office, and generally antisocial was overturned by the Federal Constitutional Court. Likewise, the conviction for insulting a prosecutor by calling her a newcomer, crazy, repulsive, malicious, stupid, and insane was also overturned. The same applies to cases involving statements such as "people like you were always the greatest pillars of the system even in earlier dark times." The good thing about that is that such systems will then, hopefully, be purged of fascists more thoroughly than last time, or in proceedings regarding the description of nursing staff as a psychiatric mob. The BVRFG did not necessarily find these to be criminal defamation. Instead, it required the criminal courts to interpret the statements in light of their context, and to examine whether they might, after all, constitute a permissible expression of opinion. However, some representatives of law enforcement agencies and criminal courts are not deterred by such protections for freedom of expression, particularly when it comes to hate speech and incitement against elected officials. Calling Habeck a dimwit led to a court-authorized search of his home. Referring to Habeck, Baerbock, and Scholz as malicious failures led to a conviction for insulting public figures under Section 188 of the German Criminal Code, StGB, and a fine of €3,000. The claim that Baerbock had hit her head against the ceiling too often while jumping on a trampoline resulted in a fine of €800. The photo montage posted on X, in which then Interior Minister Faeser held a sign reading "I hate freedom of speech," initially led to a sentence of 7 months imprisonment, suspended in the first instance. However, on appeal, both the judge and the prosecutor deemed it a permissible expression of opinion. The first instance verdict was overturned, and the defendant was acquitted. The claim that the Digital Services Act and the organizations supporting it, such as Hate Aid, are merely about making illegal online what is already prohibited online proves to be a transparent ploy. In fact, the goal is not only to comprehensively control social debates, but, when in doubt, to make them impossible. The harmful information that is to be banned as hate speech and incitement need not be false or illegal. It is sufficient that it could have an impact on public debate that runs counter to the EU's views, for example, on the topic of migration. Against this backdrop, one should interpret it not as a verbal slip but as a new state ideology when Chancellor Merz, in his response to U.S. Secretary of State Rubio's speech at the 2026 Munich Security Conference, said, "Freedom of speech ends here with us when that speech is directed against human dignity and the basic law." This shift away from prohibited acts toward words that are already deemed impermissible has long been systematic. Nor does it substantially change the fact that the responsible minister, Karen Prien, wishes to reform the federal program Demokratie Leben, Living Democracy, which Andrew Lowenthal calls a particularly drastic example of the censorship industry complex. At least wants to reform it so that in the future, the promotion of democracy comes from the center of civil society, not from the fringes, and she wants to find ways to legally exclude organizations that question Israel's right to exist from receiving funding. However, since Prien's praise as a great initiative is directed, of all things, at the school network Schul ohne Rassismus, Schul mit Courage, School Without Racism, School with Courage. That is, at schools where respect, diversity, and tolerance are discussed while assaults and attacks by Muslim students on Jews, homosexuals, and other unbelievers are downplayed, it becomes clear what can be expected, or rather, what cannot be expected, from the reform. To oppose the German European attempt to establish itself as the digital sovereign of the world, with German NGOs acting as its enforcers, it is not necessary to glorify American tech conglomerates and the debates conducted on their platforms. Undoubtedly, all sorts of delusional opinions are spread there, not least anti-Semitic ones. The optimistic view espoused by John Stuart Mill, that unrestricted freedom of speech helps the best ideas prevail, is highly questionable, and not just in the digital age. Nevertheless, one must take Adorno's observation seriously, that in an unfree society, delusion is not simply the polar opposite of truth, which can be suppressed in favor of the latter. The unrestricted exchange of unfounded opinions may often seem ugly and brutal, but the only alternative at present would be openly totalitarian. The idea of free speech, which cannot be separated from the idea of a free society, necessarily becomes the right to express, defend, and possibly enforce one's own opinion, even if it is false, erroneous, or disastrous. But if one were to curtail the right to free speech for that reason, one would be heading straight toward the very tyranny that, admittedly, lies indirectly in the very consequence of opinion itself. Heath and EU Commissioner Breton give full credit to Adorno's diagnosis that the German response to the problem of arbitrary opinions lies in the unassailable hardening of the idea of objective truth, lack of self-reflection, and the relentlessness of megalomania. Unfortunately, the same can no longer be said without reservation of Adorno's characterization of the Anglo-Saxon countermodel, which is characterized by a pluralism marked by skepticism. J.D. Vance himself pointed out in his Munich speech that the loudest voices calling for censorship have sometimes come not from Europe, but from my own country. As the assassination of Charlie Kirk shows, intransigence toward dissenters labeled as harmful has long since followed the German-European model in the U.S. as well. We who have faith cannot afford to be divided among ourselves. The very state of the world is a call for us to stand together. For as I see it, the chief religious issue is not between our various beliefs. It is between belief and unbelief. With these words, U.S. President Franklin D. Roosevelt addressed the public on February 23, 1936, in a radio address on the occasion of Brotherhood Day, organized by the National Conference of Christians and Jews, NCCJ. The NCCJ was an interfaith dialogue initiative founded in the late 1920s and supported primarily by Jewish representatives and Protestant church and educational elites. Its aim was to curb the anti-Catholic and anti-Semitic sentiments that were gaining strength at the time within the Protestant majority society. Roosevelt's speech, which gave an enormous boost to the NCCJ's primarily domestic political agenda, also marked a shift. First, the president made a foreign policy statement by referring to the global situation, and second, he replaced the NCCJ's pluralistic stance with a normative distinction between faith and unbelief. Already here, the moral juxtaposition of God-fearing America and the atheistic dictatorships of Europe is laid out, a contrast that would later become an integral part of American civil religion. Roosevelt articulated this contrast even more directly on May 27, 1941, in a radio address in which he declared a national emergency in light of the escalating global situation. In it, he explained that a possible German victory in World War II would not only have economic consequences for the American people, but would also endanger religious values. The Nazi world does not recognize any God except Hitler, for the Nazis are as ruthless as the communists in their denial of God. It was precisely this cult of the leader, he argued, that posed a threat to the Christian idea of individual human dignity, which must be protected. Today, the whole world is divided between human slavery and freedom, between pagan brutality and the Christian ideal. We choose human freedom, which is the Christian ideal. Even though Roosevelt still emphasized the Christian ideal here as a normative counterpart to the paganism of the Nazis and Bolsheviks, talk of Judeo-Christian civilization was already taking hold in intellectual circles at the same time. This development was once again significantly driven by the NCCJ, which at that time was increasingly transforming its pluralistic trifaith program from a curriculum focused on tolerance into a normative self-description of American democracy. By the 1950s at the latest, the phrase had finally entered the political mainstream and was prominently used by President Dwight D. Eisenhower in his speeches. Contrary to what is often assumed, in his frequently cited speech of December 22, 1952, as president-elect, Eisenhower did not merely advocate for an abstract religious foundation for society. Instead, he called for a faith that respects individual freedom and equality before the law, which he understood as a Judeo-Christian concept. Our form of government has no meaning unless it is founded in a deeply felt religious faith, and I don't care what it is. With us, of course, it is the Judeo-Christian concept, but it must be a religion in which all men are created equal. From this point on, at the very latest, the commitment to Judeo-Christian civilization evolved over decades into a bipartisan consensus within the context of the Cold War. A key culmination was the military alliance between Israel and the U.S. that took shape after the Six-Day War in 1967, which gave concrete form to the domestic American values framework through a foreign policy alliance. With the collapse of the Soviet Union, however, a gradual shift in meaning began. From then on, the term served less and less to demarcate against an external systemic enemy and instead evolved into a code word in the intensifying domestic cultural struggle. In left-liberal circles, it was increasingly perceived as anachronistic and, at the latest since 9/11 and the Iraq War, criticized as an Islamophobic battle cry. Conversely, conservatives viewed the phrase as a point of reference in their confrontation with postmodern cultural relativism, which was gaining ground at American universities and undermining the West's normative claims. Nor was China's economic rise able to restore the once bipartisan self-image expressed in the positive reference to Judeo-Christian civilization. Instead, It has since been championed primarily by conservatives and deployed against an increasingly Islamophile left. The neoconservatives played a special role in this, though their political and intellectual influence has been steadily waning since the rise of Donald Trump. Although Trump himself refers affirmatively to Judeo-Christian principles in his speeches and maintains the foreign policy alliance with Israel, cracks began to appear for the first time during his first term in the Judeo-Christian self-image of the American right. On the one hand, anti-liberal, or as they call themselves, post-liberal journalists and intellectuals such as Sohrab Ahmari, Patrick Deneen, and Rod Dreher began to take a strong stand against so-called fusionism, that combination of social conservatism and economic liberalism which had largely unchallenged shaped the guiding principles of Republican politics for decades. The religious, social, and foreign policy issues raised in the course of this heated intra-conservative debate also concern, at least indirectly, identification with Judeo-Christian civilization, whose telos in the Cold War had been individual freedom. On the other hand, and independently of this, though likely not coincidentally at the same time, the streamer Nick Fuentes was able to gather a growing online following during Trump's first term, the so-called Groypers. The name is derived from the frog character of the same name, which became known in right-wing online circles through memes and serves as a distinguishing symbol within the scene. The core identity of the Groypers scene lies in its appropriation of the slogan America First, popularized by Trump, which historically traces back to the isolationist America First movement of the early 1940s. Fuentes accuses Trump, due to his pro-Israel stance, of not taking America First seriously enough and thus of merely being, like previous presidents, an asset of the allegedly powerful Jewish lobby. In this context, the pro-Israel lobbying organization American Israel Public Affairs Committee, AIPAC, is suspected of jeopardizing the loyalty of Republican politicians through campaign donations and of contributing to the undermining of American interests. Outside the internet, the Groypers first appeared publicly during the so-called Groyper Wars. As part of this, members of the movement began attending events organized by the Republican front group Turning Point USA, TPUSA, and, in their speeches, attacked, among other things, the pro-Israel consensus of the conservative mainstream. For years, a recurring talking point within the movement at such events has been the incident involving the U.S. reconnaissance ship USS Liberty, which was mistakenly fired upon by Israeli forces during the Six-Day War in 1967. 34 crew members were killed and 171 were wounded. The incident is regularly cited as evidence of the alleged incompatibility of American and Israeli interests and presented with the conviction that it is a fact suppressed by Jewish lobby groups, and that addressing it would amount to breaking a taboo. Because several TPUSA events in 2019 led to controversial exchanges, the originally planned Q&A session at a book presentation by Donald Trump Jr. at UCLA was canceled. The event nevertheless got out of hand and ultimately had to be cut short, which the Groypers interpreted as proof of censorship directed against them by the establishment. Since then, this scene has given rise to an entire ecosystem of high-reach online accounts and influencers who reject mainstream conservatism and instead espouse ethnocentrism and anti-Semitism. In recent years, this milieu has succeeded in moving beyond its niche digital existence and exerting ideological influence on established figures in the scene, such as former Fox News anchor Tucker Carlson. During his time as an anchorman at Fox News, Carlson was the face of the network and one of the most prominent conservative television personalities in the American public sphere. Fox parted ways with him in April 2023, in part because he was involved in spreading false allegations of fraud against the voting machine manufacturer Dominion, which forced the company to pay a large settlement. In the aftermath, Carlson increasingly distanced himself from the conservative mainstream and, on his own podcast, began to espouse anti-Semitic, pro-Russian, and, with regard to World War II, historical revisionist positions. The culmination of the rapprochement between Carlson and the Groyper scene to date was Fuentes' guest appearance on Carlson's podcast in October 2025. In the video, which had garnered more than 7 million views on YouTube by early May 2026, Fuentes recounts how he evolved politically from a neoconservative Ted Cruz supporter to a Trump supporter, and finally to a Trump opponent. However, the criticism of the alliance with Israel espoused by Carlson and Fuentes goes beyond the demand for a strict prioritization of American interests. It is based on the assumption that Judaism and Christianity are fundamentally incompatible in their moral content and stand in opposition to one another as irreconcilable opposites, from which the demand to renounce the Judeo-Christian alliance of values is derived. Carlson assumes a complete moral divergence between the Old and New Testaments and disputes that the fundamental tenets of Christian ethics are already present in Judaism. Building on this, he places Israel's alleged war crimes in Gaza within a tradition rooted in the Old Testament. In a podcast with internet pastor Cliff Nechtel, Carlson explains that while reading the Old Testament, he was shocked by the violence in it, shocked by the vengeance in it, shocked by the genocide in it. Furthermore, he claims it contains no message of grace. To distance himself from the accusations of anti-Semitism leveled against him due to such statements, he clarified in an interview with Megyn Kelly that it is illegitimate and unchristian to attack people for their DNA. In the same breath, he redirected the accusations against him toward Israel. Western civilization has its origins in the New Testament. It is based on Western ethics. And the fundamental difference between the West and the rest of the world, not just Israel but all other countries, is that we do not believe in collective punishment because we do not believe in collective guilt. Accordingly, in his conversation with Fuentes, he identifies Israel's alleged adherence to the concept of collective guilt as the real reason for the Gaza war. One of the reasons I'm so upset about Gaza is Israel's stance that anyone living in Gaza is a terrorist solely because of their origin, including women and children. That is a non-Christian perspective that is completely incompatible with Christianity and Western civilization. End of quote. Fuentes makes similar remarks on Carlson's podcast. Even 2,000 years after the destruction of the temple, Jews still harbor a grudge against the Romans, which is foreign to him. As Americans and white people, we don't think that way. We don't think about the Roman Empire from 2,000 years ago. The basis of this way of thinking, he says, is Judaism itself. The plan for a greater Israel, Israel's blood and soil nationalism. It stems from this ethnic religious identity, Judaism. In this regard, the state of Israel differs fundamentally from all other states because, according to Fuentes, the Jewish people are scattered throughout the world in the diaspora, and there is therefore a significant number of Jews in Europe but also in the United States. Because of their unique heritage and history, namely that they are a stateless people, they cannot be assimilated. They have resisted assimilation for millennia, and I consider that a good thing. Even diaspora Jews critical of Israel are globally networked and prioritize their own interests over those of their host countries. There is no other country that exhibits a similar constellation. No other country has such a strong identity. This religious conviction of blood and soil, this history of the diaspora, of statelessness, of wandering, of persecution, and especially the historical enmity between the Jewish people and the Europeans. They hate the Romans because they destroyed the temple. Although Fuentes' portrayal of Judaism as a vengeful, tribalistic blood and soil people is a caricature, it by no means expresses rejection, but rather envy and admiration. It is a typical case of pathic projection, in the sense of Adorno and Horkheimer. Thus, according to Fuentes, the Jews' alleged lack of assimilation is, precisely because of its uniqueness, a good thing and therefore a potential model for white Christians. Accordingly, his remark that Zionism is a form of particularistic identity politics appears critical only on the surface and is in truth intended as a plea for right-wing identity politics. When Carlson compares the idea of Jewish statehood to Black Lives Matter, Fuentes interjects, "You talk about identity politics as if it were a bad thing. I believe identity is reality. I think that means understanding that identity politics, whether you love it or hate it, whatever your stance on it, is a reality. That we live in a world of Jews and Christians, of whites and blacks. These identities mean something to us, and they mean something to one another, and we can't simply wish them away. It seems as though whites and Christians are the only ones who do that." Although Carlson, who cultivates a habit of emphasizing his willingness to engage in dialogue in defiance of all censors, and Fuentes, who presents himself as docile, both strive to meet each other halfway in their conversation, it remains evident that the only thing they truly agree on is their anti-Zionism. Their underlying ideological justifications differ. Carlson expresses his unease with the blanket discrediting of Jews and, in contrast, emphasizes his high regard for the Pharisee Saul/Paul and the idea of each individual's personal responsibility before God. He initially agrees with Fuentes' remarks cited above regarding the positive reality of collective identities, but adds shortly thereafter that the reality of a multi-ethnic country requires setting aside the interests of one's own community or group in favor of common interests, universal interests, and national interests. Such remarks reveal a genuinely Christian, individualistic universalist orientation that one will search for in vain in Fuentes' work. He unabashedly justifies his own racism by referring to supposed genetic differences. It's in our DNA. It's in our genes. White people create a white society. Consequently, only white people can maintain a white society. And that is exactly what we will achieve at any cost. He, in turn, blames Jewish influence for the mass immigration into Western countries that threatens this goal. Through their power in the media, education, and culture, he claims, the Jews have fostered the anti-Western and anti-national consensus of the postmodern left and are thus responsible not only for migration policy but also for a general suicidal tendency in the West towards self-hatred and self-abandonment. While Fuentes, in the tradition of modern anti-Semitism and Nazi conspiracy theories, laments the corrosive influence of Jewish networks, Carlson operates more in the realm of Christian anti-Judaism. He focuses on the violence and vindictiveness of Zionist Jews, their insistence on their now state-organized particularity, and the associated refusal to assimilate into American society or, indeed, into humanity as a whole. Paradoxically, this line of argument reflects a development that previously took place within the left under postmodern auspices and is described by Bruno Chauet in his Theory Good for the Jews. Chauet describes how deconstructivist post-structuralist leftist theory has positively reframed the anti-Semitic image of the eternally other diaspora Jews, who subversively undermine national identity and state order, and reinterpreted it as the very essence of Judaism. Just as in Pauline theology, Judaism only attains its truth in its fulfillment in Christ, and faith in the Father only in faith in the Son, while Judaism that clings to the law and its origins is, by contrast, regarded as obstinate and anachronistic, so too do left-wing scholars of the humanities, Judith Butler and Enzo Traverso, today view the sovereign Jewish state as a betrayal of the ideal of a true, self-realized, critically universalist Judaism. In this way, anti-Semitism is once again drawing closer to its Christian roots. Against this backdrop, a possible resurgence of Christian anti-Judaism from the right, in the style of Tucker Carlson, could converge with the universalist-oriented agitation against Israel from the left. Fuentes, too, draws on classic anti-Jewish motifs, yet accusations such as the claim that Judaism tends toward a concept of blood guilt and collective punishment, which is incompatible with the principles of individual morality, sound all the more ridiculous coming from him, since in his videos he consistently and belligerently leveled the charge of deicide and is convinced of the collective guilt of the Jews. For example, he interprets the Jewish diaspora following the destruction of the temple by the Romans as divine punishment for failing to recognize Jesus as the Messiah. He often supplements these statements with sadistic fantasies of punishment. Because we are willing to die in holy war, we will let them die in holy war. They have no future in America. The enemies of Christ have no future in this world, he said at an America First event aptly titled Holy War. The sacralization of political violence revealed in this language is by no means coincidentally characterized by anti-Christian traits. Fuentes' entire worldview is permeated by the motif of pitting Christian ethics, in a distorted form, against the supposedly barbaric Jews. The fact that he expects his followers to give up their own lives in this confrontation points not only to an ideological affinity with Islam, but also to a fundamental unwillingness to understand Jesus' death on the cross as the culmination of sacred sacrificial substitution. Because Fuentes himself does not believe in the Messiah, he can conceive of Jesus' death only as a murder committed by the Jews and not as a voluntary self-sacrifice for the redemption of humanity. He accordingly projects his repressed sense of guilt over his own lack of faith in Jesus and his inability to abandon human sacrifice onto the Jews. While the frenzy of persecuting the Jews as God-killers objectively executes and proves one's own unbelief, subjectively it rationalizes itself as the eradication of inner doubt directed at an externalized representative. In anti-Judaism, the Gentile wants to be a truer, more steadfast, and more fearless Christian, yet is merely the Antichrist. To psychologically compensate for its own unbelief, the Gropper's milieu relies on identitarian expressions of faith such as crusader memes. A key role in this, on social media, is played by the strident appropriation of the time-honored Christian creed Christ is King, which Fuentes deliberately uses in contrast to Judeo-Christian, and which has established itself as an anti-Semitic dog whistle. A key figure in this political rebranding was former Daily Wire journalist Candace Owens, who, like Carlson, worked for an established conservative outlet before making a name for herself in independent online platforms with absurd conspiracy theories following her departure. The zeal with which these figures attack their conservative and often Jewish opponents, foremost among them Ben Shapiro, ultimately testifies to an unconscious hatred of Christianity itself, which is fueled not only by a lack of faith but also by a rebellion against its civilizing influence. Freud considers this mechanism a central factor in the emergence of anti-Semitism. One might say they were all poorly baptized. Beneath a thin veneer of Christianity, they have remained what their ancestors were, worshippers of a barbaric polytheism. They have not overcome their resentment toward the new religion imposed upon them, but they have shifted it onto the source from which Christianity came to them. This is evident, for example, in the fact that Fuentes, in an ahistorical leap of logic, identifies the polytheistic Romans with the Christian West. This equation is based on a pagan motif directed against the Jewish critique of polytheistic worship, a critique adopted by Christianity. Their hatred of Jews is essentially hatred of Christians. It is no wonder that in the German National Socialist Revolution, this intimate relationship between the two monotheistic religions finds such clear expression in the hostile treatment of both. Fuentes' overt anti-Semitism with a Christian veneer and Carlson's Christian anti-Jewish anti-Zionism, which are not always clearly distinguishable from one another anyway, converge in their lament over Zionist influence on U.S. foreign policy. In this context, the costs of American policy toward Israel are identified as the cause of the manifold social problems in U.S. society, be it the catastrophic healthcare system, the high cost of living, the overcrowded prisons, or the countless fentanyl-related deaths. This attribution of blame to Jews goes hand in hand with a rejection of free market dogmas, whose traditional significance on the U.S. right is, in turn, explained in classic fashion by an alleged Jewish influence. Behind the resentment toward the parasitic Jews who plundered the public coffers lies the ideal of the state as a welfare agency that distributes resources based on origin and loyalty, rather than leaving the distribution of wealth to the chimerical merit principle, which in reality benefits fewer and fewer citizens. In their anti-liberal stance and their yearning for a strong welfare state, Fuentes and his ilk resemble the Nazis. However, their relative success cannot be adequately explained by pointing to the signs of crisis that have existed for decades. It is more plausible to link the rise of right-wing anti-Semites to the rise of Donald Trump. Not because Trump himself is a fascist or an anti-Semite, but because, as the personification of the populist revolt, he was imbued with messianic expectations of salvation by segments of the white electorate, expectations that, despite or precisely because of his seemingly erratic governance, were bound to collide with reality. While the dissatisfaction of those who identify with the opposition, generated by intensifying economic struggles over distribution, can be directed toward the government, once one's own party has come to power and the hardships of everyday life nevertheless persist, a need for an explanation arises, one that, for some, can satisfy the notion of the power behind the power. It is no coincidence, then, that right-wing anti-Semitism seems to have increasingly lost its niche character just a few months into Trump's second term, whereas it had remained a marginal phenomenon during Biden's term. What is revealed in the right-wing hatred of Israel is thus also a conformist rebellion against tendencies within the nation-state itself that undermine its ideological claim to the creation of a harmonious community. Fuentes openly dreams of a Catholic theocracy that would privilege white Christians. Standing in the way of its establishment, he claims, is the State of Israel, whose potential citizens in the diaspora lie in wait as future Mossad agents and are subverting American society. Unlike in Hitler's time, the Groppers can now even identify Israel as a headquarters of Judaism. In Fuentes' mouth, the slogan "America First" is by no means limited to an isolationist agenda. Rather, it is underpinned by the desire to abandon Israel to its enemies and lead it to destruction. Trump's rise had seriously shaken the hegemony of the old neo-conservative elites. Both the Republican establishment and leading conservative media outlets such as National Review or the Weekly Standard have, as a result, lost their moderating gatekeeper function. The growing importance of social media platforms has played a significant role in this loss of hegemony. In this respect, Fuentes and Carlson should be understood less as realpolitik actors and more as independent entrepreneurs who generate reach in an attention-driven platform economy by differentiating themselves through their content. In particular, the monetization models that have established themselves on these platforms over the past 10 years offer even creators who do not reach a mass media audience the opportunity to produce content profitably. The business model of political agitation formats, such as those operated by Fuentes, consists accordingly of distancing oneself as much as possible from the mainstream while producing increasingly provocative and outlandish content. It is therefore not surprising that Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, particularly after their departure from the mainstream media, began to emulate this edgelord culture and drew attention through increasingly absurd takes and interview guests. The fact that the pro-Israel stance is increasingly being called into question, particularly among younger conservatives, according to polls, suggests that the content disseminated by anti-Semitic online agitators could seep into the conservative mainstream. Should the political poles converge on this issue in the coming decades, a cooling of relations between Israel and the U.S. is not an unrealistic scenario. The fact that Fuentes' conformism in this regard leads directly to collaboration with the postmodern left is suggested not only by the shared enemy stereotypes. In fact, following the joint attack by Israel and the U.S. on Iran, Fuentes has repeatedly called for people to vote for the Democrats. GOP Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, who in recent years has made various tropes of the Groppers her trademark and has already been a guest at a Fuentes event, was invited to the ABC talk show The View, hosted by Whoopi Goldberg, to bash Donald Trump in lockstep with the show's left-leaning regulars. While this does not necessarily signal an open alliance with political rivals, it does indicate an ideological affinity that could very well have real-world political consequences. A postmodern right that shares the left's definition of the enemy would have nothing to counter it, neither substantively nor normatively, and would usher in its own demise. Instead of aiming with conservative intent to preserve Western nation-states, it would merely add the victim category of white Christians, who must be liberated from the yoke of the Jews, to the identity political pyramid of victims constructed by the intersectional left. This mirroring of the left, which would amount to a new right-wing identity politics, would ultimately abandon Western principles and contribute to the final disintegration of the nation-state. In this respect, such a program would amount to a far-reaching capitulation by the right and would be not merely a sham alternative to the postmodern left, but also to its closest ally, Islam. If it were up to Fuentes, Christianity would regress into a boundlessly politicized collective of victims, an Islamic Ummah. It is therefore not surprising that Fuentes himself refers to his anti-Semitic program as a holy war, thereby echoing the logic of jihadism. However, it is unlikely that Nick Fuentes will ever become the tribune of the people he presumably believes himself to be. While the anti-Semites' march through the Democratic Party has been largely unopposed, Fuentes, Carlson, and their ilk are facing not only a tailwind but also significant headwinds, most recently even from Trump himself. Any further rise of Nick Fuentes, or his agenda, would likely lead to a split within the U.S. right, weaken the Republican Party, and thus play right into the Democrats' hands. Parts of the left liberal public seem to anticipate exactly this and are already hyping up Fuentes and his followers as relevant figures. For example, the New York Times ran a headline in October claiming that Fuentes was Charlie Kirk's successor. Unlike Kirk, however, Fuentes and his ilk lack any political instinct, that sense of viable alliances and compromises, of real needs and favorable opportunities, which, even if his scornful opponents are determined to deny it, is what makes Donald Trump a force for the nation as well. Fuentes' attention-seeking logic, on the other hand, does not lead to the establishment of a political project capable of winning a majority, but instead produces increasingly radical mechanisms of self-demarcation that, by their very nature, remain mired in nihilistic and pre-political agitation. Hope was the buzzword used by left-wing and left-liberal media in Germany to describe the election victory of 34-year-old Zoran Mamdani as New York's first Muslim mayor. Although there were a few isolated critical voices regarding Mamdani's hostility toward Israel, Bernd Ulrich warned in Die Zeit against showering the success of this radical politician with many buts. November 5, 2025. What dominates is the longing for an anti-Trump, a shining figure who, like the former beacon of hope Barack Obama, stands for the good America that German cultural columnists dream of. A leading voice in this discourse belongs to the writer Daniel Kellman, who lives in New York himself and can therefore succeed as an expert on America. On the occasion of the English translation of his book Lickspiel, which deals with the collaboration of the Austrian director G.W. Pabst with the Nazis, Kellman gave an interview to the FAZ in the summer of 2025 on the state of the American nation. Comparing conditions in the U.S. to fascism is no longer an exaggeration, the article states, since an asymmetrical dictatorship reigns in the country, though Kellman points out that even before Trump, Black Americans lived in a police state where they were constantly afraid of being shot. He recounts his book tour. I usually read aloud the chapter in which Pabst is initially sitting in the kitchen with his two colleagues, who say that life in Germany is actually quite good if you don't make any mistakes. And then he meets Goebbels, who puts so much pressure on him that he eventually gives in and accepts a directing job. This passage was, of course, chosen because it has something to do with what we're seeing here right now. I think there are many conversations like the ones Pabst has there taking place right now in the White House and elsewhere. End of quote. Since the beginning of Donald Trump's second term, we've been hearing and reading on all channels that Trump wants to subjugate science, in much the same way that the Reich Minister of Propaganda once subjugated a German cultural figure. When people hear the phrase science, many probably picture people in white lab coats carrying test tubes around in laboratories, on the verge of finding a cure for cancer, If only the evil president who cut off funding for base motives hadn't prevented them from doing so. A look at the American Ivy League, the country's most elite universities, often reveals a very different picture of what falls under the label of science. However, the Department of Middle Eastern, South Asian, and African Studies, MESAS for short, at Columbia University in New York, which has been the center of protests against Israel since October 7, 2023, was exposed more than 20 years ago as a hotbed of anti-Zionist propaganda. The 2004 documentary Columbia Unbecoming chronicles the experiences of Jewish students who had taken courses on the Middle East conflict at this institute, then still known as MELAC. In a seminar led by Professor Joseph Massid, who at the time did not yet have tenure, a scandal erupted after he asked an Israeli student how many Palestinians he had already killed. There were the usual investigative committees and reports, but the incident did not harm Massid's career. He received his tenured position and remains active at Columbia University to this day. There he has illustrious colleagues such as Hamid Dabashi, professor of Iranian studies, who would stand a good chance of winning an Ayatollah Khamenei look-alike contest. His tirades against Israel could fill many pages. They all boil down to the following message. Whenever a dirty, treacherous, ugly, and harmful event occurs in the world, you only have to wait a few days until the ugly name Israel pops up. On the occasion of the publication of the book Reading Lolita in Tehran, which is about students who, by reading Western literary classics together with their professor, seek to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the mullah's regime, Dabashi denounced the exiled Iranian author of the novel, Azar Nafisi, as a collaborator with the colonial masters, and compared her to a soldier who had tortured prisoners at the American Abu Ghraib prison. Dabashi also had a pointed opinion on the protests earlier this year. While there may be some valid criticisms of the regime, the protests were largely orchestrated by the Mossad and are therefore illegitimate, as evidenced by the presence of Israeli flags which, as is well known, have no place in Iran. Mahmoud Mamdani, the father of the newly elected mayor of New York, has been a professor at Columbia University since 1999. He is a historian in the tradition of post-colonialism and, naturally, an anti-Zionist and critic of the United States. Father and son have emphasized in interviews how much they have learned from each other politically, and one of Mahmoud Mamdani's important books is dedicated to his son Zoran with the words, "May you inspire many and pave a new path." He has undoubtedly succeeded in doing so, and one is tempted to assume that the son is putting into political practice what was laid out in the theory of his father and other post-colonial thinkers. But the matter is not quite that simple. While engaging with Mahmoud Mamdani helps us understand the origins of the ideology of Zoran Mamdani and his supporters, the generational divide cannot be reduced to the difference between theory and practice. Compared to his more outspoken colleagues Massid and Dabashi, Mahmoud Mamdani comes across at first glance as significantly more serious, even downright moderate. Much of his research focuses on the history of Uganda, where he grew up and where his son Zoran was born. He became known to a wider audience in 2004 with the book Good Muslim, Bad Muslim, America, the Cold War, and the Roots of Terror, a contribution to the genre of books popular at the time that argued that, thanks to the war on terror, Muslims were the true victims of 9/11, a theme that Zoran Mamdani also exploited during the election campaign by sharing a story about his aunt and her fear of riding the subway while wearing a hijab. From today's perspective, the book seems outdated. Mamdani's engagement with Bernard Lewis, Edward Said's great adversary, is grounded in a thorough understanding of Middle Eastern politics and history, which is why there is certainly something to be learned from engaging with it. For today's generation of activists, however, mobilization is characterized by invoking human rights in a way intended to immunize against well-founded objections. More forward-looking than Mamdani's book was, for example, the book Terrorist Assemblages by Gaismair, published a few years later, Poir being the originator of the homonationalism critique, according to which ostensibly progressive Western states use LGBT rights to divert attention from their racism, particularly against Muslims, which, rather than rationalizing terrorism through geopolitical considerations, focused on empathizing with the suicide bomber. In Neither Settler Nor Native, The Making of Permanent Minorities, 2020, Mahmoud Mamdani uses various case studies to develop a history of the nation-state from a post-colonial perspective. According to conventional wisdom, the modern bourgeois nation-state dates back to the Peace of Westphalia in 1648, which ended the 30 Years' War in Europe. A hallmark of this new form of governance was a form of religious tolerance. Catholicism, Lutheranism, and Calvinism were henceforth recognized as fundamentally equal denominations. Princes were free to choose their denomination, and their citizens were granted freedom of conscience, thereby creating important prerequisites for liberalism and the Enlightenment. Mamdani's alternative account of the origins of the nation-state is set against a darker backdrop, pages 1 to 5. For him, expulsion and ethnic homogenization, rather than tolerance, constitute the central principle of modern political orders, which is why he identifies 1492 as the birth year of the nation-state. In that year, following the victory of the Christian Reconquista over the Andalusians, who had until then been ruled by Muslims, all Jews were expelled from Spain. Furthermore, Columbus set out on his expedition to the Americas, which marked the beginning of the colonization of the American continent. For Mamdani, these two events are closely linked. Despite the tendency toward ethnic homogenization, he argues that no nation-state can exist without a permanent minority that is more or less openly oppressed by the majority. Nation-states are therefore driven to create colonies where they can act as rulers over the native population. The so-called settler colonial states constitute a special case here. They do not need to conquer new territories, as they were already created through colonization and the oppression of an indigenous minority. The canonical examples of this are Israel and the United States, and for Mamdani, the history of the United States up through the 19th century provides the blueprint for the atrocities of the 20th century. In the course of their conquest of the continent, the Americans invented both genocide and concentration camps, which subsequently became export hits and spread triumphantly across the world, pages 24 to 25, 58, 101. Mamdani succinctly summarized this philosophy of history, which takes us from Abraham Lincoln to Adolf Hitler in a single sentence. At a book presentation, Abraham Lincoln generalized the solution of the Indian reservations. Native Americans were herded into designated areas. This was the inspiration for the Nazis. Hitler recognized two things. First, that genocide is possible. Second, that one does not need to have a uniform citizenship but can differentiate between groups of people. The Nuremberg race laws were inspired by American laws. End of quote. It has become a cliché that statements such as, "the Holocaust receives too much attention," which, just 20 years ago, were found exclusively in fringe calls for NPD rallies, are now unquestioned consensus in post-colonial circles. Yet the extent to which Mamdani goes in the chapter of his book on the Nuremberg trials, where he seeks to substantiate the thesis that National Socialism was the logical consequence and authentic expression of the principle of the nation-state, is at times surprising. On May 27, 1944, Joseph Goebbels published in the Völkischer Beobachter the article A Word on Enemy Air Terror, which had been previously agreed upon with Hitler. Among other things, it states, "In recent weeks, the Anglo-American terror pilots have gone so far as to, in addition to the indiscriminate bombing of residential districts in our cities, openly and directly attack the German civilian population without even the pretense of respecting international laws of war, firing on them with onboard weapons and murdering them in cold blood. This has nothing to do with war anymore. It is outright murder. There is no provision under international law to which the enemy could appeal in this regard. With such criminal methods of combat, the Anglo-American pilots place themselves outside all internationally recognized laws of war. It has always been our wish that the war be conducted in a chivalrous manner. The enemy does not seem to want that. The whole world is a witness to this." Goebbels also issued a warning. Should Allied pilots crash and land on German soil, they would no longer be taken as prisoners of war, but rather left to the raging fury of the people, who think much more radically on these matters than their government. End of quote. From this plea for the lynching of Allied child murderers, Goebbels, one can learn a great deal about today's champions of international law, who presumably would have little objection to the conclusion that Churchill, Roosevelt, and certainly Sir Arthur Harris were war criminals who should be imprisoned. Mamdani quotes from this article precisely to agree with Goebbels, page 114. In his view, the German civilian population is a victim of the Allies, who sought to divert attention from their own entanglement in the logic of the nation-state by attributing collective guilt to all Germans. This perfidious strategy, according to Mamdani, by no means ceased even after Germany's surrender. For example, in Nazi Germany there were legions of domestic anti-fascists and resistance fighters, page 104, whom one could have drawn upon during the reconstruction of political institutions, had this not been made impossible by the narrative of collective guilt propagated by the Western powers, page 119. The view, popular among German intellectuals for obvious reasons, that Nazism was not something specifically German is not only uncritically taken at face value by Mamdani, but is also declared an expression of a particularly commendable moral universalism that is superior to the hypocritical particularism of the Allies. That the guilt for Nazism was not something specifically German, but must be borne by the entire world, and specifically the Western world, was a consensus among German intellectuals of the most diverse political convictions. These thinkers rejected both collective guilt and re-education, as they understood Germany's crisis, in particular Nazism, as a product of larger forces such as nihilism, secularization, mass society, and the telos of history, pages 121 to 122. Particularly instructive is what Mamdani has to say about the expulsions of Germans from the eastern territories of the German Reich and from countries where there were traditionally German minorities. These were atrocities of great magnitude, and a political project that bore an eerie resemblance to that of the Nazis, page 103. The expulsions of the Danube Swabians from Romania and Yugoslavia gave rise to Holocaust-like scenes, page 117, in which Germans were crammed together and transported toward Germany in cattle cars with inadequate provisions. Once they arrived, the situation was hardly any better. In devastated Germany, there was a housing shortage, which is why the refugees often remained homeless for long periods and had to spend the night in fields or at train stations. Mamdani's account ends here, but it would have been worthwhile to trace the fate of the German expellees, who are evidently so close to his heart, a little further. The goal of ethnic homogenization might suggest that the resettlers from the East were warmly welcomed in the remaining parts of Germany. However, as Harold Jonner traces in his book Wolfsight, this was by no means the case. Aside from the fact that solidarity is a rare commodity in hard times anyway, the displaced persons were perceived as foreign and threatening. East Prussians and Sudeten Germans, for example, were vilified as uncivilized Poles, with whom no one wanted anything to do, and religious differences long made marriages between displaced persons and locals a scandalous exception in many areas. At first, the divide seemed insurmountable. Quote, "Today it is unimaginable how deep the rift among Germans was. The Allied military authorities, especially the British, repeatedly warned of an impending civil war. The Jesuit priest Johannes Lepich, a native of Silesia who was called God's machine gun because of his polemical sermons, prophesied, 'A revolution will arise from bunkers and barracks if help is not provided soon.' Historian Friedrich Prinz summed it up, 'Looking back with satisfaction on the successful integration of the displaced persons sometimes obscures the realization today of how close we were to a social catastrophe. After all, it would have been entirely possible for the displaced persons to have become Germany's Palestinian problem.' End of quote. The fact that this looming civil war did not materialize is attributable to the integrative power of the West German nation-state that emerged after 1945. For one thing, contrary to what Mamdani suggests, the Allies by no means allowed the German displaced persons to starve. Rather, they supported them since for the Allies their re-education was linked to the project of nation-building, just as it was for other displaced persons. After the founding of the Federal Republic of Germany, successive governments implemented an extensive housing construction program that led to the creation of numerous new streets and neighborhoods to house the population of the former East Germany. Although it took until 1966 for the last displaced persons camp to be closed, and the new residential areas were rarely attractive and were derided as Little Poland or Little Moscow, nevertheless, the revanchist saber-rattling of the Federation of Displaced Persons was slowly but surely rendered politically irrelevant by successful integration. It goes without saying that the Palestinian problem in Israel was less successfully resolved thanks to the Federation of Displaced Palestinians, the UN relief agency UNRWA. The mere suggestion that the Palestinian Arabs who fled by 1948 could have settled permanently as citizens in neighboring Arab states such as Egypt, Jordan, and Lebanon is considered out of touch with reality and inhumane, even though this approach is not only standard practice for other war refugees but would also have ensured a more comfortable life for the refugees' descendants than the endless struggle for return has yielded. Mamdani therefore does not even mention this option and instead criticizes the PLO for having compromised on the right of return, page 309. The reverse migration, however, namely the expulsion of Arab Jews from countries such as Iraq and Syria, is given due attention. Approximately 600,000 Jews moved from the Islamic world to Israel between 1948 and 1972, often in response to or out of fear of anti-Semitic pogroms. Mamdani correctly points out that these Oriental immigrants were initially perceived by the Ashkenazi establishment in Israel as exotic outsiders, who were met with overt racism, page 300. Zionism was a European movement, and within the ruling Labour Party there was a consensus on a program of Europeanization, which even sought to wean the Mizrahim and Sephardim off their preference for Arabic pita bread by providing state subsidies for European-style loaves. A look at Israel today seems to show that this program has failed. Despite its European origins, Zionism proved capable of serving as the ideological foundation for a culturally and ethnically heterogeneous society. It hardly gets more Israeli than pita, hummus, and falafel, which is why people are now warning against culinary colonialism and calling for the renaming of the Israeli salad. Since the end of the Zionist Labor Party's dominance in the 1970s, Oriental Jews have also become firmly anchored in Israel's political system. In addition to the explicitly Sephardic Shas Party, which has been represented in numerous governments since the 1990s, many Sephardim are also enthusiastic voters for Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud. Another success story about the integrative power of the nation-state, or so one might think. For Mamdani, however, the Oriental Jews, especially the Mizrahim, were derabaized by the turn toward Zionism and thus deprived of their culture. Pages 19, 300. Mamdani's warnings about the tendencies toward ethnic homogenization generated by nation-state formation, which undoubtedly exist, are thus by no means motivated by a preference for the individual over the demands of the collective. His argument against the politicization of culture, supposedly a central concern of the book, is reduced to absurdity by the thoroughly identitarian assumption that Arabs, whether Jewish or not, must by nature be anti-Zionists. As for the thesis that the expulsion and decimation of Native Americans served as a model for the extermination of Jews under Nazism, and that the latter was an expression of the idea of the nation-state widespread throughout the West, historian E.B. Westerman, who authored the comparative study Hitler's Ostkrieg and the Indian Wars, Comparing Genocide and Conquest, succinctly summarizes this in the introduction. In the Nazi worldview, the mere existence of Jews and other groups posed a life-threatening danger to the Aryan race. For Hitler, the subjugation of Eastern Europe was part of a series of wars in which every successful war of conquest was merely an intermediate step on the path to global domination, with the goal of a total demographic and racial reorganization of the world. The plan, therefore, was to exterminate Jews and other victim groups far beyond Germany's borders, whether in Great Britain, Ireland, or the Middle East. In contrast, the United States' westward expansion was neither the prelude to a global conquest nor a precursor to an extraterritorial campaign against the indigenous populations of the entire Western Hemisphere. Apart from isolated punitive expeditions into Mexican territory, the areas beyond the northern and southern borders served as a safe haven for tribes from the desert and the prairie. Furthermore, the enslavement or physical annihilation of entire tribes was never a declared goal of the policy of westward expansion. End of quote. Nation-states are based on the distinction between citizens and non-citizens, and therefore always presuppose a limited territory. Its quantitative extent can, of course, change, as it did in the course of the U.S. westward expansion. Nevertheless, there is a qualitative difference between the project of expanding a nation-state and the globalist-acting National Socialist non-state, which, even after a successful conquest of Eastern Europe, could not have rested, since, driven by anti-Semitic delusion, it sought to exterminate the Jews throughout the world. Mamdani's central thesis, that the nation-state's limitation of political power to a specific territory is responsible for the worst ravages of the 20th century, is thus incorrect. Rather, all evidence suggests that its inverse is true. No form of political organization is known to date that does not conform to the principle of the nation-state, yet still guarantees conditions reasonably worth living in by safeguarding civil liberties. In her essay on revolution, Hannah Arendt therefore posited the thesis that political freedom and spatial limitation are necessarily intertwined. Freedom is like an island in the ocean or an oasis in the desert, which can only be maintained if they are defended against the sea of necessity. Wherever freedom has ever existed as a tangible, worldly reality, it has been spatially limited. Nowhere is this more evident than in the freedom of movement, the most elementary and important of the negative freedoms. For city walls and national borders always serve only the purpose of defining and delimiting a space within which people can move freely. Of course, this space can be expanded at will through treaties and international agreements, which are always based on reciprocity. But even under these modern conditions, freedom remains spatially limited, and this applies to freedom of every kind. End of quote. Part of Arendt's insight remains, albeit in a distorted form, even in Mamdani's own theory. Unlike his political heirs, whom we will discuss later, he possesses an understanding of the nature of the political. What this means can be clearly illustrated by the reception of Mamdani's latest book, Slow Poison, 2025, which deals with Idi Amin and Uganda's political development. Amin ruled Uganda from 1971 to 1979 as a brutal dictator whose regime claimed an estimated 100,000 to 500,000 lives. In 1972, Amin also expelled all members of the Asian minority, that is, people of Indian, Pakistani, or Bangladeshi descent, from the country. Mahmud Mamdani, who was born in India, was employed at the University of Kampala, the capital of Uganda, at the time, and was forced to flee to England after his citizenship was revoked as a result of Amin's decision. Despite this background, Mamdani is not concerned with cementing the victim status of Uganda's Asian minority. Rather, he acknowledges a certain rationality in Idi Amin's measures. His project was to create a nation-state for Uganda's black population, and the presence of an Asian minority, which was, moreover, wealthy and socially influential, stood in the way of this project. In the opinion pages of publications ranging from the Wall Street Journal to the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, this was perceived as a glorification of the butcher Amin and was accordingly harshly criticized. This reaction is certainly not entirely misguided, but a critique that boils down to the message all forms of violence are to be condemned fails to grasp the important insight that radical political and social change has historically almost always been associated with violence, and that an adequate assessment of political violence therefore requires political criteria as well, not merely criminal ones. Contrary to what his harsh criticism of the nation-state might suggest, Mamdani therefore by no means shares the widespread view that the political category of the state is obsolete and can and should be abandoned in favor of supranational institutions and legal principles. In exposing the human rights discourse as an ideology, the invocation of an abstract, eternally true catalogue of human rights without any consideration for the enforcement of the law, which dominates international institutions such as the UN, the older Mamdani lands several blows, with the International Criminal Court also coming under fire. Given his radical rhetoric, Mamdani's positive agenda is surprisingly reformist. States are to continue to exist, just not nation-states in which ethnic and cultural differences are politically relevant. This naturally raises the objection that something like this already exists, in the form of the United States of America. To avoid this undesirable conclusion, Mamdani must ascribe such great significance to the role of Native Americans that, according to him, acknowledging their fate would destroy the American self-image, page 41. However, dismantling the U.S. or anything of the sort is not actually necessary to solve this problem, and on page 353, pragmatic proposals are offered, such as changing the legal status of Native American reservations. It is worth setting aside the fanciful notions of Abraham Lincoln as the mastermind behind the Holocaust and instead taking note of what Lincoln truly stood for: the reconciliation of natural law and political power. In his famous speech on the battlefield of Gettysburg in 1863, Lincoln described the goal of the American Civil War as follows: 87 years ago, our fathers founded on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the principle that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, a test to see whether that, or any other nation so conceived and so dedicated, can long endure. End of quote. The United States is thus explicitly not a state of a single ethnic group, but is rather based on the principle set forth in the Declaration of Independence of 1776 that all people are created equal in that they have an inalienable right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Lincoln praised Thomas Jefferson, the principal author of the Declaration of Independence, for his boldness in including this abstract truth, applicable to all people at all times, in the revolutionary document, despite the many pressing issues of the day. Like the founding fathers of the United States, Lincoln assumed that people are naturally endowed with these rights. However, it is clear that people are by no means naturally capable of actually enjoying this right. To make this possible, artificial, human-made political institutions are necessary to safeguard and enforce natural law, which, as the bloody Civil War to abolish slavery demonstrated, can come at a high cost. This reveals an ideological rift between the generations, for the awareness of politics' mediating function, still present in the older Mamdani, is completely absent in the activist generation centered around the younger Mamdani. Here, the invocation of abstract human rights serves primarily to declare the concrete, positive law of certain states illegitimate and irrelevant. In Germany, this ideology was most recently succinctly expressed by Louis Babke, the chair of the Green Youth, when he argued against a more restrictive immigration policy by claiming that the nation-state and its borders were invented. This seemingly radical constructivism is regularly accompanied by the fetishization of supposedly natural, particular rights, as in the case of pop singer Billie Eilish, who drew attention with the slogan, "No one is illegal on stolen land." On the one hand, everyone is supposed to have a right to reside anywhere, and the legal/illegal distinction is to be suspended. On the other hand, however, there is supposedly stolen land that must therefore have belonged to someone at some point, presumably by nature by virtue of the connection between people and the land. Zoran Mamdani is now implementing this human rights ideology in New York. When it comes to the question of whether someone has the right to reside in the city, he considers it irrelevant whether that person holds American citizenship or not. He demonstratively stood behind the Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil, whom the Trump administration wants to deport. Mahmoud Khalil is a New Yorker. He should stay in New York City. At an interfaith meeting, Mamdani cited the so-called Hijra, Muhammad's emigration from Mecca to Medina, as a successful example of migration, though he failed to mention that this migration was followed by the military conquest of Medina, including the expulsion of all Jews, and that later all non-Muslims were barred from entering Medina. But there is one place where migration must have its limits: Israel. On November 19, 2025, after Mamdani's election but before his inauguration, anti-Zionist protests took place outside New York's Park East Synagogue against an event providing information on opportunities for Aliyah, that is, resettlement in Israel. In a press release, Mamdani's press secretary initially condemned the demonstrators' pro-Hamas slogans but also placed some of the blame on the synagogue, stating that holy sites should not be used to promote activities that violate international law. Jews are thus the only people whose presence in a particular area is officially branded as potentially illegal. It is therefore not surprising that, as a teenager, Zoran Mamdani criticized his father's book Good Muslim, Bad Muslim for being too historically oriented. He felt it failed to take into account the popular meaning of important terms, a criticism that may have been aimed at the concept of jihad, which is analyzed over dozens of pages in the book. The anti-Zionism of the older generation of postcolonialism, epitomized by Mahmoud Mamdani, bears too close a resemblance to the old anti-imperialist anti-Zionism, which targeted Israel's geopolitical role as a Western bridgehead and sought to spread its messages to the masses through lengthy treatises. Zoran Mamdani, on the other hand, owes his success not least to social media, where short slogans and captivating images, rather than long texts, are needed to attract attention. Reading his father's dry volumes is of no help here, as they are taxing and overwhelming. The activist milieu that provides Zoran Mamdani's most loyal supporters is, above all in a sociological sense, a legacy of postcolonialism. The logic of the university means that every professor of postcolonial studies attracts dozens of students each year. Most of them are unsuited for an academic career, and there wouldn't be enough positions anyway. This academic precariat must therefore find work in NGOs, international organizations, or even in university administration, where low pay is offset by cultural capital. However, what many apparently retain from their seminars on the ideology of postcolonialism is merely the notion that capitalism and the West are somehow evil. Hatred of Israel is particularly appealing to this milieu because it allows them to adopt a pseudo-radical attitude that gives their lives meaning, without requiring any special knowledge or changes to their own way of life. This is the specific danger posed by this new movement. Like the old theorists of anti-imperialism, one can criticize Mahmoud Mamdani's plea for the de-Zionization of Israel with reasoned arguments. But how is one supposed to respond to the kitschy agitprop drawings by Rama Dawaji, Zoran Mamdani's wife, on Instagram, in which Palestinian children are starving and women wearing hijabs are first trampled by boots and then buried under rubble? Instead of criticism, what's probably needed here are pop-cultural counter-narratives. Unfortunately, a genre in which friends of Israel usually struggle, since Zionism has nothing to offer but the often prosaic reality of a nation-state that has succeeded under precarious circumstances, rather than an identity-forming promise of salvation. Left-wing apologists for the new mayor, who are uncomfortable with his tirades against Israel, like to justify this by arguing that while Mamdani's remarks are problematic, they are, on the whole, a negligible blemish since he isn't, after all, conducting foreign policy in New York. They argue that we should focus on the positive, meaning, above all, his planned social policies and, in particular, his housing policies, which are even held up as a model for Germany. It is therefore worth taking a look at Saya Weaver, who, as the new Commissioner for Tenant Protection, is tasked with implementing this policy. Weaver has a background typical of white female activists. Her mother is a professor, and her father works in the real estate industry. She studied at the elite universities Bryn Mawr and NYU and subsequently worked at various NGOs focused on housing, such as Housing Justice for All. After her appointment by Mamdani, old tweets came to light in which Weaver described the ownership of apartments and houses as a weapon of white supremacy, called for the confiscation of private property, and longed for the impoverishment of the white middle class, which became particularly embarrassing when the New York Post simultaneously published photos of Weaver's mother's stately estate. When a reporter confronted Weaver on the street about this obvious hypocrisy, she began to cry and ran back to her apartment, in whose window a Free Palestine poster hangs. A few years ago, Weaver was even more open with her political opponents. In an interview with the libertarian news site Reason, she explained that she was fighting for a right to housing. This is to be implemented as follows. Property ownership would be abolished, and everyone would live in rental housing. Rent would be a fixed percentage of income, about 30%. However, since the expropriations necessary for this utopia are not feasible for the time being, Weaver also has some pragmatic reform proposals. If someone is no longer able to pay rent, they should still be able to keep their apartment by having the state cover the rent. When asked how this measure is to be financed given tight budgets, Weaver counters that this is not a problem, since the state can print money. As desirable as it would be for everyone to live without worry, it is nonetheless dangerous to advocate, in Weaver's style, for an abstract right to housing without taking into account the real-world realities of capitalism. Her worldview, in which white property owners are pitted against a black and immigrant underclass of exploited tenants, does not correspond to the reality of the New York real estate market. Especially in the outlying boroughs, there are numerous Black, Asian, and Latino landlords who have bought a home to secure their retirement in the hope of participating in the American dream. Compared to visions of abolishing private property, social mobility through home ownership is undoubtedly the more sensible strategy. However, this path is not provided for in Weaver's ideology. Since private homeowners, unlike large real estate conglomerates with vast capital reserves and in-house legal departments, are truly dependent on the timely payment of rent, they could easily end up as the real victims of his housing policy. Unfortunately, there is also every reason for concern among Jews living in New York. Shortly before the New York elections in November, America expert Daniel Kellman told Deutschlandfunk that Mamdani was fostering a spirit of renewal and great enthusiasm. He said the positive mood was being clouded only by some orchestrated misinformation, originating from powerful people who spend a lot of money. His father, Mahmoud, fully agrees with him on this point. He has apparently forgotten his earlier criticism of the International Criminal Court in light of his son's announcement that he intended to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu during a visit to New York, and is now full of praise for his campaign. Zorin's campaign focused on two issues: the cost of living and criticism of the State of Israel. Although millions of dollars and prominent figures, including the president, were mobilized against him, he never toned down his criticism. His steadfastness has shown that he is a man of principle for whom talk of the cost of living is not mere rhetoric. End of quote. Unintentionally, this description of Mamdani's success reveals that the greatest danger at present is not that his measures to lower the cost of living and support tenants will succeed, as claimed by many on the American right who fear the advent of socialism. In the event of their foreseeable failure, scapegoats would inevitably be needed, and the suitable candidates are already lined up. The powerful people who had already sought to prevent Mamdani's election by attempting to portray criticism of Israeli war crimes as something anti-Semitic. Kellman. Tucker Carlson, a spy for the Iranian Revolutionary Guard? What would have sounded, at least a while ago, like somewhat exaggerated polemics no longer seems entirely out of the question. Aside from his ideological compatibility with the mullahs, he claims to have been monitored by the CIA because he spoke with people in Iran, though this likely involved exchanging text messages, including before and after meetings with Trump, who he might have spoken with there. While the internet was shut down for ordinary Iranians, what they discussed, and whether criminal proceedings are actually pending against him, as he claims, can only be speculated upon at this time. It is also plausible to consider that his invitation to the White House on February 23, 2026, just a few days before Khamenei's elimination, was part of a deception maneuver by the Trump administration to lull the Mullah regime into a false sense of security. In this murky overall situation, which increasingly resembles something straight out of a John le Carré novel, it is not entirely clear what motives might have turned Carlson into a potential informant for an Islamist dictatorship with nuclear ambitions. However, the success of Carlson's videos, which have garnered millions of views, and the rapid growth of the movement he represents certainly give one pause for thought. Carlson's new political direction began after his firing from Fox News in connection with the partly violent protests against Joe Biden's election on January 6, 2021. During his time at Fox News, he had regularly been confronted with guests whose opinions he did not share, and whose positions he would dissect, not always fairly, often arrogantly, usually polemically, and almost always entertainingly. His new show, which is published on Twitter, now X, and YouTube, is heading in a completely different direction. Omid Malik, an investor of Pakistani-Iranian descent who led a delegation to Iran in 2014, backed the new venture, the Tucker Carlson Network, with $15 million in seed capital. Today, Carlson co-owns it with his longtime partner Neil Patel. From the very beginning, his guest list has been peppered with questionable figures such as Andrew Tate. The first video on his new YouTube account is a promotional video featuring the influencer, who has since been charged with human trafficking, rape, and organized crime. More reputable guests, such as Argentine President Javier Milei, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán, and Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, have become less frequent over the past year. Following the Hamas attack on October 7, 2023, Tucker Carlson gradually became one of the spokespeople for the woke right, using arguments that sound a bit like the mindless slogans of anti-imperialist enemies of America after September 11, 2001. He and other conservatives ultimately criticize anything that smacks of alliance politics or military intervention, America as a tired empire that allows itself to be exploited by minnows like Israel and Ukraine. For example, in an interview with British journalist Piers Morgan, Carlson declared the U.S. responsible for the war in Ukraine. Russia would not have invaded eastern Ukraine if the Biden administration had not sent Kamala Harris to the Munich Security Conference in February 2022 to tell Zelensky on camera, "We'll make you a NATO member, which means we'll place American NATO weapons on the Russian border." At the heart of his new political profile, however, is his rejection of Israel and American Middle East policy. Israel is not an important ally in any sense. It is not an ally at all. It is a liability. In the same interview, Tucker Carlson describes the conservative Jewish commentator Ben Shapiro as an Israel-first figure, accusing him, along with Bari Weiss, also Jewish, and the Anti-Defamation League, a more left-leaning Jewish organization, of promoting a policy of censorship on behalf of Israel that triggers anti-Semitism. A key argument in this regard is the recurring claim that Israel cannot stay afloat without the U.S., that it is being kept artificially alive without giving the U.S. anything in return except a guilty conscience for the ever-new wars into which the country drags the U.S. Unsurprisingly, Carlson sharply criticized the U.S. attack on Iran, though his sympathy for the regime was somewhat less explicit than that of Nick Fuentes, who openly sympathizes with Hitler and whom Carlson, incidentally, also allowed to appear unchallenged on his show in 2025. Fuentes said of the protesters in Iran, "Fuck those people. I hope Iran crushes them. I hope they get fucking destroyed. They're traitors." One of Tucker Carlson's pet causes, and not just since the start of the latest conflict, has been his demand to cut off U.S. military aid to Israel, as soon as possible and as completely as possible. Interestingly, this is one of the few, and perhaps the only, points of agreement between Tucker Carlson and Benjamin Netanyahu. Earlier this year, Netanyahu stated that Israel wanted to reduce U.S. military aid to zero within 10 years. His astonishing announcement that Israel would forgo American support also marks a surprising rift between the Israeli Prime Minister and Donald Trump. The latter has no intention of letting his protege go it alone. Tucker Carlson, on the other hand, claims to know that U.S. support for Israel is a bad deal. In an interview at the Doha conference in December 2025, Carlson bluntly asserted that it is not in the U.S.'s strategic interest to arm Israel militarily. Trump countered, saying he did not believe that ending aid would improve Israel's image and that he did not fully understand the demand. The best way to answer the question of how these three positions relate to one another is to cut through the mutual smokescreens. In the case of Carlson's often somewhat eclectic line of argument, this is fairly straightforward. In an interview with the U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, Carlson spoke his mind candidly, calling not only for genetic testing of Israelis to determine who actually has a historical claim to the land, but also summarizing his view of the relationship between the two states. Leaving aside his somewhat more eccentric claims, for example, that the 200,000 to 400,000 Christians in Qatar, the vast majority of whom are migrant workers in slave-like conditions, are better off than the Christian population of Israel, there are two recurring assertions that Carlson puts forward as arguments against American support for Israel. First, such support is unjust, and second, it is not in America's interest. The demagogic line of reasoning goes something like this: why are we funding Israel's military when Israel has universal health insurance, whereas we do not? Is Israel perhaps living it up at the expense of American taxpayers without funding its own military? And finally, anyone who supports this freeloading off American taxpayers is not serving America, but Israel. This line of reasoning is based on several false assumptions or outright lies that can be debunked relatively easily. First of all, contrary to what many friends of America like to suggest, the U.S. could certainly afford a better and stronger social welfare system. The fact that it does not have one is not the result of a trade-off in favor of a strong military or even costly foreign aid. Above all, however, the U.S. already spends significantly more on its healthcare system, 18% of GDP, 2024, than Israel does, at about 7.4% of GDP. These expenditures are also significantly higher than those of Germany, which will spend 12% of GDP in 2023. Money is therefore clearly neither the only nor the most important reason why there is no universal health care or retirement system in the U.S. As is so often the case, it is less about money than about structures. The U.S. healthcare system is extremely fragmented and inefficient. Just one example. In the U.S., there are well over 1,000 private health insurance providers and several government programs. In Israel, there are 4 statutory health insurance funds along with some optional but widespread private supplemental insurance plans. What is also wrong with Carlson's argument, however, is the claim that the money flows to Israel and then stays there. Israel is indeed the largest recipient of U.S. military aid. However, the money largely flows back to the U.S. Of the $174 billion current U.S. dollars that have flowed to Israel since 1946, particularly under the Foreign Military Financing Program, FMF, between 70 and 90% were spent in the U.S. The FMF provides foreign countries with funds that they must spend with U.S. weapons manufacturers. Israel was subject to a special rule that allowed it to spend up to 26.3% within Israel. Under the current deal, however, this percentage is set to be phased out to zero by 2028, meaning that from then on, 100% of military aid must be spent in the U.S. Things get a bit more complicated with Carlson's second line of argument, that military support for Israel runs counter to American interests and is a costly folly. It is apparently no longer enough to counter this by pointing out that Israel is the only truly reliable partner in the region, is a democracy, shares Western values, and so on. More important are the very concrete military, strategic, and political reasons for this cooperation, which would likely still apply even if Israel, like most of America's other partners in the region, were a dictatorship. For a young electorate, the campaign slogans from the Cold War era are apparently no longer enough. The political theology of a values-based foreign policy has had its day, whether one likes it or not. The left-wing, anti-German and liberal conservative kitsch about America and Israel interprets the relationship between states no differently than that between people, and speaks of friendship, partnership, and solidarity, or, in times of crisis, of betrayal and deceit. Anyone who does not understand this as a mere metaphor overlooks the fact that friends can act selflessly, whereas states generally cannot. And when they do, for once, subordinate their self-interest to a higher ideal, it is usually more of a cause for concern. Whether in the case of the Germans' military capitulation in the face of the Holocaust, the mullah's Shiite apocalyptic fantasies, or the use of international law as an argument against just about everything worth fighting for. So it's time to bid farewell to some cherished beliefs regarding the U.S. and Israel. Anyone who imagines Israeli and American interests to be identical, and then, waving a flag, identifies with this phantasmagorical hybrid, lives in a world that is beautiful but not entirely real. In short, the tables have turned. Supporting Israel remains in America's interest, but the more influence Carlson and company wield, the less this support, due to the dependencies it entails, remains in Israel's interest. Already, there is concern in Israel that cooperation with the U.S. not only yields successes but also repeatedly results in being kept on a short leash. Against this backdrop, it seems strangely anachronistic to continue promoting support for Israel in a neoconservative vein by arguing that Israel is democratic, Western, and cosmopolitan. Gen Z, in particular, whether on the left or the right, is no longer interested in that anyway. After all, the glossy lifestyle of influencers can be easily followed on Instagram even in an autocracy like Qatar. Other factors are decisive for American foreign policy, even if geostrategic interests and the Western canon of values have, from time to time, formed a happy alliance. The fact that the U.S. has supported various authoritarian regimes over the past few decades, with arguments that have ranged from good to bad, even while simultaneously speaking of democracy and human rights as if they were inalienable values, is something an audience that struggles to deal with contradictions simply cannot make sense of. The notion of a quasi-natural community of solidarity between the U.S. and Israel is also the result of highly successful political communication over the past decades and is thus a relatively recent phenomenon. Neither during the War of Independence nor in the 2 decades that followed did Israel have access to American weapons to any significant extent. One need not share Trump's style of hard-nosed, interest-driven politics, Nor should one dismiss as dishonest every kind of foreign policy that is based on values, human rights, and other fictions. But one should be careful not to confuse these fictions with reality and interpret politics as a children's Sunday school, where every contradiction can be resolved with a simple truth. Historically, support for Israel has indeed had more to do with Western values, democracy, Judeo-Christian history, evangelical messianism, or the experience of the Holocaust than American support for Qatar or Pinochet's Chile. But the notion that the foreign policy of the West's largest nuclear power is driven primarily by kindness, sympathy, and charity is naive. Of course, U.S. foreign policy is underpinned by a national interest that is necessarily different from Israel's national interest, even if there are significant overlaps in some areas. In the case of Israel and the U.S., the core interest for each lies in the security and well-being of its citizens, mediated through the maintenance of global market relations, within which alone this well-being can be achieved. Since these are two distinct nations, their interests cannot be identical. The war with Iran also holds a completely different significance for the two states. Despite all the anti-Americanism of the mullahs and all the other valid reasons the Americans have for preventing an Iranian nuclear bomb, a nuclear-armed Iran would not pose an immediate existential threat to the U.S., similar to North Korea, if only because of the sheer territorial expanse of the U.S., which spans half a continent. For Israel, however, a nuclear bomb in the hands of Shiite apocalyptics would not simply be a strategic problem or one of several threats, but could spell the end of the Zionist project. The fact that pro-Israel circles never tire of mentioning the calls for the destruction of the great Satan, America, during the anti-Semitic mass rallies organized by the Mullah regime likely serves, above all, to invoke America's protective hand over the little Satan, Israel. From the U.S. perspective, however, the great devil is in Beijing, not in Tehran. In the current confrontation, despite all the demonstrative unity in the two countries' actions, dissonances have repeatedly become apparent, starting with the news of impending Chinese deliveries of anti-ship missiles, which were reportedly one reason for Trump's decision to issue the order to deploy, through American irritation that Israel had attacked Iran's fuel depots, to the timeline, which Trump vaguely put at 4 to 5 weeks, while Israel estimated several months. The fact that Trump ultimately dictated the terms of a ceasefire to Israel in early April 2026, without Israel having been able to achieve even one of its stated strategic objectives, is another discrepancy, even though he apparently gave Israel a largely free hand, at least with regard to Hezbollah's continued attacks. These minor disagreements point to a bigger picture in which America's attention is shifting toward China and Taiwan. What oil was in the 1970s and 1980s, energy-efficient computer chips, manufactured primarily in Taiwan, are today. The U.S. can only win the major confrontation with China if there are as few distractions as possible, whether from Venezuela, Russia, or Iran. The primary goal is not to help Israel or to create humane conditions in Iran, but rather to restrict China's oil supply as much as possible and to eliminate conflict hotspots financed by Chinese money. The fact that the U.S. wishes to continue providing military aid to Israel can also be interpreted as a desire not to let Israel off the leash. For example, in the event of an open confrontation with Beijing, accompanied by attacks by Chinese proxies against U.S. allies in the Middle East, the U.S. can exert considerable influence on Israel as a regional power. Israel would therefore like to get rid of U.S. military aid primarily because it makes the country vulnerable to blackmail. This was most recently evident under the Biden administration, which prevented Israel from capturing the city of Rafah in the Gaza Strip for several weeks, apparently by threatening an arms embargo. The fact that, according to a representative survey, about 60% of Gen Z, that is, the generation born in the mid-1990s and later, explicitly stated that they supported Hamas in the war following October 7, 2023, is a cause for concern for Israel. Admittedly, Marco Rubio, a staunch friend of Israel, is sometimes seen in the spotlight with Trump more often than Vice President J.D. Vance, who is generally considered an isolationist. And even if Rubio were to prevail in the next election campaign, that would likely not spell the end of the strategic partnership. Everything else, however, remains unclear. Whether it's Zoran Mamdani or Tucker Carlson, this partnership with Israel is under attack from all sides. The trade-off between American influence, purchased with money and weapons from the U.S., and relative Israeli self-sufficiency, at the cost of snubbing America, is likely tipping in Israel's favor for the first time at America's expense. Trump's second term may well mark the end of the historically unprecedented close relationship between the U.S. and Israel. Against this backdrop, it makes sense from an Israeli perspective to become more independent of the U.S. in defense matters, and to prioritize joint developments such as Iron Dome over a more dependent position as a customer of American manufacturers. America First stands for prosperity that cannot function without American hegemony on the world market. As appealing, naive, and ultimately misguided as neoconservative universalism was in its vision of bringing democracy to Islamist mountain dwellers in Afghanistan, it is equally misguided to see the salvation of the U.S. in a complete departure from its previous alliance policy in response to the mistakes of George W. Bush. The U.S. cannot guarantee the so-called stability of the Middle East, which, from an American perspective, means first and foremost the navigability of the Strait of Hormuz and the Suez Canal, without its own presence in the region, but above all without reliable allies. This is not only true for Trump. Lyndon B. Johnson and Richard Nixon knew it as well, during whose terms in office the Six-Day War of 1967 and the Yom Kippur War of 1973 took place. Until 1967, the U.S. was still in fierce competition with the Soviet Union over military aid to the Arab states, while it sought to keep Israel roughly on par with them to prevent it from drifting toward the Soviet Union as well. Even into the 1960s, the U.S. was reluctant to supply defensive systems such as Hawk anti-aircraft missiles. Under John F. Kennedy, the majority of Israeli weapons, equipment, and ammunition came from the United Kingdom, France, and Czechoslovakia. When Jordan threatened to procure jets and tanks from the Soviet Union, the U.S. began supplying them itself in 1965 and only then promised to make corresponding deliveries to Israel as well. During the Six-Day War, the United States, which had been completely caught off guard, quickly came to the conclusion that Egypt and the other Arab states now leaned more toward the Soviet camp. Jordan and others had attacked Israel with American weapons, even though they had assured the U.S. otherwise. The Arab states were thus gradually slipping out of American control, which the arms deliveries were actually intended to secure. The previous strategy had thus failed. The Yom Kippur War dealt the U.S. another moderate shock. Egypt had definitively shifted to the Soviet camp. During Operation Nickel Grass, the U.S. Air Force supplied Israel with 22,325 metric tons of tanks, ammunition, artillery, fighter jets, and other equipment in 567 flights. In this situation, the U.S. was, of course, also concerned with protecting a state that had since become an ally, but it was at least as important to prevent complete Soviet dominance in the region, particularly along the Suez Canal. Through its decisive victory, Israel had established itself as a new regional power. To avoid losing control of the region entirely, the U.S. now sought to expand its influence over Israel. Since the conflict did not, as had been assumed until then, result in a kind of political equilibrium, a stalemate, in the region, but rather, despite Soviet support for the Arab states, a clear Israeli dominance emerged, it became a priority for the U.S. to exert influence over Israel's potential for escalation. To this end, Israel was to maintain a qualitative military edge over the other states in the region from that point forward. This qualitative military edge essentially remains in effect to this day. Israel must always be capable of repelling credible conventional threats with superior military means. In practical terms, this means above all that the weapons Israel receives from the U.S. are generally newer than those sold to Arab states. During the Yom Kippur War in 1973, the Soviet Union had provided such intensive support to the Arab states that the U.S. subsequently began, starting in the 1980s, to build up an extensive arsenal in Israel, known as the War Reserve Stock, to enable a faster response in the future. Managed by Israel but owned by the Americans, this stockpile allows Israel, with the Pentagon's approval, to borrow equipment, primarily ammunition, in the event of a crisis. Conversely, if the U.S. wishes to become active in the region itself, it already has equipment on the ground. Although logistics have changed dramatically since the Vietnam War, primarily due to the development of large transport aircraft, the ability to conduct a cold start is still greatly facilitated by the stockpile. By purchasing extensive weapon systems, Israel, on the one hand, becomes tied to the U.S. in the long term. On the other hand, however, this gives the U.S. the opportunity to take the matches out of Israel's hands. For the U.S., Israel is also a source of uncertainty, one that is contained not only by the arms deliveries themselves but, above all, by the close and long-term military relationships required to operate the systems, training, support and maintenance, replacement deliveries, further development, etc. When the U.S. deployed an aircraft carrier off the coast of Israel after October 7th, the outstanding Israeli journalist Haviv Rediger analyzed in an American Enterprise Institute podcast that this was evidence of the fear that the Israelis might lose control. If they were indeed to lose control, it would be better for them to do so together with the Americans, so that the situation gets only slightly out of control, rather than getting completely out of control without the Americans. Israel possesses the firepower to have a massive impact in the Middle East, and America wants this power to be used productively, not merely to cope with trauma. Rediger repeatedly refers to this U.S. policy here and elsewhere as the bear hug policy. A bear hug is a wrestling maneuver in which the opponent is hugged so tightly that he is largely immobilized. In economics, it refers to an offer that is so high that one is forced to accept it. Conflicts of interest between Israel and the U.S. have so far been played out neither openly nor covertly. That should not, however, obscure the fact that they exist. As a friend of America and Israel, one can currently, at least in this country, still pretend that everything is fine, despite Mamdani, despite mass anti-Semitic riots at American universities, despite the anti-Zionist outbursts even among Republicans. Israel, however, cannot afford such naivety. Rather, as a precaution, it must not only anticipate that one day Israel's enemies will move into the White House, but above all that, in a conflict between a victory over China, which is crucial for America and thus also for Israel and the entire West, and military support for Israel, America would, in case of doubt, opt for the former. Israel will therefore seek to make the most of the joint military operation in Iran as intensively as possible before Trump successfully declares the operation over, for domestic political reasons, for example. For Israel, this opportunity may never arise again. It may also benefit the U.S. if Israel continues to fight on its own after this initial support, as long as the conflict does not escalate too much. For the U.S., however, a significantly weakened Revolutionary Guard regime, one dependent on U.S. goodwill under the threat of further military operations, would ultimately be an acceptable interim solution should a definitive regime change fail to materialize. Israel, on the other hand, would have a much greater interest in a fundamental reorganization of the Middle East. There, they know full well that one must never wait until a potential threat becomes an actual one, because by then it will be too late. Just as Israel could not wait to see whether the Islamic Republic's uranium enrichment was perhaps just an ambitious project in a hobby basement, Israel will not be able to wait until the Pax Americana has dissolved, but must make its own defense industry self-sufficient, even against American resistance if necessary. Senator Lindsey Graham responded to Netanyahu's goal of becoming independent of military aid within 10 years with a masterclass in political communication that appeals both to the fiscally conservative isolationists in the MAGA camp and to the more evangelical Zionist electorate. I will always value allies who strive for greater self-sufficiency, and I believe that, in light of the Prime Minister's remarks, we do not need to wait 10 years. The billions in taxpayer money that would be saved by an accelerated end to military aid to Israel will and should be reinvested in the U.S. military, which is the best in the world and in high demand. End of quote. As anti-American as Tucker Carlson may be, he is likely right about one thing: neoconservative policy toward Israel, which has always fallen prey, even if only a little, to its own perverse universalism, no longer holds up in theory or practice. For all the sympathy one might feel for him, Lindsey Graham therefore comes across as a relic from another era. And even his ideological heirs, such as Marco Rubio, will not be able to deliver, in a looming confrontation with China, what Carlson accuses them of: Israel first, America second. Israel knows this, of course. Carefully extricating itself from the American bear's grip without unnecessarily angering the bear in the process will be no easy task. With the elimination of the nuclear threat, however permanent it may be, both states, and with them the Free West, could at least breathe a sigh of relief for the time being. Long before the Gaza deal brokered by Donald Trump, which led to the release of all living Israeli hostages held by Hamas and the return of at least a small number of the deceased, became public, C.M. Schmaler, deputy chair of the SPD parliamentary group in the Bundestag, said the following on ARD Morgen magazine: "We now need real political pressure on the Israeli government to ensure that the hostages still held by Hamas, including those with German citizenship, are released." Shortly thereafter, she was scheduled to travel to Israel alongside German Foreign Minister Johann Wadefuhl. Her stated mission: to deliver humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip through UN organizations, secure the release of the hostages, and ultimately achieve a ceasefire. To this end, she argued, international pressure must be increased, for example, by suspending Israel's association agreement with the European Union, so that Israel finally takes action. Mahler thus summarized the view prevalent in Europe and in broad circles of the German parliament and the federal government. The Israeli government, stubbornly clinging to its war aims, is the primary obstacle to the release of the hostages, an indispensable condition for a ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. One might naively have objected that it was not the Israeli government that, on October 7, 2023, tortured, raped, and murdered over 1,000 Israelis and abducted hundreds into the Gaza Strip. Nor was it the Israeli government that held over 40 hostages, both dead and alive, captive in tunnels, basements, and private homes. Hamas and other Arab Islamic terrorist groups, along with segments of the civilian population of the Gaza Strip, were solely responsible for both. Consequently, demands to release the hostages should have been directed exclusively at the perpetrators of the October 7th attacks. The fact that it came to this, that not the kidnappers but the liberators were viewed as the main culprits, seems at first glance to require an explanation. The focus on the Hamas hostages was a contentious issue in Israel itself as well as abroad almost from the very beginning. On the one hand, neither the government nor Israeli society could allow Hamas and other terrorist groups from the Gaza Strip to kidnap Israeli citizens, hold them in torture camps, and ultimately get away with it. Aside from the moral imperative to secure their release, the violation of the country's security integrity and the ongoing questioning of the state's promise to protect its population are problems that extend beyond the current government. To compensate for this failure, Israel must prove that it is capable of providing lasting protection for its citizens. For that reason alone, Israel could never afford to treat the hostages as a negligible factor in its military operations against the aggressor, Hamas. On the other hand, bring them home. The movement to free the hostages from Hamas quickly became a tangible domestic political problem for Benjamin Netanyahu's government. And not only because the hostage release movement almost completely merged with the anti-government protest campaign that had already existed before October 7th. The handling of the situation involving the Israeli hostages stood in a certain contrast to the established approach of governments when their citizens are kidnapped by terrorist groups or criminals. This approach is characterized by a calculation that follows the cynical logic of hostage-taking itself. Governments are usually careful to draw as little attention as possible to the situation, so as not to unnecessarily endanger the hostages' safety, but also to make them appear worthless. This was the case, for example, with hostage-takings by the Islamic State or Al-Qaeda, see the abduction of American journalist James Foley by ISIS, which were initially kept strictly secret and often only came to public attention later. The aim is to avoid concessions that could encourage further abductions. After October 7th, such an approach was impossible. The very publicity created by the perpetrators themselves, as they presented their murderous acts to the world in the form of self-produced video recordings, precluded this from the outset. Furthermore, unlike other hostage-takings by terrorist groups, there was simply no historical precedent for such a situation that could have served as a guide. Both at home and abroad, the fate of the hostages thus became the focus of attention relatively quickly, partly because, in the propaganda war that Israel has been forced to wage since the Hamas massacre, it was essential to use this to garner sympathy for the necessary military operation against Hamas supporters in the Gaza Strip. The fact that this could only achieve moderate success in the face of global mobilization against Israel and all things Jewish did not contradict this fundamental objective. In Israel, the protests, which tended to grow in size, steadily raised the price for the hostages by putting pressure on the government and thereby objectively strengthening Hamas's position in negotiations. The dilemma lay in the fact that, while the families of the abductees were likely painfully aware of this, they had no leverage over Hamas, only over their own government. While Netanyahu consistently insisted that a military victory over Hamas and ultimate control of the Gaza Strip were not at odds with rescuing the hostages, the domestic Israeli opposition interpreted this connection quite differently. Among large segments of the population, the view prevailed that the war against Hamas was putting the hostages' lives at risk and unnecessarily delaying their release. To this day, this is not a marginal or even specifically left-wing position in the country. It is shared by IDF veterans, secular Jews, and members of the opposition, as well as Likud supporters, Orthodox Jews, and family members of soldiers fighting in the Gaza Strip, all of whom called on their government to advocate for a swift and complete release or urged the Israeli armed forces to take concrete action to achieve it. This is why the popular slogan "Bring them home" was so multifaceted. In the domestic Israeli context, where it made sense to use it, it expressed broad sympathy for the fate of the hostages and their families, while also signaling a desire for strategic concessions aimed at securing their release as part of a deal. At rallies organized by diaspora Jews and allies supportive of Israel abroad, the slogan tended to underscore support for Israel's military operations. Here, the primary aim was to counter the opposing side's accusation of genocide by pointing to the legitimate war aim of freeing the hostages. When directed at Israel from outside, however, the slogan also consistently threatened to place sole responsibility for the hostages' welfare on Netanyahu, to obscure the fundamental guilt of the perpetrators of October 7th and their supporters in the Gaza Strip, and to serve as a means of pressure against a state that Germany, despite all its rhetorical support, has long learned to view with suspicion as a recalcitrant problem case. In Germany, attempts to bring Israel politically into line, exemplified by C.M. Schmaller's remarks, are signs of a deeper shift in the political approach toward the country of Holocaust survivors. Much has been written about reason of state since Angela Merkel, speaking before the Knesset on March 18, 2008, used that term to describe Germany's historic responsibility for Israel's security. The talk of Israel's security, as opposed to solidarity with Israel, has, from the outset, served as a gateway for various opportunistic attacks on Israel's objective interests, as is the case here with the effective fight against Hamas in the Gaza Strip. In the manner of a self-appointed protectorate, Germany does not support concrete measures that Israel takes for self-defense or diplomatic consolidation. Instead, it lectures Israel on what, from a German perspective, would be the best approach to dealing with Palestinian terrorism, while at the same time maintaining diplomatic and economic relations with its financiers and supporters in Doha, Ankara, and Tehran. The Gaza War also followed this pattern. Precisely because Germany bears a historical responsibility toward Israel and is at the same time its friend, it was necessary to openly address the alleged transgressions, often from a position of highly emotionally charged personal disappointment. A prime example of this tearful yet aggressive tone was a television appearance by former federal President Joachim Gauck, who, in tears, had to force himself to voice criticism of his protégé. Gauck was likely alluding to his own emotional state, which had been thrown into disarray by the images of war from the Gaza Strip. These must have contradicted the image he had cultivated of Israel as the eternal victim, against which he now felt compelled to make a high-profile public statement. However, the many critics of Israel who feel suppressed by public opinion are likely to have felt vindicated by such appearances. If even the former federal president can only bring himself, through tears, to speak plainly about the German protectorate in the Middle East that has gotten completely out of hand, then there must be some truth to the alleged gag order on speaking out about Israeli war crimes. Here and there, whether consciously or unconsciously, Israel is perceived as the real source of the problem in the Middle East. In line with this, the CDU, as the ruling party, is now quite openly moving away from Merkel's concept of reason of state. Starting with statements by Friedrich Merz, who said he could no longer understand the Israeli government's objectives in the Gaza Strip or the wider region, it became clear that the grandiose security guarantees made to Israel before the Knesset were slowly becoming uncomfortable for the official representatives of whatever form of German reason of state might exist. It had seemed almost impossible that a German foreign minister would use terms reminiscent of Martin Walser, such as forced solidarity, to reveal Germany's true feelings toward Israel. Yet this is exactly what Johann Wadefuhl did in late May. The former SPD parliamentary group leader Rolf Mützenich expressed a similar view, somewhat awkwardly describing Germany's relationship with Israel as a self-imposed captivity that the country carries along because of the Holocaust. Even before October 7, 2023, German-Israeli relations were not characterized by exclusively friendly ties. In concrete foreign policy actions as well, Israel's security interests had long been repeatedly undermined. The embodiment of this ambivalent stance in recent times was then Foreign Minister Heiko Maas, who claimed he had entered politics because of Auschwitz, only to then support and promote UN resolutions against Israel. There can therefore be no talk of a genuine policy shift, even with regard to continued aid to Palestine and diplomacy with Iran. There is, however, one change. While pro-Israel rhetoric and actual political action tended to diverge until recently, nominal stance and real action toward the Jewish state seem to be increasingly in harmony, both to Israel's detriment. The most recent example of this was the ban on the delivery of military equipment, which could have been used in the Gaza Strip, imposed by the Black-Red coalition government. The mutual supply of military equipment was actually a cornerstone of German-Israeli relations. Its unilateral suspension by the German government could, however, turn out to be significantly detrimental to Germany's own interests. Germany is urgently dependent on Israeli intelligence to prevent attacks on its own soil. The latter, however, is now being aggressively disputed by the aforementioned Johann Wadefuhl. Regarding arms deliveries, Friedrich Merz yielded to domestic political pressure from the streets and, not least, from his own party base, but foreign policy considerations likely played the primary role. Not least in light of Russian aggression, Germany is increasingly aligning itself, in the spirit of European unity, with those allied nations that take the initiative in foreign policy and where Islamization, and thus the demographic influence of declared enemies of Israel and the Jews on election outcomes, has already progressed significantly further, foremost among them France and Great Britain. The widespread German and European silence regarding the Gaza deal must also be viewed against this backdrop. It underscores the continent's self-inflicted irrelevance in matters of Middle East policy. Through the farce surrounding the recognition of a Palestinian state, the political and moral distancing from Israel, and restrictions on arms exports, Berlin and Brussels have permanently squandered their influence. Instead of constructively addressing the security situation, these actions have indirectly strengthened Hamas. While the U.S., in close coordination with Israel and Arab partners from the Gulf states, is shaping new realities on the ground, Europe remains on the sidelines. The combination of moral posturing and geopolitical passivity has turned Germany and the EU into marginal figures whose appeals are not taken seriously in either Washington or Jerusalem, which, of course, does not prompt either party to cease such behavior. Ike Geisel once aptly summed up Germany's posturing toward the state of the survivors with his thesis of the rehabilitation of the Germans. For a long time, the German self-image was shaped by the attitude that, precisely because it had learned from history, it was now entitled to point a moral finger at the descendants of the survivors of its own crimes. The more recent statements against the Jewish state, however, point in a different direction and also have different underlying causes. The Holocaust and its remembrance were once a central pillar of identity formation. They are now receding further and further into the background and are increasingly in the process of disappearing. With this disappearance, the historical obligations toward Israel, which have been woven into the Federal Republic's self-image and frequently invoked, are also being gradually abandoned. Meanwhile, there are increasing open attempts to redefine the specific significance of Israel's security as a matter of German national interest into an obligation under international law, which can then in turn be selectively turned against Israel. Hamas or the political and religious leaders of the Islamic Republic of Iran are less frequently subjected to such scrutiny. The new lesson from history implies that the redemptive anti-Semitism, Saul Friedlander, which was brought to near completion at Auschwitz, potentially affects everyone who could even become a victim of war and displacement. The universalizing reinterpretation of the Holocaust thus invoked ultimately amounts to discarding the particularistic aspect of the extermination of the Jews. This aspect must be understood as a crime against humanity committed against the Jewish people. As Hannah Arendt put it, the Holocaust differs qualitatively from other crimes because, as an act that cannot be explained by the categories of instrumental reason, it universally affects the human race, while it was perpetrated in a particular and specific way against the Jews. The extermination targeted the Jews as Jews, and at the same time struck at the principle of humanity that crystallizes in their history, thereby repudiating the very idea of their unity. This insight, which is itself highly contingent, is fading. Jan Gerber notes that the understanding of the Holocaust's uniqueness is the product of a transitional period in which universalism and particularism entered into a fruitful union. This union had contributed to the realization that the mass murder had both a particular and a universal dimension. It was as much a crime against the Jews as it was against humanity. This apparent contradiction, which constituted both the condition of possibility for understanding the Holocaust and its very essence, is today tending to be resolved in the direction of universalism. And, it seems, with the political effect of decoupling the Holocaust from anti-Semitism, Judaism, and Israel, this also forms the core of what can be described as new anti-Zionism. In contrast to classical anti-Zionism, which was often used as a proxy ideology for overt anti-Semitism or, in the Arab case, was also motivated by nationalism, this new anti-Zionism presents itself as a morally superior position. It invokes universalism, human rights, and international law. Israel is viewed as a particularist, identity-based project, a state founded on the distinct identity and history of a single group and thus seen as contradicting universalist norms. In contrast, an ideal vision of a global community is proposed, in which particularist identity projects allegedly have no legitimate place. In this line of thinking, the nation-state of Israel appears as a relic of ethnic demarcation, while the post-colonial or universalist perspective claims to set standards that apply equally to all. In this respect, there is agreement with the advocates of post-colonial theory. Here, too, the lesson from history is not to consist of political or moral support for Israel. Instead, it must be universalized. The memory of the Holocaust and of Nazi crimes must no longer serve as a justification for Israel's right to exist or for special solidarity with the Jewish state, but must be understood as a general obligation toward all peoples and minorities. This is not an entirely new development. As Jan Gerber describes, be off the obsessions with Israel and the rejection of the memory of the Holocaust. were inherent in post-colonial theory from the very beginning. In the founding document and early political manifesto of post-colonial theory, Edward Said's Orientalism, the Jewish state is portrayed as one of the central representatives of contemporary Orientalism. Israeli politics, it states, is entirely under the influence of Orientalist ideology, as Gerber documents. The prevailing view here is also that the founding of the State of Israel was primarily a product of colonialism, even though Israel's founding took place explicitly against the will of the major colonial powers. But post-colonial theory also co-opted the Holocaust itself for its own purposes in two ways: global recognition of the suffering of the Jews, as well as the specific nature of the Holocaust, elicited contradictory reactions. On the one hand, it was viewed as an obstacle to the recognition of one's own experience of suffering. It is obvious that people would like to claim for themselves the attention that now seemingly poured in on the Jews in vast quantities. Gerber speaks here of a dual need. On the one hand, it aims to downplay the dimensions of the Holocaust. On the other, it seeks to align one's own experiences of victimhood with the Holocaust. The translation of others' suffering into the language of the extermination of the Jews, a tactic employed by many post-colonial scholars and activists, achieves both appropriation and relativization. But the anti-Israel bias and the relativization of the Holocaust among post-colonial-inspired academics have an even more unsavory facet. The anti-colonial movements, for which post-colonial studies sees itself as the academic and political mouthpiece, often had little problem making common cause with the Nazis and their policy of extermination. Both the ethnic notions of belonging and the authoritarian fusion of tradition and modernity that the Nazis and fascists peddled were at times appealing. This complex situation is likely responsible for the fact that theorists such as Akhil Mbembe now represent the spearhead of post-colonial anti-Semitism. One could live with this as long as such confusion were limited to academic debates, whose significance for the public is steadily waning anyway. What is new, however, is that with regard to Holocaust remembrance policy, a convergence can be observed between post-colonial academic, left-wing activist, and government policy lines. The slogan, "Never Again," applies to everyone, chanted by left-wing German demonstrators against Israeli military operations, exemplifies the shift from nominal support for Israel as a guarantee of survival for Jews worldwide toward detaching the old formula, "never again," from its concrete historical context. The attempt to ensure security and self-determination for persecuted Jews after the Holocaust, which was also the purpose behind the founding of Israel. This reinterpretation of memory also lies at the root of the reversal of responsibility regarding the Israeli hostages. Hamas was able to broadcast images around the world of half-starved people digging their own graves in tunnels, and yet Israel is still held primarily responsible for the fate of the abductees. The message sent to the Israeli public through the release of such videos is as clear as it is psychologically devastating for society. No matter what we do, the world is on our side. This threat found formal confirmation in the recent recognition of a Palestinian state by Portugal, France, the United Kingdom, and other countries. The shame evoked by images of kidnapped and starving Jews, which are reminiscent of footage of liberated concentration camp inmates, is limited among people who no longer want to know anything about the Holocaust. The assertion, common since Chancellor Angela Merkel took office, that Israel's security is non-negotiable as a matter of German national interest, is causing more discontent than ever. Upright human rights advocates, bolstered by the global intifada sentiment, no longer wish to hold back and are finally declaring, in turn, that German opinion on Israel constitutes Israel's raison d'etat, against which the Jewish state must be measured in the future. For this reason, Green Party member of the Bundestag Lamia Kader, who is usually busy calling for more Islam to combat Islamism, went on the offensive on August 12, 2024, on the program Hart Aber Fair. The security and existence of the State of Israel is our raison d'etat, and that applies permanently and always. But it does not apply to every Israeli government. That is a major difference, and it must be stated clearly once again. Until now, the prevailing view was that Germany, due to its special responsibility, had to stand up for Israel's security interests regardless of day-to-day political affairs. But Israel must finally play by European, that is, German rules, peacefully, pluralistically, and against the far right. However, it didn't take a green talk show blunderer to disavow this state promise, which is the world champion of coming to terms with the past. A state that cannot even stand up to anti-Semites within its own borders should not pretend it can do anything decisive for Israel's security in the Middle East. It is nevertheless symptomatic of current German policy that, in a patronizing, lecturing tone, it contributes to the weakening of Israel. Hamas won the war of television images after October 7th because Western media and governments are reproducing the jihadists' propaganda. But a Green foreign minister, who traveled to the Middle East for the 11th time in early September, is also contributing to the depoliticization and trivialization of the Palestinians' anti-Semitic campaign of extermination. After Annalena Baerbock initially expressed shock and solidarity immediately following the massacres on Israeli soil, she shifted just a few weeks later into her usual mode of equidistance. Faced with images of injured children amid the rubble of Gaza, which are presented as evidence against Israel without any scrutiny of their sources, she said she felt affected not only as a politician, but also as a mother. Meticulous accounts of one's own state of mind are regarded as a mark of political authenticity, which is why it does not stand out negatively when a high-ranking representative of the state, instead of remaining in her official role, tends to go beyond the norm in revealing inner stirrings. Richard Sennett. The problem is that this obligatory sense of concern sabotages political judgment and elevates mere arbitrariness to a principle. Soon after the first strikes in the Gaza war zone, no one wanted to hear anything more about the reasons for the war or about Hamas's asymmetric strategy, whose strength lies in pitting the entire population of Gaza against the Israeli army, while the guerrilla war continues to be indirectly co-financed from Germany. In the political sphere, anger then became the dominant emotion, prompting Baerbock to take a hard line regarding the delivery of aid packages to Gaza in April 2024. We expect the Israeli government to swiftly implement its announcements. No more excuses. Even more caustic than the kindergarten supervisor-like tone of command is the hubris with which she pathologizes Israel, a country that would have every right to retaliate in earnest, as a patient on the German couch. Our raison d'etat means standing up for the security of the State of Israel. It also means doing everything possible to ensure that Israel does not lose itself in this war. Only Annalena Baerbock knows the true nature of Israel, which is why she knows better than Israel itself whether it is in its right mind or giving up. The invectives critical of Israel coming from the German Foreign Ministry disappointed those friends of Israel who have come to regard the Greens as pro-Israel, and thus pro-Western, while having to ignore both the notorious equidistance of habitual opportunists and the appeasement toward Islam at home and abroad. The Greens have transformed themselves, but, contrary to what is usually peddled in humorous historical accounts of bearded men in wool sweaters, this is not a political success story in which sinister esotericists gradually became westernized. Rather, the suicidal West has conformed itself to the modernized Greens to such an extent that the latter can now, without much contortion, boast of being the protective power of liberal values. In their early days, the Greens focused on environmental and cultural preservation. The spectrum ranged from ecologically minded neighborhood networks to independent socialists to ethno-spiritualist rural communitarians. What began as a harmless concern for environmental protection escalated into a chronic fear that the patch of earth they inhabited would be defaced, poisoned, or engulfed by nuclear annihilation. Foreign countries were either perceived as a threat to their own homeland, for example, in the form of American Pershing II medium-range missiles, or romanticized in anti-imperialist terms. Consequently, the Greens had very little to do with foreign policy. The only book that explicitly addresses the foreign policy debates during the Greens' early days was published in 1998 and bears the apt title, The Greens and Foreign Policy, A Difficult Relationship. The Greens first came into the spotlight of foreign policy when a 6-member parliamentary group and party delegation set out for the Middle East in 1984 to declare peace with Israel on the ground. Even before the trip began, the delegation had drafted a final declaration, which was made public during their journey. It stated that the Israeli government bore full responsibility for the looming bloodbath in the Middle East if it did not make decisive changes to its policies. Jürgen Reintz, the group's delegation leader, referred to the Palestinians as victims of the Nazi victims at the closing press conference in Tel Aviv. In a clarification that had become necessary, the group rejected any comparison between Israel's occupation policy in southern Lebanon and the terror of the former German Nazi regime, arguing that such comparisons do a great disservice to the struggle of the Palestinian people. How nice, but it did no good. The Greens' disastrous tour was attacked so fiercely in the Israeli media that even people in Germany were ashamed. In Martin Kloek's seminal work on the critique of left-wing antisemitism, he writes, "No other foreign policy activity by the party has ever before managed to attract greater public attention than this visit, which was presented as a fact-finding mission." Christian Strobeli, for many years one of the Greens' most media-savvy figures, caused the next major scandal involving Israel in 1991. He championed the view, now popular in university protest camps, that Jews provoke the murderous hatred directed at them. After Iraqi forces fired Scud missiles at Tel Aviv and Haifa, Strobeli described the attacks as the logical, almost inevitable consequence of Israeli policy toward the Palestinians and the Arab states. Even during Merkel's term in office, the Green Party faction in the Bundestag called for the labeling of Israeli goods from the West Bank. The fact that green bashing tends to be regarded as right-wing today has little to do with Israel. In times when polemical criticism was not yet ubiquitously identified with hate speech and the delegitimization of the state, contempt for the Greens was still widespread even among reasonable leftists, not least because of the striking similarities in the arguments of green and far-right nature lovers or peace advocates, who championed an alternatively reformed idiocy of rural life. The authoritarian eco-movement was not concerned with shaping the environment in a way that benefits humanity, but rather with protecting fetishized nature from humans, whom it viewed as pests. This certainly connects them to today's Greens, who, however, are no longer concerned with the local environment but with the global climate, who like cities so much that they ruin them, and who essentially aim to minimize the risk posed by humans through technocratic population control. The early Green resentment toward Israel stems from the same regressive obstinacy against civilization that, in post-Nazism, correlates with the collective urge to expose Jews as perpetrators. Hence, too, the pathologically self-referential obsession with pity for Palestinians, whose struggle for ethnic self-determination against the Jewish state is projectively cheered on as the antithesis of proper statehood. Joachim Brun. This compulsive neurosis finds expression in talk of the victims of the victims. Unlike in smaller sects, however, there have always been people within the Greens who disapproved of the anti-imperialist detachment from German history. The so-called Reylos, recognized early on that hostility toward Israel and anti-imperialism are obstacles when it comes to gaining power. The initially consensual radical pacifism was abandoned in favor of a responsible realpolitik. The first Green foreign minister, Joschka Fischer, paved the way with empty rhetoric for a pan-German foreign policy that was obligated to take action in other countries because of Auschwitz. The special relationship with Israel, inextricably linked to Germany's self-description as a nation that has successfully come to terms with its past, has since compelled German politicians to refrain from overt anti-Zionism. The Greens also enjoy the counterfactual reputation of being pro-Israel because they are open to academic criticism of anti-Semitism. Among younger Greens, anti-German theoretical tropes have long been part of the basic knowledge in the fight against group-focused hostility, while conversely anti-Germans, in their recent effort to no longer criticize Germany as the spearhead of counter-enlightenment in the West, but rather to glorify it as part of the West that must be preserved, now often sound like the extra-parliamentary arm of the Greens, which is rather embarrassing. The fact that conferences on anti-Semitism and historically sensitive empty phrases are characterized by their uselessness can also be observed in Baerbock's ongoing radicalization, as she now combines platitudes of solidarity with Israel with the traditional Strobeli style. In early September, she posted a photo of herself taken on a hill in Ramallah City, accompanying her general-like pose with a few pensive lines about the greed of the Zionists. In the past, residents in western Ramallah looked out at hills with olive trees, pastures, and power poles on the horizon. Today, they also see Israeli settlements that have practically devoured their way down into the valley. In light of such self-righteous arrogance, the question arises as to whether the crude hostility toward Israel displayed by traditional leftists like Sarah Wagenknecht is any less devastating. After all, with them at least, you know where you stand. Chancellor Merkel had already shifted course away from Gerhard Schroeder's boisterous bro-diplomacy, placing the emphasis on a foreign policy more strongly oriented toward values. According to Merkel, the goal was not to remain silent in the face of human rights violations toward anyone in the world, no matter how promising the trading partners or how important the states may be for stability and security. The widespread neo-Manichaeism, which posits that brave Democrats are pitted against destructive populists and authoritarians in the final battle, is also becoming increasingly evident in German foreign policy. The aim is to reconcile values and interests in such a way that sustainable trade relations make the world richer, but above all better, and ultimately CO2-free. Whether the issue is climate, populism, or democracy, anyone who wants to conclude treaties with the Germans today is forced to make a commitment. This implies that the countries included in the values partnership have a direct share in the true, the good, and the beautiful. To illustrate this, one need only glance at Germany's national security strategy, which in 2023 states in a Pippi Longstocking-esque tone that security means being free enough to shape our lives and our economy as we wish, without political coercion, without economic dependencies. Shortly after her inauguration, Baerbock articulated her political self-conception. "I understand foreign policy as global domestic policy. Crises have cross-border effects. They can only be managed globally and cooperatively." 13. The term, which the peace researcher Carl Friedrich von Weizsäcker had introduced before Jürgen Habermas polished it up into a paradigm for post-national governance, resonates with the will to manage the deregulated regime of accumulation across borders. The Greens feel called upon to pursue morally driven regulation. Among their strengths is an unconditional strength of will, expressed, for example, in the fact that they do not allow themselves to be deterred by the failure of their utopian plans within Germany's borders. Meanwhile, the instrumentalization of global crises and wars for the sake of national labor and social policy is a reliable byproduct of such politics. For 30 years, the push for competition in the total global market has been enforced by citing the inevitable demands of globalization. Germany sets the global tone, and in recent winters, there was a cross-party consensus that people had to tighten their belts because of Putin. Political events outside Germany are thus perceived almost exclusively as an extension of Germany's own problems, while behind the pseudo-humanistic moralism lies the voluntaristic view that politics can override both the laws of capitalist production and the objective competition among states. In this sense, world domestic policy is a term for the abandonment, fueled by a megalomaniacal desire to bring happiness to the world, of both predictable foreign policy and domestic policy that sensibly serves the national interest. This self-referentiality accounts for the retreat of classical diplomacy. While in the old Federal Republic, for example, during Helmut Kohl's tenure, a so-called quiet diplomacy was practiced, a defining feature of which was that, for the most part, only the results of intensive negotiations reached the public. Today, the actual purpose of the meeting seems to be the later tweeted camera appearance of the negotiating partners to be the actual purpose of the meeting. As appropriate as it is for Baerbock to rebuke her Chinese counterpart in front of the cameras, the spectacle thrives on the fact that, at the intergovernmental level, save for a brief phase of Chinese indignation, the whole affair remains inconsequential. The fact that the Greens, in particular, draw inspiration from Chinese totalitarianism and its destruction of all privacy and individual freedom of choice, in their plans to implement climate, energy, and health policy goals into citizens' daily lives is completely overlooked in all of this. Left-wing and, in particular, green politics are no longer characterized by demands for more time and a greater share of societal wealth for all. Instead, what they offer is constant meddling in private affairs, greater control through digitalization, and the demand to tighten our belts even further in the name of crisis management. Thus, global domestic policy is also a warning to all privileged individuals who are too complacent and lack the empathy needed for global progress. In a series of articles in the Frankfurter Rundschau, which has since been published as a book, intended to refine the concept of world domestic policy, Ulrich Beck proclaimed years ago that in the age of world domestic policy, the justification for ignoring the suffering of others was fading, because new information flows ensured that people almost everywhere were aware of what was happening in other parts of the world. Of course, this cannot be discussed without relativizing the Nazi regime. We reproached our parents. How could you have known nothing about the atrocities of the Nazis? Today, thousands are dying at the EU's borders, and millions of children are starving day after day. But we look the other way. This is both trivial and deeply outrageous. The appeal to the Christian ethic of compassion, which in and of itself has civilizing effects, is twisted into a warning against individual selfishness, yet strengthening awareness of one's own interests, which, even when they refer to the common good, are always local and specific and arise from the individual's own life circumstances, means that, quite rightly, one initially doesn't care how many people are starving on which continents for whatever reasons, especially if one has never visited those places oneself. No one asks what the social foundation for caring and the desire to help should be. Christianity is being gleefully dismantled, and the labor movement, in which forms of international solidarity were at least tentatively cultivated, is politically dead. Unconcerned by this, Germany expects European states not to even entertain the idea of venturing into unilateral national actions. The moral leader strives to set the tone in supranational institutions such as the EU and the UN in order to amplify its own influence through the power of the supranational. Among the relevant protagonists in world politics are, for the time being, NGOs, which have a reputation for not pursuing their own interests but for competently improving the world. They are Germany's natural partners, especially since they are capable of building pressure. The practice of NGOs is a consequence of the outsourcing of state functions on a global scale, They serve as a substitute for sovereignty where the will and the money to abolish abject misery and brutal injustice are lacking. Their job is to take over the management of misery in collaboration with the dominant local forces, which, despite all the aid packages, amounts to the subjugation of individuals to the hegemony of local rackets. What the green middle class regards as grassroots democratic global domestic policy actually means the cementing of conditions in which socially institutionalized mediations are gradually dismantled. Post-nationalists ignore the fact that the rights of individuals and peoples are worthless if there are no sovereign states to protect them. Thus, in the name of Western progressive values, a global order is being ushered in that spells the end of the nation-state's legal guarantees and predictability. Nothing testifies to the misery of global governance as much as the fact that the preachers of boundlessness, whether the International Court of Justice, the UN, the WHO, or various NGOs, cultivate a concentrated hatred toward the Jewish state, which defends its borders and sovereignty against the anti-Semitic hordes. German government officials are now perceived by large segments of the, particularly international public, as a veritable panopticon of embarrassments. Despite the numbing effects caused by political amateurism, Annalena Baerbock repeatedly draws attention to herself in a unique way. While some admire her as a role model who takes on the darkest figures in world politics, others lie in wait for new slip-ups so they can comment on them with consternation or in a schoolmarmish tone. What is overlooked is that her imprecise language, which often goes completely off the rails, is a reflection of an equally superficial, that is, thoughtless political style. In Baerbock's case, the loss of any coherent meaning in politics corresponds to a syntactic, grammatical, rhetorical, and factual confusion that at times borders on aphasia, yet appropriately reflects what Baerbock considers to be reason. Journalists at Tagesschau, who value Baerbock as an authentically rebellious defender of the West, likely mean it as a compliment when they credit her with compensating for obvious shortcomings with a great deal of heart. Although her grammar occasionally stumbles, instead of getting lost in diplomatic platitudes, Baerbock often tries to put people at the center. In postmodern capitalism, this pseudo-humanity serves a compensatory function. Unlike the citizen, the human being is nothing more than simply a human being, and thus a pawn for some and fodder for propaganda for others. When the German middle class acts human, it means others, namely those who are supposed to remain a few rungs below, though the fear that it might happen to them personally never goes away. The foreign minister brings this to mind when she speaks of the suffering of others, such as in the case of the massacres committed by Russians in the Ukrainian city of Bucha. These victims, and you can feel this so poignantly here, these victims could be us. And when those who professionally advocate solidarity with Ukraine try to argue that, under the current circumstances, it makes sense not to completely dismantle the Bundeswehr, it comes across as unintentionally comical. Putin has bombed away the idea that we don't have to defend ourselves. The constant call in our mobilized society to be oneself fosters the spread of a social archetype that tends to impose its own childish fantasies of happiness on the entire world. A host of prospective ethics council chairs, always committed to the greater good, mission-driven, shrill, emotional, but completely unprepared for defeat. The current reactions of Green Party members following election defeats are emblematic of this. They fail to accept that it was not meant to be weep and lament before carrying on as usual. For there are no longer any doubts, least of all in the naturally and invariably progressive world of professional politics. Complementing this, people with ambitions to save the world harbor the illusion that they are the chosen executors of a hallucinated common good. Hence the tendency toward a new German universalism, which is a farce of the Western variety. More revealing than Baerbock's thinking is her success in the influential media, which maintain a close relationship with representatives of the democratic parties. They provide the background music for an authoritarian welfare state in which those in power are presented, in an almost moronic manner, as friendly people, while their policies transform society into a hell of antisocial behavior and mistrust. Or, in the words of the Paralympic spirit, special appearances by the foreign minister are not uncommon during her travels. For example, Baerbock has already played soccer in Fiji this year. In the past, she even jumped through a Finnish nuclear bunker as if it were a child's game. And after her last visit to the World Economic Forum in Davos, many people afterward talked only about her watch. Things also took an unusual turn during her summer trip to Leverkusen. Baerbock visited a prosthetics workshop in Leverkusen, which is located on the grounds of TSV Bayer 04. While there, the Green Party minister spoke with orthopedic technicians, some of whom are also athletes competing in the Paralympics, which, like the 2024 Olympics, will take place in Paris this year. The minister was also given a t-shirt as a gift. As the Rheinische Post reported from the scene, TSV parathlete Marcus Rem told Baerbock during their conversation that the Parlong jumpers practiced their form in the air on the large trampoline in the gym and offered Baerbock the chance to jump as well. And she actually accepted. End of quote. Yet the Greens' policies are sometimes met with fierce opposition. Opponents of values-driven foreign policy claim to possess, unlike the do-gooders, a keen sense of realism. They invoke a new, harsh global reality in which consideration is required, particularly toward major powers such as Russia or China. The major challenges, whether in trade, peace, or climate, require a joint effort. The argument becomes completely preposterous when, as in Gegenstandpunkt or Konkret, Germans are accused of having an unbroken penchant for militarism. Germany is not mobilizing for war, but merely for competition on the world market. In crisis regions, other countries are supposed to enforce civilized forms of conduct. Germany steps in to help with reconstruction and keeps an eye on the trade opportunities that follow. Within NATO, Germany is regarded as a country of skeptics and shirkers. When Donald Trump called them out on this, politicians and the arts and culture pages were offended. In response, Germany has become all the more involved in development policy in recent years, championing the global south. Indeed, it seems they intend to transform the Foreign Office itself into an NGO in the long term. This tried-and-true business model, which absolutely includes dialogue with oppressors, was exposed as a failure when Russia, which Germany had previously courted in its own interest, invaded Ukraine. The Greens were the first to recognize this, even though just a few years ago they had presented themselves as NATO skeptics. This in no way provokes a conflict with their base, for pacifism has long been passé. In any case, the conflict between Fundus and Realos was primarily a simulation of a culture of debate. In hindsight, one must view NATO's war against Yugoslavia as a wake-up call. Preventing another Auschwitz by bombing Belgrade is simply more heartwarming than singing the praises of world peace hand in hand in a human chain. A survey conducted 2 years ago by the Friedrich Ebert Foundation revealed that Green Party voters are more likely to support Germany's military interventions in defense of human rights than voters of the other parties in the Bundestag. One argument in favor of the Greens in government is their intention to strengthen the transatlantic alliance. However, their pro-American tone stems from the realization that, should things get tougher, Germany would have little influence. A bit of ambition is certainly needed here, because from the U.S. perspective, Germany falls into the category of countries that are not taken particularly seriously, too weak to harm the U.S., and too unhelpful in global political issues to warrant any effort on their behalf. 21. The desired partnership in leadership also comes easily because the woke Democrats make it truly difficult for the value-oriented Germans, who are ideologically close to them, to take a confrontational course. This relatively new mix of criticism of despots and pro-American sentiment doesn't sit well with everyone here. In an interview with Die Zeit, sociologist Wolfgang Streeck recently placed the German foreign minister in the tradition of bellicose neoconservatism, laying it on quite thick. Furthermore, right-wing conservatives believe that there can be no peace in this world. There are Schmittian existential enemies with whom we can only live if we do not let them live. The latter has now become a central theme of the American neocons and the European NATO conservatives, including our foreign minister. Peace, however, presupposes that the parties in question want it or are forced into it by the threat or use of force. It is more likely that the imperialist Russian state, regardless of attempts at appeasement, will escalate the situation whenever it deems it appropriate. At the same time, however, Streeck overestimates the foreign minister's aggressiveness. For all the talk about the need to subdue Russia, the current foreign policy differs from that of the neocons in that, for lack of a strategy or even an informed, consistent political theory, it fails even to identify a clear enemy and fundamentally lacks any willingness to act consistently. The very premise of this bickering is its planned lack of consequences. Participation in a war is out of the question for Germany. After all, the country is already being stingy when it comes to supplying weapons. In Germany, war is a vague scenario for morally blackmailing its own population and other states, not a political option. Nor does German foreign policy generally have any potentially destabilizing upheavals in mind. It would suffice if unwelcome rulers adjusted their rhetoric and refrained from invasions. This applies to activist politics in general, which has little to do with reality outside the discourse. Where this illusion prevails, resistance ceases to be a symbol. It becomes the cause itself, but as a caricature of it, which is at the same time a renunciation of the cause. Political analyses of the enemy would require the government to strictly refrain from moral judgments. Apart from the fact that, Despite all the rhetoric of military preparedness against Russia, we are not fighting there ourselves but merely cheering on Ukraine. We forego, in favor of an infantile demonization of Putin, an appropriate assessment, conveyed to the public of Russia's objectives, the internal political economic dynamics, and the associated deformation of the subject in a society based on violence. All of this should be the focus if, as is the unanimous opinion, Russia is the greatest threat to Germany's security. Thus, the right decision to support Ukraine gives voice to needs that have nothing to do with this war. No one can say exactly what is at stake, except that Russia must not be allowed to win. Which is why it is fundamentally, and depending on changing circumstances, always possible to switch values, enemies, allies, and sides. Something similar applies to feminist foreign policy, which has been presented as a new premise. The current appeasement of Islam alone sufficiently refutes the claim that there is a desire to take decisive action against misogyny and the oppression of women. But the absurdity is taken to new heights when, despite all warnings, Germany maintains a critical, ongoing dialogue with Iran, both personally and diplomatically, thereby undermining a policy that favors the opposition. Germany keeps one of the most misogynistic regimes in power, and in return, there are more quota-based jobs in diplomatic missions that please its own clientele. And that is apparently what matters. Those interested in world politics are certain that the wars led by the US in this millennium have brought nothing but disaster to the world. The interventions in Afghanistan in 2001 and in Iraq in 2003 are regarded not only as misguided decisions but as a catastrophic expression of American arrogance. Aside from the fact that the accompanying accusations were, and still are, tainted by anti-American sentiment, there were reasonable grounds for the war that Germans simply could not be made to understand even back then. The United States had to recognize that its citizens were drawing the wrath of an enemy whose influence was steadily growing. The terrorist attacks on September 11, 2001, claimed 2,996 lives, which the terrorist groups and their supporters viewed as their greatest triumph to date in the global war against the infidels. The perpetrators' network, from henchmen to sympathizers, operated worldwide and was already dominant in some countries, including those later attacked. Further attacks were to be expected, and in the well-understood national interest, the decision was made to strike back appropriately. The images of George W. Bush and firefighter Robert Beckwith, who passed away earlier this year, in front of the destroyed World Trade Center remain unforgettable. They show the president with a megaphone in his right hand, his left arm draped over the firefighter's shoulders. Bush's message, directed not only at the assembled firefighters searching the rubble for survivors, was, "I can hear you, the whole world can hear you, and the people who brought down these towers will all hear from us soon." It was about retaliation, but above all about defending the achievements of freedom of which the citizens of the United States are proud for good reason. In his second inaugural address on January 20, 2005, George W. Bush reaffirmed the goals of the war. As long as entire regions of the world suffer under tyranny and harbor resentment, as long as that is the case, people will fall prey to ideologies that preach hatred and excuse murder. Violence will become more widespread and destructive, crossing even the most secure borders and posing a deadly threat to us. There is only one historical force that can break the regime of hatred and resentment, expose the deceptions of tyrants, and fulfill the hopes of decent and tolerant people: the power of freedom. Events and common sense allow for only one conclusion. The survival of freedom in our country depends increasingly on the success of freedom in other countries. End of quote. Even in the West today, one could no longer speak of the power of freedom in such a melodramatic way. The strategy was risky. The rationale was ambiguous. That the U.S. government at the time, as the de facto world power, attributed the state of the world without exception to the enemy was, of course, only half the truth. This murderous madness is not identical to the capitalist system, but it has political-economic preconditions that neither the liberals nor the conservatives want to acknowledge. Bush's definition of the enemy, however, caused his defeatist partners in Germany to distance themselves. The Red-Green coalition saw that the time had come to take an anti-American stance. It was a convenient move. By capitalizing on newly awakened anti-American sentiments, they could divert attention from their own policies of social cutbacks. Joschka Fischer, who at the time helped shape Germany's course somewhat more cautiously than Chancellor Schroeder, believes in retrospect that he was right. The Americans, he argues, had destroyed trust in the Islamic world and were therefore responsible for the ongoing devastation, as if they weren't capable of doing that on their own. Quote, "A new, better world suddenly seemed possible. a world in which dictators and bloodthirsty warlords could be put out of business, thanks to state-of-the-art weapons technology at minimal human and material cost. In fact, this strategy amounted to nothing more than yet another attempt at one of those utopian schemes to improve the world that promised to make the world better by first making it worse. End of quote. Nevertheless, the U.S. overestimated its own capabilities. It did not anticipate resistance in Western countries. It was too optimistic to assume that the majority of residents in the intervention zones wanted more freedoms and less influence from the Quran, and would therefore welcome the initial American strikes as the beginning of a new order of power and living conditions. As a result, the fanaticism of the suicide fighters was able to demoralize a regular army over the long term. Yet Fisher criticizes precisely what is most appealing, namely, the intention to overcome brutal oppression together with those suppressed by the regime. Contrary to their assertions to the contrary, the Greens, whether in the form of the old peace movement or as value-driven technocrats, are indeed in favor of the right to folklore, but not of the abolition of untenable conditions. Nietzsche coined the idea that high-minded moralists sought out evil in order to present themselves as its exact opposite. Those good people, and little has changed in this regard, display the most inventive consideration, self-control, and sensitivity in their behavior toward one another, which is mutually monitored. But they are capable of acting differently, as can be observed today, for example, when the community of Democrats would most like to rebuild the wall around the East Germans, who remain outsiders. Outwardly, where the foreigner begins, they are not much better than unleashed predators. There they enjoy freedom from all social constraints. In the wilderness, they compensate for the tension caused by a long period of confinement and being frozen in the peace of the community. End of quote. This moral critique, drawing on Nietzsche, aims, freed from morality, to speak about the real power relations. So too does Carl Schmitt, who promises his followers a ruthless view of the world. Many former leftists, whom reading Schmitt has pulled out of the theoretical rut into which they had fallen somewhere between finishing their studies and starting their careers, are drawn precisely to this, the courage they have rediscovered in themselves through the bold, and above all unsentimental, engagement with the harsh reality teeming with conflict, hostility, and decisions. Schmitt was troubled by the fact that values are ubiquitous in places where, in his opinion, they do not belong, namely, in the law. In his essay The Tyranny of Values, based on a lecture delivered in 1959 as part of the IBRAC Summer Seminars, initiated by Ernst Forsthoff, Schmitt illustrates the difference between values and rights. He attributes the boom in value-oriented thinking to a post-Christian, and thus anti-Catholic deification of humanity. In contrast to the Federal Republic's normative interpretation of the Constitution, he argues, it is the task of the legislature and the laws it enacts to define the mediation through predictable and enforceable rules and to prevent the terror of immediate and automatic value enforcement. The struggle of the defenders of values amounts to the opposite and, by necessity, has an activist character. Virtues are practiced, norms are applied, orders are carried out, but values are established and enforced. Whoever asserts their validity must enforce them. This is not only true but also highly relevant today, as evidenced by the Democracy Promotion Act, as well as the demand raised by the Greens following their latest electoral setbacks to establish a task force for the protection of democracy. For some time now, the Office for the Protection of the Constitution has been dealing not only with violent or already delinquent enemies of the state, but with unwelcome political opponents in general. The former Nazi jurist Schmitt, whose state was defeated by the enemy in 1945, was scandalized that moral evaluations and political judgments are made at all. In the hierarchy of values, however, different relationships apply, which justify that value destroys worthlessness and that the higher value treats the lower value as inferior. By repaying evil with evil, he argued, our earth is transformed into a hell, but hell into a paradise of values. 28 history has proven the opposite. It is not a show of bravado, but a rational insight that there are people committed to absolute evil who, as long as they may hope for victory, will continue on their course and can be stopped only by using the means at our disposal without sentimentality. At times, only death can put an end to them. Schmitt attacks the early Federal Republic of Germany and takes aim at the United States' universal understanding of international law, in short, the victor's justice. Even some of his students have noted that he did not manage to make similar judgments about the Nazi value system. What remains is sentimentality. Any consideration for the opponent ceases to apply. Indeed, it becomes worthless when the struggle against this opponent is a struggle for the highest values. Moral critics sometimes fail to notice that their own moral impetus, the gesture of unmasking with which Schmitt confronts dishonesty, is in no way inferior to the moralism they oppose. A few years ago, Eberhard Straub brought Schmitt's ideas up to date. For Americans, evil is always at work outside their happy island. NATO subscribes to this assumption and thereby elevates itself to the realm of the good and noble, who are called upon to drive evil from the world. This self-empowerment inevitably leads to the self-righteousness of the guardians of values led by the United States. End of quote. Straub was already mocking the alienation toward Islamic customs that still persists in European societies, back when the term anti-Muslim racism had not yet been coined. In general, the anti-universalist right seems to react to the West with as much aversion as is otherwise typical only of the post-colonial psychological left. Military attempts to overcome Islamic barbarism in certain particularly incited countries have failed. Within Western nations, sheer self-hatred and a desire for doom are causing discontent and resentment. Fueled by global competition, regulatory mechanisms are emerging that are dismantling the freedoms that were once fundamental to the West, freedoms that even communists have always defended as prerequisites for a better future. At the same time, the multipolar world order, so widely touted, is indeed taking shape. Within it, the former global hegemon, the United States, is in retreat, while new power blocks are emerging and economic dependence on the West is waning. The post-American world is also the pipe dream of all anti-Westerners in the West, who march separately but strike together as an international rebellion of crisis-inspired no-Italism, yearning for conditions in which the collective relegates the individual to his rightful place. And those who think this way have no qualms about Russian or Chinese, let alone Islamic conditions, which Wittfogel, not by chance, summarized under the critical term Oriental or Asian despotism. It speaks to an alarming loss of political judgment that no one seems to notice how the everyday promotion, obsessed with diversity and inclusivity, of obscure identitarian tribal ideologies amounts to the exact opposite of a universal idea of humanity, which one purports to defend in foreign policy. The re-archaicizing disintegration of the human species into identity-based communities, all of which demand respect for all manner of quirks, has the advantage for the ruling class that people who are completely fixated on skin color, religion, gender, or similar factors do not raise the question of class. Hence the spectacle of diversity and the anti-discrimination reports, adequate documents of our time that chronicle the transformation of politics into anime. German refugee and migration policy has contributed more to the spread of anti-Semitism than any of the snobs on SYLT or seminar circles associated with the AfD. The debates following Islamic attacks reveal one thing above all: a cowardly capitulation to political Islam and its enforcers, to whom, under the guise of neo-urban coolness, it is made clear that we have long since surrendered. Far removed from the state-supporting, influential circles, public opinion on Islam in European countries is overwhelmingly negative. Nevertheless, it has so far been possible to get away with denying the ongoing Islamization or glossing it over as a gain in diversity that must be defended unconditionally against right-wing populism. And this applies on both sides, to woke as well as right-wing appeasement of Islam. In the refusal to name the difference between market-driven competition and direct terror against individuals, collaboration with gang-style human exploitation has already been consummated. This numbness is also the reason why Israel has been stabbed in the back, even though the global civil war for Palestine is raging on German streets as well. Preventing October 7, 2023 from becoming, as Henrik M. Broder recently put it, the beginning of the end for Israel must be at the heart of a truly Western foreign policy, one that cannot be separated from domestic policy. One does wonder why the pathos and professed willingness to fight are possible against Russia, but not against Hamas, Iran, and their supporters and allies. In any case, we must reflect on the fact that the self-destructive West cannot and will not act, and this is precisely what the nonsense about values obscures. Defending the promises that, despite everything, remain present in the status quo, however, is not a matter of sentimentality. To regard the individual as a member of the same human family also means demanding of them that the truth be acceptable to everyone and that decisions may have consequences. Neither religion nor culture justifies giving free rein to the basest instincts against others. Of course, a life of vegetating in a manner unworthy of human dignity, as well as the invocation of wild, aimless, and unrestrained forces of destruction, must be eradicated from the world. The problem with pseudo-universalism today is that, in its name, all attempts to defend reason, at least in particular cases, are denounced, whether in the name of a now globalized logic of necessity or under the dictum of the primacy of foreign policy. Now more than ever, correctly set priorities and plain speaking are essential. Moral hypocrisy, however, has permeated German society to such an extent that many consider it normal to be subjected to imaginative sermons until they can no longer bear to listen or watch. Recent history does not teach us much, but it does teach us that we must always expect the unexpected. You are putting the lives of millions of people at risk. You are risking a third world war. These words, or something very similar, were chanted by more than 500,000 peace marchers on June 10, 1982, in the Bonn-Rhein. Their anger was directed at German Chancellor Helmut Schmidt, who had pushed through the so-called NATO double-track decision despite considerable opposition. Schmidt was seen as the compliant enforcer of a far more dangerous villain and potential bringer of ruin to humanity, by whose strings he was allegedly being pulled, U.S. President Ronald Reagan, 1981 to 1989, who was also in Bonn that same day as a participant in a summit of NATO member states. It is a disgrace to the current U.S. President, Donald Trump, that this quote comes from him and that he addressed these words live to Ukrainian President Zelensky on February 28, 2025, in order to denounce him, of all people, as a warmonger. No American president has more thoroughly discredited the American mission to defend the free West than Donald Trump did on that day. At first glance, Trump's actions fit into an era that seemingly came to an end in 1990, an era that began with the betrayal of freedom precisely when Nazi Germany was defeated. Anti-fascism, of all things, proved to be the ideological lubricant used to deliver Eastern Europe into servitude, diplomatically at Potsdam, and practically through the installation of Soviet puppet regimes. The United States, along with Great Britain, betrayed the Polish government in exile based in London, and with it, thousands of Polish soldiers who had fought alongside the Western Allies. Their country was handed over to the Soviet Union, for the sake of a peace whose price Poland was initially forced to pay. It is well known and understandable that there were reasons for this, rooted in widespread war weariness. Nevertheless, the handover of Eastern Europe to the USSR left the West vulnerable on the propaganda front of the Cold War, since it was evident that liberation from fascism and the freedom of a particular population to choose its preferred form of republic were not one and the same. In the hierarchy of values, peace took precedence over freedom. Unlike the handover of the Czechoslovak Republic to the Germans in 1938, and ultimately the occupation of remaining Czechoslovakia in March 1939, this move was not criticized by most contemporaries as shameful appeasement, but was welcomed as a contribution to a new world order. Its actors would jointly ensure that what the Germans had wrought would not be repeated. The fate of Poland also illustrates where things are headed when, for the sake of peace at any price, the aggressor's logic becomes the guiding principle of the free world. The loser must submit. Greater values than freedom are at risk if anyone dares to resist. The damning verdict of being branded a disturber of the peace hung over Poland in the 1980s, when its population set out to rectify what had been done to them since 1945. At that time, the United States under Ronald Reagan broke with the anti-fascist logic and prevented what has been happening to Ukraine since 2014, and even more so since 2022, from happening to Poland. The United States under Reagan remembered the promise it had made to the Polish government in exile and stood by the Poles, albeit under far more favorable conditions this time. In addition to sanctions against the People's Republic of Poland and the Soviet Union, Reagan relied not least on the deployment of nuclear-armed medium-range missiles in Western Europe. According to both West and East German interpretations, this supposedly reckless policy put Germany, above all, at risk of becoming a victim of nuclear war. The likely demise of the Ukrainian freedom movement is, in Germany, long before Trump adopted this line, the responsibility of a peace bloc that, since 1958, had shaped public opinion as a firewall against war and, with Willy Brandt's policy of détente, gained and maintained majority support. Today, it is the broad alliance consisting of the AfD, the Left Party, the BSW, and large segments of the SPD, supplemented by institutions, groups, and individuals ranging from the far right to the far left, that refuses to embark on any adventures. In February 2022, the US, together with France, Poland, and other EU states, forced Germany to terminate the pact with the aggressor, whose blatant threats, directed not only against Ukraine but also against other states liberated from the remnants of the Soviet Union or the Warsaw Pact beginning in 1990, were regarded by proponents of détente as historically well-founded interests. Yet Ukraine's aspiration to join NATO posed just as little a threat to Russia as the new NATO member states in Eastern Europe. These states only become a vital interest of Russian policy if one assumes that they belong to Russia's inalienable sphere of influence. As the legacy of anti-fascism, and thus historically legitimized, what the war-weary Western Allies established in 1945 on the ruins of Nazism continues to have an effect. The Soviet Union simply had to be granted the right to its despicable imperialist territorial expansion. What was called anti-fascism after 1945 was, throughout Western Europe, bound to an interpretation of World War II according to which Europe had been liberated primarily by the Soviet Union. To this end, knowledge of who was responsible for the massacres of the Polish intelligentsia in Katyn and elsewhere was sacrificed, just as the historical fact was downplayed that, until June 1941, Great Britain had stood alone against the Germans, and that thereafter the Soviet Union, which had found itself in dire military straits, was able to hold out only through enormous arms shipments from the United States. Such omissions were made to reinforce a myth of brotherhood in arms, which included not only the countries directly at war but also the resistance in France and the partisans from the Balkans through Italy to Norway. Driven by the personal courage of the combatants, the anti-fascist resistance, transcending class boundaries, is said to have held high the torch of liberation for their peoples and thus ultimately defeated fascism. Even here, the fact that it was above all the U.S. industrial sector, which had been converted to war production, that ultimately broke the Wehrmacht's back is downplayed. That battles were fought with overwhelming firepower in which heroes had little impact, and that open-field battles were almost an anachronism, that is, that liberation came from the factories and shipyards of the United States, was also a source of resentment for Western European anti-fascists, who stood dumbfounded before the endless columns of tanks and trucks rolling toward Germany beginning in June 1944, flanked by an air force that, originally British, had already broken German air superiority as early as the fall of 1940. Nevertheless, it was above all the great feats of the Red Army that shaped the memory of the liberation from fascism, for its fighters had to make up for, using anachronistic means and suffering immense losses of life, what their own leadership had failed to achieve strategically, logistically, and in terms of weaponry. Unfazed by this, the Soviet Union lived on in the self-image of the Western European left, in particular as a guarantor of world peace and, soon enough, as a bulwark against imperialism, even beyond its own demise. German social democracy acted in a seemingly contradictory manner in this regard, and as early as the Cold War, when Ernst Reuter and after him Willy Brandt as governing mayors of West Berlin extolled the frontline city with the utmost pathos as a bastion of freedom, at the latest with the nuclear death campaign of 1958, forged an alliance with a peace movement, one that, given Germany's own naturally painful history, particularly during the bombing campaign, was motivated to count itself among the victims of fascism and war. Reasons to praise the Red Army were quickly found in Germany. Unlike the U.S. Army, it had not fought cowardly from the air or with long-range artillery, but rather man-to-man as representatives of fair warfare, just as the Wehrmacht had. Underlying the admiration for Soviet soldiers is an element that links the poorly uniformed victors of 1945 to elemental forces of nature, an element that draws on the mystified image of the mushik, but has long been associated with a supposed Scythian ferocity. The victors, who marched westward through their devastated country, scarred by deprivation and terrible experiences, but also by the atrocities of their masters, were met with a fascination devoid of empathy. The Soviet Union survived its demystification beginning in 1948. That was when several events converged. The Berlin blockade, 1948, the schism with Yugoslavia, 1948, and the Kravchenko trial in Paris, 1949. Beginning with Viktor Kravchenko's book I Chose Freedom, which was published in large print runs in the late 1940s, initially in Paris and London, more information about Stalinism came to light, a development that was noted with some unease even among left-wing intellectuals, though their stance toward the Soviet Union did not change significantly. Criticism of the bleak conditions even in the post-Stalinist Soviet Union did not fit into the repertoire of progressive minds. Alongside the myth of the Red Army, which kept post-war European anti-fascism alive well into the 1990s, it was the rationalization of the Hitler-Stalin Pact, which was said to have been necessary to protect the Soviet Union from threats from the West. The annexation of eastern Poland and the Baltic states, which had already been agreed upon with the Nazis, appeared to be a logical component of a systematic security policy that had made victory over the Germans possible in the first place. For this reason, these territories had to remain in Soviet hands as a bargaining chip against a new fascism, in reality, as spoils of war after May 8, 1945, for the benefit of Europe and the world. The myth of anti-fascist resistance became a general consensus precisely in the country where no such resistance had existed. German anti-fascism, which presents itself as a peace movement, succeeded in bringing to a perverse climax what was already inherent in its concept: to merge liberation with a yearning for peace and, to that end, to draw on the aggressor's arguments. So much for the shame of a specifically German brand of anti-fascism, in which the desire for liberation was deemed a crime only when it was directed against Russia. However, We must not forget that there were also forces within the radical right in the Federal Republic of Germany who advocated for a pacified, Central European space. In his remarkable 1982 essay, Deutsche Friedensmänner, German Advocates for Peace *, Wolfgang Port quoted from an article published in 1968 in the Nationaldemokratischer Pressedienst, National Democratic Press Service *, of course. We cannot persuade a world power like the USSR to negotiate by attempting to break the strategic political arc, which the Russians have stretched across Poland, the Zone Republic, and Czechoslovakia, through support for Czech emancipation efforts, which are largely based on illusions. The only possibility is that we assure the Russians that no forces will ever rise from a Central European region, from which they are withdrawing, that might turn against the Soviet Union in a possible moment of weakness. It may be, Port continued, that the national democratic calculus, persuading the Soviet Union to abandon reunification with the promise that we would then help keep the Poles and the Czechs in check, a reprise of the Hitler-Stalin Pact, has never been very far removed from the core of social democratic policies toward the East, Germany, détente, and peace. Now, in any case, that is, in 1981, social democratic peace and Eastern policy has moved so close to this national democratic calculation that the two can hardly be distinguished. Because this stance has not changed, it is worth following Port's lead in looking at Poland and recalling a covered-up scandal that took place on November 7, 2024, during the 35 years of the peaceful revolution ceremony at Bellevue Palace. On that day, one of the keynote speakers was made to understand that anyone who attacks the continuity of a unified Germany, which has been unbroken since at least 1981, must be cast out as a disruptor of peace. Images from Poland in 1980 took some getting used to for progressive Germany. Striking shipyard workers stood in line in public to receive the sacrament of confession from priests, and this in a socialist workers' and peasants' state. No one in Germany could make sense of the devout proletarians at the Lenin shipyard in Gdansk, which they had occupied, least of all those who had held sway since 1969. In both East and West Germany, the Polish protest movement was not recognized as a freedom movement worthy of support, but rather as a threat to world peace emanating from reactionary forces. The conservative Polish Pope made no secret of his sympathy for his protesting compatriots, while almost at the same time NATO's double-track decision, which provided for the deployment of nuclear-tipped missiles in Western European countries, put the Warsaw Pact states in a bind. This led to a mass movement in West Germany committed to peace, in which nearly all those who already represented public opinion at the time were involved, not least professing Christians, among whom, however, Catholics played a subordinate role. For ideological reasons alone, there was little room for solidarity with the Gdansk shipyard occupiers. Even those who did not adhere to Protestant Christianity were, without ever having reflected on it, bound by a tradition as old as the idea, and later the practice, of the Prussian-German nation-state. Mass demonstrations, human chains, and blockades by prominent figures in front of American military bases, all in the name of peace, pushed the bone of contention into the background. A mass movement led by the self-organized proletariat, which had formed in opposition to state socialism and was soon, with some justification, labeled as anti-communist, could not be reconciled with an idea of liberation. No real justification was provided for this stance. After all, no one wanted to be suspected of siding with the ruling powers in Poland. Apparently, the traditional assumptions about the national character of the people east of the Oder and Vistula rivers were deemed sufficient. Even Max Weber had already regarded the Poles as being on a lower cultural level than the German farmer, with whom they competed as farm laborers on the Junkers estates, due to the physiological basis of their psychological peculiarities, dull resignation and malleability, and consequently their predominant consumption of potatoes. And, in addition, the alleged preference for potato schnapps, which Weber had also noted, conjured up in the German imagination an irrational people, urgently in need of cultured leadership, who, to make matters worse, were closely associated with an international organization whose intrigues against German identity remained a bitter memory even after the Kulturkampf of the Bismarck era. The memories of German culture must have been even worse for the Polish workers summoned to the Ruhr region beginning in the 1870s, a third of whom returned to the restored Polish state in the period following World War I, while another third migrated to the northern French coal fields of Lille and Lens during the 1920s. The anti-Polish resentment of the 1980s served, a good 40 years later, as the starting point for a speech that Marco Martin delivered on November 7, 2024, at the ceremony marking German reunification at Bellevue Palace. All that remains of that speech in people's memories today is that Federal President Frank-Walter Steinmeier had scolded the writer like a schoolboy during the reception that followed. Martin began, seemingly quite innocently, For as inspiring as the Polish resistance had been for the GDR civil rights activists, in large segments of the population, a very different sentiment prevailed. Why, so went the speech at the time, and it was by no means spoken only in hushed tones. Didn't the Polacks just go to work instead of striking and constantly demanding freedom and getting on our nerves? In the state media, it sounded only slightly more veiled. That much was still acceptable. In light of the election victories of the peace parties, the AfD and BSW, in eastern Germany in the fall of 2024, the federal president would likely have approved Martin's transition to the present, since he seemed to be referring solely to deviations in the eastern zone, against which one could not warn loudly enough. But why this sudden inflation of the concept of peace, even though the overwhelming majority of young people and men who grew up in the GDR had once refused military service? Just as little as they had previously refused to participate in military education classes at school, pre-military camp training during their apprenticeships, and later the exercises of the so-called works combat groups? Is it possible that the regime's propaganda, which saw peace as guaranteed only when it served the Kremlin's power interests, while the NATO Defense Alliance was slandered as an imperialist warmonger, is still having an effect here? Up to that point, the speech by the marginalized East German, despite his critique of an inflated concept of peace, still fit within the festival program. But what he then went on to say was a clear violation of common sense. It would be a mistake, however, to misinterpret this as typically East German and thus dismiss it. For it was and is, as it were, a double German story, and whatever absurdities were and are told in the West have always been reflected back toward the East. In 1982, for example, Egon Bahr described Solidarnosc in the magazine Vorwärts as a threat to world peace. A preposterous infamy, which the poet Peter Rumkorff, still widely revered today as a subversive intellectual, seconded in this way, in the harsh diction of the Nazi Fathers generation. No one in the world can prescribe more to the Polish nation than work and discipline anyway, but who, besides the necessary courage, also has the guts to actually impose them? Marco Martin remained trapped in his role as the last East German dissident and came close to rejecting his own realization that German reunification was strongly driven by a yearning for peace that, with its empathetic conception of freedom, could have nothing to do with revolution, and instead adopted the role of a pan-German celebratory orator. But what does this have to do with the 35th anniversary of the peaceful revolution in the GDR? Certainly more than we'd like. For that perverted concept of peace, one that completely disregards the questions of permanence, stability, and justice, is now darting back and forth between East and West like a weaver's shuttle. And let's be honest, is it actually acknowledged in the collective memory that the first stone of the Berlin Wall was once cut at the Lenin shipyard in Gdansk? Is it acknowledged that the much-praised policy of détente was able to rely on rising defense spending as a share of West German GDP, and, of course, on NATO's protective shield and on an American policy that impressively demonstrated to the Soviet Union the limits of its power to expand? End of quote. He was right about everything except for the claim that the Poles' struggle for freedom in the 1980s, and, by analogy, that of the Ukrainians since 2014, was comparable to the "We Are One People" chanters in Leipzig and elsewhere. Shouters who had things handed to them on a silver platter, things for which people in Poland, Czechoslovakia, and the Baltic states had fought for decades, and who, to a large extent, continue to this day to draw attention to themselves as activists in a special consciousness zone, with all the ugly side effects that entails. Significantly, this includes what unites Thuringian Nazis with their SPD comrades in Mecklenburg, a turn toward the former Soviet Union and its successor state. This questionable reminiscence of German reunification becomes a footnote in light of Martin's outrageous all-out attack on a man to whom he owes his rise, Gerhard Schroeder, whom he quoted with a particularly infamous statement from 2016. Already, Gerhard Schroeder, still an unrepentant, boastful, familiar friend of the mass murderer in the Kremlin, is being assured by the new Secretary General of the Chancellor's Party that there is still a place for him in German social democracy. This, incidentally, to the same horror of Eastern Europeans and seasoned social democrats as when, in 2016, they had to hear from the mouth of the then foreign minister that the NATO maneuvers on the eastern flank, intended to protect the democracies there, were saber-rattling and war cries. Saber-rattling and war cries? Dear Mr. Federal President, and with all due respect, even the Nord Stream project, which the SPD and CDU clung to for such a wretchedly long time in the face of all well-founded criticism, was a bridge. Your words from the spring of 2022, insofar as it further emboldened Putin in his aggression, based on his calculation that the Germans, otherwise world champions at moralizing, wouldn't let such a lucrative business opportunity slip away, Ukraine or no Ukraine. And once again, the clear-sighted warnings from Eastern Europe were ignored with considerable arrogance. And it is also threatened Eastern Europe that must bear the consequences, in the near future, moreover, possibly even without American support. End of quote. This refers to a statement by Alexander Gall and from February 2019, which reads as if it were taken from a strategy paper by the SPD in Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania and published in the National Democratic Press Service. As a NATO member, Germany is, for good reasons, a close ally of the US, but we must not make the mistake of placing ourselves in a one-sided strategic dependency. The Nord Stream 2 project is a good opportunity to broaden the scope of German foreign policy and, in the spirit of Bismarck's reinsurance policy, to deepen ties with Russia. End of quote. Ronald Reagan's promise of freedom did not convince Europe. He did not succeed in putting an end to the anti-fascist lie that initially sacrificed the freedom of Eastern Europeans alone to a Pax Sovietica. He is nevertheless to be commended for the fact that, unlike his predecessor Jimmy Carter, he did not submit to the European and Soviet rhetoric of peace, whose proponents did everything in their power to ensure that Ukraine would bleed to death on the front lines and in the rear, a rhetoric that Donald Trump, the traitor in the Oval Office, has since adopted as his own. On November 7, 2024, it was Marco Martin in Germany who, in a prominent setting, announced what is happening today and will likely end in a military and moral defeat for Ukraine. For our freedom and yours, it is the tormented civilian population in Ukraine, as well as the soldiers of the Ukrainian army, who, through their resistance, are also trying to protect the freedom we have enjoyed as a unified Germany since 1989, even now, at this very moment, and at unimaginable cost. And no, those military and Eastern European affairs experts, and the politicians in Germany who are often so criminally isolated within their own parties, who day after day ponder how the invaded country can be supported more appropriately than before, these committed men and women do not deserve to be denounced as caliber experts, suggesting they are boisterous troublemakers eager to shoot. Let's call it what it is. These are more than just verbal slip-ups that are then dutifully retracted. For here, from virtually the highest levels, fatal patterns of thought are becoming apparent, and assertions are being made that immediately spread to the public and create further confusion there. But especially in times of intensifying crises, clarity of thought is of the utmost importance. The perverted concept of peace from the 1980s has survived the fall of the Berlin Wall, and what Poland was spared in 1980 and beyond is now befalling Ukraine. To denounce as imperialists by virtue of military power and imperialists by virtue of the erosion of Europe's indigenous culture, precisely the nation in whose occupation zone the Germans lived best, the nation that guaranteed peace to its inhabitants until the end of the Soviet Union and beyond, was not a specifically German resentment. Nowhere, however, has hatred of America intensified as much as in Germany's educated circles following the country's own liberation, when the victor proved unexpectedly generous. Declaring freedom to be suspended precisely where it unfolded most powerfully is a consistent pattern in Germany. The policy of the United States, whose inhabitants are accused of self-interest, is said to be responsible for endangering world peace, in part by undermining its own sound foundations. Such knowledge led Stefan Zweig, a highly overrated windbag of the German-language literary pages, to this insight as early as 1925. The historians of the future will record on the page following the Great European War that it was in our time that America's conquest of Europe began. Or even more so, it is already in full, raging swing, and we simply do not realize it. Yet every country among us, with all its newspapers and statesmen, still cheers when it receives a dollar loan. In reality, we are becoming colonies of their way of life, their lifestyle, servants of an idea that is profoundly alien to Europe, the mechanized one. In the movies, on the radio, in dance, and in all these new means of mechanization of humanity lies an immense power that cannot be overcome. For they all fulfill the highest ideal of the average, to offer pleasure without demanding effort. End of quote. Such cheap rhetoric, intended to grant the Germans and Austrians, defeated in 1918, a measure of aristocratic dignity in times of hardship and to make them forget their war guilt, has endured over time in relation to the U.S. and has been employed with even greater intensity since Donald Trump's re-election. The most recent outcry against the U.S. occurred precisely when the new president raised the possibility of ending his country's European engagement. In reality, this referred only in the smallest part to the withdrawal of support for Ukraine, which Trump denounced as nothing short of a rogue state to justify his appeasement of the aggressor, but rather to the very real possibility of withdrawing military and, not least, nuclear protection from Europe. The selfish imperialist, as the U.S. has always been regarded, could grant Europe's wishes for greater independence from Big Brother, which, in turn, is seen as the height of imperialist arrogance. while West Berlin proletarians still knew what they had in the Americans and never missed a German-American folk festival. Precisely because, until 1961, they could observe the alternative system more or less unhindered during visits to relatives. Their more educated West German compatriots already carried Stefan Zweig's ideas with them and warned against massification and cultural decline. Western resentment toward Eastern European dissidents, or even attempts at uprising following Stalin's death in Hungary, Czechoslovakia, and, repeatedly since the 1950s, Poland, overshadowed any alleged American self-interest. For the sake of their own peace of mind, people did not want to be bothered by the reprisals to which others were subjected. The ideological ingredient for maintaining one's own clear conscience, however, soon took on a life of its own, guided by the ideas of Stefan Zweig. Neither in Poland nor in Czechoslovakia nor in Hungary was the goal socialism with a human face, but rather, initially, simply an independent state, as social democratic in orientation as possible, free from Soviet domination. The brazenly absurd claim, frequently put forward by leftists, that working people in the Soviet Union led a culturally enriched life, filled with plenty of chess and world record-breaking reading of the classics, was probably not believed by anyone, but as a declaration of war against the genuinely intended main enemy and its cultural imperialism, it seems to have suited everyone just fine. The global empire of oppression was to remain untouched. The ban on freedom of movement prevailing there, particularly for Caucase farmers, for example, was just as little a subject of criticism as a culture of daily life marked by a party that demanded obedience in all areas of life and, not least, by rampant alcoholism and brutal domestic violence. For leftists, and not just the radical leftists among them, the fact that private ownership of the means of production had been abolished in Soviet-controlled territory was, after all, a source of such deep inner satisfaction that the question of what benefit the producers derived from it was pushed aside. After all, one didn't have to live there. The contempt for people who wanted to live in their own republic without being bossed around by the occupier and its henchmen served to cast the aggressor in a favorable light. After all, they look just like us, only shabbier, demand the same consumer goods as we do, only with less critical awareness of consumption, and, in all seriousness, call for European solidarity, including armed solidarity. It was precisely those people, who do not wish to be representatives of other cultures, who look suspiciously similar to us even in hair color and skin tone, who presumed to demand our solidarity for a project that we had long since written off. That could not be allowed to happen, especially since today they have committed themselves to another project against freedom, the effects of which they made the Ukrainians feel when, in March 2022, the agencies responsible for providing accepting Islamic support within the German social services sector warned that Ukrainians might be given preference over their own clientele. This resentment toward the freedom that one naturally claims for oneself but begrudges to others has led to a unified German mindset in which everyone can contribute their own experiences of state repression. This weary attitude fosters a sense of comfort among those who do not wish to question the conditions of their existence and who, for that very reason, know what they owe to figures like Frank-Walter Steinmeier. For people who, in all seriousness, want to live as we do, the left-wing Philistine's weariness with his own world, which has been bred into self-hatred, proves to be their undoing. What kind of freedom could this possibly be? One that apparently can only be realized within the framework of our possibilities. After all, one knows that it is no longer worth defending something that, across political camps, has long been denounced as abolished. Sometimes far-right and subtly anti-Semitic, sometimes far-left and openly anti-Semitic or quite dispassionately critical of the state, but in reality hostile to it, the Germans carry themselves this way, always sensitive and hurt, and for that very reason capable of any kind of brutality. In circles that consider themselves supportive of Israel, for example, it was not unusual a year ago to cheer on an incorrigible Israel hater, out of sheer schadenfreude, for the following statement. For me, the Greens are the most hypocritical, out-of-touch, deceitful, incompetent, and, measured by the damage they cause, currently also the most dangerous party we have in the Bundestag. Well, October 22, 2022. What she really meant followed immediately, to the delight of all enemies of the state. In the same statement, Sarah Wagenknecht had said of the Greens, who have been relatively consistent in demanding support for Ukraine. The Greens are, after all, now also the most bellicose party we have. For the timid among those who feel harassed by Ukraine, it's convenient to hide behind others and never have been that way themselves. While the striking polls of the 1980s were regarded as a crowd prone to clerical fascist agitation, 33 years later, when characterizing their most famous compatriot, people had already moved beyond the nutritional psychological insights of a famous German sociologist and established a physiological connection between the Pope and his homeland's former staple food. Jubilation across the globe on a potato-filled Monday. As the Vatican announced yesterday, Pope John Paul II will be canonized on April 27th of this year. The pontiff, who died in 2005, was also widely known as the Polish potato. This makes John Paul II the very first potato to be canonized. However, experts on the Catholic scene are still divided on whether he will continue to use his papal name or whether he will adopt a new, botanical Latin name. The newly canonized saint could then be known as Saint Pomes Fritz St. Potatus or Sanctus Nollis, and be the patron saint of golden yellow fries, fresh potato salad, and crispy chips. For the first time, the world's Catholic potato lovers would thus have their own saint to watch over them and protect them from harmful Colorado potato beetles, unclean French fry oil, or burnt rosti. Taz, October 1st, 2013. One wouldn't speak of Ukrainians in such a way, or so one might think. A glance at a magazine for enemies of the communist state, read more secretly than openly in agreement, corrects this misconception. There, they know how to be human in a thoroughly peace-loving way. Never is the contrast between the state and the individual so obvious and brutal as in war. Yet at the same time, never is it so relentlessly insisted that the two are inseparably one, Gegenstandpunkt, for 20/3. In what appears to be nothing more than satirical Nazi jargon, the text continues briskly. Ukrainian President Zelensky, for example, is defending his country's sovereignty and territorial integrity against a Russian attack and vows not to stop fighting until the Russians have been driven from every meter of Ukrainian soil, including Crimea. People are thus being killed and dying so that the authority of the government in Kiev extends all the way to Donetsk and Sevastopol, and so that no other political authority impairs its own control over the land and people in the claimed territory or restricts their freedom to make decisions. This legal claim to the scope of its own sovereignty does not depend on whether the people living in Crimea or the Donbass would rather be Russian or Ukrainian. They are not asked. In fact, Zelensky does not justify his claims to power, nor does he explain to Ukrainians why Crimea absolutely must be brought back into the fold and what they would gain from it. End of quote. In their exuberance, they reach out to those who, not only according to the Russian interpretation, are responsible for the evils of war. The question of the beginning, which is supposed to determine who is to blame for the war and justify taking sides with the innocent party, does not justify anything at all. It simply presupposes the very partisanship that is supposed to follow from it. One traces the conflict's history step by step and simply stops at the point that makes the actions of the side one wishes to accuse appear as free, arbitrary actions. Those who wish to accuse the other side go even further back or not as far. Everyone knows just how hypocritical this trial is in the case of the Gaza war, where in Germany it is practically taboo to acknowledge that hostilities began before October 7, 2023. The mere mention of the historical context, the expulsion of Palestinians from their homes, their ongoing displacement from the West Bank under 50 years of occupation and so on, is rejected by Israel and its supporters as impermissible contextualization that distracts from the murderous act of terror and merely relativizes Hamas's guilt and Israel's right to everything it is now doing. When UN Secretary-General Guterres cautiously points out that the attack did not take place in a vacuum, the Israeli representative to the UN attacks him as an anti-Semite. End of quote. Criticism of the state is the magic word, one that is, in reality, as old as the West German radical left, which, transcending all divisions since 1967, has been concerned not with criticizing the state, but with tearing the seemingly civilized mask from its face beyond all criticism, so that its inherently fascist visage might be revealed in all its unvarnished glory. The aim was to escalate conflicts and thereby make critical citizens face the inevitable consequences of their protest stance, and, if necessary, even bomb fascism into existence. But that had nothing to do with criticism of the state. Rather, it was precisely what the government is accused of today: adventurism. Today, when not much remains of the main enemy of earlier years, social democratic revisionism, and there is no longer much fuss made about the working class allegedly betrayed by the revisionists, people wallow in defeatism and play down the situation precisely at a time when even the German state must commit militarily to the freedom of the Ukrainians. Some know that it makes no sense to get worked up, and even less so to interfere in the affairs of governments, if only because doing so would amount to recognizing their right to exist. After all, it is well known that any attempt to interfere in prevailing politics can only amount to its endorsement. Others equate approval of arms deliveries to Ukraine with the SPD's approval of war credits in 1914, as the BSW group did in the German Bundestag on March 18, 2025, while still others defiantly insist on their "not with me" stance against the state, just like any random AfD member. Adorned with sensitivity, the latest catchphrase ever since vulnerability became a thing. That is, since pretty much 1980, critics today flaunt their personal wounds, which they claim the state has inflicted upon them in an accusatory manner. Hollow hostility toward the state and the most delicate emotions combine to produce the completely hardened indifference with which the horror in Ukraine and the future taking shape from there are met. They themselves have betrayed freedom and provoked the great adversary. Cries out from shaken hearts whenever the issue is calling for more and more effective weapons for Ukraine. But no, we deny our approval to this state precisely when Ukraine is being destroyed in the process. Let no one say that Frank-Walter Steinmeier is fighting a losing battle. A few days after Ayatollah Khomeini seized power in 1979, law professor Richard Falk, who would become the UN Special Rapporteur on the Palestinians some 30 years later, assured the world in an op-ed for the New York Times titled Trusting Khomeini, that the portrayal of him as fanatical, reactionary, and harboring gross prejudices certainly, and fortunately, appears to be false. The media, he argued, had defamed Khomeini in many ways, linking him to efforts to turn the clock back 1,300 years, associating him with malicious anti-Semitism, and connecting him to a new political menace, theocratic fascism, that was about to be unleashed on the world. In fact, however, according to Falk, Khomeini's inner circle has a remarkable track record of commitment to human rights. That is why the Ayatollah's new model of popular revolution, with its nonviolent methods, offers the world a much-needed model of humane governance for a third-world country. Hardly anyone outside of anti-imperialist front organizations writes like this anymore. Yet the vocal euphoria has not necessarily been replaced among Western observers by outright opposition to the murderous regime, but all too often by a silent complicity that manifests itself, at best, as a mixture of disinterest and trivialization, as has also been the case in light of the most recent mass crimes in Iran. When the regime ordered the massacre of protesters in January, it used, among other things, assault rifles, machine guns, knives, machetes, batons, and sniper rifles. Tens of thousands were killed, and the killing shows no sign of ending. As the Center for Human Rights in Iran, CHRI, reported in late April, at least 22 political prisoners were hanged in Iran over a 6-week period, including 10 people who had been arrested during the protests in January 2026. This amounts to an average of 1 execution every 2 days, according to human rights activists. The executions reportedly took place following secret trials. Let us now read how the Redaktionsnetzwerk Deutschland R&D, which produces national news, analysis, and commentary for many regional newspapers and online portals and is affiliated with the SPD, writes about the dictator Ayatollah Khamenei, who ordered the countless murders, mutilations, and rapes in the prisons. The black turban as a sign of descent from the Prophet Muhammad, the white beard, and a pair of glasses with a delicate frame were his trademarks. Really? Those were his trademarks? The supreme leader is trivialized as a bushy-bearded grandson of the Prophet when not even the checkered keffiyeh counts as a trademark, a garment without which Khamenei never appeared on camera and whose mention would have inevitably hinted at his political passion. The militant struggle against Israel. The trivialization of his regime of terror is carried out just as much on public broadcasting. In an obituary by ZDF, it was reported that Khamenei had stood out from an early age as a polished orator. He is said to have espoused a strictly conservative worldview, which he enforced with the utmost severity. Violence is merely alluded to here. Mass arrests, torture, and murder are watered down to severity, a term even sports commentators occasionally use when covering a soccer game. The Tehran regime presents itself as a form of religious practice. Its cruel laws are indeed based on Sharia. Its constitution is based on Khomeini's draft, which, incidentally, Germany's favorite Iran expert, Peter Schollatur, of which he remained proud until the end, had smuggled into Iran in 1979. However, justifying the concentration of power in the hands of a clique of drug-smuggling oil magnates on the basis of the Quran is likely just as difficult as the Ayatollah's claim to leadership over the entire Islamic world, as enshrined in Article 109 of the Constitution, is absurd. For R&D, TAS, Süddeutsche, FAZ, and public broadcasters, however, Khamenei was always the supreme leader, a title by which, outside Iranian regime circles, he is otherwise recognized only by Lebanese Hezbollah members or Shiite Houthis. By describing the tyranny of the supreme leader and his militias not as religious tyranny or a totalitarian system, but as the lived practice of faith, the aim is to shield it from criticism by an audience that has learned not to disparage other religions across the board. Just how devastating the treatment of Iranian state ideology as a religion worthy of protection is can be seen, for example, in the fact that the Social Sciences magazine Catapult recommends to its readers that they refrain from using the term mullah regime because it is an unscientific battle term that serves only to create an enemy image. Such a term can have a stigmatizing effect as it links political criticism to cultural or religious attributions. It makes it harder to build bridges and allow diplomacy to take place. One must not fight the mullahs. Instead, one builds bridges with them and engages in a critical dialogue. So goes the catchphrase of official policy toward Iran, which was proclaimed just 3 months after the deadly Mykonos assassination of Iranian dissidents in Berlin in 1992 and continues to resonate to this day. Michel Foucault once referred to Ruhollah Khomeini as the old saint in exile. This form of deference was officially continued by German politicians for decades. The way Frank-Walter Steinmeier, then German foreign minister, bowed before Iranian President Hassan Rouhani in 2016 was reminiscent of Catholics at a papal audience. After bowing to him, he immediately invited him to Germany. His party colleague and then cabinet colleague Sigmar Gabriel had traveled to Iran the previous year as the first Western government official, leading an economic delegation to revive business ties with the regime, change through trade, following the conclusion of the nuclear agreement. For years, Steinmeier also sent, as federal president and unsolicited, also on behalf of my fellow citizens, congratulatory telegrams on the anniversary of Khomeini's seizure of power. Today, he calls the war waged by the U.S. and Israel against the regime contrary to international law and a politically disastrous mistake. Both in the statements of top officials and in the German press, the regime is portrayed as an ecosystem that is best left undisturbed. Neither the mass murders committed by the mullahs nor their support for terrorist groups such as Hamas, Hezbollah, or the Houthis, nor the development of the atomic bomb, justify military intervention, they say. We simply have to let them do as they please, whatever the cost. While they merely shrug off the bloody past and present of the mullahs' dictatorship, many journalists are painting a stark picture of the consequences of the newly reignited war. Everywhere, alarm bells are ringing with the inevitable terms escalation and spiral of violence. Stern runs the headline, Donald Trump and Bibi Netanyahu, the strategist and the beast. Their war knows no victor, but many victims around the world. The two are said to be plunging the world, which until March 1st was still a peaceful Eden, into chaos. A report by Gaismair on April 6th drew criticism. An Iranian woman, introduced as a teacher, was interviewed in her apartment. She was not disguised, did not wear a headscarf, and, as could be seen, had internet access, unlike the vast majority of the Iranian population, for whom the internet has been blocked since January. Electric guitars hung on the wall. The woman described living a secluded life in her small basement apartment. She said she was worried about the bombings and only went outside to walk her dog. A teacher in Iran who appears on camera and in public without a hijab, and who walks a dog which is haram, forbidden under the regime? Impossible, say many Iranians in exile. One thing is certain. If she had expressed criticism of the regime on camera, her life would be in danger. She would disappear into a torture prison like tens of thousands of others. So either German television knowingly put her and her family in danger, which seems highly unlikely, or it knew from the start that the woman would not say anything the regime could take issue with. In that case, it would be propaganda. The teacher explained to millions of German television viewers that the U.S. president's remarks about Iran made her very, very angry. That, apparently, is what the Gaismair wanted to show. Iranians who show joy or relief when their murderers are being targeted do not fit the narrative. Whenever the U.S. takes action against the regime, according to the logic of German journalists, this can actually make the regime even stronger. When U.S. President Trump ordered the killing of terror general Qasem Soleimani with a missile in 2020, after Soleimani had spent years building up terrorist groups in the Middle East and, just a few days earlier, had killed an American and attacked the U.S. embassy through his militia, Kataib Hezbollah, in Iraq, German commentators warned, while Iranian dissidents danced in the streets, that the world without Soleimani would become an even more dangerous place. His death would be a catalyst for new violence and instability, predicted Stefan Cornelius in the Süddeutsche. It will engulf Iraq and all the regions from Yemen to Syria where Soleimani has placed his puppets. In other words, without the puppeteer, the puppets would become even more dangerous. SWR's Middle East commentator Reinhard Baumgarten expressed a similar view, because the Shiite terrorist groups had now lost their most important leader and driving force. Centrifugal forces could be unleashed that could have a devastating effect in Iraq. Using the same logic, Middle East expert Reinhard Schulz argued in Focus that the death of the hardline leader Ali Lardeskani, who was considered the mastermind behind the January massacres, would only strengthen the hardliners. Friedrich Boge and Christian Meyer warned in the FAZ that a future leadership, dominated by the Revolutionary Guards, is likely to pursue an even more radical, anti-Western policy than under Ali Khamenei. For Khamenei had, in fact, reigned in his radical generals in some respects. He had successfully reigned in the particularly radical ones for years. The Ayatollah, a fighter behind enemy lines, our man in Tehran, Raphael Geiger explored in the Süddeutsche just how closely Khamenei's disposition could be likened to that of the German cultural nation. He had dug out his obituary, which he'd already pulled from the drawer on March 1st, and given it the profound title The Inscrutable One, beginning it with the words, "The dictator was also a poet." Khamenei's poems dealt with self-doubt. He was, in the poet-dictator's own words, sometimes pure wine, sometimes deadly poison. For the people out in the country, of course, death was not merely a lyrical metaphor, but their murderer, Khamenei, nevertheless remained, according to Geiger, an enigma to the very end. Ali Larijani, who was to fill the power vacuum, was described by Geiger the following day as a pragmatist who stands for compromise. After his death, the Süddeutsche reported that he had repeatedly criticized the system from within. The fact that this critical voice is now missing is likely to increase the power of the Revolutionary Guards and complicate negotiations to end the war. If eliminating hardliners only produces hardliners who are far worse than the hardliners we know, and if any struggle against the regime merely makes it stronger, then, in other words, resistance is futile. Without outside help, the Iranians will not be able to overthrow the regime, but if foreign powers intervene, they will certainly not be helped. For then chaos, a global conflagration, will ensue and centrifugal forces will be unleashed. It is telling that while critics of intervention routinely accuse the U.S. president of lack of a plan and violations of international law, they themselves have never presented a plan for how human and civil rights could actually be established in Iran. Worse still, they generally do not even express a desire for this. This fuels the suspicion that, from their perspective, the very existence of this regime, which shreds the eyes, organs, and limbs of its citizens with machetes and military ammunition, is not up for debate at all. Resistance is not only futile but undesirable. If the regime survives, which is to be feared, and gasoline prices fall again soon, the German media will once more fall silent on the subject of Iran. While hardly any report on the ever-present Israeli-Palestinian conflict can do without mentioning the supposed panacea of the two-state solution, there is hardly a commentator who wishes the Iranian people a future in a state of their own. The fact that the Iranians are hostages of a criminal gang is not considered a scandal as long as that very gang leads the resistance against American hegemony, which has always provoked aversion in Germany, and drives Israel into that very state of perpetual defense that people in this country love to mock. Violating the hostage-taker's sovereignty is considered a breach of international law. Helping the hostages achieve sovereignty is considered sacrilege. On the streets of major Western cities, Reza Pahlavi holds the power to define the narrative. The predominantly Iranian participants in the protests against the Islamic regime reliably bring along the lion flag, which is considered a symbol of the Shah's regime and was banned by the mullahs. Since October 7, 2023, the same flag has also been seen at nearly all of the mostly small rallies in support of Israel in Germany, brought there by Iranian exiles and viewed with suspicion, and sometimes even banned by anti-fascists who claim to stand in solidarity with Israel. Since the fall of 2025, the blue and white Israeli flag, and sometimes even the Star-Spangled Banner, has appeared just as regularly amid the sea of lion flags at demonstrations in support of the Iranian Revolution. That sounds encouraging, but we shouldn't be blinded by it because those who hold political sway in Western Europe, and who at the same time have a firm grip on the opinion-making machine, do not want a liberated Iran. Instead, they are fighting with the catchy slogan "No Shah, no mullahs for a different Iran," an Iran they wished would face headscarf terror even during the holy month of Ramadan, when the U.S. Army and the IDF launched a war of liberation that the people there desperately desire, just as their relatives in the diaspora do. During that same holy Ramadan in 2026, the Green Party issued a fatwa against the Iranian Revolution, in which it apparently advocates, only in Germany, for the establishment of a regime that had ruled Iran for 47 years and against which the resistance of Iranian women and men is directed. The Greens demand that Muslim women's organizations from civil society be comprehensively supported through structural budgetary measures in order to increase their visibility and remove barriers in the public sector, such as headscarf bans, to make Muslim life also as part of the state more visible there. In the opinion sections of the mainstream press, the Green stance was echoed by up-and-coming voices who, guaranteed to be nonpartisan, voiced their strictly emancipatory and, needless to say, feminist concerns regarding the liberation of women from the headscarf mandate. What failed to gain traction on the streets, where critics of the Iranian Revolution were allegedly not more visible because they were said to have been harassed by supporters of the totalitarian Shah's regime and had to fear for their lives, became a resounding success in the opinion sections of the mainstream press and the corresponding formats of public broadcasting. After February 28, 2026, when the Second Iran War began with the elimination of Grand Ayatollah Khamenei and many of his loyalists, those in charge were initially unsettled. The sympathy for the victims of Iranian state terror was simply too great, even among their own supporters. Statements such as regime change in Iran? The West isn't concerned with democracy and human rights, but with oil and power, which Sarah Wagenknecht had already posted on Facebook on January 14, 2026. There was initially no need, especially since her conclusion that anyone who is seriously concerned with improving the living conditions of the people in Iran should advocate for the lifting of sanctions, in light of up to 30,000 people having been murdered, sounded all too much like a particularly cynical reaffirmation of Germany's appeasement policy of recent decades. Consequently, fresh and, above all, thoughtful people who are well-versed in culture and discourse were highly sought after. People like Damon Talagani, who studied the art of language, Valentin Wolflmeyer, who studied creative writing and editing, and Ruben Gerxico, who studied journalism and communication sciences. One writes poetry, prose, essays, and music, has performed from Zagreb to London, including at Fusion to Fußbau Festival, Camp Nagel Hamburg, HAU Berlin, and FFT Düsseldorf, and is regularly reviewed favorably by the fanatically anti-Zionist Taz. The second writes prose, plays, poems, essays, and reviews and earns his living at the Taz and the Berliner Zeitung. The third gives lectures on the topics of anti-Semitism, conspiracy ideologies, right-wing extremism, and Jewish resistance, Wikipedia, search term Ruben Gerxico, and publishes in the Taz and the Jüdische Allgemeine, among others. They were already in the starting blocks when the latest uproar over the headscarf was just beginning to take shape. The concept of freedom, which is associated with the desire for private happiness, with a sufficient income and state protection of personal integrity even in public spaces, a desire that has been embarrassingly discredited, is being replaced by members of a discourse-savvy generation of 30-year-olds with the dazzling word emancipation, which is well-suited to capturing the supposedly desirable, wild, and dangerous life in the jungle of the big city in post-national times. Take Ruben Gerxico, for example, who as early as June 23, 2025, in the Jüdische Allgemeine put forward the consensus-building slogan. Anyone who advocates for a democratic Iran today should, above all, align themselves with the emancipatory forces. People like Gerxico, who knew 9 months before the federal president that a war by the U.S. and Israel is contrary to international law. There is little doubt about that. But who knew how to express this far more empathetically than the president are the true advocates of universal emancipation, churning out phrases like the following by the meter. Rejection of the Islamist regime must not turn into enthusiasm for its monarchical predecessors. Anyone who honestly advocates for a free Iran should not view the Shah's regime as the lesser evil. This is followed by a brief nod to Israel's interests, a formality one must dutifully observe in a newspaper published by the Central Council of Jews. Good relations with Israel are important and can lead to greater stability in the region. Its anti-Semitic threats of annihilation and its nuclear program demonstrate the threat posed by the mullahs. But even this concession is tainted. For those who seek emancipation, look for the bright dawn that promises above all progressive conditions, and not merely the good life. A new Iranian-Israeli relationship should not be built on the foundation of a repressive past, but rather on that of a progressive dawn. Reza Pahlavi Jr., who expressly does not want the restoration of the monarchy, was in Israel in April 2023 and visited the Western Wall in Jerusalem on Holocaust Remembrance Day. There, he paused during the 2-minute siren blast commemorating the Holocaust. He also recalled the Persian king Cyrus, who in 539 BC allowed the Jews to return from exile to the land of Israel and rebuild the temple. He quoted the relevant Bible passage in Ezra 1 verse 2 and added, "I pray for the day when the peoples of Iran and Israel can renew our historic friendship." 2 days later, in a speech in Jerusalem in the presence of President Herzog, this representative of a dark past, presented his vision of a secular democracy in Iran, one that celebrates freedom of speech and religion, upholds human rights, protects natural resources, and invests in the protection of the Iranian people rather than in foreign terrorist groups such as Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Sicht. Palestinian Islamic Jihad. But that does him no good, and readers of the Judish, who nearly fell for the Shah's son's tricks, were served a heavy dose of Peshmerga ideology. The lion's flag may be a symbol of resistance for some, yet its history remains ambivalent. And especially in a context where the future of an entire region is at stake, it is crucial to critically examine the symbols of this struggle. Anyone advocating for a democratic Iran today should, above all, look to the emancipatory forces who are fighting with their lives for freedom, equality, and human rights. Their courage, their vision, and their demands, such as Jin, Jiyan, Azadi, should serve as the compass, not the legacy of a fallen monarchy. The slogan Jin, Jiyan, Azadi, which Gerxico fails to mention, is of Kurdish origin and means woman, life, freedom. Not knowing this apparently indicates a lack of familiarity with the essentials of emancipation. A glance at Wikipedia reveals that woman, life, freedom is also a political slogan of the Kurdistan Workers' Party, PKK, which aims to highlight the importance of women in the working-class revolution. There is even a distinct field of study called genealogy, which traces its origins to Abdullah Öcalan, a staunch anti-Semite during his active years and the leader of the PKK who has been imprisoned for 23 years. This is the same Apo Öcalan who is responsible for a guerrilla war in Turkey during the 1980s and 1990s that was as cruel as it was senseless, and which claimed the lives of more than 30,000 people. His militant followers, long since defeated in Turkey, ruled the Syrian Kurdish regions through their sister party, PYD, until their defeat by the Syrian government's Islamist forces in early 2026, an autonomous region known as Rojava, which the German anti-Zionist left has for years regarded as the new motherland of all emancipatory forces. In Iran, the PKK offshoot based in the Iraqi mountains near the border calls itself the Party for a Free Life in Kurdistan, PJAK. One is thus supposed to look to these emancipatory forces, and them alone, who fight at the risk of life and limb for freedom, equality, and human rights in Iran. Their courage and vision are what should set the needle on the compass of emancipation. If the many Reuben Jerksicos have their way, they have no problem with the fact that authoritarian cadres, who, in the style of the K-group, call the shots for the liberated people, whose Kurdish origins they meticulously guard as proof of belonging, are passed off as heroes and above all heroines of emancipation. While there is some evidence to suggest that this project was the lesser evil in a region threatened and ultimately conquered by Turkish and Syrian Islamists, the issue here is not the actual conditions on the ground, but rather the anti-national propaganda blaring from all media channels, which is directed just as much against a liberated Iran as against all attempts, for example in Kurdish-ruled northern Iraq, to free themselves from Islam. In reality, it is claimed that it was not the women in Tehran and elsewhere who risked their lives for the revolution, for example by publicly burning their headscarves, nor was it the young men who knocked the turbans off the mullahs' heads, and certainly not those numerous unknown individuals who supplied the Israeli intelligence services with information that proved fatal to those in power. No, true emancipation must be Kurdish and thus particularistic, rather than anti-Islamic and universal. This is evident in the exploitation of Gina Amini's fate. She hails from the predominantly Kurdish Iranian city of Sagez. Amini, who was 23 at the time, was detained on September 13, 2022, in Tehran, and not in the Kurdish provinces, by members of the morality police for failing to cover her hair adequately. She was handed over to the police, where she was mistreated and died 3 days later from a brain hemorrhage. This sparked a nationwide wave of protests, which was ultimately crushed, whose participants were not advocating for Kurdish autonomy, but rather opposing the mandatory veiling and the Islamic regime that enforces it. Yet in the Free West, Gina Amini has gone down in the annals of a mendacious narrative of emancipation not as a victim of Islam, but as a persecuted Kurdish woman who died as a racially persecuted martyr for a free Kurdistan. In the ideologically heavily biased online encyclopedia Wikipedia, the entry for Gina Amini, ironically citing the Islamo-leftist British daily The Guardian states, Iranian celebrities and reform-minded politicians condemn the actions of the morality police and compared Gina Amini's killing to the police killing of the Black American George Floyd. The Kurdish myth does not stem from the special contribution of members of this ethnic group to women's liberation. The only noteworthy aspect is the admittedly propagandistic efforts in some Kurdish regions to put a stop to the prevailing subjugation of women and girls there by the particularly cruel and indigenous clan law. While the liberation of women is inevitably accompanied by a rigorous rejection of the compulsory headscarf, the liberated society longed for in Iran is neither Kurdish nor leftist, but bourgeois, and manifests itself in the call for an uninhibited life that includes the public display of beauty and sensuality. This can only be realized within the framework of a nation-state, which alone can provide protection from members of hostile communities. Islam opposes this. Its prophets knew from the very beginning that women's publicly displayed hair and their no less uncovered necks signify the end of their culture. A culture founded on murder, and herald the dawn of a different culture, one based on agriculture rather than nomadism, trade rather than wars of plunder, and refined pleasures rather than crude male dominance. This is precisely what Kurdish freedom does not offer, even in Rojava. Instead, the mostly young women apparently have no choice but, in exchange for a life without the chatter, to act as promotional Amazons under strict gender segregation, promoting an ethno-nationalist project on behalf of the party. In this way, anti-nationalist thinking, which is by no means a Kurdish invention, manages to neutralize the promise of a life free from coercion inherent in the abolition of the headscarf mandate and instead intensifies the hatred, fueled in part by feminism, toward free women in Iran's major cities. Unlike Gina Amini, who has been distorted into an icon, these women are suspected of undermining the cause of the people and their paramilitary costumed representatives, which is why they are derided as beneficiaries of privileges allegedly dating back to the parasitic Shah's regime, privileges that the 1979 Islamic Revolution, which was, after all, committed to equality, had failed to eradicate, in other words, as whores, or, to use Jürgen Elsasser's words, as disco chicks, lumped together with Tehran drug junkies and male prostitutes of finance capital, terms he had already used to describe the demonstrators during the 2009 protests in Iran. Ruben Gerksico manages the feat of betraying the universalism of the Iranian Revolution, which the son of the last Shah also embodies, to a particularism that is by no means exclusively Kurdish, while bizarrely demanding at the same time the Iranian-Israeli friendship, which dates back to the Pahlavi father and son, Damon Talagani and his interviewer Valentin Wolfelmayer, who have naturally arranged to meet in a Neukölln cafe, have already taken the decisive step further. Under the programmatic headline "Bombs will not bring freedom," the Berliner Zeitung of March 3, 2026, featured the results of this conversation as the topic of the day on page 2. Mr. Talagani, Wolfelmayer begins, on Sunday, March 1, 2026, there was an Iran protest in Berlin where people danced in front of friends and thanked the US and Israel for the airstrikes. You were there too. Did you feel the need to join in the dancing? And Mr. Talagani, who is just as German as the student teacher and kickboxer Mustafa A., who on February 2, 2024, beat the student Lahav Shapira so badly in Berlin that he had to be hospitalized because Shapira had torn down posters glorifying Hamas at the Free University of Berlin a few days earlier, says no with all his heart. This Mr. Talagani, who is no different from the solidarity-minded trial observers without a Lebanese background, who, in 2025, had repeatedly demonstrated in front of and inside the Tiergarten Regional Court's hearing room, wearing Palestinian scarves around their shoulders, for the freedom of Mustafa A., and against Israel, the child murderer, justifies this by saying that, while people here were celebrating, reports came in about a bombed elementary school in southern Iran and killed children. That was hard to bear. Although he admits that he doesn't shed a tear for Khamenei, he qualifies this statement, in a manner that seems to anticipate Steinmeier's position, by saying that he would have preferred it if the people had put him on trial. I find it hard to celebrate the death of a human being. He said this to quickly shift the focus away from the inhuman perpetrator and onto an innocent child. Moreover, Khamenei's 14-month-old granddaughter was apparently also killed, thereby underscoring the inevitable consequences of a war involving Israel. Talagani, however, with a distinctly anti-Semitic undertone, follows the line already laid out by Ruben Gerksico and proclaims that the supporters of the Shah's son, whom he claims were aiming to restore the monarchy, are usurpers of public opinion. These shadowy figures, using sinister means, which, if not yet violence, certainly include the threat of it, have nearly silenced the slogan of the anti-Zionist left of European or Iranian exile origin. No mullahs, no Shah. Talagani observed a shift in rhetoric at a pro-monarchist demonstration and noted with horror that the slogan "death to the left," in particular, is being heard there more and more often. The situation is dire. As soon as one fails to accept the monarchy as the only solution, one is declared an enemy. They're trying to silence us by associating us with the regime. leftist positions are increasingly being marginalized within the diaspora, speaking out against the revolution in a completely anti-repressive manner amidst Iranian revolutionaries. That's what democracy is all about. The fact that there are different positions is not a sign of weakness, but of pluralism. I, for example, do not believe that bombs from Israel or the US will bring freedom, he courageously admits, before adding emphatically, "This is an absolutely legitimate position that one must be allowed to advocate in a free debate without immediately being defamed as a stooge of the regime." End of quote. Yet it is precisely this position that is absolutely illegitimate because it is counter-revolutionary and quite close to the regime, whose spokespeople applaud Steinmeier and, with him, the entire German and European political establishment that hates Israel and the US. The hatred many exiled Iranians feel toward anything expressed by the left has very good reasons, stemming from the self-righteous and, for long enough, successful actions of the first generation of Iranian refugees, who had presumed to be the only ones authorized to speak for the Iranian opposition. As recently as 2009, during the mass protests against the rigged election that once again saw Mahmoud Ahmadinejad emerge as president, their officials were still firmly in control in Germany, for example, when they had the police remove people carrying Israeli flags from their rallies. Today, 17 years later, while they hardly make any public appearances anymore due to a lack of numbers, they are doing everything they can to discredit the protests as quasi-fascist. Apart from representatives of the German media and their willing consumers, however, no one listens to them anymore, because the new generation born in Germany with Iranian roots, along with those who have emigrated to Germany only in the last 2 decades, has no interest in the fairy tales of their red and often quite Islam-green grandfathers, who were the ones who brought Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini to power in the first place. Rather, they hate these men of terror from the Communist Tudeh Party and the left Islamist People's Mujahideen, along with the supporters of radical left-wing, often Maoist-oriented student organizations and Kurdish parties, who, together in exile, have ensured that no one speaks of their crimes, but only of those allegedly committed by the Shah's regime. It was this left-wing intelligentsia that, in the run-up to the Islamic Revolution, provided Khomeini's supporters with organizational skills and slogans, and in some cases even joined the armed struggle against the decidedly lesser evil, rather than allying themselves with the Shah's regime against the Green Plague. Even before January 1979, these people had transformed the murderously furious Green Movement, which they knew was massacring their political opponents and, beyond that, openly gay men by the hundreds, probably thousands, into a movement that appeared to the outside world to be a level-headed, class struggle-oriented force. The many deaths were, of course, blamed on the Shah's secret police, Savak, which is still falsely portrayed today as an Iranian hybrid of the SS and the Gestapo. This was done by Iranian leftists who knew, or at least should have known, that the activists and followers of the Islamic uprising were counter-revolutionaries who wanted to undo everything that the 2 Pahlavi Shahs had, after all, set in motion to liberate the people from misery and disenfranchisement. They knew, or should have known, that the Green Revolution was driven by a lumpen proletariat, to use a frequently misused term from Marxian terminology, that had poured from the villages into the cities, where they were not needed or rather worked in the bazaars to sustain an ineffective economy based on patronage and nepotism, in which the personal dependence of the disenfranchised laborers on their patrons was an indispensable feature. Seeking to identify the bearers of the genuine, popular revolution in the lumpen proletariat of the Trikont was not a historical or regional peculiarity of Iranian history. With comparable effort, the leaders of nearly all popular revolutions, who hailed from the traditional elite and the universities of the colonial mother countries, equipped their followers to serve as guarantors of that progressive dawn that windbags like Ruben Gerxico rave about, without even having the slightest idea where this metaphor comes from. For toward the dawn has long since ceased to refer to the young guard of the proletariat, as in the Social Democratic Workers' Song of 1907. Rather, since the 1960s, the Red Dawn has promised the rise of an eternally shining red sun, as Chairman Mao Zedong is portrayed. Accordingly, ever since then, a young guard of the revolution has consisted of fanatical, uniformed young people who, in China from the late 1960s onward, served as the backdrop for a mass crime that has gone down in history as the Cultural Revolution. A crime that, spiced up with pop culture, also exerted an eerie pull on Western opponents of the establishment. Iranian leftists committed to such visions and their Western European allies made their peace with Islam, which logically led to an alliance with the victors of the revolution, an alliance that lasted only until their power was consolidated. Starting in 1980, these unwelcome partners were dealt their just punishment by the Islamists and eliminated. Their parties and publications were banned, and, to the extent they offered resistance, they were mercilessly persecuted. In exile, to which they fled by the hundreds of thousands, These doubly defeated individuals perpetuated the myth of a just popular struggle against the Shah and lamented Khomeini's betrayal, rather than taking a hard look at themselves. The self-deceptions of the leftist collaborators with Islam are once again in demand today wherever Gurksiko's lyrical prose appears or Talagani grants an interview to Wolflmeyer, in the heart of German society, whose mouthpieces include the Berliner Zeitung and, unfortunately, increasingly often, the Jüdische Allgemeine. There are reasons for this that are as old as the hatred of a Western-oriented modernization project under monarchical auspices. Let's go back 47 years and consider Germany's still unchallenged model Iranian and his buddy, who later became foreign minister. If the veil symbolizes a rejection of the imported illusion and a return to our own history, then it is not we, but only the imperialists and other enemies of our people who can raise a hue and cry about it, said Baumann Niedermand in Germany in December 1979, and as early as February of that same year, Joschka Fischer wrote enthusiastically in Plasterstrand about the faith-based strength of a people, rooted in a long tradition and now translating into political revolution, that says no to the atheistic culture of the West. This strength of faith of the people corresponds to a seemingly entirely different myth, which explains in entirely materialistic terms why Iranian history was bound to culminate in the mullah's dictatorship and who was to blame for it. In 1951, Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, acting on a proposal from his Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh, had ordered the nationalization of the oil industry, which was largely in British hands, a move that was reversed in 1953, largely but not solely due to the intervention of the CIA and British intelligence. The lesson to be drawn from this is then outlined in Le Monde Diplomatique from February 2026, where a certain Marmar Kabir approvingly quoted the inevitable Baumann Niedermand. The coup against Mossadegh left a trauma among the people of Iran that persists to this day, writes journalist Baumann Niedermand. Without this coup, there would have been neither the Shah's 25-year dictatorship nor the 1979 revolution, which led to a clerical dictatorship. Le Monde Diplomatique is a small but all the more influential newspaper that has for decades been consistently exploited for profit by the speechwriters of progressive politicians such as Frank-Walter Steinmeier and all the officials of party-affiliated, Protestant, or labor-oriented foundations, from B for Boll or Bachler to E for Ebert to R for Luxembourg. This publication, which, according to its own promotional material, is a major newspaper for international politics, currently published in over 20 languages. And in Germany, of course, published by the TAS manages, in the very same article published just a few days before the war began, to speak of Netanyahu's obsession with Iran, which raises fears that he will do everything in his power to prevent the Iranian nation from determining its own fate, and will even accept the country's disintegration as a consequence, much as was recently the case in Syria. Since February 28, 2026, the warning about the country's disintegration has become standard, not only in light of Kurdish separatists seeking to profit from it, but above all, it fuels the many opinion leaders who see the mullah's rule as the guarantor of stability in the region. As is even better known among French intellectuals than among their German counterparts, the Jewish puppet master is reliably behind the disintegration. Thus, the same article states regarding Israel's 12-day war against Iran in June 2025. This demonstrated once again that foreign powers wield great influence and have numerous informants in Iran. Israeli intelligence agencies practically boast about it. End of quote. This newspaper claims that all Iranians suffer from a collective trauma allegedly triggered by the overthrow of Mohammad Mossadegh, a trauma it suggests is capable of explaining over 70 years of history, which, of course, is a narrative of peoples exploited by imperialism who have been deprived of their land, their resources, and their identity. There is no doubt that efforts to nationalize the oil industry in 1953, when Mossadegh was forced to resign at the behest of Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, were halted by the United Kingdom and the United States, and it is equally indisputable that national control over the oil industry in Iran was not fully established until 1973. However, the claim that, in the 20 years following Mossadegh's overthrow by a military coup, Iran received only crumbs from the table of the rich, that is, primarily from Western-owned holding companies, is false. On the contrary, the national share of oil revenues rose steadily until nationalization. The forced reversal of the nationalization of the oil industry had a lead-up that is almost always overlooked. In a special session on December 24, 1950, Prime Minister Ali Razmara, who served from June 1950 until March 7, 1951, sparked a scandal in the Iranian parliament because he had let slip a closely guarded secret of nearly all anti-imperialist national liberation movements. I would like to make it clear here that Iran currently lacks the industrial capacity to extract oil from the ground and sell it on the world market. Gentlemen, with the staff at your disposal, you cannot even manage a cement factory. I say this in no uncertain terms. Whoever endangers our country's wealth and resources is committing treason against our people. End of quote. Mossadegh, who was the opposition leader at the time, replied with these words, "I swear by the one God, blood will flow, blood will flow. We will fight and we may be killed. If you are a man of the military, then I am more of a soldier than you. I will kill. Right here in this parliament, I will kill you." End of quote. On March 7, 1951, real blood was shed when Gaismair was assassinated by members of the Fidayeen Islam terrorist group, which was closely aligned with the Muslim Brotherhood. The main perpetrator was released from custody a few weeks later by Prime Minister Mossadegh, who had just been reinstated, and who immediately declared him a national hero. Gaismair's blood was shed only ostensibly for oil and only ostensibly for the freedom of the Iranian people, unless one were to condemn the repeal of all reform laws enacted during the reign of Reza Shah Pahlavi, 1925 to 1941, as demanded by Gaismair's murderers as hostile to the people and thus to freedom. Among these laws was the ban on the chatter of January 7, 1936, a date that was solemnly celebrated as Women's Liberation Day until the Islamic Revolution and most certainly had no Kurdish roots. In fact, Mossadegh's plan to nationalize the oil industry was a matter of such national importance that not only did his coalition, the National Front, and the Communist Tudeh Party support it, but so did the clergy led by Ayatollah Abolkasem Kashani, 1882 to 1962. Kashani, who served as Speaker of Parliament in the 1950s and was among the active supporters of Fidayeen Islam, had demanded, as the price for his support of Mossadegh, the repeal of all reforms introduced under the first Shah, which soon led to a rift in Mossadegh's turn toward the Moscow-aligned Tudeh Party. Previously, the Mossadegh government had enacted a new law on the Supreme Cultural Council on January 8, 1953, which was ratified by the National Council. The preamble to this law, an explicit departure from the previous law, the so-called Law of the Supreme Council of Education of March 11, 1922, which had formed the basis for political decisions and strategies in the education system during Reza Shah's reign, now emphasized the promotion of Islamic teachings. Iran's oil rent-based economy was, from the very beginning, inherently Islamist, for even after Mossadegh's overthrow, the mullahs remained on board. They were seemingly pacified both ideologically and financially, thereby consolidating their power, which the second Pahlavi Shah increasingly refrained from challenging. In 1973, however, another developmental problem inherent in the oil rent economy had become apparent, one that already pointed to the alliance between the Islamic mob and the critical intelligentsia. We know better than anyone else what our shortcomings are. Our problem is our lack of technical experts. We also lack technical colleges. When we establish a technical college, it wants to become a university as quickly as possible and hand out university degrees instead of training technicians. The university graduates then want to work exclusively in offices. We sent workers to West Germany to have them trained as skilled workers. They either didn't return to Iran, or if they did, they said, "We don't want to work on a machine anymore." Only a few returned to their old jobs. That's bad. Instead of discussing a liberated Iran, in which the exploitation of oil and gas reserves no longer serves to feed a select clientele at the expense of those who come away empty-handed due to a lack of lobbying power, the West is interested only in hollow phrases in which the demand for liberation from Islam certainly does not appear, but rather the cynical rejection of a potentially self-assured nation that, in alliance with the US and Israel, could put an end to the Islamic hell. But God forbid, for the anti-national message originating from the party platforms of the SPD, the Greens, and the Left Party, which Apo Öcalan has imbued with revolutionary sanctity from the island of Imrali in the Sea of Marmara, has reached the very place of its fulfillment, the mountains and deserts of Kurdistan. The anti-Zionist journal Analyze UND critics stated on January 21, 2026, 1 month before the start of a war of liberation, in a tone that was initially still somewhat academic, democratic autonomy is not ethno-nationalist particularism, but a multi-ethnic, multicultural, and multi-religious project. But just one sentence later, the transformation of water into wine takes place, and genuine nationalism and robust separatism, freed from the Jews, appear in a whole new light, even in the dawn's first light. With this, the region breaks with the ongoing imperial policy in which the various powers, the US, Russia, Turkey, Israel, France, or Iran, wage proxy wars by exploiting nationalisms and particularisms. End of quote. Another magazine, which promotes itself with a quote from Nelson Mandela, "We know only too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of Palestine," and is close to the jihadist wing of the Left Party, interviewed Amir Karimi, who serves as co-chair of the Iranian Kurdish party PJAK, which is committed to the teachings of Apo Öcalan. Karimi told Jacobin, "We are also concerned about the support of foreign actors such as Israel for a figure like Reza Pahlavi, as it ignores the complexity of our pluralistic society. Our plan for the future is a third way. We neither seek separation nor do we believe in foreign dictates. Rather, we are committed to internal reforms." End of quote. These reforms apparently also include the transformation of society into a multitude of communities. By a democratic Iran, we mean a network of willing, self-governing communities. Will Iran become stateless? No. According to our vision, the state would not be centralized, but rather decentralized and flexible, guided by inclusive policies and fundamental, universal laws that guarantee everyone's participation. End of quote. On December 6, 2024, in light of the capture of Aleppo by Islamist holy warriors, Der Spiegel ran the headline, "The world never stopped Assad from killing. Now the Syrians are doing it." Just 3 days later, one day after the capture of Damascus and the fall of Syrian dictator Bashar Assad, Zeit followed up with the headline, "The Fall of the Berlin Wall Moment of the Middle East," as if Syria were now on the verge of flourishing landscapes and the end of history, immediately after the Syrians, united as if by magic into a homogeneous people, had driven Assad into exile. Such headlines and similar ones set the tone in the German media landscape after December 8, 2024. While such headlines provided readers with little information about the true conditions in Syria, they reveal a great deal about the thinking and wishes within the mostly left-liberal editorial offices. The longing for Syrian reunification in the post-Assad era is, in truth, a self-serving denial of Syria's complex history of civil war as well as its tribalistic social structure. The tendency toward this mechanism of denial, however, was inherent in the Western, and specifically the German, perspective on the Syrian catastrophe from the very beginning. One need only recall the media coverage of the siege and brutal bombardment of Aleppo, which was occupied by Islamist groups, by Syrian and Russian forces in 2016, during which the German public expressed unconditional solidarity with the jihadists holding out in the city, who were downplayed as mere rebels. After all, nothing less was at stake than preventing a supposed genocide against the Syrians, whereby this identification of the Sunni Islamic militias trapped in Aleppo with the Syrian people in toto not only served to erase the internal contradictions of Syrian society, even though these had become more than evident throughout the entire duration of the civil war due to the confusing shifting of front lines, but this repression also expressed an Islamophile romantic view of the West, according to which only Islam, as an imagined religion of peace, would be able to bring peace to the country after its liberation from Assad. In doing so, it was always necessary to radically ignore the fact that the civil war did not represent a unified uprising of the people or a struggle for freedom, one that could be overly romanticized, against a brutal and oppressive regime, but rather that various religious, ethnic, and political groups had pursued their own agendas from the very beginning, and the conflict between the Assad regime and the secular opposition on the one hand, and Islamist militias on the other, had soon escalated into a free-for-all struggle for sheer survival. The frequently shifting status of alliance or mortal enmity between the various factions in individual regions was mostly determined primarily by shifting front lines and changing military balances of power. Depending on the location, timing, and specific front lines, the secular opposition sometimes fought against rival Islamist militias, and at other times fought alongside Islamists of various stripes against Assad's troops. The Kurds in the northeast of the country either fought Assad's troops or made arrangements with them against the threat posed by the Islamic State, IS. Many Christians, who had initially been closer to the secular opposition at the start of the uprising, were forced to support the government side later on, because only the government could offer any degree of protection against the fundamentalist holy warriors of IS or the al-Nusra Front. While the Yazidis initially fell victim to IS's barbaric policy of extermination and enslavement and eventually found refuge in Kurdish-controlled territory, the Kurds were ultimately able to defeat IS with massive assistance from a US-led Western military coalition. While these multiple alliances were often purely tactical in nature or driven by existential necessity, they were also consistently fueled by the particularistic character of Syrian society, in which ethnic and religious affiliations were further structured, and at times even superseded by familial loyalties tied to clans and lineages. What was thus fraught with false hopes from the very beginning as the so-called Arab Spring, and then romanticized by many Western observers as the Syrian struggle for freedom, was at virtually no point anything more than a bloodbath, in which the various Islamist rebel groups, held together more by a thread than anything else by the unifying bond of Sunni Islam, quickly gained the upper hand. This turned the uprising against the hated dictator, which began in 2011 and quickly devolved into a civil war, into a 14-year struggle for survival, particularly for the numerous minorities in ethnically and religiously fragmented Syria. A struggle that, for them, is still not over even today. For example, in 2011, before the start of the civil war, there were about 1.5 million Christians living in the country, while according to current estimates, there are now fewer than 250,000. They, in particular, are now once again threatened with murder and expulsion by Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, HTS, which now rules in Damascus, an alliance of various Islamist militias led by the Salafist group Jabhat Fatah al-Sham, a successor organization to the Syrian branch of al-Qaeda, better known by its former name al-Nusra Front. This group has since formally severed ties with al-Qaeda, and its commander, who is transformed from a wanted terrorist into a president, now prefers to be addressed by his birth name, Ahmed al-Shara, rather than by his former nom de guerre, Abu Muhammad al-Jalani, for whom the U.S. had once offered a $10 million bounty, a development that has recently led numerous Middle East experts to once again make excessive use of such paradoxical terms as moderate Islamists in their analyses and assessments. Such inherently absurd non-terms are usually preceded by a confusion, particularly prevalent in this country, between ideology and strategy as well as tactics. For the formal breakaway from the al-Qaeda terrorist network carried out by Jabhat Fateh al-Sham in the summer of 2016 was initially of a tactical nature and was intended above all to enable the former al-Nusra Front, following numerous military setbacks and its pushback into the area around Idlib, to form alliances with other, less radical Islamist militias. From a strategic perspective, this initially meant nothing more than a rejection of the concept of global jihad advocated by al-Qaeda, or, rather, a restriction of that concept to the territory of Syria. However, they did not yet wish to commit definitively to this either, since Jabhat Fatah al-Sham translates as Front for the Conquest of the Levant, thus referring geographically to the entire region east of the Mediterranean between the Euphrates and the Sinai. And this reference also reappears in the name of HTS, the militia alliance that now holds power in Damascus following Assad's ouster. Hayat Tahrir al-Sham translates as Committee for the Liberation of the Levant. For this reason alone, it is inappropriate to speak of the aforementioned groups as Syrian freedom fighters, a fact obscured by the West's ignorance of their ideological continuity. Even though Ahmed al-Shara, the former al-Qaeda terrorist who has become the new, interim head of state, has so far presented himself as decidedly moderate to the outside world, domestically, the draft constitution now presented by the new rulers in Damascus leaves little doubt that they plan to transform Syria in accordance with a strictly Salafist worldview and subject all aspects of social life to a very strict interpretation of Sharia law, which will make life a living hell for Syrian women in particular, making al-Shara's refusal to shake hands with German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock seem like a mere trifle by comparison. Furthermore, since the change in power, reports of murders, abuse, and expulsions targeting the Christian and Alawite minorities have been incessant. The Alawites, in particular, have been subjected to numerous acts of revenge due to their alleged collective ties to the former Alawite ruler Assad, as evidenced not least by the bloody massacres that left over 1,000 dead in the coastal province of Latakia in early March 2025. The genuine joy over the fall of the Assad regime, whose true extent of brutality and savagery in the regime's torture chambers is now coming to light, takes on a more than hollow aftertaste in light of such rather bleak prospects for the future, especially when it leads people to downplay the murderous attacks on Alawites and the massacres of defenseless civilians, in an attempt to put them into perspective, as clashes between supporters of the old regime and the so-called security forces of the new Islamist transitional government, or even slips into a wholly ideological projection in which the liberation of Syria from the Assad dictatorship is imagined as a defining moment in the universal struggle for freedom and human dignity, as the journalist Richard Herzinger put it in particularly melodramatic, yet at the same time representative, terms of the prevailing discourse in this country. International reactions are correspondingly varied. Although Assad's overthrow is widely welcomed in the West, by no means all states view the events as projectively as some German columnists do. Instead, they are taking concrete action. Take Israel, for example, which did not hesitate and used the days following the overthrow to preemptively destroy ammunition depots and the entire air force and navy of the Syrian army, so that its arsenals would not fall into the hands of a new, unpredictable Islamic theocracy right on its own doorstep. Unlike Germany, Israel has known since its founding, through painful experience, that the universal struggle for freedom and human dignity has always been one that must be waged solely against Islamists of all stripes, and not alongside them. A realization that has also found practical application in the fact that the Israeli army has now established a demilitarized zone in southern Syria and placed the Druze minority living there under its military protection. Regardless, in many circles of the pro-Israel left in this country, the notion is unfortunately still perpetuated that political Islam is only a significant problem in global politics when it is allied with the clerical fascist regime in Iran, and thus indirectly with Russia as well. The conflation of solidarity with Ukraine and solidarity with Israel that prevails in such thinking amounts to a form of geopolitical wishful thinking that focuses exclusively on the Moscow-Tehran axis, which has been weakened by Assad's overthrow, is partially blind to the enduring global appeal of Sunni Islam in particular and the accompanying mass distortions of identity in an ever-increasing number of countries that are not traditionally Islamic. While Israel's strategic situation has indeed improved, particularly on the northern front, due to the elimination of the Assad regime, insofar as the Iranian-Syrian smuggling routes to Lebanon are no longer readily accessible and Hezbollah is now distracted by border skirmishes with Syrian soldiers, it must nevertheless view developments in Syria with suspicion, especially in light of Turkey's growing influence. Whether Recep Tayyip Erdogan's anti-Zionist threats of annihilation will remain mere rhetoric in the long run is just as uncertain as the fact that al-Shara's offer to join the Abraham Accords remains highly doubtful. The fact that Israel and the U.S. will nevertheless remain focused on the Iranian threat in the medium term is due, on the one hand, to the tangible danger posed by Iran's nuclear armament and, on the other hand, to the realistic possibility that this regime will be replaced by a more humane one. The Iranian mullah regime is not only under pressure in foreign policy due to the gradual dismantling of its proxy armies, but is also facing growing resistance at home from an increasingly secular and Islam-critical opposition. While the Iranian regime can now rely only on a minority of the population at home, the impact of its anti-Zionist agenda is greater than ever on a global scale. This is due not only to Western academics who are waging the war against Israel on the ideological front, but also to radical Sunnis who viewed the 1979 Iranian Revolution as a wake-up call, a model, or a rival to be surpassed, and who, to this day, see the axis of resistance forged by Iran, namely in its vanguard, the Sunni Hamas, as the spearhead of a redemptive movement, one that the Arab royal houses, concerned for their own privileges, have not dared to join. Just as the rise of Islamism in recent decades would have been inconceivable without the initial spark provided by Iran, so, conversely, the Iranian regime's pioneering role in power politics and ideology would be inconceivable without the tremendous resonance its revolution triggered in the far larger and more extensive Sunni world, though the destructive forces of that world, which have become particularly evident over the past 2 decades, have not been taken seriously enough as a political factor in the West. This lack of awareness of the threat posed by Sunni Islam likely also guided the actions at the 9th International Syria Conference on March 17, 2025, during which, just a few days after the mass murders in Latakia carried out by the murderous gang in Damascus, Germany alone approved an additional €300 million in aid. Those who will suffer the consequences of this appeasement toward the new Islamist rulers in Damascus are likely to be, not least, the Kurds once again, whose autonomous region of Rojava has been subjected to massive attacks since Assad's fall by the Islamist mercenary force Syrian National Army, SNA, which is allied with HTS and is largely supported and controlled by Turkey. The fact that Turkey, under Erdogan's Islamist rule, is seeking to exploit the partial power vacuum in Syria to its advantage is evident not only in its military actions against the Kurdish region in northeastern Syria, governed by the PYD, which is considered close to the PKK, whose autonomous status is also a thorn in the side of the ruling Islamists in Damascus as they strive to consolidate their power. Turkey's military operations and those of its military proxies take on particular significance not least because, since the defeat of ISIS, more than 10,000 of its fighters continue to be held in Kurdish prisons and detention camps, whose uncontrolled release, a threat posed by the ongoing hostilities, would lead to a resurgence of the Islamic State with incalculable consequences for the entire region. The fact that Erdogan is attempting, at this very moment, to eliminate what remains of Turkey's Republican democratic state structure by arresting CHP presidential candidate Ekrem İmamoğlu, the president's only serious domestic political rival, is also unlikely to be a coincidence in terms of the timing. Furthermore, it plays into Erdogan's hands that Turkey, with its highly advanced military capabilities, has become even more indispensable as a partner in Europe's new security and defense policy deliberations amid strained transatlantic relations. so he currently has no reason to fear the imposition of sanctions by Europe, neither because of the ongoing military aggression against the Syrian Kurds, nor because of his crackdown on Turkey's largest opposition party. Sunni Islam is thus also gaining geopolitical weight, and this, of all things, in the name of a supposedly values-driven defense of the West. This development is facilitated by the fact that the political left in this country, beyond the specific pro-Israel milieu, lacks any critical understanding of Islam anyway, because its proponents and advocates are primarily imagined as victims of anti-Muslim racism from the right. Although the subsidiary protection status, on the legal basis of which a large portion of the Syrians living in this country reside in Germany, should be up for reconsideration, at least for a significant portion of these Syrians, due to the disappearance of the reasons for flight that originally justified it, even several months after the fall of the Assad regime and the apparent end of the civil war, there is still no discernible debate, let alone serious political steps, toward the repatriation of all those Syrians whose need for subsidiary protection is likely to have ceased as a result of the changed political situation in their home country. This is all the more perplexing given that, based on the assumption of a supposedly Islamophobic sentiment in the country, as is frequently implied in left-liberal public discourse, it should, in theory, be an urgent priority to no longer expose Sunnis, who make up more than 50% of the Syrians who have come to Germany as a result of the Syrian civil war, to hatred and incitement from the native population, but rather to repatriate them to the country where Islam is poised to become the new state religion. Of course, such a logicality is recognized only by those who have not subordinated their political judgment to the fight against the right as an overarching moral dogma, in which migration is presented as something generally enriching and unquestionably good, while remigration is portrayed as the spawn of evil. This perspective also overlooks the potential threat to domestic security posed by those Sunni Syrians whose loyalty, when in doubt, lies more with the new regime in Damascus than with German laws, especially if the rulers there, after a period of consolidation, were to turn once again to the concept of a global jihad. However, the AfD and its political circle also fail to present themselves on this issue as the party of the rule of law, as they would like to be perceived, but rather, with the upside-down demand coming from within their ranks for the immediate remigration of all Syrians, they likewise demonstrate a complete lack of nuance and the ability to exercise judgment guided by the standards of due process under the rule of law. For the question at hand is, strictly speaking, not a fundamentally political one, much less a moral one, but is political only in the sense that the right of residence as a legal norm is subject to clear guidelines and regulations, the enforcement of which in accordance with the rule of law must be insisted upon. In the case of an individual right such as the right to remain, the political upheaval in the country of origin should result solely in the demand for a swift, case-by-case review of all relevant cases. Given the emerging political turmoil in Syria, the outcome is likely to vary greatly from person to person, depending on whether the specific case involves Yazidi, Christian, Alawite, Kurdish, Druze, or Sunni Syrians. But, unfortunately, pithy slogans here and moralizing feigned empathy there are simply more effective at appealing to the emotions of one's own ideologized constituency than an emphatic call for adherence to, or the restoration and enforcement of, the civil and constitutional codes and procedures that have been repeatedly suspended in this country since 2015. Yet awareness of their necessity is the minimum prerequisite that must necessarily precede any commitment to the republican and secular heritage of the West. To properly contextualize the events in Afghanistan following 9/11, two military campaigns must be distinguished from one another despite their proximity in time. Operation Enduring Freedom, which led to the overthrow of the Taliban in 2001, and Operation Iraqi Freedom in 2003, during which Saddam Hussein was overthrown. For unlike the Iraq War, the war against the Taliban was not yet under the influence of the neocons and their American internationalism, as it was called in the 2002 U.S. National Security Strategy. Neither Operation Enduring Freedom, which was declared over in 2014, nor the International Security Assistance Force, ISAF, launched in 2001 as a NATO stabilization mission for the Greater Kabul area and continuing through 2014, pursued the goal of creating an Afghan nation. Operation Enduring Freedom, in which, at its peak, up to 70 nations participated and whose areas of operation extended beyond Afghanistan to the Philippines, Somalia, the Horn of Africa, and the Sahara, was preceded, in the case of Afghanistan, by some 30 unsuccessful American requests to the Taliban since 1996 to hand over Osama bin Laden. These requests demonstrate that, despite the uncompromising announcement after September 11th that there would no longer be a distinction between terrorists and their hosts, the Taliban were never viewed or treated as an enemy on par with al-Qaeda. The fact that Operation Enduring Freedom was not named Operation Infinite Justice, as originally planned, also indicates that the U.S. did not want to completely alienate the Taliban and other radical Islamic regional powers from the very beginning. As early as September 26, 2001, the New York Times reported, Islamic scholars lamented that only God is capable of administering infinite justice, and administration officials feared that allies in the Middle East would take offense. End of quote. This kowtowing to Islam highlights a fundamental flaw in all American efforts following 9/11. Even among the neocons, there was agreement that the terms terror and Islam should be kept as vague as possible. As early as his first two policy addresses to the U.S. Congress on September 14 and 20, 2001, George W. Bush set the tone. The enemy, he said, was not a single political regime or a single person, not a religion or an ideology, but rather terrorism, and that terrorism was at home everywhere in the world, in North America as well as in South America, in Europe just as much as in Africa, the Middle East, and throughout Asia. At the very latest, with the mention of South America, it became clear that the concept of terrorism was also intended to include groups such as the Colombian FARC, which operated in a country and on a subcontinent that is certainly not Islamic. Accordingly, the axis of evil propagated a few months later also included the largely isolated North Korea, in order to ensure that the Islamic states of Iraq and Iran were flanked by a non-Islamic rogue state. In his speech on September 20, 2001, Bush made it clear who was explicitly not considered an enemy. Groups such as Al-Qaeda had perverted the peaceful teachings of Islam through a fringe form of Islamic extremism, which amounted to a betrayal of their own faith and must be viewed as an attempt to hold Islam hostage. This reluctance to identify specific enemies stems not only from the pragmatic motive of avoiding turning the entire Islamic world against the U.S. and keeping rentier states like Saudi Arabia on board. It also stems from a fundamental aspect of the American self-image, according to which the idea of freedom and the pursuit of happiness are central guiding principles in every religion. After September 11th, this belief in the equality of all religions proved to be both a weakness and a strength of U.S. society. The inability to conceive of Islam as anything other than a variant of Christianity and its secular practice clashed with the notion that the idea of individual freedom and happiness, as a universal concept, should also inspire the masses in the Islamic world. In his speech on September 20th, President Bush posed the question, "Why do they hate us?" A question that inevitably led to a wrong answer and an ineffective strategy, because Islam, as the central cause of this hatred, could not be mentioned. This is illustrated by an episode from Konstantin Schreiber's 2019 book, Children of the Quran, 2019. Schreiber had examined teaching materials from various Islamic countries and also looked at an Afghan 10th grade textbook titled Interpretation of the Holy Quran, which was published in 2011. According to the Colophon, the Afghan Ministry of Education is listed as the publisher. Until the Taliban took power in August 2021, this ministry was responsible for a country where, according to 2018 figures, only about half of all teachers actually held the official qualification for the job, and 83% of all women are illiterate among the total population. The rate is 69%. Right in the first chapter, titled Man Was Not Created in Vain, Schreiber says, "I notice that the Muslim God is portrayed as an angry God. He demands accountability. He punishes. Whoever calls upon a God other than Allah, for whom he has no proof, will be held accountable by his Lord." It says there. These threats run like a common thread through the entire book. Another lesson in the textbook particularly troubles me. It concerns Surah Al-Baqarah, verses 42 to 46, on the topic of truth and falsehood, and overt anti-Semitism. For the interpretation of the verses states, in particular, the Jews, who had known the truth, altered it out of prejudice and a desire for revenge in order to lead people astray from the right path, by concealing the truth and mixing it with falsehood, knowing full well that the truth is what Muhammad, the prophet of Islam, has brought. The religious text also contains references to secular life, the state, and society. In the latter part, in the chapter Trust and its Significance in Islam, a passage catches my attention. To this end, Allah the Almighty commands the believers to obey and follow their commanders and their Muslim rulers. But if the commands and rulings of the commanders and rulers are contrary to the law of God, no one is permitted to obey or follow them. A separation between state and religion is not envisaged. I cannot interpret this passage any other way. Muslim leaders are to be obeyed as long as their commands are in accordance with Islam. Muslims are therefore not required to follow non-Muslim leaders in the first place. It also strikes me that the texts repeatedly emphasize the superiority of Muslims over the unbelievers. End of quote. In his concluding assessment of the textbook's content, Schreiber explains, "It divides the world into good and bad, with Muslims being the good and everyone else the bad. Overall, I wonder how such a textbook can be used in the classroom at all. The way it is designed is intended for a teacher or a student to read the book aloud while the others listen and internalize it. Application exercises, discussions, and contextual analyses that would explain to me the significance of the religious texts for life here and now do not, in fact, take place. If a student is exposed to these texts not just once, but over and over again, then they must be very well-grounded and also well-informed about sources outside of school, so that none of the crude religious content sticks with them. As a teenager, I attended a Catholic school for 9 years. The teachers there were nuns, priests, and also lay people. By German standards, my school experience was more conservative than average. We also learned the basics of the Muslim faith and read from the Quran. We were all surprised at how difficult it was to understand. We had expected the Quran to be more like the Bible, a book full of stories, and I can't recall a single instance in which we were taught that we had to proselytize or fear God. Religious education, and this was 25 years ago, involved much more than just the presentation of Christian dogma. The book from Afghanistan doesn't mention Christians at all. If we'd been presented with something like that during my school days, we would have given the teacher a pretty rough time. Our parents would probably have raised a huge fuss." End of quote. No one knows how many Afghans, and thus also so-called local staff, who come to Germany were indoctrinated using this textbook in Afghan public schools, where so-called Islamic education is not merely a once-weekly religious studies class but a core subject and central component of the curriculum. Since the content of this piece of trash hardly differs from what is preached in most mosques worldwide, and thus also reflects the doctrine of ISIS and Al-Qaeda, the question arises as to how something like this could have been published 10 years after the fall of the Taliban by an Afghan Ministry of Education. A ministry that one would have expected that, under Western supervision, it would have a different goal than shaping public schools in the image of a madrasa, a Quranic school designed to produce compliant students whose thoughts and actions hardly differ from those of a talib, literally seeker of knowledge. At the very least, it explains why, despite all the talk of the radical Islamic Taliban, not only does no one know what this label is actually supposed to mean, but also why people act as if the Taliban were some kind of Islamic accident that has nothing to do with the teachings of Allah, the Lawgiver and Punisher. Apparently, no one had a problem with the fact that the proclaimed new and modern Afghanistan had to call itself, of all things, an Islamic Republic. When the Ministry of Education of the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan is listed as the publisher of a guide to jihad, it stands to reason that, from the West's perspective, nothing has actually failed in Afghanistan, because no serious attempt was ever made to build anything that, in the worst-case scenario, could have failed. This suspicion was corroborated by Konstantin Schreiber, who investigated who had commissioned the textbook and who contributed to its funding. The results of his research point to an institutionalized lack of interest in the future fate of the Afghan population, a situation commonly referred to as aid from the international community, and, specifically in Germany, as the networked approach. An initial inquiry by Schreiber to the German Society for International Cooperation, GIZ, revealed that while GIZ is largely responsible for the continuing education of Afghan teachers, UNESCO is the funding body for school textbooks in Afghanistan. An inquiry there revealed that UNESCO was not responsible for such funding. On the internet, Schreiber came across a UNESCO statement from 2002 announcing that, in cooperation with Germany, a trust fund had been established for Afghanistan to finance the modernization of textbooks and the revision of curricula for approximately 3 million students. Since no one at either UNESCO headquarters or the German office knew anything about the program's existence, Schreiber suspected that it could only be a phantom program. The next inquiry was directed to the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. There, Schreiber learned that Germany also contributes to the financing of teaching materials such as school textbooks, and that everything was handled through the UN Children's Fund, UNICEF. Upon inquiry with UNICEF, they stated that they were not responsible. Everything fell under the bilateral responsibility of the Afghan Ministry of Education and the respective individual partner organizations. Schreiber then attempted to trace the flow of funds within the Afghan authorities and discovered the following. In its 2012 EFA, Education for All, report, the Afghan Ministry of Education concluded that it had received far more money than it could spend. According to the report, only 32.3% of the budget was disbursed in 2012. The many billions of euros in foreign funds have led to an oversupply because, according to the Ministry of Education, they could not spend all the money that quickly. End of quote. Since the Afghan Ministry of Finance refused to provide any information about the share of foreign donors in the Afghan national budget, Schreiber turned to the Federal Ministry of Finance to find out what share Germany had in the overfunding of Afghanistan. The ministry immediately declared itself not responsible and referred him to the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. From them, one learns that Germany does not contribute directly to the Afghan budget, but rather through the Afghanistan Reconstruction Trust Fund, which is administered by the World Bank. After all his inquiries, Schreiber now felt at least somewhat informed. The generous financial aid for Afghanistan provided through international organizations or the country's national budget is one thing. The other is the work that German development aid carries out directly and on its own initiative, such as the training and continuing education of Afghan teachers by the GIZ. End of quote. Reason enough for Schreiber to follow up with GIZ once again. There, he learned from a local project manager that, in the eyes of the German Society for International Cooperation, which operates almost exclusively on behalf of German federal ministries, things are moving in the right direction when it comes to Afghan education policy. After all, they had already reached 17,000 teachers with training and continuing education programs as of that date, 2019. Quote, they deliberately stay out of the content. The Afghan Ministry of Education is responsible for the textbooks, says the GIZ expert. Schreiber pressed further. And what if problematic content appears in the textbooks, such as the kind I came across during my research? It is precisely for such issues that we have developed a handbook for teacher training. The project manager explained to me. The book Gender and Humanity will be used in the future in a course that is mandatory for all prospective teachers. This book has also been well received because it has been verified that this handbook does not contradict Islamic values, according to the GIZ representative. After Schreiber expressed his astonishment that, on the one hand, Afghan teachers are encountering anti-Semitic textbooks that were co-funded by Germany, and on the other hand, are learning from the Islam-compliant handbook provided to them by German development aid workers how they should respond to them, he is eager to take a look at the handbook in question, only to be told, unfortunately, that's not possible, the GIZ informs me, because it isn't available yet. End of quote. After submitting the Afghan textbook for review to education scholar Suzanne Lin-Klitzing, who, after examining the content, concluded that it would be better to do without education altogether than to indoctrinate young people in Afghanistan with the book's contents, Konstantin Schreiber drew his own conclusion. After all these years, all the billions, all the work by development aid workers and political summits, one of the results is that children are being taught using a textbook like this. One really gets the impression that, given the multitude of projects, organizations, and partners involved in rebuilding Afghanistan, one hand doesn't know what the other is doing. Germany transfers billions in funds as blank checks for aid to Afghanistan without knowing specifically what happens to the money and without sufficiently scrutinizing how it is used. It must be assumed that this anti-Semitic textbook is finding its way into Afghan schools with German financial support and is causing harm there. End of quote. Schreiber's account not only reduces all accusations from the left and right to absurdity, namely, that an imperialist or neo-colonial project has been pursued in Afghanistan since the fall of the Taliban in 2001, but also challenges those who, like Sarah Wagenknecht via her YouTube channel, proclaim the truth about Afghanistan, that the West's actions there over the past 20 years have been driven by economic and geopolitical interests. August 26, 2021, refuses, in the spirit of left-wing self-righteousness, to grasp the difference between the haphazard overthrow of the Taliban in 2001 and the 2003 Iraq War, which was driven by the neoconservative domino theory. Evidently, the widespread indifference to the fate of the country and its people was the reason why a Ministry of Education could operate like a Ministry of Islamic Affairs, and why the responsible Afghans were apparently granted far too much leeway instead of being seriously reined in by civilizational standards. A devastating form of multilateralism, embodying all the ugly elements of outsourcing and NGOs characteristic of the globally, miserably administered UN world, replaced and prevented a desperately needed unilateral approach, a delusion that did not even spare the U.S. Army, which delegated sovereign military tasks to private security contractors. In Afghanistan, in the wake of U.S. troops, with their explicit tolerance and support, a Caritas-like mob, primarily concerned with self-serving interests, ran rampant. Through the distribution of funds and the recruitment of so-called local staff, it was able to act as it pleased, always in accordance with Islam, in the name of gender and humanity. The far too few Afghans who truly wanted more than a perpetuation of Islamic misery, systematically fostered by excessive aid, were betrayed from the very beginning, their hopes dashed by the encouragement of corruption and handsomely rewarded tribal loyalties. All the political and cultural commentary about the establishment of a strong Afghan civil society in certain sectors and other progress made over the past 20 years is discredited by Schreiber's accounts of internationalized development aid, which can be accused of criminally promoting an education that fosters dependency. Schreiber's research proves that, for 20 years, the focus in Afghanistan was not on establishing basic civilizational standards, namely that one need not fear God, that Muslims do not stand above all other people, that Jews, too, are such other people, that religion is primarily a private matter and not a state ideology, and that the administration of justice should be a secular rather than a sacred matter. All these failures cannot be explained by a blanket reference to the West's ideological, but not material weakness, as expressed in the 20-year period of multilateral disinterest in Afghanistan, especially when this weakness is used defeatistly as an excuse to claim that not much more could have been achieved in Afghanistan. To quote Margot Kassman, "Nothing was good in Afghanistan." Kassman had, of course, spoken these words during her 2010 New Year's service at the Frauenkirche, noting that the people of Dresden know particularly well what civilians in Afghanistan have to endure, a point for which she was honored by the University of Tübingen with the Speech of the Year 2010 award. Her aim was to cater to the particularly infantile need in Germany to, in Kassman's own words, ontologize the logic of war. There is no room in such pacifist messages of peace, about which Hannah Arendt once observed that they share with the Nazis the tendency to equate war per se with sheer slaughter, for the prerequisites of a better life for Afghans, which can only be enforced through violence. The Bundeswehr Handbook on Afghanistan Military Country Information for Deployment Contingents has reinforced Kassman's discourse in an inimitable blend of purported natural law and ethnography. Quote, "Although the Afghan population has suffered greatly under the Taliban, its outlook remains deeply Islamic and religious. Any form of democracy in the sense of popular representation in Afghanistan must therefore conform to the Islamic understanding of law if it is to have the support of the people. The Islamic understanding of law means that every legal decision is embedded in the divine order. That is, a separation of religion and state is inconceivable in an Afghan form of government. Afghans do not define themselves as individuals with their own personal interests and the goal of personal self-realization. Family and kinship are the socio-economic foundation of social life. Theological discussions should be avoided. In particular, criticism with religious overtones or concerning religious issues is inappropriate. An open declaration of not following any religion should be avoided. Atheism is unacceptable to Afghans." End of quote. Such a certainty rooted in fate is contradicted, apparently. The anti-racist view that an Afghan who crosses the German border instantly perceives himself as an individual and finds godlessness acceptable, which is why, as a consequence of this so-called progressive and cosmopolitan logic, he is denied in advance any urgently needed assistance in adapting to civilization. Apparently, no one has deemed it necessary to provide evidence that conditions in Afghanistan are not as described in the Bundeswehr Handbook, and certainly do not have to remain unchanged in that way. Far beyond the Bundeswehr, there is a consensus that what should have been the starting point for any goal setting or strategy formulation is not even conceivable: to leave behind, through the application of enlightenment, a fundamentally secularized country whose social structure would enable Afghans to demystify their existence, which is mired in clan and tribal structures, and finally view it with a clear-eyed perspective. In the words of Max Horkheimer, if one were to determine what the emissaries of the West should convey intellectually, all those who deal primarily with ordinary tribal people, one could wish for nothing better than the image of a person who has a mind of their own, respects the humanity in every other person, and hates injustice and subjugation, the gesture of freedom. To instill such inclinations in foreign peoples, Westerners there would have to be capable of going beyond sincere respect for their industry and the double-edged admiration for their country's wealth. Only to the extent that wealth and industry are linked to that spiritual dimension does aid become a mission. End of quote. Even if Afghanistan's tribal society was never what Wittfogel called an Oriental despotism, because it never met the criteria of what he termed the specific character of an upper class consisting of sovereign plus bureaucracy, the country nevertheless stands today at a similar stage of history, which lies below industrial capitalism and above primitive agrarian society, as Wittfogel argued for Oriental despotism. It thus embodies a pre-capitalist society without a sufficiently completed process of primitive accumulation, which Marx defined as anything but idyllic, a prerequisite for the rule of the socially mediated relationship between persons through things, which he called capital. a rule that, in turn, would be inconceivable without the, as the Communist Manifesto puts it, highly revolutionary role of a bourgeoisie that had already emerged or was in the process of emerging. For Marx, who was never an anti-capitalist, it was a foregone conclusion that the subjectless rule of capital, despite the boundlessness of capital, which he defined as an immanent law of motion, leads to the formation of a functioning national economy. In his Grundriss, he writes, "Capital rapidly forms an internal market by destroying all rural subsidiary industries, that is, by spinning, weaving, and clothing everyone, etc. In short, by transforming the commodities previously produced as immediate use values into the form of exchange values, a process that arises of its own accord through the separation of workers from land and ownership of the means of production." End of quote. End. Marx was not, therefore, advocating for Adam Smith's all-regulating invisible hand. Rather, he was referring to the emergence of a national economy under capitalist conditions of commodity and legal form. Regarding the economic parameters, the 2012 Bundeswehr Handbook states, "In Afghanistan, a distinction must be made between the legal and illegal economies. 80 to 90% of all economic activity takes place in the informal and illegal sectors. The state's tax revenue is among the lowest in the world. The most significant employers are state-run, as well as international governmental and non-governmental organizations. Agriculture provides the livelihood for more than 85% of the population. The structure of Afghan agriculture is characterized by small-scale family farms engaged in subsistence farming." End of quote. No one should harbor the illusion that the state of the West, which has long exhibited anti-bourgeois traits, a major reason for its ideological weakness, would allow it to transform a pre-modern society into a modern one sustained by citizens and characterized by the rule of law. Yet creating social conditions under which Afghans could no longer experience themselves, except in very rare cases, as individuals with private interests, a prerequisite for which would be the destruction of all feudal, patriarchal, idyllic relations, as the Communist Manifesto states, would have been a perfectly feasible undertaking had there been a serious commitment to it. A bourgeois Afghanistan whose export products would no longer be opium, hashish, and refugees, but one in which state and social conditions prevailed that would allow a necessary bourgeoisie, one worthy of the name, to emerge in the first place. Yet in Afghanistan, not even an attempt was made to create a domestic market that would supplant the pre-modern subsistence economy. In truth, the only intention was ever to transform a Taliban-ruled failed state into a failed state not ruled by the Taliban. The GIZ Germans and their ideological UN allies called their actions a networked approach to nation-building. And by propping up the country and its people under the terms dictated by their traditional oppressors, they caused far more massive damage than any out-of-control operation by the U.S. Army or even the airstrike near Kunduz carried out by the Bundeswehr, in which dozens of civilians were killed. The Americans could be criticized for having willingly allowed themselves to be talked into a destructive undertaking, to make matters worse, as a sort of conciliatory gesture in response to Germany's no to the Iraq War. This could only happen because German and other civil society actors were able to fill the void left by American lack of planning following the military victory. There was never any vision on the American side of what a victory in Afghanistan, let alone the liberation of the Afghan people, was actually supposed to mean. In the words of neoconservative Robert Kagan, Bush had no idea what he wanted to do with Afghanistan. In truth, the Bush administration would have been satisfied with any stable government capable of taking care of itself and preventing the return of the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, and other terrorist groups. Washington Post, August 26, 2021. For the Germans, who participated in Afghanistan only because they had no other choice, any means was acceptable as long as it helped avoid giving the impression back home that defending Germany's security in the Hindu Kush had anything at all to do with the logic of war. Gaismair. For that reason alone, Federal President Kohler was forced to step down in 2010, having dared to point out to his fellow citizens, who had learned to rely on the Americans, still bound by the logic of war and simultaneously hated for it, to safeguard their security, that in case of doubt or in an emergency, even military action might be necessary to protect our interests in Afghanistan. Around the same time, during a Bundestag session, Frank-Walter Steinmeier, who had served as German foreign minister until 2009, proudly declared, in a sort of counter-argument to Kohler and as a legacy of his tenure, that it had taken far too long for us to convince others that we must give top priority to civilian reconstruction and the protection of the civilian population in Afghanistan. In order to sideline anyone who even remotely thought like Horst Kohler from then on, officials went so far as to ignore even the astonishingly realistic analyses of Afghanistan produced by the otherwise well-regarded quasi-in-house German Institute for International and Security Affairs, SWP. In May 2010, the foundation had not only criticized the German debate on Afghanistan as highly self-centered, but had also issued an urgent warning about the potentially destabilizing effects of networked development aid. One person who demands an honest discussion about Germany's role in Afghanistan, from a Germany driven by the destructive force of its obsession with a trade surplus, and thereby demonstrates that he has understood very little about how a cosmopolitan Germany, one that always acts with integrity and is never at a loss for powerful symbols, functions as Joseph Verbowski. Nevertheless, one must agree with this doctoral candidate at the University of the German Armed Forces in Munich in his conclusion regarding Germany's role in Afghanistan. German policymakers refused to acknowledge that the goal of stabilizing the entire country of Afghanistan through an integrated approach required significantly more resources and, above all, the willingness to fight for that goal. Germany continued to hope to set a strong example of German responsibility by balancing military and civilian actors, without actually participating in the war. Tagesspiegel, September 7, 2021. Quite a few American politicians and experts take the view that, as the path of least resistance, it would have made more sense to withdraw from Afghanistan just a few years after 2001, when the Taliban had been largely defeated and were ready for a peace agreement, rather than allowing the Germans, in particular, to foist upon them a nation-building endeavor that was devoid of strategy and clear objectives, yet all the more noble-sounding for it. In particular, then Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld is said to have been strictly opposed to this at the time, as we learned from Carter Malkasian in Foreign Affairs, April/May 2020, who even states regarding the period immediately following the fall of the Taliban. The first mistake was the Bush administration's decision to exclude the Taliban from the political settlement following the invasion. In December 2001, high-ranking Taliban leaders attempted to negotiate a peace agreement with Afghan President Karzai. They were prepared to lay down their arms and recognize Karzai as the legitimate leader of the country. End of quote. On several more occasions between 2002 and 2004, the Taliban reportedly approached Karzai with a request to participate in the political process. Without a doubt, any peace agreement would have been extremely fragile and would have resulted in a loss of personal freedoms, particularly for women, which, compared to Taliban rule, were demonstrably greater under both the Karzai government and under his successor, Ashraf Ghani. The Americans apparently decided against including the Taliban in a post-war order because they still cling to the false notion, which is widely accepted in the West, that the Taliban are an anti-Afghan foreign entity. The then German defense minister Struck, for example, went so far as to claim that the Taliban had merely occupied Afghanistan until 2001. In other words, that they were essentially nothing more than a kind of occupying power. Journalist Richard Herzinger, often held up as a model liberal, reaffirmed Struck's thesis on the occasion of the Taliban's takeover in August 2021, stating that the Afghans were subject to the arbitrary rule of Islamist extremists. In 2001, the Americans' most important Afghan allies were not merely a motley collection of tribal leaders and warlords, but also explicitly anti-Pashtun interest groups. The very name Northern Alliance points to this, because, unlike the south and east of Afghanistan, there are hardly any Pashtun living in the north. The Pashtun south and east form the region to which Afghanistan owes its name. Afghan means Pashtun in Persian, where about 40% of the total population lives and from which nearly all Taliban members are recruited. The fact that the Taliban, and with them a significant portion of Afghanistan, were not allowed to participate in the peace process in Afghanistan during their weakest phase is part of the background to their resurgence. This is also linked to the gradual deterioration over the years of the security situation and public sentiment among the Afghan population. Until the very end, there were only a few recruits of Pashtun origin in the ranks of the Afghan security forces who had to accept that, for example, Karzai, who always ruled as a patron, referred to the Taliban as our brothers, whom the Afghan army and police nevertheless had to fight. When the German Institute for International and Security Affairs, SWP, noted in the spring of 2006 that the security situation in Afghanistan had deteriorated alarmingly, it was acknowledged in the same breath that Karzai had failed to remove one of the most significant obstacles to security and stability in the country, the alienation of Pashtun population groups. By 2007, the Taliban already felt strong enough to boycott and launch rocket attacks on the so-called Peace Jirga, convened for early June with 1,600 participants, at which, in coordination with international partner countries, including the US and Germany, a peace and reconciliation plan was adopted that primarily called for negotiations with the Taliban. Since then, the Taliban have rejected all attempts by the Afghan government to enter into direct negotiations with them. Karzai also faced increasing criticism within Afghanistan for his overtures, which led in 2010 to a rift between Karzai and the head of the Afghan intelligence service, Amrullah Saleh, who later became Saleh's deputy in the Ghani government and, since Ghani's abrupt flight, has regarded himself as his boss's legitimate successor. In 2011, it became known through Karzai's channels that the U.S., above all, was pushing forward negotiations with the Taliban. Under Barack Obama, the U.S. thus adopted a demand that the UN Special Representative for Afghanistan, Kai Eid, had already vehemently advocated. Neither Obama nor Eid are keen to be reminded of this today, precisely because Obama's socially unacceptable successor, Donald Trump, put into practice what both Obama and Eid had intended. In 2011, George W. Bush's successor had already been in office for just under 2 years, and the SWP described the situation Obama faced in Afghanistan as follows. What had begun in the fall of 2001 as a model for a successful military intervention at little cost to the U.S. had, by the end of the Bush era, become an asymmetric war. End of quote. Under Obama, the approach adopted was one that had been tested quite effectively in Iraq in 2006 as a counterinsurgency strategy, FM3 to 24 counterinsurgency. A three-pronged approach of clean, hold, and build to curb attacks. The new strategy officially announced by Obama was accompanied by a massive troop surge and a rapid increase in targeted drone strikes against Taliban fighters, even in the Taliban's traditional Pashtun stronghold in Pakistan, a strategy with which, incidentally, Obama's vice president, Joe Biden, never warmed up. Opium cultivation, the rigorous crackdown on which had driven people to the Taliban in droves, was hardly sanctioned anymore. On the other hand, it was Obama who was the first to announce, and to do so without regard for previous agreements within the alliance. As the SWP lamented, Tagesspiegel, May 24, 2012, that his main goal was to bring the troops home as quickly as possible. This premise of Obama's transformed the troop surge and the intensification of targeted killings into a means of achieving the fastest possible troop withdrawal, thereby limiting in advance any prospects for success in the fight against the Taliban. The building up of Afghan security forces, euphemistically called Afghanization, which was simultaneously declared a priority, thus also became a means to an end. The three elements of counterinsurgency were simply supplemented by the addition of the transfer of military command authority to Afghan military leaders. The same strategy that had been employed in Iraq to contain the civil war in order to strengthen the central government, led in Afghanistan, where, to make matters worse, there had also been an increased reliance on support from tribal militias to the undermining of the central government's monopoly on the use of force, in the words of the SWP. Under Obama, the realization that the Taliban could not ultimately be decisively defeated not only took hold but also became the prevailing view. The development of the Afghan security forces was pushed forward in the hope that the central government would eventually be able to rely on them, even though no one believed this would happen. The SWP noted the following regarding Obama's path to withdrawal. American combat troops are not to remain in Afghanistan indefinitely. That is the core of Obama's vaguely worded message, which operates according to the principle of hope, or involves a bet that, after the withdrawal of American troops, the Afghan side will be capable of good governance and administration. Because the SWP is a German foundation, this accurate assessment of the Obama doctrine was coupled with complaints about typical American cultural insensitivity. The American debate is said to be very much rooted in technocratic thinking, which stands for a downright apolitical and ahistorical ideology of feasibility. In 2014, not only did Operation Enduring Freedom, which was not allowed to be called Operation Infinite Justice, come to an end in a completely apolitical and ahistorical manner, but so did the UN-mandated mission of the International Security Assistance Force, ISAF. The final withdrawal of all international forces, including the Bundeswehr, began, reducing the total strength of all international military forces to just over 9,500 as of February 2021. Since then, the focus has been solely on building up the Afghan security forces under the banner of resolute support. The fight against remnants of al-Qaeda and the newly emerged ISIS groups in Afghanistan remained the sole responsibility of the U.S. Army, which dubbed this campaign Operation Freedom's Sentinel. As part of this operation, in April 2017, the mother of all bombs, the U.S. Army's largest conventional bomb, was deployed against a tunnel system believed to belong to ISIS in eastern Afghanistan. 1 year after the start of resolute support, the SWP issued a particularly damning assessment of the Afghan leadership of the security forces. The army and police, as well as the intelligence service, were said to be part of a patronage system encompassing the entire state apparatus. Enrichment and embezzlement were commonplace, numerous subordinates existed only on paper, and kidnappings and protection rackets occurred frequently. There were informal ceasefires with the Taliban, and around 70% of the losses in the security forces are not due to deaths and injuries, but to voluntary departures such as desertions. A particularly troubling aspect of the relationship between NATO troops and local forces, one that lays bare the Americans' dilemma in all its ugliness, was the so-called insider attacks, in which uniformed Afghans exploited their freedom of movement within the barracks of the international force to carry out assassinations. The English edition of Wikipedia is likely correct in its assessment that these incidents are primarily attributable not to infiltrated terrorists, but to cross-cultural misunderstandings, social slights, and personal vendettas. The SWP assessment of the state of the Afghan security forces, published as early as 2015, reads almost identically to those from August 2021, written in the wake of the Taliban's triumphant advance. Over the years, the overall situation has ultimately changed only in that the Taliban have been able to capture more and more territory. This is particularly bitter for that minority among the local forces who wanted more than to be part of the system of a shithole country called the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan, and who had to endure Joe Biden's invectives, delivered on the occasion of the Taliban's capture of Kabul, that the Afghans didn't want to fight, in all their insulting harshness. Against this backdrop, the SWP was able to reuse a boilerplate text, which it had used, for example, on March 24, 2021, year after year, and, unfortunately, was always correct. Quote, NATO, and thus also the Bundeswehr, are far from successfully completing the task of building up Afghan security forces capable of independently and effectively ensuring security throughout the entire territory. Spiegel, March 24, 2021. Undeniably, Trump's February 2020 agreement with the Taliban, which has only one purpose: to finally make the Americans' complete withdrawal irreversible, has further eroded morale among local forces and immensely boosted that of the Taliban. However, anyone who, like the writer Naveed Kermani, spreads fake news claiming that Trump's America First policy is to blame for the escalation of violence and the Taliban's rise to power, is knowingly ignoring the fact that Trump merely continued and brought to a conclusion the Afghanistan policy of his predecessor, the Nobel Peace Prize laureate. Even the trivializing talk of violence escalating, as if it were a bar brawl, makes it clear that Kermani is not concerned with the truth, but with perpetuating German stereotypes of the enemy. FAZ, August 26, 2021. When it was reported in mid-August 2021 that CIA Director William Burns had traveled to Kabul for talks with the Taliban, people at the FAZ, among others, rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Could it be that the Americans were trying to effectively making the Taliban a partner in the fight against terror? What seems absurd at first glance is not so ill-considered from a strategic perspective. In the U.S., observers have soberly noted what distinguishes the Taliban from their rivals, the Islamic State and Al-Qaeda, who also adhere to the Ummah ideology, and why they are at odds with ISIS. Although the Taliban adhere to the teachings of the Deobandi school, the second most influential Sunni ideological think tank after Cairo's Al-Azhar University, which proclaims that the concept of the Ummah must take precedence over any national idea, they nevertheless differ significantly from ISIS and Al-Qaeda in that they are strongly ethnically defined. Contrary to what Matthias Kunzel, for example, claims, the, if one will, internationalist or anti-national character of the Taliban movement, despite its cross-border affinities with its Pashtun brethren in Pakistan, is only marginally pronounced, particularly in relation to ISIS. The same is true of the revolutionary impulse to establish a borderless caliphate at any cost. In comparison to ISIS, it becomes strikingly clear what has always distinguished the Taliban as a quasi-national liberation movement from Al-Qaeda. Unlike ISIS and even Al-Qaeda, do not see themselves primarily as an elitist, subversive vanguard of a borderless Ummah, but rather as guardians of threatened Islamic values in their ancestral homeland. Although the three militant groups are products of Islam's deep crisis, IS supporters embody a new type of mujahideen, one who is typically urban and thus more uprooted than a Talib. Al-Qaeda, which under bin Laden always aimed first at the conquest of Saudi Arabia, and thus the cradle of Islam, and only then at the boundless caliphate, stands strategically between ISIS and the Taliban. The differing interpretations of the Ummah doctrine are also reflected in how these murderous gangs are viewed by supporters of a jihadist international in the West. Radicalized, predominantly migrant youths will not travel from the West to the Hindu Kush to join the Taliban, whom they perceive as old-fashioned, peasant-like, and uncool. In this milieu, ISIS is considered far more attractive. It is no coincidence that its leaders present themselves like true gangster rappers and, as the internationalist vanguard of Islam, promise endless murder, robbery, and rape. All over the world, but especially in sub-Saharan Africa, where a jihad of unprecedented proportions has been raging against the local Christian population for years, a situation the West mostly acknowledges with a shrug or, as in the case of Mali, seeks to cover up with a bit of military political window dressing. The murderous extremists are ideologically aligned with ISIS. It's not even a matter of delving into whether the Taliban have changed. What has changed since 9/11 is jihadism, which has since radicalized to such an extent that it recognizes national borders only to eliminate them. Its pop factor makes the Taliban, who still struggle with the modern means of communication used by the infidels, rather than fully exploiting them as ISIS does, look outdated. Joe Biden's remarks from August of this year reflect at least some understanding of the division within the jihadist scene and its consequences, when he emphasized that the issue was today's threats, not yesterday's, and spoke of how we live in a new world, in which the terrorist threat has spread across the globe. Biden, who was merely continuing what Obama and Trump had set in motion as an exit strategy, also posed the rhetorical question in his August 31st speech as to whether we would ever have gone to Afghanistan if we had been attacked from Yemen on September 11, 2001. His hardly surprising no, however, implies a yes in the case of Iraq. For in Iraq, under the influence of the neocons, at least according to their own claims, the goal was truly nation-building across an entire region, so that one must logically speak of a failure here. Against the backdrop of the differing objectives for Afghanistan and Iraq, especially in the event of a not at all unlikely anti-terrorism alliance between the Americans and the Taliban, the question of the fundamental purpose of the Afghanistan campaign arises. In 2001, the Taliban were allies of what was then the most significant terrorist group, Al-Qaeda. Today, they are opponents of the most significant terrorist group, ISIS. And after 20 years, is that supposed to be the end of it? The Taliban were at least as surprised by their own advance into Kabul as the rest of the world was. This is closely linked to the fact that large segments of the combat-ready Afghan security forces did not lay down their arms in the face of the Taliban, but simply gave up in the face of the self-fulfilling prophecy of Western policy. Whether the Taliban will truly be able to hold on to power in the long term is irrelevant, because there will be virtually no Western support for those Afghans who wish to remain in the country to fight against the Taliban. This is due not only to the fact that, based on the experiences of the last 20 years, the U.S. priority is to prevent a repeat of a second Afghanistan, but even more so to a realignment of its own interests. In his 2 August speeches marking the hasty withdrawal of U.S. troops, Joe Biden unequivocally emphasized why it was time to era of large-scale military operations to reshape other countries must come to an end. The true strategic competitors, according to Biden, are China and Russia, noting that the U.S. is engaged in serious competition with China, while it faces Russia on multiple fronts. The U.S. clearly does not intend to seriously compete with China for spheres of influence in Afghanistan. It is not at all unlikely, however, that given the disastrous investment conditions in Afghanistan, China's crackdown on the Uyghurs along the border with Afghanistan, and the massive opium problem that Afghanistan poses for China, even the Chinese, known for their ruthlessness, will ultimately be better off keeping their hands off the country and rerouting the Silk Road to bypass it. The fact that China is now widely recognized in the U.S. as the major rival, whose containment and rollback must take precedence over all other strategic considerations, is also linked to the U.S.'s devastating misjudgment of the country's development, which has decisively facilitated China's rise. Relying on the invisible hand of liberalism, the 2002 national security strategy, dictated by the neocons and which enshrined preventive interventionism for the Iraq war states, for example, that China is well on its way to social and political freedom under the power of market principles and the requirements of the WTO. The fact that the Americans, unlike the Europeans with the Germans leading the way, are now prepared to prevent the potential hell of Chinese world domination. As Max Horkheimer once described the threat when he took sides with the Americans during the Vietnam War, may also have prompted the Australians to place more trust in the reconstruction of an old Western anti-fascist alliance with Great Britain and the US than in the submarines of France, a country that has consistently proven unreliable when it comes to anti-fascism. As for Afghanistan, the conclusion, to borrow a phrase from the SWP, is this: for 20 years, the approach in Afghanistan was not one of getting bogged down in a network strategy, but rather of consistently operating in a state of strategic aimlessness. The main reason for this was that in Afghanistan, if the goal had seriously been to build a civil society or to engage in nation-building, the central question would have had to be how to create the conditions under which both would even be possible. That would have meant having to defeat not only the Taliban but an entire society, which would then not have been rebuilt but completely recreated from scratch. among other things, by ensuring that people were not merely educated but rather educated for the first time, so that local forces of all stripes could gain some understanding of what they were actually fighting against if something better were to emerge than having to choose between an Islamic republic and an Islamic emirate. It was a mistake to assume, as Peter Schollator did, that too little was known about Afghanistan, which is why the effort ultimately failed. Rather, people refused to acknowledge the abundant knowledge about Islam's role in society and glossed over it, as did, for example, Ahmad Milad Karimi, a man with a professorship who is considered one of the leading minds of Islam in Germany, Deutschlandradio, and is therefore expected to say what everyone wants to hear. The Taliban engaged in massive abuse of religion and had perverted beyond recognition. Deutschlandfunk, August 25, 2021. Not only did no one want to see the necessity of radically rolling back Islam in Afghanistan, but it was also difficult to do so thanks to an excessive production of morality and ideology that for years has made the refugee its civil society fetish, a fetish through which contempt for the Western bourgeois nation-state, and, as a consequence, aversion to any form of genuine nation-building. This fetish for cosmopolitanism is proof of just how utterly at a loss those are who no longer wish to waste a single thought on effectively combating the causes of flight and certainly do not ask themselves whether perhaps not everything was bad about the idea of national liberation. What remains is a view of the world that extends only as far as the Libyan Mediterranean coast and the necessary sea rescues there, coupled with the devastating message that anyone who fights locally for a better life instead of becoming a refugee has only themselves to blame for their fate. With such enemies of humanity, there's no point in arguing about whether the Americans should be criticized for apparently not even having considered establishing a well-secured American protectorate in Kabul behind walls. A civilizational enclave of freedom, in whose schools only teachers not trained by the GIZ would serve, where no Islam-compliant textbooks would be used, where no networked approaches would be allowed to exert their destructive influence, and where one would adhere, in a completely apolitical and ahistorical manner, to an American ideology of feasibility, which would enable all Kabul residents and those seeking refuge there to lead a reasonably good individual life. If one wishes to level such a criticism at the Americans, one should always bear this warning in mind. It can lead to serious errors when the promise of the U.S. is equated with the reality of the U.S., when the promise of civilization is confused with the reality of civilization. The joy laboriously concealed by formalistic, stilted expressions of grief over the public execution of Charlie Kirk, as displayed by the public broadcaster's professional agitators Dunja Hayali and Elmar Thavesan, who now portray themselves as victims of sinister machinations, is a symptom of a mass phenomenon rooted in a firewall mentality, the collectively celebrated delight in the death of a political opponent. After the news platform News and Die Welt had reported with restrained criticism on the cluster of deaths, apparently not caused by external factors, of 7 AfD politicians in North Rhine-Westphalia who had intended to run in the local elections held in September, the Tagesschau complained under the headline "No Irregularities in the Deaths of Deceased AfD Candidates" about a campaign launched by right-wing populist and pro-Russian forces. The causes of death that have come to light include a heart attack, a suicide, and kidney failure. Some of the individuals also suffered from pre-existing conditions. Speculation about unnatural causes of death lacks a factual basis. Candidates have died before local elections in the past as well, but according to T-Online, these cases were previously only a local issue and were never linked to conspiracy theories. Citizens spared from collective amnesia will recognize such platitudes, presented as a rebuttal to any critical inquiry, from the COVID-19 era, when a blanket reference to pre-existing conditions was enough to dismiss any question about potentially fatal side effects of the vaccine. The belief that heart attacks and suicides are politically acceptable causes of death also stems from that era, which has fallen prey to collective amnesia. It would be wrong to respond to such hypocritical rationalizations by actually suspecting a conspiracy by the establishment parties behind the reported deaths. The average age of the AfD candidates, among whom the deceased were counted, is comparatively high. They are predominantly white elderly men. And in this country, only right-wing populist enemies of the Constitution are asking themselves why an AfD member might have taken his own life. However, the fact that News, where all these plausible reasons for the high number of deaths were presented and speculations about a conspiracy were rejected, was nonetheless dismissed by the Tagesschau as right-wing populist, simply because the platform gave the topic coverage, and that the lack of evidence for outside interference is casually filed away under the label "no irregularities," shows what more prominent propagandists against the right, that is, against any civil liberty, such as the Green Party's Jette Nietsard, have long been openly stating. Due to residual conditioning from the Western Allies' re-education, They are refraining for now from taking drastic action against the AfD, but are already considering armed resistance. That is, transforming themselves into an anti-fascist-style SA as a preventive measure for the future. The official final results of the North Rhine-Westphalia local elections were thus communicated with a similar mix of emotional rigidity and self-satisfied objectivity as the previous deaths. Although the AfD nearly tripled its share of the vote to 14.5%, the Firewall, CDU, 33.3%, SPD, 24.3%, remains intact. Even if the AfD were to triple its result once again, the Firewall would remain intact, for it never occurs to Firewall Democrats that changes in the balance of power resulting from democratic elections could overturn the parliamentary balance of power. How they would react if an AfD politician were actually assassinated by a Firewall defender acting on his own initiative can be predicted with precision in light of the failed assassination attempt on Michael Sturzenberger in Mannheim and the successful one on Kirk in North Carolina, with the same ice-cold, triumphant grief with which Dunja Hayali portrays herself as a victim of right-wing populist conspiracies. Born the daughter of a winemaking family in Bad Kreuznach, Rhineland-Palatinate, Julia Klockner is what leftists have come to despise as the embodiment of conservatism, down-to-earthness, and closeness to the people. A Catholic, German wine queen in 1995-96, and a graduate of a traditional educational path. She studied political science, Catholic theology, and education, completed an internship at Südwestrundfunk in Mainz, worked at a specialized wine publishing house, and received further training at a U.S. think tank for business executives. In 2001, she joined the CDU District Executive Committee in Bad Kreuznach, served as Federal Minister of Food and Agriculture from 2018 to 2021, and has been President of the German Bundestag since 2025. In her private life, too, she behaves like a good Christian, grounded in discretion and tradition. She kept her marriage to entrepreneur Ralph Grieser, which lasted from 2019 to 2023, out of the public eye, just as she has done with her relationship with television host Jord Palawa, which began in 2025. Together, they are taking legal action against the publication of paparazzi photos. She opposes embryonic stem cell research but supports adult stem cell research. She regards the protection of unborn life as a constitutional obligation. She does not support full legal equality for same-sex partnerships but does support tax equality. She explained to Dom Radio why the Catholic Church is not an NGO. She called for a ban on the public wearing of the burqa in Germany, and she advocated for measures to limit the admission of refugees. One need not share her political views, but one can disagree with her openly because she has internalized the politeness and decorum that have been a key reason for the success of conservatism in the Federal Republic. This is roughly what an enlightened left-wing stance toward Klockner would look like. But ever since the Greens, the SPD, and the Left Party, with the help of the CDU, have redefined our democracy in the parliamentary arena, the progressively renewed people's community now expects even contemporary conservatives to break the rules, act with impudence, and cause disruption, and regards good manners as an expression of immorality. That is why, when Klockner announced in March, on the occasion of her new role as President of the Bundestag, that she would also pay an inaugural visit to the AfD parliamentary group, the Greens made such a loud fuss that she abandoned the courtesy visit under the pretext of scheduling conflicts. Since then, events have unfolded in rapid succession. Klockner's refusal, announced in June, to allow the rainbow flag to fly in front of the Reichstag was met with such outrage by the Firewall parties, with the exception of the CDU, as if she had proposed hoisting the flag of the German Empire. When she attended a summer party in Koblenz in August hosted by Frank Gotthard, financier of the news portal News, Irene Mihalik, parliamentary secretary of the Green Party's Bundestag caucus, and Heidi Reichenegg of the Left Party urged her to resign. Ever since the Firewall parties merged into the unified bloc party, Our Democracy, the AfD, because it has not yet been banned, has been regarded as the element in parliament that is harmful to the people, and media outlets that do not share this persecution complex are considered subversive to democracy. In the face of those who undermine democracy, certified Democrats must behave like conviction hygienists of 2020 and beyond in the face of the virus. Keep their distance and report any attempt to shake hands. Because Klockner, due to her good upbringing, her trust in the principles of the rule of law, and her habitual politeness, violated this antisocial maxim and refused to treat the dirty kids any differently from the model students. She now has dirty hands herself and is no longer allowed to participate in any roundtable discussions. While Klockner, because she did everything right, is seen by German model Democrats as doing everything wrong, Marcel Fratzscher, president of the German Institute for Economic Research (DIW), has done everything right because he reliably does everything wrong. When he called for a mandatory year of social service for retirees in August, the Social Association of Germany, SOVD, called it disrespectful, thereby bestowing upon him the highest praise that can be given to an economic representative in a democracy protected by a firewall, a democracy that demands respect only for itself but at any time, at its own discretion, slanders, mocks, and, if necessary, ruins its critics. Fratzscher has proven himself a reliable advocate of the civil state not only through his desire for the complete exploitation of the elderly, but also through his constant, convenient misforecasts. Disrespect toward the right people is elevated by reliable incompetence. In the spring of 2016, following a delusional fact-check, Fratzscher reinforced Angela Merkel's confidence that Germany would manage uncontrolled mass immigration from Islamic countries with the statement, "Many of the refugees will pay for the baby boomers' pensions." Since then, he has evolved and come to the realization that the refugees can only pay for the baby boomers' pensions if the retired baby boomers perform unpaid labor until their deaths. This, too, pleases our democracy, whose administrators know that white old men and women, unlike ethnically potent Muslim barbarians, tend to compare memories of the past with present reality and to judge that reality skeptically in light of such comparisons. Because we, that is, everyone except himself, have squandered the peace dividend, Fratzscher now claims that the elderly, instead of looking back on their lives with senile but happy nostalgia, should get more involved, for example in the Bundeswehr, which could benefit from the technical skills of German retirees. Given the state of the Bundeswehr's infrastructure, he might be right with this prediction, for who else would be capable of bolting together falling apart weapons and vehicles to make them serviceable again if not 80-year-old former plumbers? In this respect, this proposal reveals the harmony between the desire for conformity and the acceptance of fallibility, between expertise that serves the powers that be and unscrupulous lack of principle, a harmony that Fratzscher embodies. Part of this lack of principles is that he sometimes makes jokes that the general public doesn't understand, which he can then complain about. For example, the suggestion made on the ARD podcast Absolute Mehrheit that anyone allowed to vote only after turning 18 should no longer be allowed to vote during their last 18 years of life. Of course, he later explained, this was not meant literally but was humor, and he took the opportunity to mock the Germans' lack of a sense of humor. Fratzscher's profession might suggest that he belongs to the same clique as Klockner, to the ruling class, the powerful, the mainstream. But who belongs to the mainstream and who does not is determined not solely by profession and tax bracket, but by insight, sound judgment, and a developed conscience. The cheerfully affirmed complete absence of these qualities, which characterizes the up-to-date Germans who are merely functional, distinguishes Fratzscher from Klockner, who is incapable of making a fool of herself just to be considered sensible among fools. Unlike Fratzscher, she possesses what was once regarded in the bourgeois era as evidence of successful character development. A fallible but stable self, which in this colorful new land is now being disposed of, along with retirees, those in need of care and nursing home residents, by the garbage collection service backed by the Office for the Protection of the Constitution. But it's not just the elderly who cause problems. The young do as well. For despite the Federal Republic's determined economic self-destruction, the Islam-inspired opening of borders and climate policy brainwashing, many of them still want today what our parents and grandparents once earnestly hoped for their children. A better life, a happy future, and a fulfilling career, one through which they might even hope to earn money. Instead of empowering women in burqas and men with knives, they want to learn to read and write in as many languages as possible, buy a car, fly on vacation with social and health insurance, rent a 3-room apartment, and shower for at least 15 minutes every day. To drive these silly notions out of their heads and drill into them that we do not live on an island, Martin Patzelt, former mayor of Frankfurt, Oder, and immorally, still a member of the same party as Klockner, recommends that young people complete their voluntary social year in the refugees' countries of origin in the future, by which he means Syria and Afghanistan rather than Ukraine. We need to reach the younger generation to foster understanding of the problem, he says, explaining his criticism of Federal Interior Minister Alexander Dobryn's migration turnaround, and predicts, our foreign policy will be our domestic policy tomorrow. Patzelt's prediction is likely realistic if taken literally, as the observation that, thanks to its policy of mass immigration of Islamic anti-Semites, misogynists, and homophobes, carried out under the pretext of coming to terms with the past, the Federal Republic will transform itself into an outsourced Gaza Strip within a few years. To experimentally familiarize themselves with this near future, which has been imposed on them by moral and political forces, young people should, instead of caring for retirees, children, or people with disabilities, go directly to the Palestinian, Syrian, or Afghan front lines, which will in the future run through Germany and will no longer be a foreign policy phenomenon but a domestic one. Patzold, who after 2015 advised those in Germany who supported opening the borders not only to help refugees, but to take them into their own homes, has thus articulated more clearly than other Christian Democrats what anyone who wishes to continue living in this country must come to terms with: hatred of women, gay people, and Jews, rapes, stabbings, spontaneous Islamic attacks, and gang fights, all of which a cosmopolitan Germany must deal with because they can no longer be prevented. Thus, the 78-year-old Patzold, who left the Bundestag in 2013, is, despite his age, a contemporary in the worst sense of the word. Only those who resign themselves as early, as definitively, and as enthusiastically as he has can hope for a future in this Germany. When I was 10 years old, my younger brother and I experienced deep humiliation one summer at a small swimming lake. Apparently because we spoke only standard German and not Bavarian, and were on our own, we were insulted, spat on, shoved around, and pushed into the admittedly rather shallow water by 5 or 6 local boys. We lived 3 kilometers away, between the ages of 8 and 13. Finally, they even dunked our beach towels, which we fished out amid general mocking laughter. Then we left, crying. No serious physical violence was used, and we certainly didn't fight back. We tried in vain to convince our mother that the beach towels had accidentally fallen into the water. To tell the truth, our shame ran too deep. We were incapable of defending ourselves, we hadn't been taught how, and we thought it impossible that something like that could happen. It never happened again. Since then, we've cycled past that pond on our way to the new swimming pool a kilometer further on, where something like that was impossible. Objectively and subjectively, there was no longer any reason to be afraid, let alone to submit. That was many years ago, and even back then it had long been the exception in a country where the urban-rural divide was gradually being bridged, where greater mobility in many regions had led to a mixing of the local population with those who had moved in from abroad, and where religious prejudices were on the wane. That was also the time when, even in the most remote provinces, violence against children by teachers, outside adults, and soon even parents was condemned and made a criminal offense. What applied to adults soon became the consensus among children as well, although some of the horror described at the beginning has persisted, particularly among them. Not having to defend oneself, and not needing to, became just as much a consensus as the almost always justified confidence that one could go swimming undisturbed in any lake, hang out in any park on the weekends with a six-pack and a music player, or simply encounter any stranger or group of strangers without being overcome by fear. Apart from the regular brawls between carnival workers and local youths on the last night of a folk festival, or later the arranged meetups between hooligans from different clubs to fight on a field, physical violence in public spaces seemed to be a thing of the past. It seemed unthinkable to many until recently that an archaic-seeming territorial mindset could ever return. Any suggestion that the principle of land grabbing could take hold in the midst of a society considered peaceful, and that a growing number of children, adolescents, and even adults might be gripped by the fear of being harassed, threatened, attacked, and robbed in their own city, not far from home, would have been dismissed as fanciful. The real threat of violence from outside, it seemed, had given way to a fear of violent or manipulative attacks that continued to linger unbroken within the individual, and people were confident that, just as the bogeyman invading from outside in children's games, the one haunting the soul could also be banished, a task that a steadily growing number of psychologists and other counselors had promised to address since the 1970s. Historically, vulnerability has been particularly associated with the plundering and pillaging of rural areas and cities by invading troops, which served either to procure food or, without any restraint, to punish the affected population of a conquered city and to supplement the mercenaries' pay through looting, which was permitted to them and which always entailed mass murder and mass rape. In times of peace, cities attempted to protect themselves against external threats with walls and, often, fences that resembled little more than palisades. From dusk until dawn, no one was allowed to enter, and anyone found on the street at night while everyone else was asleep aroused suspicion. For the night watchmen, armed with halberds, were not merely cheerful singers warning of possible fires. Beyond the city walls, those who had a sturdy house and enough servants protected themselves against intruders. Those who had to live alone were at a disadvantage. The danger from outside, represented by so-called vagabonds and, only exceptionally, by bands of robbers, was very real. For their own safety, people shut themselves away, traveled only when absolutely necessary, and, outside of their work, led uneventful, likely excruciatingly boring lives within their own four walls, where scary stories served partly to soothe their fears and partly to perpetuate them beyond their actual truth. There were hardly any notions of an open landscape or, as far as cities were concerned, an urban landscape that was safely accessible to everyone, for such places were fraught with fear. An increased police presence, but more importantly the introduction of gas lamps in the early 19th century and the resulting increase in activity, shortened the night and fostered a greater sense of security. The bogeyman, whom people feared, receded into the background even for children and became a source of amusement. All of this also applied to Jews in Western Europe. They were, however, confronted with an additional form of looting and murder that, in times of peace, originated within the city walls from their neighbors rather than from strangers. The pogroms, particularly between the 11th and 16th centuries, especially though not exclusively in Germany, stemmed from a state of total defenselessness that perpetuated the fear of looting and expulsion, which could be expected at any moment. The murders of October 7, 2023, on Israeli territory beyond the Gaza Strip make it clear that the Arab perpetrators are well aware of what has traditionally been done to the Jews. Once relative security was established, their posture and gaze became more confident. Even without weapons or physical training, people began to walk with their heads held high, as free people among free people. To this day, looking a chance encounter in the eye carries a lingering sense of reassurance that the other person is truly harmless. Implicit in eye contact is the now unconscious agreement that one is bound by the rules of a society that seeks to recognize an equal in the other. For nearly the entire history of humanity, the subaltern classes were denied the right to walk upright and look people in the eye when encountering those of higher status. Even in times when sanctions for misconduct in public were abolished, the carefree audacity of symbolically placing oneself on equal footing with those of higher status was still considered impertinent. In exercising their new rights, the subalterns were initially often genuinely rude, for they were testing the waters and confronting members of the upper classes during chance encounters with gazes that conveyed not equanimity but defiance, flirting with their own physical superiority. It must be noted, in most Western European countries beginning in the early 2000s, that there has been an erosion of the sense of internal security established after 1945, which managed almost entirely without the police officer on the corner as its guarantor. Since then, repression has not merely been internalized, because the superego had long since wielded its baton against recklessness and overconfidence. The general acceptance, above all, of the inviolability of physical integrity and of private as well as public property, but also the preservation of each individual's human dignity, is indeed inconceivable without the long economic boom that lasted into the 1970s, followed by a period of relative prosperity extending into the 1990s, but the consensus does not end there. Economic and social crises, wars, and civil wars can accelerate the erosion of such customs, but they need not. Overcoming people's immediate fear of their fellow human beings in chance everyday encounters, even when no third party could step in to save the day, seemed to be a form of progress that people across all social classes shared and did not want to fall behind on. The fact that things are different elsewhere, as we constantly learn from the media, could be one reason for all the greater appreciation of this sense of security. Above all, the rejection of the highly unequal distribution of property and future prospects did not seem to shake this consensus. Public safety is neither an illusion nor merely a manipulation by some rulers under the guise of internal peace. In Germany and Italy, the defeated proletariat had to learn after 1918 the hard lesson of being mocked and collectively punished in their own neighborhoods by the regime's henchmen. In the wake of the suppression of workers and farm laborers' unrest in Italy and the isolated revolutionary uprisings in Germany up to 1923, the terror perpetrated by the fascists, or in Italy their predecessors, and even before the SA gangs by the Free Corps and, in some cases, the regular police in Germany, was widespread and persisted in some industrial centers until 1945. After that, the direct terror against those sections of the proletariat that had not completely surrendered even after 1933 became a thing of the past. As early as January 1919, revolutionaries in Germany were forced to bitterly acknowledge that their call to rise up aroused far less interest than the promise of public safety offered by the democratic state then in the process of being established, a promise that even the proletarian population preferred to a state of emergency that seemed reckless to them. And yet the old terror had not been overcome. In the old children's rhyme, the narrator, who then plays the role of the captor, asked, "Who's afraid of the bogeyman?" The others replied in unison, "Nobody." The narrator exclaimed, "But what if he comes?" and received the answer, "Then we'll run away." Although the Black Man game includes an escape room, which by no means all children are supposed to reach, It nonetheless expresses the hopelessness in the face of unleashed terror and serves as a stark reminder of the times of arson and looting of the Turks, who may have been associated with the color black. Up until the final turning point at Vienna in 1683, the soot-blackened armies of mercenaries, especially during the 30 Years' War and, to a much lesser extent, the Napoleonic Wars up to 1813. Inherent in the game, which likely traces its origins to the processing of the Plague era in the late Middle Ages, is the experience of helplessness passed down through legends, a primal fear that preserves the repeatability of the old horrors. What is particularly frightening about the Black Man game is that the child, who initially acts alone, gradually becomes more and more subservient to the others through high fives and turns into a hunter as well. The progress of civilization, which consists in the fact that the Black Man no longer appears as an individual or a gang of robbers, nor as an arbitrarily acting state militia or civil war force, was still accompanied, even in times when the new sense of security, coupled with a relative increase in prosperity, seemed unchallenged, by a completely different, seemingly irrational fear, since the other remained formless in chance encounters, and often wished to remain so, the damaged individual suspected hostile intentions in him, which increased to the extent that one's own insecurity grows within him into a general threat scenario. Quote, "People are now, to a greater extent, becoming for one another a source of visual pleasure or, conversely, a source of visual displeasure, and triggers of feelings of embarrassment of varying degrees. The immediate fear that one person causes in another has diminished, and in relation to it, the inner fear mediated by the I and the superego is now on the rise." End of quote. This fear is expressed in the fact that people are gradually becoming more and more sensitive to anything that resembles an attack. Even the mere gesture of an attack leads one into the danger zone. This assessment from Norbert Elias's The Civilizing Process, published in 1939, likely stems primarily from the experiences of Jewish immigrants in Great Britain, a country that remained remarkably unperturbed even during the Great Depression, and extends far beyond the time of its origin. Discretion, the upholding of personal sovereignty, and a strong appreciation for privacy correspond to the loneliness of the proud bachelor, who lacks both the potential to cross boundaries and the shame-laden ability to make his own neediness the starting point for cooperation with others. This reflects a damaged life, but also the successful sublimation of one's own destructive instinctual energy, known as uncontrollability. Being able to go through life with one's head held high and a steady gaze is a step forward that nevertheless, even in the word itself, points to a struggle present within the psyche. For one is always staring death in the face. One is unconsciously confronted with constant danger. A danger that, while abstract, takes concrete form in the anonymous other, whom one assesses for potential aggression, which is why one must look them courageously in the eye. Elias likely had in mind, as a starting point for his reflections, those volatile characters of the Italian Renaissance who can be exemplified by the artists Benvenuto Cellini and Michelangelo Merci de Caravaggio, who defended their personal sovereignty with unrestrained violence even over trivial matters. The armed self-assertion of these two men was due not only to the pervasive violence of their era in the form of bandits, but also to members of militias who were in the pay of rival princes and patricians and who made the cities unsafe. Overarching this real threat was a sense of honor, the protection of which required that a misunderstood gesture, or even just a glance perceived as insulting, be immediately recognized as an existential threat and repelled accordingly. In these violent outbursts of rage, a self that was unsure of itself also came to the fore, a self that, having been cast out of the unquestionable old order rooted in feudal or guild domination, could see in the new order, which provided for competition in the marketplace, only the alternative between unbridled self-assertion and individual ruin. In their works of art, both artists, albeit ambivalently, made the overcoming of this brutally expressed destructive impulse their subject matter and pointed to what they, as actors in everyday life, had failed to achieve. That overcoming one's own uncontrolled impulses is an essential prerequisite for a reconciled society. However, Elias likely also spoke of the gesture of attack because in encounters between members of different classes, which, while mostly nonviolent in Great Britain, nevertheless had confrontation inscribed within them in the struggle over the distribution of social wealth. 80 years later, as far as members of the majority society are concerned, it is all about a seemingly delusional need for self-protection, which drives out the visual pleasure derived from the other, who is viewed across the board as an aggressor if he or she does not abide by the rules. These rules are codified in self-help guides for daily life, which specify the maximum duration of a gaze that is still considered acceptable. 8 years ago in the United Kingdom, 500 participants were asked to watch videos and indicate each time whether they found the gaze of the people shown, Note by J.W. Pleasant or unpleasant. From this, the researchers calculated how long the perfect gaze should last. Namely, slightly longer than 3 seconds. If eye contact lasts longer, it is perceived as intrusive or threatening. If it lasts shorter, it suggests a lack of social competence. DLF Nova, July 7, 2016. The study was clearly driven by a specific agenda as the researchers, acting as social coaches, were less interested in targeting the aggressor sitting across the bench than in emphasizing, for the benefit of their own clientele, who are increasingly unable to tolerate eye contact with strangers, that at least a minimum willingness to engage is socially desirable for getting along with neighbors, fellow students, colleagues, or superiors. A direct gaze, no matter how long it may be, always assesses the other person and categorizes them as potentially dangerous or harmless, belonging to one's own social class or an outsider, successful or a failure, sexually attractive or not. However, as long as it does not become harassing, as is often the case with the intrusive staring at mostly young women, it is always also an expression of curiosity. Anyone who consistently reacts to this with a sense of embarrassment unwittingly reveals that they lack communication skills, and not just during a job interview. The fact that more and more people, especially young people, now perceive as an aggressor virtually any stranger who does not turn away with at least a similarly sheepish look is the subject of applied psychology, which strives to promote a candidate's suitability for future employment or an internship. For some time now, the focus has been on the loss of an ability described by the pejorative term lack of interpersonal skills. The category of interest, however, is broader. It always includes the curiosity that is still entirely uninhibited in children, a curiosity aimed at coming to terms with the world surrounding them and which, in a chance encounter, does not necessarily assess suitability for one's own or, more generally, societal exploitative purposes. The person sitting across from you on a commuter train may be a streamlined enforcer of a societal trend that boils down to a purely exploitative relationship, one into which one seeks to force not only others but also oneself. Yet their gaze may also reflect a sensual appropriation of the external world, one that does not aim at concrete evaluation or devaluation within a competitive relationship, but rather seeks something special in the other that one also wishes to claim for oneself. By discrediting visual pleasure, curiosity about the other as an encroachment on their personal autonomy, the very existence of impartiality is denied from the outset, a state that often manifests itself in the avoidant gaze. The tormented self thus calls out reproachfully to its surroundings, "What are you looking at?" and splits into the roles of the hunted deer and the hunting wolf, seemingly seeking only a safe space where they can be safe from transgressions among their peers. People who identify as queer in particular defend their sanctuary against rule breakers with a ferocity that can jeopardize the very existence of an entire cafe or club. Where the sought-after community, one that silences all contradictions, cannot be established internally, that same authoritarian need manifests itself all the more recklessly against an outside world, which one seeks to make pay for what it is alleged to have done to them. In the worst-case scenario, and this has indeed occurred, people come to identify with an actual public aggressor, to whom they attribute what they themselves lack. Assertiveness derived from being embedded in a community where solitude is a foreign concept. In short, the power to take revenge on a civilization perceived as hostile, whose demands one is unwilling or unable to face. The proverbial "what are you looking at?" is by no means the humorous exchange delivered in a comical pidgin German, as popular cabaret artist and anti-Semite Kaya Janner began popularizing 20 years ago in the comedy series of the same name. Janner portrayed the third generation of Turkish immigrants as bringing a refreshing touch to the gray world of the German majority with their immediate warmth and directness, thereby glossing over reality. For if you don't belong, you're supposed to sneak past the speaker and his crew with your eyes fixed on the ground, since looking them in the eye is considered an act of presumption that can be punished. Take Bad Godesberg, for example. All eyes were on that neighborhood after the 2016 murder of 17-year-old Nicholas Paler by an Islamist-dominated youth gang, even though migrant youth gangs had been actively involved there since at least 2007. At some point, it could no longer be denied that loosely organized migrant youths of Muslim background had, for years, been attacking, robbing, and beating up so-called white youths, including not only, as is stubbornly claimed, high school students from wealthy families, on the border between the poor and the wealthy parts of Bad Godesberg. Under the title, The Bad Godesberg Phenomenon, an editor at the Frankfurter Rundschau compiled original quotes that were published on January 26, 2019. Under the subheading, A Young Migrant Speaks About German Victims, one of the perpetrators is quoted as saying, "There are 3 categories of Germans. First, Nazis. Second, those who are like us. And third, victims. That's what they're called. I'm sorry to put it that way. German victims are the ones you pick on. The high school students, for example. They talk about uninteresting things, mostly in a condescending way. But you just call them victims. And when they walk past a foreigner, they look down at the ground like that. In Meddinghoven, where I live, I don't see any Germans at all anymore. Here at the youth center, it's 100% foreigners. No Germans come here. Some live around here, but they don't come out because they think, I'll get robbed. Germans put up with a lot too. They don't fight back. Let's say the high school kids meet up in the spa gardens. Then, for example, one of us finds out and says, yeah, today we're going to the Kerr Park. There are plenty of jackies there. That's what we call the loot we take. Cell phones and jackets. We have a completely different threshold for inhibition. End of quote. One guy, who already had a few dentures put in at age 18, states for the record, we were walking through Bad Godesberg. We'd been doing beer-chugging contests at the Polliner beforehand. That's why we were already a little tipsy. Then we just got provoked a bit. Let's call them young hooligans with an immigrant background, colloquially known as much else. There were 4 of us. Then we fired back. The others were 2 at first and more toward the end. Give me a cigarette, you German pisser. Ha! Get lost. And stuff like that. One of them was wearing one of those hip-hop caps. And then I was like, hip-hopper, chill out. I talked to him in a pretty confrontational way. I don't think he found it as funny as I did. Then all of a sudden a car pulled up, an old BMW 5 Series, lowered, tuned up in a really tacky way, total redneck style, and 5 kickboxers got out of it. Then another group of 3 pulled up. A friend of mine was lying on the ground. The other guy was just about to kick him in the face, and I was standing kind of diagonally behind him. I was even thinking about smacking him on the back of the head. But I can't just go around smacking people on the back of the head. So I shoved him away so he couldn't kick my friend in the face. So he turned around and, so to speak, turned his attention to me. He went all out. He really smacked me right in the face. These are the kind of guys who actually practice martial arts. Then I saw all the blood, and it dawned on me that it was a bit more serious. Only then did I slowly realize that I was missing some teeth. That was annoying. End of quote. The German high school student who strives for a lighthearted tone primarily because he wants to downplay, even to himself, what at the time presumably shook him to the core, admits that he can't just hit someone else on the back of the head. Not only does he lack fighting experience and the ability to strike first, but apparently he also had no interest in acquiring such skills. The one who punched him in the face or immediately kicked him does not see his opponent's inability to mount an adequate defense as an expression of a moral restraint he ought to observe. Rather, he explicitly rejects it and invokes the law of the stronger. However, the victim's apparent physical inferiority does not give him cause to act without restraint toward everyone. In Islamic gang culture, for example, severely overweight brothers are not attacked or mocked by the physically fit, but are instead assumed to be under their protection. The prospect of loot and the pleasure they derive from seeing someone identified as German lying on the ground, injured and begging for mercy, is accompanied by a sense of triumph, shared with the bros, at having triumphed over the counterprinciple to their own lack of restraint, as embodied by the victim. The general consensus that conflicts should not be settled with physical violence, that one should treat others as equals, and thus be able to withstand their self-assured gaze, and that their sometimes superior material status should not serve as a license to rob, is mocked anew with every German who is beaten up, robbed, or sexually harassed, thereby reaffirming their own superiority. This principle does not apply within their own group, even though a considerable amount of violence is used there to establish hierarchies intended to ensure loyalty within the gang. The turf wars among themselves and the settling of personal conflicts over money and/or honor, whether with knives or firearms, which take place daily not only in Berlin-Gesundbrunnen or Duisburg-Marxloh, are governed exclusively by the laws of this parallel society, which are explicitly not bound by the principles of general law but rather operate in opposition to them, and are thus governed by the criteria of revenge and blood money. It is only the hostility toward prospective victims who do not belong to this group that fosters a fragile sense of cohesion, one underscored by certain collective rules, such as fasting during Ramadan, but even more so by submission to those among them who are unassailably rich and powerful and would know how to defend themselves. Beyond Islam and admiration for the owners of the fanciest, mostly black cars, what binds them together is the knowledge that, in their ontologically elevated otherness, they are superior to members of the majority. Responsibility for the fetishization of this otherness lies not only with Islam, with its standardization of the Ummah into a gang-like collective from which no one is supposed to break ranks, but also with those who define the perfect gaze and recognize even in the actual aggressor the sensitive victim whose otherness must be affirmed. In the Frankfurter Rundschau's report, the high school student comes off badly simply because he speaks condescendingly of proles and much else, whereas the one who passes off his lack of inhibitions in dealing with the physically weaker as anti-racist resistance goes uncriticized. Every park that German high school students no longer set foot in to party, the list is long, is a sign of territorial takeover, just as every taxi ride young women take at night for their own safety, instead of walking or taking public transportation from one club to the next. So far, it is mostly public streets and green spaces, as well as riverbanks and lockshores, where the wasteland of victory manifests itself. Hanging out there with one's peers is as agonizing as the walks outside after the family's daily breaking of the fast during Ramadan. Especially when the fasting month falls in the summer and, long after midnight, there's no one left outside to panic with one's playful, "What are you looking at?" Bad Godesberg has changed rapidly since the government relocated there. The villas where the privileged employees of ministries, administrative agencies, and embassies once lived are still inhabited mostly by elderly and affluent people, though many of them are moving away. A little further on, where the lower-ranking employees of the government apparatus once lived, the social fabric has changed fundamentally. A large number of Muslim migrants now live there, including a high proportion of North Africans. The city center looks like many other city centers. Cheap shops and snack bars, predominantly run by migrants, have replaced middle-class cafes and boutiques, and with this change, violence has spread. This violence is downplayed because, instead of showing solidarity with the victims, people seek to strike a deal with the Islamic perpetrators and their milieu. On Deutschlandfunk in 2016, it sounded like this. However, even in the past, during the Bonn era, there were neighborhoods inhabited primarily by the lower middle class and foreign guest workers. Instead of opulent villas, multi-story post-war buildings dominate the streetscape there. But back then, there were so many police and security guards that the different population groups didn't mix. In fact, they barely came into contact with one another. End of quote. Since the government relocated in 1999, contact between the various population groups has increased, as those with high inhibitions, such as high school students, can attest, though their voices are rarely heard. Quote, the director of the local youth center Case 7, Angelica Mehta, lived through that period. While the heavy police presence back then acted like a wall between the worlds, these groups now simply have to live together. This process of getting used to one another is still ongoing, says Mehta. Of course, there are still things that need to grow together. A great deal of common ground has already been established, but it still needs to be further fostered and developed. End of quote. In any case, it wasn't just the professional euphemist of intolerable conditions who, in 2016, in all seriousness recognized police protection for threatened groups as a wall between worlds, one that stands in their way as an obstacle to genuine, wall-breaking community. Bonn police spokesperson Frank Piontek also states matter-of-factly that back when Bad Godesberg was teeming with police and security services, residents could walk through dark parks unmolested even late at night, adding, but that would probably be difficult in any other city as well. Poverty and conflicts in the former diplomatic quarter, DLF, July 21, 2016. To denigrate the ability to take a walk in the park at night as the exercise of unwarranted privileges, rather than demanding precisely this level of public safety for the entire country, that is the great capitulation. Here, too, the other side should be allowed a brief word. Quote, many residents of Bad Godesberg, such as theater director Walter Ulrich, feel that this is precisely what hasn't been done enough in recent decades. Drawing boundaries and finding ways for people to live together harmoniously. Ulrich no longer believes in rapid change. He has since moved on to another place, even though it was very difficult for him. That saddens me deeply. I loved this place very much. End of quote. The malice with which Vivian Louis of Deutschlandradio Kultur summarized the resentment of the youth center director and the police chief at the time, and called out the director of a small Bad Godesberg tabloid theater, which has since closed, as representative of all the bigwigs, is inimitable. Quote, but this place, the posh diplomatic district of Bad Godesberg, no longer exists, and it never will again. End of quote. You'd have to be quite something to think of blaming the victims of threats and brutal violence for their social class. Yet in Bad Godesberg, that seems to be the done thing. Dean Wolfgang Picken, for example, head of 3 large church congregations, is quick to bring up the educational crisis. Quote, The problem starts very early with the generation of children and teenagers. They're the ones involved here now, both as perpetrators and victims. The fact is, and this is something we see throughout society, that we can no longer even speak of equal opportunity here. Here in Bad Godesberg, we have 4 or 5 private schools, as well as several public schools and institutions. One can say, without pandering to prejudices, that the student body is distributed among the schools accordingly. End of quote. While the term private school is used in a critical and envious tone in other articles from the same period, elite high school and Jesuit high school, to exonerate the aggressors as the true victims not only of a failed education policy, which is a reflection of a class struggle logic that is now solely bent on revenge, to refuse to recognize the tangible displacement occurring not only in the exodus to Berlin but also frequently in moves to Bonn residential neighborhoods often just a few kilometers away, and instead to perceive this as a refusal by members of the wealthy class to engage with the real community and to mock them for it, means creating easy targets. And this does not primarily affect the well-to-do, who can afford to move away, but above all the German residents of poor neighborhoods, and with them those migrants, including those from Islamic countries, who are trying to escape Islamic impositions but lack the means to flee to a better neighborhood. Class struggle today means coming to terms with Islam, to which one sacrifices security standards and the remnants of bourgeois values, in the hope of being spared, at least temporarily. Nothing remains of the historical class struggle, whose protagonists rejected plundering as a disgrace and expected the subject of the revolution to rise above the conditions that might otherwise turn them into subhumans. The vague concept of the Lumpenproletariat as an enemy has historically referred to the strict separation between the class-conscious proletariat and marauders. Instead of fighting to ensure that, not only in Bad Godesberg but everywhere in the Federal Republic, those old times return, when one could celebrate in the park at night without fear or simply go for a walk, it is not only the political, media, or institutionally organized public that avoids any discussion of the eroding internal security. The problem is sufficiently documented by statistics on knife attacks, robberies downplayed as picking pockets, violence in schools and kindergartens, and even gang rapes, all involving the same Islamic perpetrators, without any clear protest emerging from Germans with or without a migrant background, or from foreigners who, from experience, fear the call of the muezzin. Islam differs significantly from mainstream society in its propensity for violence and the uniformity of its followers, and yet both fear Western civilization and the open-minded perspective that defines it. This open-mindedness tells both that there is still a life out there, that nothing has to stay the same, neither the inner nor the outer misery. To one group, their misery appears as a prison that, allegedly run by parents and institutions, robs them of the courage to live, which is why the only option left is to withdraw into themselves. For the Muslim others, influenced by family and community and fueled by post-colonial anti-racist ideology, instead of curiosity about a freer world that actually exists, all that remains is a delusional sense of threat that justifies any act of violence against German victims in the name of their own race and religion. An open-minded perspective, however, is merely a prerequisite for something better, and by no means a cure. Daring to adopt it always entails uncertainty. Those walled in by the Sharia community would have to take a proactive stand against it, while members of the majority society, crumbling under the excessive, now fully internalized pressure to compete, face an even harder struggle. Their adversary is not a restrictive but at least definable violent culture, but rather an enemy operating invisibly. It is not difficult to recognize the never fully banished horrors of the past as one cause of the spreading fear of the unknown other, horrors that manifest not only in the tormented psyche of a 19-year-old with scarred forearms. Equating this reflection of a crisis-ridden society, increasingly evident among members of the German middle class, who seem to have lost all confidence and capacity for cooperation, with the public actions of actual aggressors, who exacerbate their undeniable hardship by targeting explicitly German victims, inevitably leads to the surrender of more and more residential areas, and thus their residents, to the spreading real threat, with the result that more and more people, especially young people, who live in the wrong neighborhood, no longer go out in the evenings or on weekends out of fear. For as the aforementioned thug from Bad Godesberg put it, quote, "Here at the youth center, it's 100% foreigners. No Germans come here. Some live here, but they don't come out, because they think, I'll get mugged." End of quote. A state of siege has already been imposed on civilization in places where no one goes anymore unless they have to. It's unlikely that a teenager suffering from anxiety, who barely leaves the apartment anymore, will be helped if his parents finally speak out against the increasingly frequent wolf salutes at the neighboring elementary school, rather than turning inward to stoke climate-related fears. A prerequisite for something better than having to squeeze past potential aggressors with downcast eyes would be a social consensus aimed at refusing to let fear take hold and reclaiming the streets, riverbanks, and parks that are being lost. At the end of a long quest for emancipation, one is just as alone as all those eternally young middle-class types who hang out in the same old hostels in big and megacities, where, in their Spartan common rooms, they insistently exchange the same old tips and tricks that help them cut down even further on the already tight budget they're traveling on. On the Grand Tour, which today takes the form of a staged struggle for survival in the urban jungle, people live side by side, constantly sharing stories yet passing each other by. Those you meet at the trendy spots are just like you. The others are mere window dressing. But one thing is certain: we represent the new, better world. One person already poured his heart out about this in the May 19, 2016 issue of Jungle World, even before Donald Trump's election. Quote, "But it's not just the hipsters, suit-wearing expats, and bankers who are part of the new global culture. A housemaid in Kuala Lumpur and a housemaid in Sao Paulo have very similar worries and hardships and speak the same language: English. Anyone toiling as cheap, disenfranchised labor on the high-rise construction sites of global cities is also a citizen of the world, just a poor one. Low-budget expats, construction workers, maids, taxi drivers, doctors, teachers, tradespeople, Erasmus students, EasyJet travelers, bankers, or refugees, they all come together in the cities and form new societies that are no less socially unjust, but, like the economy as a whole, have a new frame of reference. The nation, the state, and traditional values play an increasingly smaller role in this." End of quote. The world as a hostile, the revolution whose preconditions were kindly fought for on our behalf by capital, such as the freedom to sit in an internet cafe, which represents the boundless space that is as empty and at the same time as inhuman as the phrases one types into a laptop there. Quote, "Instead of demonizing the globalization of culture and trying in vain to halt urbanization, from an emancipatory perspective, it is high time to accept this new reality and fight within it for left-wing, solidarity-based developments. We should forget about the nation, the struggle for cities so that they can be cities for everyone, but also for their constant development and modernization, is the struggle for the future of emancipation. Leftist, liberal, and conservative defenders of the West must learn to let go. Bye-bye, West. Now it's about the world." End of quote. The globalized nation-state is imploding. It will completely abandon the unproductive, give up protecting individual citizens against lawbreakers, and let infrastructure fall into disrepair. It is withdrawing as a state and, in many countries, governs, if at all, as a party to civil war, for it has long since ceased to represent the common good. And that's perfectly fine with more and more opinion leaders in Germany, who, while thrilled with how well they can speak English, still preach, in classic German fashion, about letting go and accepting one's own fate. Quote, "Global cities no longer claim to be metropolises, that is, the center of a surrounding region, nor do they relate to the lagging periphery. Instead, they are joining forces with other powerful global cities where very similar technological, social, and cultural conditions prevail. Global cities are becoming global powers. Nations are puffing themselves up one last time before they burst. What is happening right now is their death throes." End of quote. Because the phrase "welcome death throes" refers not only to the collapse of a form of government, but also to the entirely mundane deaths of more and more people in the megacities as well as in the regions they have left to perish, from hunger, curable diseases, or gang gunfire, and because, in light of his cynical celebration of the survival of the fittest, the author is plagued by the fear that someone might see through him and realize he sympathizes with an order that lets more and more people die. He brandishes the academic Auschwitz Club against any objection critical of globalization. Quote, "For, of course, rootless cosmopolitans, world citizens, people who supposedly call the shots everywhere in the world and are present everywhere, at least potentially, are the surrogate for every conspiracy theory as well as for primary anti-Semitism." End of quote. Anyone who objects to the destruction of civil society in the name of what is mostly an Islamic clique-based and self-help economy is, according to this logic, aligned with the enemies of rootlessness, and is therefore something that does not even exist, an Islamophobic anti-Semite. Yet, in truth, it is the advocates of civil dislocation, cosmopolitans and global citizens, should be the first to combat a form of globalism that globalizes tribalism and barbarism. The socializing agents of this new society, celebrated in such a manner, are armed units that initially claim a monopoly on the use of force only for their homelands or neighborhoods, but, as soon as they act globally, intend boundless destruction, Formations like the Islamic State and Boko Haram are the vanguard of such globalization, which is praised not only in jungle world. The state, now reduced to metropolitan areas, follows a similar principle and either allows the neglected regions to wither away into deserted wastelands or even promotes their transformation into ganglands, where the capitalist relationship reigns only in a rudimentary form, for predatory economies are not capitalist. The globalized state refrains from any regulatory intervention in the economy. Instead, it seeks to bind its agents to itself with the promise that it will no longer do anything to constrain their actions. This is precisely what is meant by the renunciation of taxes and tariffs, of potentially protected national production, and the acceptance of the unchecked import of goods manufactured elsewhere under inhumane conditions. Among the citizens of such a state, what is today quite emancipatorily termed new societies is taking hold. What is meant are post-civil conglomerates of naturally interrelated subjects who, as collectives, either fight against one another or, along demarcated claims, barely tolerate one another. The English they speak is at a level as primitive as the language of their childhood, which they never truly mastered. The solidarity that these voiceless people develop is that of unconditional submission to the blood law of their tribe, their culture, their religion, and their neighborhood. The great cities, of which one can no longer dream since Kuala Lumpur's skyline has come to resemble New York's, are withering away into what is rightly called the global village, where individuals are sorted by race rather than class, by origin rather than position in the production process, and where the eternal law of compulsory prejudice reigns rather than the slogan "City air sets you free." There is no longer any promise in the big city, since the fantastic idea, once symbolized by New York skyscrapers, that one could truly live in luxury without the need to hoard wealth, in privacy and sociability based on complete anonymity, is now contradicted by the towers of the new global cities, where the very concept of the urban individual is being erased in the name of urbanity. At the end of a long journey, the locals, who cannot or will not go along with this and often live in increasingly underserved backwaters, are subjected to the utter scorn of the successful, who in economic terms are often not successful at all and who, in their aversion to provincial folk, are merely rationalizing their own fear of social decline. Globalization refers to an economy in whose metropolises the prerequisites for a bourgeois nation-state are already vanishing due to a lack of tax revenue, thereby dashing the hopes of people in the third world to one day live in humane conditions on their own territory. We pay homage to a global economy that has production take place where the omnipotence of the necessarily particular moral economy ensures that uprisings do not occur, and in which the remnants of statehood are transferred to a fully or largely privatized security force, whose sole responsibility is to ensure that the roads remain passable for goods, and ever more rarely for people, that the logistics network remains functional, and that the labor slaves are present every day. Wretched souls who, compared to free-wage laborers, have been left with nothing but the necessity of having to sell themselves. Under this regime, people will become equal in a somewhat different way than revolutionary theorists once imagined. They are transforming into a jaded, fatalistic mass, whose members do not even know how to name the fate to which they are at the mercy of, and who, when in doubt, beg the institutions of murder and morality that hold them captive for even more rigid acts of violence, offering themselves up as their executors. How could they possibly break free from their entrapment when those who were once called upon to do so, those who had still tried to explain which constraints one must free oneself from and to what end, now only spit with hatred and contempt at the few who are trying to resist, however inadequately? Since Donald Trump's election as U.S. president, all inhibitions have fallen away, and what would still be kept under wraps in the bourgeois nation is breaking through, albeit only rhetorically so far. The abandonment of those who cannot fit in, threatened by the revocation of their means of survival, and the abandonment of critics who refuse to conform to their deserved fate. The struggle against the locals was long enough a struggle waged by the modern state, which brutally leveled the particularism of entire segments of the population, but in its merciless actions at least created the prerequisite for a, albeit flawed, because capitalist public sphere that subjected individuals, severed from old ties, to the effective protection of general law. Today, in the mocking prejudice against the locals, the memory of the subjugation of distant agrarian regions to the laws of commodity exchange and the central state returns as an anti-national mission against stubborn guardians of a better way of life. The memory of, and indeed the hope for, a state in which people in the city and in the countryside related to one another as necessarily limited individuals, in the regulation of public affairs and in the class struggle, is to be eradicated. For emancipation, that is, the restoration of the human world of social relations to humanity itself, the bourgeois nation created the preconditions that made it possible to conceive of it in the first place. Above all, it was this bourgeois nation that allowed the critic in isolation to carry out his subversive work. in the truly global chance of hatred against the locals. On the other hand, only the evil, totalitarian aspect of bourgeois socialization seems to emerge. Yet it is precisely the calls hurled worldwide against the world in an empathetic sense, for unquestioning submission to the capitalist relationship, and not the objections mostly helplessly aimed at preservation, against its reckless implementation, that currently provide the ideological underpinning for the negative abolition of nation and law, where the seemingly liberated human being, as the world, can conceive of nothing but himself in his bloated atrophy. All boundaries vanish for him. The disintegration of the human species into ever more ethnic, cultural, and sexual identities, each of which demands respect and an absolute ban on criticism, indicates that there can no longer be any talk of the truly individual human being, who would be called upon to withdraw the abstract citizen into himself, and who recognizes and organizes his own powers as social powers, as Marx had still hoped, can no longer be spoken of. Rather, the ideologues of decline declare war not on the abstract citizen, but on abstraction itself, and thus on cooperation between individuals and free people, thereby rejecting self-organization based on common interests. The modern metropolis, which the losers of modernization in bygone eras reviled as a Moloch, does not take the place of the constitutional state. Rather, the old resentment is transformed into a celebration of the postmodern megacity, which appears as a self-sufficient organism that dictates to people how they alone can survive within it. The boundless void, extolled as cosmopolitanism, which begins immediately beyond the vanishing city limits, corresponds to the fantasies of omnipotence held by powerless ideologues who, as the people of the future standing right next to the chambermaid in Kuala Lumpur, that rightless victim of her Malaysian master, at his mercy at all times, can only recognize themselves as supposed conquerors, when in reality they are brazen smooth-talkers of the eternal laws of capital. It's not enough to tell racists and homophobes how stupid they are, but one must also not make the mistake of now turning to them with understanding. Rather, we must fight to ensure that the vision of a global community emancipating itself together can be one for everyone, and to that end we must create the societal and social conditions. Globalism for all is the slogan of the struggle, and thus, fuck the locals. End of quote. No one has more shamelessly curried favor with the institutions of waning state power, that is, the agents of a culture of acceptance for new societies. And let no one say that the simple-minded Ivo Bozic or the newspaper for which he writes is not interchangeable. You have to give Jungle World credit for being a veritable vanguard of globalization, just like Der Spiegel, Die Zeit, Süddeutsche, and Taz. Nowhere is the division into superior and inferior races more taken for granted than where any notion of the common good has been abolished, as the law in the bourgeois state still guarantees it, that is, in the globalized world. In Kuala Lumpur, which Bozic joyfully welcomes into the community of globalists, the security of one's social existence is tied to conditions dictated by Islamic racial and religious law. Nowhere is homophobia so much an ironclad law as in places where the bourgeois nation has abdicated or was never established. There, emancipation is understood as the path from general to particular law, which rejects the free, unbound individual as a legal subject and delivers them over to the violence of ethnicized gangs. One must describe such conditions with and against Bozic as a community, indeed a global community. For in the anti-civilizational term community lies the terrifying proximity of self-surrender, partly forced, partly carefree and voluntary, coupled with the simultaneous demand for unconditional respect for one's own establishment within a historyless collective state. Where society exists only in the plural, cosmopolitanism is liquidated, contrary to what the smooth talkers of globalization constantly try to convince us of. For cosmopolitanism refers to world citizenship, which one might just as well call world proletarianism, for which the law, the equality of free individuals, and the finitude of rationally organized territories are the conditions of existence. Emancipation, that overused word, which merely signifies liberation from constraints and does not positively define the better human being, becomes its opposite there, bondage and entanglement in ever more constraints, where its prerequisites have vanished. And these preconditions, both historically and in the present, lie in the liberation of large but precisely defined territories, set apart from others, from the violence of highwaymen, robber barons, and tribal confederations. In short, in the liberation from pre-bourgeois bias and arbitrariness through the monopolization of all power under the bourgeois rule of law. A new form of bias emanating, of all things, from the late bourgeois nation, which remains formally and institutionally committed to this principle, that wishes this nation ill for the sole reason that it is territorially bounded and thus proto-fascist, marks the fatalistic endpoint of the long journey of post-bourgeois history into its self-chosen abyss. where no startup can conceal the fact that the era of free commodity exchange, which Marx posited as a prerequisite for all emancipation, has long since passed, and that the organization of social production by finally liberated subjects lies further away than ever, it remains incomprehensible with what matter-of-factness people are abandoning what guarantees, day after day, that they can at least still lead a better life than the inhabitants of those much-admired megacities, who vegetate under conditions of immediate and unpredictable violence, whose goings-on they watch with fascination from an internet cafe. What is demanded everywhere today, and even hailed as an opportunity for renewal, is the retreat of the bourgeois state into a multitude of particular societies, whose members are called upon to manage their own affairs entirely on a communal basis, because neither the actual municipality clears away the trash nor does the public order office send out appointed guards against litterers, represents the perversion of capitalist socialization on a civil society basis. The utter contempt for the self-organized, and thus directly effective neighborhood strikes those who do not participate and who shun the tedious meetings to set the next, ever-expanding goals. Society, as an abstractly functioning and institutionally secured procedure bound solely to common sense, thus transforms itself into a community that always reserves the right to coerce dissenters. Elsewhere, communitarianism has long signified the authoritarian structuring of society based on pre-capitalist, or rather post-capitalist, principles, and thus the unleashing of particularistic violence to maintain not only production and distribution, but also unquestionable communal terror. From a communist or even value-critical perspective, one could spin this apocalyptic process, devoid of subjects, as a necessary and welcome path toward the Big Bang that will finally liberate classless and stateless individuals, who will then come together, transcending all that divides them, to rationally organize the world. But one should not do so, for anyone could see that such a prognosis has absolutely no basis in reality. Those who do not wish to go that far arrive at a similar conclusion due to their own sins against the colonized or decolonized world, with its supposedly degraded races and peoples. The flows of immigrants are unstoppable, and once borders have been opened, they cannot be closed again. One simply has to come to terms with these new societies, whose stormtroopers, for the time being, only whip Jews wearing kippahs, beat up trans women on the streets with iron bars, and grossly harass or rape unaccompanied Western women in deserted subway tunnels. Women whom the state then mockingly advises to take a taxi at night. What they otherwise accuse the parasitic baby boomers of, out of nothing but malicious envy, the globalists are cheerfully doing themselves in this way. Through unscrupulous inaction, decisions are being made that will be borne by future generations. Anyone who is 30 or older today and lives in Germany may grow old in a gated community. Unlike their descendants, however, they will not be entirely at the mercy of the very societies they failed to stand up to when there was still time. Revolutionaries and conservative fatalists subscribe to Wolfgang Schäuble's dictum, which could just as easily have come from Ivo Bozic. Quote, "We are always wrong when we refuse to accept the changes that are taking place. We must live with these changes and try to shape them. We cannot stop the course of history. Everyone must come to terms with the fact that Islam has become part of our country." WAZ, March 31, 2018. Islamization, as a necessary and absolutely inevitable consequence of the course of world history, is therefore the crux of the statement, because contemporary Islam, more than anywhere else, embodies what the globalist agenda desires: the convergence of transnationalization and retribalization, the dissolution of the nation-state, and the boundlessness of authoritarian, and, if necessary, murderous, welfare. Those who do not share this wild lust for ruin nevertheless shy away from calling for consequences that they, together with as many others as possible, would have to demand, above all from the state. Instead, even those who harbor no illusions about what the acceptance of parallel societies already means today in the Federal Republic of Germany resort to cautious comments that always avoid making demands, thereby making themselves complicit. The looming collapse of the Berlin education system, in which, as it is euphemistically described, religious conflicts are increasingly emerging, this rampant school jihad, to which not only Jewish children but above all teachers who take their profession seriously are exposed, is the result of the unprecedented brutalization of hundreds of thousands of members of the Turkish immigrant community who are voluntarily Islamizing themselves. Birth statistics in Germany show an enormous increase in this demographic, which since 2015 has been increasingly supplemented by refugee children, in whose minds, emotional lives, and sexual development parents, relatives, and neighbors, intentionally and unhindered by the state and society, sow the evil seeds of Islam, if indeed they still need to be sown at all. The solution cannot possibly lie in gently encouraging those who are increasingly unteachable to show consideration and reflect. The approach must be authoritarian, not merely threatening sanctions but actually imposing them, up to and including the revocation of custody rights for jihadist-minded parents. It makes no sense to point out in civilized debates that the rampant spread of the headscarf does not merely entail a repugnant role assignment for women and girls. Rather, it should be noted that, at the same time, women and girls are empowered by the headscarf to, together with their inevitable brothers and cousins, chase German sluts home. The headscarf should be banned for teachers and students in all educational institutions, from kindergarten to university, and for employees in all government agencies. Undoubtedly, demanding this would mean interfering in the sphere of the state with the aim of organizing a majority in favor of the aforementioned repressive measures. But is a critic even entitled to do that? Wouldn't that be like trying to exorcise the green devil only to end up summoning the brown Beelzebub? Isn't the attempt to counter this calamity, even with state power, merely entangling criticism in an even greater calamity? In anti-German circles, it has long been frowned upon to engage in politics. It is even more frowned upon to intervene in the capitalist economy on a capitalist basis. There is much truth to this. Politics must be rejected insofar as it refers to the disempowering consolidation of individual interests, which serves only to maintain the status quo and to blunt any criticism originally embedded within them, such as assigning a school social worker to assist the anti-Semitic Marat at the Berlin elementary school and, in the name of respect for new societies, urging the parents of the threatened Mirjam to have their daughter educated elsewhere. With anti-fascist and communist intentions, that is, as defenders of bad conditions that must be defended at all costs against the global multitude, in which every Irfan has an Evo by his side, one might counter anti-politicians with cautious optimism. But democracy has not become so deeply entrenched that people truly experience it as their own cause, or see themselves as subjects of political processes. It is perceived as one system among others, as if one had a choice on a sample card between communism, democracy, fascism, and monarchy, but not as identical with the people themselves, as an expression of their maturity. Calling for interventions in the capitalist economy becomes a manifestation of barbarism when it is intended to compulsively eliminate its inherent crisis-prone nature. Yet the condemnations of all efforts to provide the capitalist economy with a different framework, one that is more beneficial for wage laborers and perhaps even for society as a whole by means of regulation, that is, through laws or collective bargaining agreements, seem peculiar. If political criticism leads to the demonization of any, even organized, intervention in social developments recognized as disastrous as a potentially national socialist project, then it is high time to break with an abstract dogmatism to which many themselves were once attached. The reservations, so often framed in terms of anti-Semitism theory, claiming to draw on Franz Neumann's Behemoth or having misappropriated Clemens Nachmann's term post-fascism to confer theoretical legitimacy on disingenuous inaction, always boil down to the same fatal flaw. The aim is to accuse the intervening and, moreover, post-fascist state of aiming, even when it opposes Islamic fascism, at a unified national community that is to a reprise of National Socialism and consequently to a new Holocaust whose prospective victims are this time perfidiously portrayed as Jews and Muslims, as if the latter were not currently the potentially greatest threat to the former. In such certainties, solidified into dogma, criticism of a constitutional state in the throes of despair blurs with criticism of the menacingly emerging statelessness. The current state of the Federal Republic of Germany features in such criticism of post-fascism only to the extent that those who are critical of Israel and anti-German adopt the ban decreed by public opinion, that, out of a sense of responsibility toward German history, they must not take any action against Islam. A fatalism emerges here that aligns with Bozick's praise of globalization. Anti-German criticism is, by its very origins, still strongly influenced by the polemic against the social democratic welfare state and its regulatory mania of the 1970s and early 1980s, which went hand in hand with thousands of hastily created professorships, whose holders, growing increasingly authoritarian in their outlook, transformed criticism into ideology. Those who later called themselves anti-Germans initially broke only with post-1968 left-wing reformism, without joining the mindless K-groups. Had they merely broken ranks with the Marx-schooled anti-reformists when they believed they recognized in reunification not only the resurgence of the German people's state, and thus, initially in relation to their own leftist past, identified anti-Semitism as an inherent necessity of the people's state ideology, no one would be talking about them anymore. Anti-German criticism without the litmus test of Israel, and thus the decisive break with all forms of anti-imperialism and every form of cheap state criticism, would not even be of interest to archivists today. In its solidarity with Israel, anti-German criticism has gradually moved away from a communist goal whose advocates, in despair and bitterness, struggled with the fact that neither the final crisis nor the new National Socialism would materialize, and, to make matters worse, no one could be won over to the revolutionary project. After September 11th, the coercive and dogmatic elements were stripped from anti-German criticism. Since then, one has been free to leave it up to the readers and listeners of these critical interventions to judge for themselves whether what is being called for is the revival of a fundamentally fascist nation-state or the preservation of the conditions for liberation. Solidarity with Israel is betrayed when dogmatic criticism of the state, which is no longer very different from angry, dogmatic hostility toward the state, merely grants the Jewish state, the bourgeois capitalist Jewish state, merely a niche within the otherwise sealed-off system of hostility toward the state, a generously granted special role that almost inevitably entails constraints on solidarity with Israel. For a long time, a difficult compromise persisted among critics sympathetic to Israel, one that, especially with regard to the United States as the victor of World War II under a President Roosevelt who had, after all, suffered and as Israel's staunch protector, at least attributed sensible foreign policy actions to it. Ever since Donald Trump, as U.S. President, has actually sought to build on Roosevelt's economic policies, it has become clear that even the United States is in the hands of quasi-fascist rackets that, to make matters worse, also want to close a border. Israel itself was just barely spared this spring from the critical solidarity of anti-German activists who support Israel, because the government's attempt, backed by the overwhelming majority of the population, to deport African men who had entered the country illegally, predominantly of Islamic background, has failed for the time being. What should be demanded is something utterly inappropriate: the intervention of anti-German critics in the political affairs of the country, with the anti-fascist and cosmopolitan intention of forcing the bourgeois states, yes, including and indeed first and foremost the German state, to force them to confront at their borders and, where necessary, in alliance with the U.S. beyond those borders, as well as domestically through robust threats and, if necessary, repressive measures, the globalization of Islam that threatens Europe. This is to ensure that situations like those in France, where the pious torture and murder of Jews is covered up by an anti-racist left-wing cartel, cannot be repeated. We must also demand that the warnings from the Israeli government and the father of the schoolgirl who received death threats in Berlin Tempelhof finally be taken seriously. Israeli politicians never tire of emphasizing that what is happening in Germany, hostile, brutal, and aimed at land seizure, is everyday life in a country besieged by these perpetrators, and that Europe would be well advised to take action against it for that reason alone. It was important to the father of the Jewish girl to point out that what was done to his daughter is not directed solely at Jews, but increasingly targets all white, Western students and teachers. Yet the more criticism of the state turns into crude hostility toward the state, and the more every form of authority is branded as inherently hostile, so-called domination, the more obstinately anti-German theorists warn against politics, insofar as this is understood to mean anything more or different than promoting the Amadou Antonio Foundation and related agencies of the current government's policies. To other anti-Germans, who make no secret of their solidarity with Israel, barbarism already appears as a consistent space of personal happiness, where nothing is forced upon one and one is finally allowed to let go. What once defined the citizen and made the communist critic possible in the first place, the reasonably successful processing of coercion, which is already a prerequisite for individuation in young children and should accompany one throughout life in the form of the sublimation of the rawest drives. This imposition, without which individuality is impossible, is now constantly subsumed under the nuisances of civilization that must be urgently abolished. This is the message of the truly anti-authoritarian spokespeople for the post-national multitude, who, along with Ivo Bozic, exclaim liberatedly, "Bye-bye, West," only to add, quite authoritatively, "Fuck the locals." At a time when the European left is preparing for, and has already launched, pogroms primarily against Israeli Jews, and when only the IDF is striving to save the Syrian Druze from further massacres at the hands of the government Islamists, who are fated by all sides, when wearing a Star of David on a necklace can get you a broken nose, and no school superintendent takes action against anti-Semitic threats of extermination on clothing, citing the need to maintain neutrality. This is also peak season for German left-wing skeptics who have found it too risky to show solidarity with Israel. Anyone who still counts themselves among the more level-headed supporters of Israel today must, if only for the sake of damage control, agree with the Haaretz article from June 26, 2025, in which the paper has an IDF soldier rambling about killing fields in Gaza. That was the catchphrase that made the text an international hit, even among people one would normally count among the Palestinian people's storm. On behalf of many, the weekly magazine Jungle World, which is suspected of speaking out in favor of Israel, already carried out a radical course correction on June 29, 2025 in its Jungle blog. A certain Richard Schuberth, who goes by the name of Writer, blames the Netanyahu gang there for excesses amounting to barbarism. Speaking out clearly against this or remaining silent is the order of the day for true friends of Israel, if they do not wish to confirm the worst prejudices of their opponents. Prejudices that, as is well known, regularly culminate in the insinuation of a Jewish Auschwitz in Gaza. The Jungle blog does not remain silent, but courageously speaks out about what needs to be said. There's no need to use the terrible phrase killing fields in one's own text. It's enough to approvingly cite the specific Haaretz article as a primary source to evoke the memory of the 1.7 to 2.5 million Cambodians murdered between 1975 and 1979. The more astute supporters of Israel have gotten a taste for it and, in their twisted imagination, think they can top the atrocities of the Khmer Rouge by suggesting the existence of a killing camp run by Jews. Have they found, in the Jungle blog alongside the murdered, the survivors of Gaza, whom the Netanyahu government, while not seeking to exterminate, wants to make life so unbearable for them that they would rather shoot themselves to be released from their suffering? No, it's even worse. That emigration becomes their most ardent wish. To defend this land, and with it, its inhabitants, whose hands are stained with the blood of 1,200 Israeli civilians and hundreds of IDF soldiers. This land, beneath which at least another 200 Israelis were murdered and where, as of October of this year, 20 more were still forced to vegetate in a dreadful physical and mental state. To defend it down to the last square meter and down to the last drop of blood of the brothers and sisters standing in line for food, at whom one shoots patriotically, and excessively as proof of Jewish barbarism. This is the call to arms issued to all reasonable and just-minded people worldwide by the United Nations and its front organization Hamas, a call to which even the so-called pro-Israel left in Germany has now rallied. How on earth did we let things get this far? That is the question asked by those at whom an outraged world points the finger because they are suspected of standing in unconditional solidarity with Israel. Have not even we, who normally cope quite well with a few cognitive and ethical dissonances, been exploited by figures for whom no number of Palestinians can die? So brutalized have they long since become? By people who see Netanyahu as an instrument of the world spirit, entrusted with the mission not simply to save civilization, but to save Jewish civilization? Richard Schuberth wasn't the only one asking this in Jungle World. Many agree with him that it was also our mistake to have tolerated for far too long people who have found their life's work and substitute for religion in Israel, this pea-sized country on the Mediterranean, instead of driving them out of all left-wing circles. Richard Schuberth certainly doesn't have a life's work. After all, he's a feature writer who draws from the rich tapestry of life, as diverse as the culture sections of the newspapers in which he publishes, or the cabaret he performs in, or the political cartoons he dabbles in. Chronicle of a Cheerful Conspiracy is the title of one of his novels, which the Vienna Literaturhaus newsletter reported on as follows. The novel is a plea to emancipate oneself from the influence of dominant people or strong ideologies, a plea to remain open-minded, to enjoy engaging with ideas, and not to become stuck in one's own viewpoint. Rigid value systems are met with a skepticism that the author recently expressed in Die Presse as well. Anyone who wants to preserve the values of the Enlightenment must preserve their polyphony and dissonance. But as soon as they solidify into a canon and are sung in unison, they are completely ruined. Stay away from them and move on elsewhere. Admittedly, a canon is not sung in unison but in multiple voices, and polyphony is not, in fact, dissonant, but that doesn't really matter. Anyone who expects the values of the Enlightenment to appear odd, disruptive, and in any case contradictory, and thus non-binding, does not want to take away people's fear and certainly does not want to empower them. Rather, they want to keep them in a state of fear and terror and are already conditioning them to embrace very specific values, extending all the way to the right to take preparatory actions for a second, and this time final, Shoah. The values of the Enlightenment are too diverse to be left in the hands of people who solemnly proclaim, God takes no pleasure in blood, as Pope Benedict XVI did in reference to a Byzantine emperor speaking out against Islam. The dissonances, which ostensibly contradict all expectations and with which the feature writer winkingly asserts his distinctiveness, do not read as vulgar, but rather as lively as a column in the Viennese city magazine Falter or Deutschlandfunk's Zwischenruf, a short, opinionated commentary format. Discourses that serve to prepare the ground for accepting the inevitability of mass murders of Christians, such as those recently committed in the Congo and Nigeria, are advancing with great force toward the most liberating of all dissonances, which, as an authentic cry of pain and outrage, brings together very different people in their sheer humanity. One comes to realize that the Jewish state, on its historically proven land, God knows it is, along with the citizens living there, is not worthy of being considered part of a global community of values. Measured against the suffering of so many innocent people, whom it cannot send to the killing fields in sufficient numbers, this state appears more and more to those still capable of compassion, who fill the opinion and culture sections of the left-wing and left-liberal press, as an expression of violence that can no longer be justified, a violence that can only be countered with global counterviolence. The smug smile with which the lovers of dissonance emphasize their supposedly exclusive initiation into the harmonious boldness of a Mahler symphony, which has long since ceased to frighten any listener, only serves to illustrate that the focus has long since shifted away from the body of work as a whole and toward the cultivation of the conceit of would-be avant-gardists who reliably affirm the resentments of the mainstream. For them, the mindless babbling of Dada poetry is the highest form of art simply because the mockery of real poetry for the sake of dissonance relieves them of having to engage with a legacy that, while not forced into a canon, would nevertheless have to be recognized as an authority. The opinionated platforms, including Jungle World and its blog, on the other hand, proclaim quite authoritatively that one must not bow to the influence of dominant figures or powerful ideologies, or even the aura of an autonomous work of art. Rather, one must remain open in order to think along with and not against such influences. Stay away from that and move on to something else. This order of the day must be followed without fail whenever critical thinking might lead to consequences that go hand in hand with declining popularity ratings. The emancipation from a pea-sized country on the Mediterranean, which, not so long ago, must have been of considerable significance given the importance attributed to it, goes far beyond the advice given to all opinion leaders to keep their hands off a sensitive issue before they get burned by it. It has become too confining not only for Richard Schuberth, who continues undaunted elsewhere, since he aspires beyond, mind you, Jewish civilization and, consequently, extols the universal humanity that he deploys with a universal purpose against particularistic inhumanity. For humanitarians, the wonderful world of global anti-fascism opens up as a practical course of action, which is mobilized worldwide against the barbaric Netanyahu gang and finds its home where all nations stand united against a pariah nation that is openly threatened with the revocation of its state sovereignty. A move tantamount to handing over its land and people to an internationally subsidized murderous gang. Behind every Palestinian or other Islamic act of aggression against Israel, but also, beyond that, against Christians or Druze, the United Nations reliably stands with its Beyond Reproach Refugee Agency and its International Criminal Court, thus constituting by no means a cheerful conspiracy against humanity, whose outputs in the form of judgments or resolutions are regarded as the finest expression of Enlightenment values. In Germany, global anti-fascism is inextricably linked to the alleged violent criminal Simeon T., who has captured the public's hearts ever since he began calling himself Maya and has been awaiting trial in a Hungarian prison. His father has a lovely story to tell about him, who is always correctly referred to as a transgender person, that Maya T. shared with him over the phone. Maya can look out the window at the prison hospital. Maya saw the stars for the first time in a year, he said, and Jungle World, July 10, 2025, promptly shared it with its moved readers. That same Jungle World would never have thought to quote the relatives of the writer Boualem Sansal, who is by no means prone to violence, is critical of Islam and stands in solidarity with Israel, and who is unlikely to ever leave the Algerian prison alive, the very same Boualem Sansal whom they have denigrated as a fellow traveler of the French far right. Anyone who follows the rules of global anti-fascism must, at some point, make a human sacrifice to this terrible ideology. Simeon T. and his cronies, who entered Hungary from Germany on February 12, 2023, to beat up real or supposed right-wing extremists with the aid of weapons on the fringes of a neo-fascist demonstration, are, by contrast, considered to be on the extreme left, that is, unlike Sansal, committed to emancipation. The fact that they emulated the Nazis, both ideologically and in practice, has not led to any doubts arising among their supporters. It takes a certain kind of mindset to wield the German Antifa hammer against Hungarian citizens in Budapest. 79 years earlier, in March 1944, the Wehrmacht marched into Hungary to preempt the Horthy regime, which had entered into negotiations with the Western Allies to end its alliance with Germany. Following the invasion and the installation of a puppet government made up of Hungarian Nazis, Eichmann and his staff arrived to organize the deportation of over 500,000 Hungarian Jews to the extermination camps. This did not raise the slightest doubt in the minds of a certain Simeon from Thuringia and his Saxon cronies regarding their plans. On the contrary, true to the motto "the fight against fascism is international," they staged their own small-scale Operation Margaret, the name of the Nazis' secret plan for the occupation of Hungary, and crossed the border to ensure that Hungary, already strongly suspected of fascism due to its prime minister's ties to the Netanyahu gang, would now share in the supposedly purified and highly diverse German spirit. In April of this year, Benjamin Netanyahu accepted Viktor Orban's invitation and arrived in Hungary for a state visit. The invitation to Budapest came very soon after the International Criminal Court's decision to issue an arrest warrant against Netanyahu on suspicion of alleged war crimes and crimes against humanity in the Gaza war. This is how the Tagestjo reported on April 2, 2025, quoting Orban as saying, "An appeal must be filed against this decision. That is why I am inviting Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to visit Hungary." The Tagestjo continued, "Netanyahu need not fear being taken into custody in Hungary." The handcuffs click in the imagination of ARD correspondent Wolfgang Wichtel, off to The Hague with the notorious Jewish gang leader. The large Jewish community in Budapest views this with unease and criticizes it, writes Wichtel in the same report, adding, "Although many of its members have felt relatively safe in the Hungarian capital for years now, these relatively safe years for Hungary's Jews are also the Orban years, and the Tagestjo even lets slip the truth about the sense of security among Hungarian Jews when it states, officially, Orban has decreed a zero-tolerance policy for his country when it comes to anti-Semitism. However, many also see in this a widespread and propagated Islamophobia in Hungary, as well as a hard line against pro-Palestinian rallies. The Budapest police chief has banned these with Orban's explicit support. This is being used by Germany's most popular news program, which reaches 9 million people daily, as a threatening stance against Hungary's Jews, upon whom it wishes to unleash an anti-Semitic pogrom mob consisting of self-proclaimed Muslims and anti-fascist thugs. This Simeon T., who was likely also involved in the 2022 raid on the Thor Steiner store in Erfurt, during which, according to a statement from the federal prosecutor's office, 5 women and 1 man delivered numerous punches to the head and upper body of the 32-year-old saleswoman lying on the ground, struck the victim at least 20 times with a telescopic baton, and deliberately sprayed her with pepper spray, is by no means just the darling of Antifa or the radical left. He receives solidarity visits from Katrin Göring-Eckardt and the Taz, is Der Spiegel's favorite martyr, and is on the German foreign minister's agenda for the easing of his prison conditions and prompt transfer back to his home country. Our sympathy goes to Simeon T. And certainly not to Tobias N., the then 31-year-old sewer worker who, in January 2019, was laying pipes with 3 colleagues in Leipzig-Konowitz when 5 masked assailants attacked him and inflicted life-threatening injuries. The perpetrators apparently attacked Tobias N. on the spur of the moment because he was wearing a cap from the right-wing fashion brand Greifvogel where, in their liberated zone, they are said to have shouted at passersby who were horrified by their brutal actions. "He's a Nazi. He deserves it." In other words, to each his own. Unimpressed by this, the left-wing press identifies the repressive state as the perpetrator and declares, "It sounds more like a fantasy of punishment and revenge than the reality of anti-fascist militancy, a repulsive brutalization from which one simply wants to turn away." Framing them as the Hammer Gang is propaganda aimed at political isolation and a breakdown of solidarity. That was part of the authorities' strategy from the very beginning, writes Jesse Bjorn Buckler, of course, in the October 31, 2024, issue of Jungle World. That's simply what was written there, and not what was called for. A call for the political isolation of these Hammer men and women and for a withdrawal of solidarity from all supporters of their fantasies of revenge and punishment, which have absolutely nothing to do with the repeatedly invoked self-defense of members of the left-wing subculture, or even civil society, against far-right attacks. All they had to do back then in Konowitz was knock Tobias N.'s bird of prey cap off his head, just like they knocked the diapers off mullahs' heads in Tehran, and that would have been that, but instead they beat him up. And if they were so fixated on the Thor Steiner brand, they could have simply vandalized the Erfurt store, and that would have been that, but they absolutely had to beat up the defenseless saleswoman and spray her with pepper spray. They're obviously staging the final battle against barbarism, defined according to the values of the United Nations, by meting out to the convicted what they deserve, right up to their liquidation. We don't yet know what Simeon T. thinks about that tiny country on the Mediterranean. We do, however, know more about the convictions of his supporters. On June 14, 2025, some 3,000 anti-fascists gathered in Jena for a nationwide solidarity demonstration in support of Maya T. and all imprisoned anti-fascists. The organizers, who wanted to avoid ugly images so as not to jeopardize their PR success, imposed a ban on national flags in advance. A ban that in this case was directed primarily against the Palestinian flag, because the city's few pro-Israel supporters were determined to march along and, for that reason alone, appeared entirely anti-nationalist rather than opposing the march with the blue and white flag. As a result, in the midst of all the deeply affected Maya fans, who limited themselves to chanting "Free Maya," There was a Palestine bloc consisting of an estimated 500 participants, the majority of whom had draped Palestinian scarves around their necks and, instead of national flags, carried signs depicting the Palestinian flag. A brief addendum regarding the bravely denied anti-Semitic nature of the German Antifa must not be omitted here. The only counter-protester on this June 14th was Marek Sierka, a professor of computational materials science at Friedrich Schiller University in Jena, who stood on the sidelines of the march wearing an IDF t-shirt. The security guards managed to fend off the first attack against him, whereupon the inevitable "Free Palestine" rang out from more than 500 voices. A short time later, a young woman spat in Sierka's face, prompting another, even louder chorus of "Free Palestine." Jetta Nietzard of the Green Youth, who always has her finger on the pulse, and for that reason alone described the Hamas massacres as a military operation, just as she did the IDF's response. Appropriately posed the question on the podcast Freitag Salon, hosted by Jacob Augstein, with an eye toward the 2029 federal election. What might a possible resistance to the AfD's participation in government look like? She said, verbatim, "Would it be intellectual, or would it perhaps involve weapons?" Hammerjetta isn't quite that intellectual yet. The Richard Schuberths of the arts and culture section would object to that. But they, too, have long since committed themselves to resolute resistance against the right, to save our democracy, whose legitimate sphere of influence should be just as global as that of an East German intervention force. Gaza is a place from the end times of humanity. 1.7 million people live there, crammed into 360 square kilometers. Gaza is a prison, a camp. Israel is breeding its own enemies there, Jacob Augstein wrote as far back as 14 years ago, and when Richard Schuberth accuses terrible people of believing that not enough Palestinians could die for them, so dehumanized have they long since become, then his hatred for the anti-Germans, who serve merely as a projection screen for him, is only superficially evident. He wasn't even referring solely to the Israeli government and the Israeli security forces, who could never starve or massacre enough innocent people. He, too, sees the end of humanity unfolding in Gaza, behind which he recognizes a malevolent spirit acting with deliberate intent. Jewish civilization, which tramples over the corpses of the innocent. When Germans speak of humanity, their eyes well up and their voices break. Precisely at the moment when a Jewish hostage, who, like the others, has not seen sunlight for 2 years, is forced to dig his own grave in the tunnels of Gaza, German anti-fascists misappropriate Matthias Claudius's evening song, and let the golden stars shine for Simeon T., who goes by the name of Viktor Orban as a hostage. This is more than any human being can bear, say the Germans, and not just about Simeon T., who until recently had seen nothing but sunlight during his daily yard time. Anyone who speaks of Maya in their plea for humanity always includes those whose sympathizers Viktor Orban has forbidden from declaring a final battle, against Hungarian Jews in particular and the Jewish people in general, wherever their members may live. More than a human being can bear. That was the title recently given to a memorandum brimming with lies by the officials responsible for humanity in a globalized world, and on March 13, 2025, the Tagesman news program quickly turned it into the headline for a journalistic scandal that is indistinguishable from the ethnic propaganda of the National Socialists. More than a human being can bear. The title alone makes clear what the Commission of Inquiry commissioned by the UN Human Rights Council has to report. The independent experts accuse Israel of serious human rights violations and sexualized violence, aimed at the systematic oppression and control of the Palestinian population, according to Australian lawyer Chris Sidoti in Geneva. The frequency and severity of sexual and gender-based crimes in the Palestinian territories lead us to conclude that Israel is increasingly using sexualized violence as a method of warfare to destabilize, dominate, oppress, and annihilate the Palestinian people. The report documents abuses against women, men, and children committed in the Palestinian territories since October 7, 2023. Among other things, people were reportedly forced to strip naked in public. The latter is at least partially true. The IDF does not massacre Hamas perpetrators who surrender, but rather, to protect soldiers from suicide bombings, forces them to strip down to their underwear before their arrest. And this despite the fact that it must know that men from Gaza, when they aren't raping Jewish women, are particularly shameless, which, according to the Commission of Inquiry, constitutes patterns of sexual violence, rape, torture, and other inhumane acts. Ergo, these acts constituted war crimes and crimes against humanity. The allegations in the same report that Israeli guards raped Palestinians incarcerated in Israeli prisons have, of course, proven to be baseless. But it's all much worse. The experts also point to the destruction of medical facilities in the Gaza Strip and the resulting decline in the birth rate. The report states that Israeli commanders have partially destroyed the reproductive capacity of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. And then comes the claim: preventing births constitutes genocide. Admittedly, the explosive devices in the walkie-talkies, in the belts and pants pockets of predominantly Palestinian Hezbollah members in Lebanon, which have severely limited their reproductive capacity, but to describe the damage to hospitals that served as Hamas strongholds as genocide against unborn life follows a different logic that leads to Eastern Europe. In Hungary, as well as in Poland and the Baltic states, Islamic immigration is being curbed and largely prevented not only because people know from neighboring Western European countries that Islamic minorities there are developing into highly dangerous parallel societies. In those countries, people sometimes voice what is kept silent here whenever possible. 11-year-old students at troubled schools, as happened in Berlin-Mobit, blurt out, directed at a gay teacher, that Islam is in charge there and that its adherents will soon make up the majority in Germany anyway. Children's words reveal the truth of their mothers and fathers, who, for their part, lend an open ear to the messages of preachers who call on them to actively Islamize their communities and, indeed, to increase their birth rates, or to help organize the immigration of particularly devout fellow believers. The accusation of genocide against Israel, based on the claim that it prevents births, has long been a categorical demand that the Jewish state submit to demographic realities and yield to the legitimate demands of the growing Islamic population, not only in Gaza and the West Bank but also in the heartland. It is well known that, in the ranking of countries with the most condemnations by the United Nations Human Rights Council, Israel led the list from 2006 to 2024. Of 211 condemnations for human rights violations, 44 were directed at Syria, which was still under Assad's rule at the time, 17 at North Korea, 15 at Iran, 13 at Eritrea, 8 at Russia, 3 at Venezuela, and 3 at Sudan. 108 of the 211 condemnations were directed at Israel. It is worth noting that when British human rights activist David Littman delivered a critical presentation on June 16, 2008, before the UNHRC on the human rights situation and violence against women in Islamic countries, genital mutilation, stonings, and forced marriages, he was interrupted under pressure from Pakistani and Egyptian delegates, whereupon the Romanian council president ended the discussion and called on Littman to refrain from any judgment or evaluation of a particular religion. Delegates from those states that belong to the Organization of the Islamic Conference, OIC, and hold 1/3 of the seats on the council regularly prevent discussions about human rights violations in their countries. They argue that the Sharia legal system is an integral part of their religion and is therefore immune to criticism. Furthermore, these states attempt to label criticism of religion as racism, which is a criminal offense in Western industrialized nations. On March 26, 2009, the Human Rights Council adopted a resolution to suppress any criticism of religion, in which only Islam is mentioned by name. The values of the Enlightenment, which Richard Schuberth alludes to, are defined free of any dissonance by the world's largest criminal syndicate. The United Nations, which, barely founded, drew its lessons from Auschwitz and acted much like Stalin, who, in an act of arbitrariness, recognized Israel in 1948 only to turn on the Soviet Jews months later. The fact that civilization is not defined as Jewish but explicitly as anti-Jewish is exemplified by UNRWA, that refugee agency which, from the very beginning, has undermined Israel's state sovereignty and reinforced prejudice against the Jews in the name of a global community whose very purpose is to keep people in fear, so that the fully enlightened world may shine under the banner of triumphant doom. Placing the Jewish state outside of civilization is not merely a slip of the tongue by a values specialist from YBBS on the Danube. Richard Schuberth has certainly suffered for decades from dominant figures imposing thought prohibitions on him. These restrictions have thus far prevented him from simply being human. However, the fact that in just one short text he portrays the existentially threatened state of Israel as the perpetrator of unprecedented inhumanity, and employs a vocabulary that amounts to the slogan "Israel, murderer of children," and that he ultimately seeks, in a demanding tone, to compel Israelis and Jews in the diaspora to submit to the law of their murderers, this points to deeper motives than concern for his own reputation as an author. He is concerned less with the emancipation from dominant figures than with critical thinking, which has set out to dismantle the left and exposes the individual to a statelessness he could not bear. The anti-Semite with a history of solidarity with Israel seeks warmth and security in a collective whose members he hates, yet whose penchant for stirring up a froth and a ruckus he shares. He glosses over the violence driving toward the final Holocaust. He is concerned with the grand gesture, for which he relies on the falsified reports and images provided by Al Jazeera, Haaretz, and the Süddeutsche Zeitung. Desperate people look at us and call out to us. Every death is one too many. How much heartlessness and human coldness does it take not to be moved by this? The reformed man now asks his readers as well. He knows who is responsible for the unborn children, the humiliation of the murderers in their underwear, the temporary lack of food deliveries, the shattered houses and the tent camps, and who, with a cold smile, shrugs off this suffering which amounts to genocide. The anti-Germans, who supposedly rejoice on social media over every Palestinian killed, have been portrayed for over 20 years as theory-resistant, Israeli flag-waving strawmen who are regularly attacked. However, they serve merely as an easily transparent projection screen for hatred, not only toward the Netanyahu gang, not only toward the majority of Israeli citizens who most certainly do not read Haaretz, but also for hatred toward the Jews. The Enlightenment's program, the demystification of the world through the replacement of illusion with knowledge, has failed. The horror at what was done to the Jews did not, after 1945, lead to the establishment of even a new concept of civilization in which Jews and their nascent state were explicitly included. After all, civilization also implies that the much-vaunted values of the Enlightenment would not be worth the paper they are written on without their realization within the militarily secured framework of nation-states. The knowledge that securing borders against marauders and mass murderers can only be achieved through violence, and that it becomes particularly bloody where there is no explicit provision for separating combatants from so-called civilians, did not detract from the personal outburst of an angry citizen from YBBS in the blog of a left-wing weekly magazine. An angry citizen who, weeks later, posing as a Middle East expert, recommended, of all people, to the very victims of the attack that they live in peaceful coexistence with people who, as a blood and soil community, are entirely incapable of doing so. Such a loss of restraint can, when the mood is right, fuel even more extreme gangs than the one to which the fantastical Maya belonged. Only civil law and an executive branch committed to it, and not judges running amok who undermine the principle of popular sovereignty, can provide the framework to save what is preserved in an idea of the Enlightenment that transcends its lamentable limitations in reality. This explicitly includes sovereignty over national borders, secured by armed forces, a principle to which Israel is committed, whereas Western European countries in particular not only acquiesce out of fear to their numerous Muslim fellow citizens, who blithely shout into every microphone held out to them that Israel must be destroyed, instead of threatening them with consequences regarding their residency status. One feels part of the global anti-fascist alliance alongside these mortal enemies of all Jews, who are threatening civil war ever more openly and are in fact waging it on a scale that is by no means small. In France, which purports to be particularly committed to the Enlightenment, those values were finally abandoned at the latest after the Champions League victory of the Intifada team Paris Saint-Germain over Inter Milan on May 31, 2025. Severe riots broke out after the game, and the state rewarded the arsonists for their actions just a few weeks later when the French president officially joined the Migrantifa and declared his intention to recognize the Palestinian autonomous territories as a state. The sinister aura emanating from homophobic young men with a certain religious background, especially toward women, trans people, and other non-binary urban dwellers, has long since taken hold of mainstream society, whose members want to free themselves just as those do, from the psychological damage inflicted by the learned and internalized control of emotions, for which the bothersome superego is responsible, the superego that still prevents them from the raw expression of their unenlightened drives and demands sublimation. Global anti-fascism does not merely refer to submission to the dictates of Islam, to which not only the Netanyahu gang but, along with them, almost all Israelis are to be sacrificed, because they agree with their prime minister on matters of security. People have long since seen through the deeper nature of a civilization that has come upon us from without and is, in its essence, Jewish. The categorical assertion that the enlightened world shines under the sign of triumphant doom may well be taken literally, given the triumphant tone struck by the monster from YBBS in his declaration of war against Israel and its supporters. A Richard Schuberth, who is by no means irreplaceable, is therefore more important to friends of Israel than the pronouncements of the everyday anti-Semites on Gaismair, because his calculated interjection suggests to those who, until recently, have struggled to stand by Israel with despondency and reservation, as an alternative to the dangerous over-identification with Jewish civilization, a commitment to UNRWA and genuine humanity, something they, like the German Chancellor, have always longed for. The fact that Haaretz's easily transparent lies are recognized as an authentic Israeli voice against Israel, and that famines are talked into existence so that our sympathy aligns with the side of the weakest, who, of all people, are portrayed as the residents of Gaza, points to a shared capacity for the will to annihilate. From now on, conditions will be imposed, and the terms of surrender, including the two-state solution, will be dictated in the name of a different Israel, one not belonging to the Netanyahu gang. This is not even solidarity with Israel tied to extortionate conditions, but rather the surrender of land and people to the United Nations, Haaretz, and Hamas. Take Julia Ducrot, Secretary General of the German section of Amnesty International, who in April 2026 presented a shocking assessment of the erosion of freedom in Germany. Ducrot is convinced that Germany is pursuing a policy of appeasement toward the U.S. government, aimed at placating it. She called this historically oblivious and said it weakens the rules and institutions created in the wake of World War II. As examples of this policy of appeasement, Ducrot cited the attacks on Venezuela and Iran, which violate international law, support for the Israeli government's silence regarding China's oppression of the Uyghurs, and cooperation with governments that violate human rights to curb migration. Amnesty called on the German government, among other things, to suspend the EU's association agreement with Israel. Referring to the war in Gaza, Ducrot spoke of a genocide against the Palestinians that continues even after the ceasefire between Israel and the Islamist group Hamas. Amnesty also called on the German government to strengthen civil society in Germany. Unwelcome protest must be protected, and police violence must be curbed. Zeit, April 21, 2026. These statements amount to a call for submission to the laws of the Muslim Brotherhood, which advocates anti-nationalism and hostility toward the state at least as reliably as Thuringian AfD voters or Israel flag-waving anti-fascists who accuse bearers of the Iranian lion flag of fascism and expel them from their demonstrations. As is well known, Germans are all individualists and have each discovered their own personal main contradiction, which makes them declared enemies of the ruling class and its system. Whether this involves the obligation to install heat pumps or the coercion to get vaccinated is irrelevant. This still prevents even the more reasonable among them from advocating, with the addition of a telltale but, for the liberation of the Jews from Palestinian terror, or of the Iranians from the mullahs and compulsory headscarves, or of the Venezuelans from the Maduro regime. When it comes to the Muslim Brotherhood, Germans know that any engagement within the confines of the system would only further cement their subjugation by capitalism and imperialist paternalism. Instead, they insist on their own radical opposition, which empowers them to claim as their intellectual property phrases stolen from Bahamas, such as the assertion that the individual is cheated out of life in late capitalism, stripped of any contextual meaning. For example, the survivors of the resistance against the Corona measures fascism, instigated by those in power, who, lonely but unbowed, demand a Nuremberg-style trial for major war criminals against Karl Lauterbach and Christian Drossen. Many arguments against freedom are used to justify a reluctance to take action, even in one's own mind, against the anti-state, rather than merely state-critical rumblings. Instead, people embark on a campaign of hostility against the Jewish state. Even most of those sympathetic to Israel, like all Germans, have discovered for themselves the survivors of Gaza, whom the Netanyahu government does not wish to exterminate, but rather to make their lives unbearable. Thus, one distances oneself from incited individuals and a magazine for which not enough Palestinians can die. So brutalized have they long since become, a magazine that seeks to indoctrinate readers into the authoritarian aims of nation-states. Richard Schuberth, the monster of discourse from YBBS in Danau, who had published this on June 27, 2025 on the Jungle World blog, appeared on March 26, 2026 at the Bajel Program Bar in Neukölln, a venue threatened by Intifada supporters without provoking any discontent. The notoriously anti-Zionist magazine Gegenstandpunkt, which is read with great interest for its sound arguments against bourgeois freedom put forward by left-wing enemies of the state, generalizes Schuberth's insights and rejects any attempt to interfere in the affairs of the ruling class and their nation-states, just as does the anti-Zionist Trotskyist student discourse group called Platypus. Where so many sound arguments, in the words of Gegenstandpunkt, enrich the discourse, the Royal Bavarian Antifa is never far behind. On January 26, 2026, it compelled someone who calls himself an anarchist to make a thoroughly anti-nationalist declaration against Israel. Anyone who speaks seriously of liberation must criticize Palestinian nationalism just as radically as any other form of nationalism. Admittedly, the Palestinian national movement has absolutely nothing to do with the intention of founding a nation-state, for it feels and fights as boundlessly as the entire Ummah, which sees the establishment of the IS, the Islamic State, as its ultimate goal, even if the world falls into ruins. This does not bother anti-fascists, who must justify themselves to their comrades for having often endorsed the actions of the Israeli army in a somewhat undifferentiated, even effusive manner. Thus, in times of great distress, The hour of anti-nationalism strikes. The sweetest temptation since the left took up the banner of the desire to destroy Israel. This is how bridges are built between YBBS and Munich. It always starts with an also. The Israeli government, too, deserves criticism. Netanyahu must be criticized for deliberately prolonging a war in order to remain in power domestically and evade criminal responsibility. End of quote. Everything the IDF has done since October 7, 2023, is inevitably linked to the name Netanyahu, and so is the renunciation of the never seriously meant solidarity with Israel that began on that very same day, October 7, 2023, as well. The Royal Bavarian Antifa is taking a page from Baerbock, Wadefuhl, or even Richard Schuberth when it makes this claim. Israel's right to self-defense after October 7th does not contradict criticism of its government. Anyone who cannot hold both views simultaneously thinks in authoritarian terms. End of quote. Just as authoritarian as the anti-Germans, among whom I explicitly count myself, who insist that there should be no German human right to criticize Israel. The postscript, intended to downplay the anti-Semitic message. What I firmly reject, however, is the fixation on Israel as the primary moral enemy. Only reinforces that this group of radical class strivers knows exactly where the anti-nationalism they proclaim must ultimately lead. The rest is then taken care of by Juliane Nagel, a member of the Saxon State Parliament, who, through her heroic efforts in January 2026, prevented a civil war in the liberated areas of Leipzig, namely in Konnewitz. There, where the Hammer Gang beats construction workers to the point of hospitalization simply for wearing the wrong cap, she communicated the position of double solidarity. That means acknowledging the suffering of people on both sides and standing up for a secure future for Jewish people and Palestinians. She cannot endorse positions based on the old anti-German, unconditional solidarity with Israel. This is only logical. After all, Juliane Nagel, who supports Israel, also advocates for an end to German arms deliveries to Israel. How does the editorial staff know this yet again? Of course, from the corrupt Weekly Jungle World, January 17, 2026, on whose blog Richard Schuberth blamed the Netanyahu gang on June 27, 2025, for excesses amounting to barbarism, the betrayal of the Jews' struggle to be free enough to prevent a second, and then final Holocaust begins in YBBS and leads via Munich to Konnewitz. Today, as best-selling author Ole Nijmegen puts it, in their totalitarian claim that the life of the individual counts for less than the political sovereignty of those in power, aggressor and defender states, democratic and dictatorial states, are completely alike. End of quote. Hardly anyone would follow Nijmegen, who would rather live in bondage than die for that freedom, if only because there are excellent alternatives. One simply sacrifices the freedom of others by ensuring that more and more unveiled women and Christians, and eventually the State of Israel, are left at the mercy of anti-national movements such as the Muslim Brotherhood, the Islamic State, or Boko Haram, without Western armies stepping in to stop these killers. Every German can recite in their sleep "Why I Would Never Fight for My Country," the title of Nijmegen's book, published in 2025, and who will pay the price for it. Since February 28, 2026, the men and women in Iran who long for a better life have been paying the price for the fact that the armies of the US and Israel are being abandoned by their Western allies in their war for freedom, and that they will therefore likely have to bury their dream of a secular republic free of Islam and ethnic particularism. In Germany, this is being promoted through propaganda by a very particular Antifa group that adheres to the ideas of a warlord and mass murderer active in the 1980s and 1990s, who today dispenses his insights from a Turkish prison. Jin Jian Azadi is the Mersberg incantation from Rojava that immunizes against national challenges and, instead of a liberal Shah's son in solidarity with Israel, summons the anti-Semite Abdullah Öcalan along with his Stalinist Amazons. Perhaps this is the project of modern socialism that even Ole Nijmegen is willing to fight for. As for me and my stance on freedom, it suffices to know what is written on a wooden bench at one of the Neukölln entrances to Tempelhof Airport. Anti-D, paid by Mossad.